Chapter 1, Life reveals its progress bar to me. Blue Star Online Game official reminder, due to your excessively slacking lifestyle, player has just abandoned all save files for character Lee Fan. System will purge junk data and erase your life within 24 hours. Would you like to immediately bind to player's perspective and take control of your own life? What? My life is junk data? Say it again if you dare. I silently put down the tissue paper in my hand, turned off my phone, covered myself with the blanket, and gazed puzzled at the semi-transparent virtual screen that suddenly appeared before me, raging so hard that I raged, just a little. Correct. Your entire existence is nothing but garbage game data about to be deleted. Character, Lee Fan. Age, 19. Physical fitness, gym couch potato, index 0.1. Education, highest obtained middle school diploma, index 0.1. Abilities, none, index 0. Family background, parents, soon-to-be laid-off blue-collar workers, effective social connections 0, older brother, soon-to-be discharged veteran, effective social connections 0.2. Character spending, 0, no refunds. Player of Blue Star Online deleted the game character Lee Fan saved data 10 minutes ago voluntarily and waived recovery. Would you like to bind the character Lee Fan to the player's perspective and take control of your own life? Staring at the detailed information displayed on the semi-transparent virtual screen, I swallowed hard, feeling more shocked than confused in that moment. As I scanned the densely packed character introduction sheet that practically screamed trash in every line, I couldn't believe how accurate, how brutally accurate, all of it was. Sure, my family was ordinary, financially struggling, lacking power or influence, and my future probably just meant being another corporate drone. But these were all circumstances I was born into. Nobody ever asked for my opinion about them. At just 19 years old, if I don't make it, my whole life gets erased? Who gave them the right? It's not like I chose this loser template either. Nobody ever asked if I wanted to be a rich second-gen or an official's kid, with $1 million in startup capital for my business. I couldn't help but curse under my breath. Damn it, he plays like crap, refuses to spend money, and now it's my fault for slacking off? Oh, so he games, doesn't want to grind, won't pay to win, and when he screws up, he just deletes the save file? What's my life to him? Trash. The angrier I thought about it, the madder I got. In a fit of rage, I pulled up my pants and cursed that shameless player. I've known for a long time that this world is just one colossal online game. No wonder it's filled with unfair pay-to-win players who've been standing at the pinnacle of life since birth. But I never imagined my poverty was because that dumbass playing the game wouldn't spend a single cent. Turns out I've just been part of the game content for those premium players. Damn it. 0 microtransactions. Not a single penny spent. No wonder I'm so trash, so broke. He didn't even spend 6 yuan for the first time recharge skin bonus. At least give me a head start in life, then I'd have motivation to work hard. You keep telling me to take charge of my own life, but he's already ruined it completely. How am I supposed to take over? The more I spoke, the more aggrieved I felt. Though my life was indeed dull and unfulfilling, a living coward is better than a dead hero. At least I could still eat and drink, occasionally cultivate at the Taoist temple. Who knows, someday I might even get to spar with female NPCs. It's not all bad. Who in their right mind would willingly crash into a truck of fortune and get their save file deleted with a crunch? That kind of player is just irresponsible. The system seemed to sense my anger and immediately began its thoughtful explanation. If character Lee Fan agrees to accept binding, the player's perspective will be unlocked, and progress bars will be displayed for all game tasks. Unlock the life achievement system. By completing corresponding task requirements, you can earn achievement titles and obtain system currency rewards. Unlock the life pay-to-win system. Use system currency to upgrade your life and gain corresponding privileges. Blue Star Online has been running for 4.6 billion years since its launch, with a map area of 510 million square kilometers and a peak player count of 8.1 billion. Become a player in this game and enjoy the most comfortable gaming experience, backed by a flawless support system to safeguard your life journey. The world will present you with a progress bar. Are you brave enough to take on the challenge? Having lived for 18 years and naturally played games before, I clearly understood what the system meant by its achievement system. Thinking that I was about to be deleted as junk data, I might as well take my chances and go all out. Binding. My fate is in my own hands, not the heavens. Congratulations, host Lee Fan. You have successfully bound the Blue Star Online player system. System reminder, friendly interactions with NPCs in this game will unlock unexpected achievements, making life more colorful. Wishing you a joyful life journey. Swish. As the shimmering golden words flickered and vanished from the system panel, the originally palm-sized vertical screen suddenly expanded horizontally. A virtual trifold display materialized right before my eyes, fresh and vivid. Before I could even process the changes to the control panel or take a closer look at its contents, everything suddenly flickered before my eyes. The world began transforming, a rapid stream of numbers and codes flashing through my vision. Frameworks extended from my consciousness, instantly connecting to the massive data servers of the entire Blue Star Online game. Moments later, the complete player interface appeared before my eyes, and everything in the room now had clearly visible progress bars. Holy, is this the player's perspective? As my gaze fell on the tissue box and phone next to my pillow, a prominent progress bar appeared. Dojo Training, Progress 3%. Next achievement title, Dojo Elite, Progress 68/100. Holy shit! I rubbed my eyes and double-checked that this incredible achievement really existed. Already 68 times? Then just 32 more attempts and I can achieve the Gym Elite title? And get rewarded with system coins? Although I was eager to prove my skills immediately, the attraction of this new player perspective was even stronger, making me curiously explore this new world. Then, I looked up again at my messy room, trying to spot any other new changes. In an instant, various progress bars for tasks popped up one after another. On the cluttered desk to the right, Daily Homework Progress, 23%. Next stage achievement title, Diligent Learner, Progress, 3%. The fabric wardrobe on the left, nearly bursting at the seams. Tidy Up Task Progress, 2%. Next stage achievement title, Neatness Exemplar, Progress, 2%. I stared in amazement at the ongoing task progress bars appearing all over the room, scarcely able to believe my eyes. Standing up in a daze, I walked to the desk. Damn, can it even detect when I haven't done my homework? Progress 23%? But knowing the progress bar doesn't seem useful anyway. Completing this homework won't give me any benefits. Speaking of which, why is the achievement progress bar for homework different? But the achievement progress bar for tidying up is actually the same as the task progress bar, both at 2%. Just as I was muttering in confusion, my gaze inadvertently fell on an open chemical equation in the textbook, and I unintentionally memorized it. Suddenly, whoosh, knowledge point acquired, chemistry test score +2. I stared at the golden system prompt that suddenly floated before my eyes, instantly widening them in disbelief. Holy crap, just like that, 2 points added? Splash! Without any hesitation, I hurriedly pulled out the chair and plopped down onto it, brimming with unprecedented enthusiasm as I picked up the textbook and began studying earnestly. As my focus sharpened, knowledge points that I usually couldn't be bothered to glance at now flowed into my mind one by one. Moreover, whenever I memorized specific chemical formulas or key concepts, dazzling golden system prompt tags instantly flashed before my eyes. Knowledge point acquired, +1 point in chemistry exam, knowledge point acquired, +1 point in chemistry exam. I watched as the golden annotations floated by, experiencing the joy of learning for the first time, and burst out laughing uncontrollably. This is even more exhilarating than cultivating immortality. As long as I study books, I can acquire knowledge, and I can be certain to score when this knowledge appears on the exam. This skill is freaking awesome. My life just flashed its progress bar. Bring it on, you damn textbook. I'm gonna study you to death. Exclamation point. This must be what it feels like to be a top student. I discovered the awesomeness of the player's perspective and suddenly became excited. Homework that I couldn't be bothered to glance at before now seemed full of allure. I buried myself in my books, diligently working on assignments, while golden messages floated past my eyes like bullet comments. Knowledge point acquired successfully, +1 point for math test. Knowledge point trained successfully, +1 point for math test. Knowledge point acquired successfully, +1 point in chemistry exam. Knowledge point trained successfully, +1 point in chemistry exam. After an hour of battle, today's already sparse 2 homework assignments were completed. Looking at my math homework sheet with 3 out of 5 major questions left blank, I nodded with satisfaction. Now that was thoroughly satisfying studying. Let me check my progress. Daily Homework Progress, 68%. Next achievement title, Diligent Practice, Progress, 3.1%. Damn it! Although the system progress bar added enjoyment and a sense of achievement to my studying, I had squandered over 2 years of high school academics. No amount of cramming formulas, reading textbooks, or finishing homework in just an hour could make up for that. I stared at the 2 mostly blank assignment sheets and sighed helplessly. Still, I comforted myself, it's fine. Normally, I just randomly guess the multiple choice and fill in the blank questions and copy the rest during morning study hall. Today is still progress. The satisfaction from the system's progress bar filled me with immense joy. For the first time, I experienced the pleasure of learning every little bit of effort translated into a visible point. Such direct feedback was something anyone could appreciate. Many people like me fear putting in effort without seeing results, lacking that sense of accomplishment. It's that frustration and aimlessness that becomes the biggest obstacle to learning and progress. Just like cultivating immortality, practicing should at least show me some spiritual energy growth within. If after all that effort there's no change in spiritual energy, who would have the patience to continue? I'm brimming with confidence now, feeling motivated to study for the first time. If I can keep this up, maybe I really can make a comeback in senior year and get into a decent university. Even a vocational college would be fine by me. I put away the test papers, feeling pleased, ready to return to bed and claim the achievement, Elite of the Dojo. Turning back, I noticed the triple-folded virtual screen was blocking my view a bit, finally drawing my attention to it. Ouch, I almost forgot about the achievement system and pay-to-win features. Let me see what's going on here. With eager excitement, I rubbed my hands together and sat on the bed, carefully examining the player interface in front of me. The panel was divided into 3 sections. On the far left was my 3D avatar, thoughtfully annotated with character stats. Just as the system had revealed, I was still as broke as ever. The middle section displayed the achievement system, with several lists expanded below. There were 5 categories: knowledge, physique, skills, family, and social. At this moment, glaring red dots lit up on the upper right corners of the mission category titles: knowledge, family, and social. Curious, I raised my hand and lightly tapped the knowledge mission category on the screen. So lucky, just after binding there are achievement rewards to claim? Could it be related to me doing homework? Whoosh! As the taskbar expanded, 2 achievement reward notifications shimmering in pale golden light appeared before me. Character has achieved elementary school graduation milestone, reward system coins *1. Character achievement unlocked, graduated from junior high school, reward system coins *1. Damn, compulsory education turns out to be this useful? Too bad my 3 little red flowers from kindergarten don't count as achievements? I gleefully clicked to receive 2 system coins, then scrolled down to see more academic achievements like high school, university, graduate, and doctoral degrees still a long way off for me. I tapped on the high school achievement. Whoosh! A densely packed achievement list appeared, topped with an overall progress bar tracking high school tasks. High school completion rate, 70.26%. I'm a senior high school student, and the new semester has been underway for some time now. It's clear that the high school diploma achievement requirement is simple: just graduating will suffice, and I'll even earn a system coin for it. But upon closer inspection, the densely packed progress bars beneath the high school tasks are almost all at 0%, with not a single one meeting the criteria. This means if I stop studying after high school graduation, I'll miss the chance to unlock the other small achievements under this category, and those hundreds of system coins will remain out of reach. I skimmed through the achievements under the middle school and elementary school categories, and sure enough, they've all turned into grayed out, unclickable entries like classroom star, top of the class, or competition champion, basically every academic-related achievement where I'd accomplished little to nothing. The thought that these gray entries represent over a decade of my wasted life makes my heart ache. Damn the previous player for not quitting the game sooner and handing it over to me, wasting my precious youthful years. Muttering curses won't help, I have to focus on the present. Looking at the sub-branches under my high school achievements list, I saw the diligent study achievement I'd noticed while doing homework earlier. It's only at 3.1% completion now, but there's still time. With nearly a full year left, if I can accomplish all achievements, I could earn several hundred system coins. Though I'm not sure about the spending level of this pay-to-win system, it should at least grant my failed life a few privileges. After claiming 2 system coins from the academic achievement category, I exited. Under the achievement list, red notification dots lit up for rewards in both family and social. Without hesitation, I clicked on them. Character has achieved the family harmony, beginner, accomplishment, rewarded with 1 system coin. Character has achieved the brotherly unity, beginner, accomplishment, rewarded with 1 system coin. I've earned 2 more system coins, and the number next to the currency symbol in the top right corner of the interface has changed to *4. I guess I'm somewhat well off now. I quickly skimmed through the detailed categories under the family task. Their complexity is no less daunting than the academics section. The 2 most prominent branches, commerce and politics, both show 0% progress. Rows upon rows of achievement titles like merchant household, affluent family, cadre family, and rising political star remain completely stagnant. At the very top of this massive category, the grandest and dimmest achievement titles, Money Empire, and Untouchable Power, lie utterly dormant, their progress bars bone dry like parched riverbeds. I'm not the least bit surprised. Both my parents are factory workers, ordinary folks without any special talents, and they never placed high demands on us brothers. Our family lived warm and harmonious, poor but happy, and I've always been content with that. It seems options like commerce or politics aren't really available to ordinary folk from the start, and if you're not born into it, you're unlikely to ever have them. This isn't some pay-to-win VIP privilege, is it? No wonder I'm not a rich second-gen, living such a hard life because the dumbass player controlling my existence won't even spend a single dime. I ruthlessly criticized that new player again. Whoosh! I closed the family achievement list and opened the social category instead. 2 achievement rewards popped up. Character reached close friends level 1 achievement, rewarding system currency *2. Character achieved casual acquaintance reputation milestone with community NPCs, rewarding system currency *3. Clink. With the sound of jingling coins, the number beside the currency icon in the upper right corner updated to *9. My eyes instantly widened in joyful surprise. Oh, the social achievements reward so much system currency. No wonder the game keeps prompting me to interact with NPCs. It seems my life isn't completely worthless after all. Some might question whether making friends counts as a life achievement, but this is rather amusing. Staring at the hefty sum of 9 system coins displayed in my interface, my gaze landed on the far right function of the virtual screen, the pay-to-win system. Pondering whether these 9 system coins could buy me life's first recharge, I muttered to myself, let me take a look. With that, I immediately closed the achievement system and clicked on the pay-to-win interface without hesitation. I thought to myself, my life is mine to control, since I can be a big spender. Who'd want to grind like a no-lifer anyway? Chapter 3, Spending Money to Change My Fate. With a light tap of my finger, the pay-to-win system instantly expanded, filling the entire screen. Before I could even get a clear look, a dazzling golden pop-up window leaped out, hovering above the paywall interface and completely obscuring whatever was beneath. Next, fireworks burst open on either side of the pop-up, and the golden text flashing before my eyes was so bright it made me instinctively frown and look away. I couldn't help but mutter, what the hell is this? Looks like something straight out of 10-cent games, so over-the-top flashy. When my eyes adjusted to the golden light, I could clearly read the pop-up message, first-time purchase bonus, only 12 yuan, incredible deals, abundant rewards, accelerating the starting point of your life. First-time purchase mega bundle, choose between a political or business family background, plus 3 beginner-level white-tier appearance cards included. Limited time offer, countdown, 00:59:57. Staring at this first purchase bundle, excitement crawled under my skin until I couldn't help blurting out. There really are first recharge benefits, this is insane. Overjoyed but suddenly stunned, I couldn't help cursing, fuck. The first recharge package costs only 12 yuan, cheap as hell, and no one topped up for me, making me suffer for over a decade. I didn't even bother shaming that trash player who quit the game anymore. Gleefully rubbing my hands, I instantly decided to grab the limited time offer right away, the first step toward changing my fate against all odds. This first recharge pack lets you choose between political career or business background. Either option would lift our family's living standards to another level, way better than this miserable existence. Dad and Mom stress daily about factory layoffs while my brother faces tough choices between military discharge or service extension. As just an ordinary high schooler, I can do nothing about it, so this measly first recharge is absolutely worth it. However, when I clicked the purchase button, a white alert window popped up, insufficient system coins. Continue completing tasks to earn achievements and obtain system coins. Just as I was fantasizing about a brilliant life, the abrupt interruption made me furrow my brows in confusion. Not enough coins? Oh right. Only then did I remember, having just bound the system, I'd only managed to snag a few fixed achievement rewards, leaving me with merely 9 system coins, far from enough for the first time purchase. Watching the red limited time sale countdown tick away second by second, my heart burned with impatience. There's less than an hour left, and I really don't want to miss out on such a cost-effective first charge bonus package. Time is tight. What mission can be completed within an hour while earning at least 3 system coins? Just as I was fretting, I instinctively glanced at the overstuffed wardrobe in the corner of my bedroom. A progress bar appeared before my eyes. Housekeeping task, progress 2%. Next achievement title, Tidiness Pro, progress 2%. My heart skipped a beat as an idea vaguely formed. This task shares the same progress as the achievement. Could it be that completing the housekeeping mission will unlock the achievement title? Looking at it this way, there's hope to gather enough for the first charge within an hour. Without hesitation, I switched screens and began searching through the achievement list. I figured an achievement title like Tidiness Pro would probably fall under the Skills category. Opening the Skills achievement list revealed densely packed subcategories that outnumbered the combined achievements under Knowledge and Family. Specialized skills like music, sports, art, and language accounted for only a portion. There were also niche titles for combat, investigation, and survival. But I didn't have time to scrutinize them all. I quickly scrolled to the life skills section and immediately spotted the Domestic Excellence achievement, stuck at 2% completion. Its promised reward made my eyes gleam. Just this trivial achievement offers 4 system coins, that's more than enough. I closed the achievement menu and casually shut down the system control panel before hopping off the bed. A glance at the alarm clock showed it was already 10 p.m., but the allure of the first purchase gift pack filled me with energy. Surveying my room, I muttered, I refuse to believe a high schooler's room could be that messy. Tiny chores, consider yourself handled. I walked to the makeshift wardrobe, yanked open the canvas zipper, and instantly, a bundle of crammed clothes spilled out onto the floor. Taking a deep breath, I rolled up my sleeves and got straight to work. After more than 40 minutes of exerting all my remaining energy to tidy up the room, I collapsed onto the bed, staring at the ceiling, and let out a long sigh. Ah, my mom was right, I muttered. This place was a complete pigsty. How I ever managed to find anything before is nothing short of a miracle. Now, the room was impeccably organized, desk, storage cabinet, under the bed, all cleaned out. Even the clothes in the makeshift wardrobe were neatly folded. For the first time in over 10 years, my room was this spotless. I glanced at the wall clock, its hands nearing 10:50. Snapping back to attention, I quickly opened the system panel and exclaimed excitedly, "Here it comes, my achievement reward." Sure enough, a red notification dot appeared under the e-skills tab. I tapped it, and a prompt popped up. Character has achieved the Model Room Cleaner award, rewarded with system coins *4. As I received the achievement reward, the amount in the top right corner changed to 13. Without a moment's hesitation, I switched to the in-game purchase interface and unhesitatingly selected the first recharge bonus package. The system prompted *ding. Congratulations, player, on achieving the first recharge milestone. The first recharge bonus package has been sent to your mailbox. Would you like to use it immediately? I shouted, immediately. Then the system asked *ding. Please choose your character's family background, business or politics, *. I looked at the two options, hesitated for a moment, then resolutely declared, politics won't show results quickly, I'll go into business. My parents are in their 40s, right in their prime working years. Maybe they can make me a rich second-generation heir before I graduate. Business it is. I pressed the selection button, and a blinking red dot appeared in the top right corner of the achievement system, indicating a milestone had been reached. But nothing changed in the real world. Puzzled, I thought, that's it? I made my choice, shouldn't something happen? Just as I was puzzled, there came a sudden knock at the door, followed by my mom's voice, "Xiaofan, still awake this late? We actually have something to discuss with you. Would now be a good time for us to come in?" Chapter 4, Merchant Family Achievement Unlocked. Coming. Hearing my mom's voice, I immediately closed the system interface, rolled off the bed, and rushed to the door, opening it with a puzzled look. I was busy rummaging through boxes and reorganizing my room when my mom, Suchohon, stood at the doorway in her red autumn top and pink autumn pants, peering curiously inside with a suspicious look. "What's going on, son? It's so late, is something the matter?" she asked. "Can't sleep in the middle of the night, and I hear you rummaging through things from the next room. What are you doing? Don't you have school tomorrow, huh?" As she spoke, her eyes suddenly widened, and she pushed past me into the room. Seeing the freshly tidied space, she could hardly believe it. She looked around in delighted surprise, even opening the closet for a closer inspection before exclaiming, "Oh my boy. I must have missed it. Did the sun rise from the west today? You cleaned your room in the middle of the night, and it's spotless?" Mom turned around with a laugh, cheerfully walked back, pinched my cheek with one hand and demanded, "What's going on? Got a girlfriend? Fell for some girl so you've started keeping clean?" Wincing from the pain, I quickly begged between tears and laughter, "Loosen up, Mom. When have I ever dated anyone? I'm cut from the same cloth as you. It's because I inherited your hard-working nature that I decided to tidy up my room. This is all thanks to your excellent qualities." Hearing this, Mom looked somewhat smug but just scoffed. "If you were really like me, your room wouldn't have looked like a pigsty in the first place." With that, she let go and walked straight out of the room, saying, "Come on, your dad has something to talk to you about." Rubbing my slightly sore cheek, I raised a puzzled eyebrow and followed my mom out of the room. In the living room, my dear old dad Li Jiangguo stood by the window blowing smoke rings. His gray long johns had a large mismatched patch on the seat and two gaping holes at the knees. Mom came into the living room and plopped down on the sofa, shooting Li Jiangguo a withering look. "Your son's still awake, so spit it out if you've got something to say. No need to beat around the bush. Got a minute? Take a smoke if you're so addicted." As he spoke, he casually peeled an orange from the table and handed it to me as I approached in bewilderment. "Here, son, sit down. Eat an orange, it'll prevent coughing at night." Watching my parents' unusual behavior, my mind swirled with questions as I numbly accepted the fruit and hesitantly took a seat. "Dad? Mom? Did something happen to our family? Why so serious?" By the window, Dad exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, one arm crossed over his chest as he gazed solemnly at the dark night sky outside. "Son, our family has reached a critical juncture of life and death. This life of ours," flop. Before Dad could finish, Mom immediately grabbed an orange peel and hurled it, hitting the back of his head with perfect accuracy. "Cut the nonsense, get to the point." Dad flinched as if his head had been struck, took two quick puffs from the cigarette butt in his hand, then crushed it into the makeshift aluminum can ashtray. With shoulders hunched, he closed the window sheepishly and walked over to sit on the couch opposite us. "Sigh, let's be straight with you, son. The factory where your mom and I worked has gone under. We're both getting laid off. At our age, finding new jobs won't be easy. So we're thinking of starting a small business, maybe setting up a food stall by your school gates selling egg pancakes or old-fashioned fried skewers. What do you think?" The moment I heard this, the orange segment I'd just popped into my mouth burst violently between my teeth, its juice making me choke as I erupted into spasms of coughing. Cough, cough, cough. What? You two got laid off? Just as I was struggling to process this information, a system notification suddenly echoed in my mind. Ding! System background notification, new achievement unlocked, merchant family. Please claim your reward promptly. Merchant family. Oh, street vendors setting up stalls selling scallion pancakes, old-school deep-fried skewers? So this counts as commerce. The very second before, I was still puzzling over why nothing seemed to be happening around me despite having made my first in-game purchase and choosing the merchant path. At this moment, I finally understood the change had already begun the very instant I made my decision. Mom and Dad seemed utterly bewildered by my intense reaction to this matter, exchanging confused glances. Dad said, "What's gotten into you, son? Don't tell me you're ashamed of your old man setting up a stall at your school gate? Well, with all your classmates around, who knows what they might say? If it's a problem, we can move. The entrance of Fifth Market would work too. There are plenty of day laborers hanging around there. Business should be decent enough." I figured setting up shop by the school gate would be an easy way to tap into the market. Just look at second auntie's nephew, he sells fried skewers right outside number 2 elementary, and just last year he bought himself a brand new car. I quickly swallowed some water to soothe my throat, still stinging from the sour orange juice, and waved my hands frantically. No, I support it. I totally support it. There's nothing shameful about it. Being self-sufficient and running a small business is way better than slaving away at a factory for a fixed wage and endless overtime. Way better. No matter what, we're climbing up from the working class straight to small-time entrepreneurs. We'll definitely make it big, aim for a chain of stores. Selling fried skewers at a stall is a great idea. Just picture the school gate every morning, swarms of people flowing by, students, parents, and even the teachers on their way to work. Who wouldn't grab a jian bingwazi or a pork tenderloin pancake on the go? Guaranteed profits. I've seen this bald old man selling pork tenderloin pancakes outside the school gate. When he ran out of ingredients, he'd call his stunningly beautiful wife, who'd drive her Land Rover to deliver a fresh box of tenderloin. Pure profit, I tell you. It beats working a grueling 12-hour shift in some rundown factory with your spouse, barely scraping together $3 or $4 grand a month. Except in the past, no matter how hard I tried to persuade them, my parents insisted that a steady job was the only way, playing it safe, refusing to take any risks with a street-side business. Naturally, they missed out on the chance to strike it rich. Year after year, with no chance to turn things around, it looks like my dream of becoming a rich second-generation heir keeps slipping further away. Now with the changes to the pay-to-play system, this day has finally arrived. Seeing how excited I was to support them, my parents instinctively burst into laughter too. Dad said, "Really? My old boy actually thinks your old man has a knack for business? Ha ha ha, if my son says we can make money, then we surely can." Rubbing my hands in excitement, countless ideas kept popping into my head. Money will definitely roll in. So, Dad, if you start setting up your stall tomorrow, first make some egg pancakes, then whip up some skewers, and bring them to my school at noon. I'll invite my classmates, plus a few good friends from other classes, to come try them and help spread the word for you. That should bring you plenty of customers in no time, and our family situation will start looking up. Dad excitedly rubbed his hands together. Alright, I'll take your advice. Tomorrow I'll get a stall cart ready, buy some ingredients and seasonings, and get to work. You could tell he wasn't entirely confident about this decision either. It was the first time in his life he'd given up on stability to take a gamble. Mom sighed helplessly while eating an orange, then turned to look at my excited face. "Son, your father and I have muddled through life without much ability or connections." For days, he wavered over whether to start this small business. Even after buying the recipe, it felt impulsive, mostly just wanting to pick up another skill. The recipe alone cost over $2,000, and the seller wasn't even willing to teach. Had to grit my teeth and gift him a pack of premium cigarettes before finally nailing that identical, delicious flavor. I was thinking that running a small business costs too much and is too unstable. Maybe we should follow others' footsteps and head south to find work in a factory or construction site to earn some cash. Although we wouldn't get rich, at least it would be stable enough to cover our monthly expenses. But, it's strange, you know? My heart just won't settle tonight. It's been restless all evening. And your father, too. Just a moment ago, for some reason, he suddenly made up his mind. He's dead set against working for others his whole life. Who knows? Maybe our family really has the luck for business after all. Listening to my parents' description, my heart blossomed with joy. In the past, watching my family blindly decide to go into business, I would have been torn between happiness and worry, feeling uncertain. But now, I had this system with a player's perspective. I thought to myself, getting rich through business would be a piece of cake. Although I hadn't had time to examine it carefully, the pay-to-win system could recharge anything. Absolutely anything could be bought. Surely there were ways to make our family business thrive. I immediately grinned from ear to ear and cheerfully said to my parents, "Dad, Mom, don't worry, I believe in you. You definitely have what it takes. Our family has always been honest, down-to-earth people. Isn't reputation and integrity the most important thing in business? We've got all the right qualities, absolutely no problem at all." My parents listened to my words and laughed with confidence before shooing me off to bed. It was already past 11 at night, and I still had to make it to school for early morning self-study the next day. My dad said, even if my grades weren't great, my attitude had to be good. What kind of impression does it make to be late every day? With a bang, I returned to my room, shutting the door behind me, finally free to unleash the excitement bubbling inside. I immediately clenched my fists, dancing around in excitement while shouting, yes, damn, 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 ha ha ha. From now on, I'm completely in control of my own life. Hell yeah. Unable to contain my frenzy any longer, I leaped back onto the bed and declared, let me see what other goodies this pay-to-win system has in store. With that, I excitedly flopped onto my pillow and reopened the gacha interface in the player menu. Whoosh! Without the interference of first recharge pop-ups, the dazzling array of luxurious packages on the purchase interface came into view, dazzling my eyes. The monetization system is similar to those in ordinary games. The left side is filled with various limited-time Golden Legend skin gacha bundles, all highly recommended by the system. The sheer opulence of it all made me grind my teeth in envy. Who knew the lives of the wealthy could be this good? I couldn't help but sigh, tisk, tsk, tsk. So this is how amazing life gets when you splurge on in-game purchases. These skins are absolutely dazzling. What's this Rising Star skin? Includes 6 hit songs, minor fame in music industry, priced at 6,888 system coins. Academic Prodigy skin includes 4 top-tier SCI papers, industry-leading talent, priced at 9,999 system coins. Soccer Prodigy skin includes national team qualification, see Cucumber endorsements, priced at 8,888 system coins. Versatile Actor skin includes 10 billion box office, national celebrity status, priced at 12,888 system coins. Below them stretched an entire row of glittering legendary level life skins with pay-to-win options, glaring back at me with irresistibly expensive allure that filled me with envy and bitter resentment. This just proves, I thought, that the world ultimately belongs to those who can splurge on microtransactions. No wonder some people are born amazingly talented, singing and dancing like pros. They all paid for the upgrade packs. These legendary top-tier lifetime achievement skins each come with a hefty price tag, but the rewards they offer are equally substantial. Compared to the regular grinders who can only earn achievements through sheer effort, the true overlords are those who splurge real cash. At my current task completion speed, I'd probably have to sweep through all high school achievements, a full accomplishment, before even daring to try for one of those. There's no way I could hope for it in the short term. Aside from the most luxurious golden legendary lifetime achievement skins, the middle row also showcases relatively affordable milestone skins. Skins like Overnight Sensation, priced at 128 system coins, guarantee exceptional performance in any regular exam by securing a top 3 ranking. The Stage Star skin, valued at 88 system coins, allows participation in any stage performance with guaranteed thunderous applause and a moment of adoring spotlight. The Tall Male Model skin, costing 248 system coins, randomly generates a towering 185 centimeters male model physique, though maintaining it requires exercise and dieting. There's also the Youthful Romance Experience card *3, priced at 99 system coins, where each card offers a single romantic experience, no guaranteed outcomes, as you'll have to navigate the relationship yourself. I quickly skimmed through these privileged pay-to-win life enhancement options and silently gasped, no wonder I've been mediocre all these years. A pay-to-win life is damn exhilarating. Compared to them, I'm practically an NPC. During sports meets, I sit on the sidelines cheering. At New Year's galas, I clap for the performers on stage. While others fall in love, I dabble in absurdist humor. When they show off their tall, handsome figures and six-pack abs, I just laze around getting chubby. Paying to win completely ruins the fairness of life. Though green with envy, I finally saw a glimmer of hope now. Unlocking the player's perspective gives me the chance to splurge on all the experience cards and skins in here, putting me on the path to the pinnacle of life. But right now, what I need most isn't these flashy skins and experience cards. After all, I only have 1 system coin left in my pocket. I urgently need some budget-friendly microtransaction options to turn things around. That's the only way to unlock more mission achievements and earn more system coins. With that thought, I immediately swiped the interface to the far right, to the budget package section. This is truly a blessing zone for newcomers setting up shop. Every gift package is meticulously designed, fair and square for all. Just a quick glance instantly boosted my spirits. When I saw the Noble Assistant's 30-day monthly pass worth 30 system coins, which promises daily encounters with benefactors to boost business prosperity and official career success upon activation, I couldn't help but exclaim, holy shit, this is amazing, absolutely amazing. I then thought, let me see if there are more business-related ones. Sure enough, there was the half-price discount, 30-day pass, 30 system coins, granting half-price raw materials for increased profit margins, and the Lucky Star 30-day pass, same price, providing hassle-free urban management and stable customer flow buffs. But when I saw the Shady Vendor one-time experience card, 10 system coins, offering lucrative returns from selling inferior goods and cutting corners, I dismissed it with disdain. Dishonest business practices might bring petty gains, but they're unsustainable. I can't ruin my family's business prospects. That's a dead-end strategy, totally unacceptable. Pass. Life is a long-term endeavor, and since we can invest in it, why not take the righteous path, the main road to success? Who knows, we might even develop a powerful dynasty of influence, mastering both politics and commerce, reaching the pinnacle of life. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became. I nearly impulse bought every business-related monthly subscription and limited edition package available, ready to skyrocket straight to the top of the world. I thought to myself, great, just great. As expected, spending money makes you stronger, an eternal truth that never changes. Now the goal is to achieve more accomplishments and earn more system coins. For me, the easiest achievement titles to obtain right now are all related to learning. It's the simplest and most straightforward method. I immediately focused my attention on the premium bundles that could aid my studies. Focused Comprehension 7-Day Weekly Pass, priced at 12 system coins. Once purchased and activated, it grants a 7-day buff effect of mental clarity and enhanced concentration for studying, significantly improving academic performance. Native Language Intuition 7-Day Weekly Pass, priced at 12 system coins. Once purchased and activated, it unlocks native-like language intuition for learning any language within 7 days, effortlessly doubling efficiency. With the help of these weekly passes, achieving accomplishments like diligent study or classroom star becomes as easy as pie. Not only can I recoup the cost, but I should also be able to earn at least several dozen system coins. I browsed through the life pay-to-win options one by one, completely enchanted and dazzled by the overwhelming choices. Suddenly, a familiar gift package caught my eye. This is White Appearance Card *6, worth 24 system coins. After purchasing and activating it, you can reshape facial features locally, improve skin and body contours, perfect for boosting your looks. I couldn't help but exclaim, holy moly, so all the handsome guys must have topped up their accounts with Manhwa, huh? Damn. Right after this outburst, I suddenly froze. Wait a minute, didn't my first recharge bonus pack include 3 white appearance cards? Let me dig them out and try them. Chapter 6, with these appearance cards, I am Manhwa. The backpack, it's here. Li Fan exited the top-up interface and searched through the system panel, finally spotting the inconspicuous backpack icon in the lower right corner. Whoosh! With a light tap of his finger, the grid interface of the backpack instantly opened. Lo and behold, in the very first slot appeared a white appearance upgrade card item icon, with *3 displayed in the upper right corner. His eyes instantly lit up. So it's a white looks card, huh? Let me see how to use this. Whoosh! He raised his hand and tapped on the item. A detailed explanation of the White Looks card suddenly appeared on the virtual player interface. White Beauty Card, after use, it allows for minor adjustments to the facial skin's appearance. Can only be applied to the skin surface? Use now? Yes or no? After glancing at the description, Li Fan quickly grasped its purpose. Looks like this White Beauty Card is similar to a beauty treatment card, he remarked. Can adjust flaws on the skin's surface. Kinda interesting. This is way cheaper than my aunt's beauty salon membership cards. Without hesitation, he immediately clicked yes in his excitement. Whoosh! Suddenly, a 3D leather model of his own face popped up on the screen. It was as if his head had been removed and placed right there. Li Fan's eyes widened with astonishment at this miraculous sight, instinctively examining the incredibly lifelike 3D image, clearer than any mirror reflection. Whoa, is this really how I look in real life to others? It's so realistic. The details are spot on. It's an exact one-to-one replica. In the simulated projection of the beauty scan, every pimple, scar, acne mark, and freckle on Li Fan's face was clearly visible. Even his naturally subtle, slightly hooded eyes that made them appear smaller, including his deep brown irises, were recreated with lifelike precision. Beneath the head projection, there was an entire toolbar dedicated to cosmetic edits and skin smoothing filters. It looks as if the game has built-in Photoshop functionality. Only instead of outputting image files, it genuinely alters the actual state of his facial skin and appearance. An advanced character customization system. Li Fan rubbed his hands excitedly as he carefully searched for every facial feature that didn't meet his standards. To be honest, his face couldn't be called handsome, but it certainly wasn't ugly either, more of an average kind of look. Adding to that, his family never paid much attention to skincare growing up, so his complexion was somewhat rough. The skin on his cheeks had the dull texture of orange peel, with flaking around the nostrils and mouth corners during autumn and winter. His nose had faint blackheads, and the pores were noticeably large. Forehead still bore lingering acne scars from adolescence, red, irritated marks encircling both temples in a way that felt uncomfortable to look at. He still looks rather slovenly. Of course, I occasionally envy those chosen ones whose skin is so flawless you can't even see their pores. They look just like a generated image. I am just a low-resolution mosaic, with skin that's all rough and grainy. However, with this white beauty card that came as a complimentary gift with the first purchase package, it's perfect for giving myself a little skincare boost. With enough quantity, one could even achieve that flawless, eggshell-smooth complexion. Li Fan examined carefully and finally found the right spot to address. Let me see. There's a ring of acne scars around the forehead and temples that occasionally turns red and swollen, both painful and itchy. Can it be erased? As he raised his hand and clicked the skin smoothing tool, gently rubbing it against his forehead near the hairline, a 5 to 6 centimeter long area of chronic red acne scars near his temple vanished instantly, wiped completely clean. Whoosh! But before he could continue fixing other blemished areas, one white beauty card had already been used up. Li Fan was momentarily stunned. Is that all there is to it? It can only beautify such a tiny patch. Then he couldn't help but reach out curiously and touch the corresponding spot on his face with pleasant surprise. Sure enough, his fingers touched smooth skin. The temple area no longer had that painful, itchy, swollen sensation. Excited, he hurried to the mirror to examine himself. Sure enough, the small patches of pimple marks on her forehead and temples, which would normally turn red and swollen whenever she exercised and sweated or felt overheated, had now completely vanished without a trace. The skin has completely transformed into the most optimal state, smooth and radiant. Aha, badass. This white beauty card is such a steal, it's literally the most powerful beauty device in the world. Too bad though, it can't be used on others. Otherwise, if I opened a beauty salon, wouldn't I rake in the cash? Ha ha ha. Having tasted the sweet rewards of the beauty card for the first time, Li Fan couldn't wait to start fixing another unsatisfying spot on his face. Whoosh! A patch of skin on the left cheek, about 5 centimeters in diameter, instantly became smooth and delicate. That orange peel-like complexion completely vanished. Without any hesitation, the last white beauty card was decisively used on the right cheek. Whoosh! As the final 2 white beauty cards were consumed, Li Fan excitedly inspected his renewed, flawless rough face in the mirror. Holy crap! Why didn't I take over this player system 10 years earlier? If you can pay to win, life would be a piece of cake. Right now, his face looked like it had been partially photoshopped. Though still sporting sparse stubble and with faint red acne marks visible at the temples and enlarged pores on the nose, yet he appeared far cleaner and more presentable than before. These were no results achievable through mere facial cleansers or skincare products. Li Fan clutched the mirror before flopping back onto the bed, grinning from ear to ear at his astonishingly transformed reflection. Nice, very nice. From now on, who could tell the difference between me and Eddie Peng? With this beauty card, I'm literally Manhwa, molding faces as I please. I want big eyes, a tall nose bridge, sharp eyebrows like swords and starry eyes. I also want voluminous hair, slicked back. Ha ha ha, feels so damn good. Putting down the mirror, Li Fan happily rolled around on the bed. Let me, the goddess Manhwa, see how many system coins I need to spend for a full body makeover. He immediately grabbed a pillow to prop under his chest, lying face down on the bed as he continued studying the wonders of the pay-to-win system. He deliberately sought out the card pack section for the beauty cards. White beauty card *12, special offer bundle, price, 42. Minor adjustments to skin surface possible, effective within a 5 cm range. Green beauty card *12, special offer, price 84. Can fine-tune hair, skin tone options, 5 cm effective range. Blue beauty card *12, special offer, price 168. Can fine-tune organ shapes, single card adjusts one organ. Purple appearance card *12, special offer bundle, price 336. Can adjust voice, eye color, hair color, muscle structure, bone density, single card adjusts one module. Li Fan clicked his tongue in amazement, shaking his head repeatedly. Sure enough, even appearances aren't distributed fairly. Gold-tier players are born with top-tier looks, of course their world experience is better than us ordinary characters. Damn it! But complaints aside, seeing those high-level appearance cards effects still made him itch with envy. He'd been ordinary for 19 years. He wanted an absolutely handsome face too. Life would probably become much easier. And the blue appearance card that can adjust organs, can it apply to any organ? However, to afford those more expensive appearance cards, one must complete more tasks to earn enough system coins. With this thought, his gaze once again fell upon the tissue paper and phone beside him. Maybe, before he could even get excited about trying it out, suddenly, a mission prompt popped up on the system interface. Ding! It's 11:25. If the player goes to bed on time, they can complete the early to bed, early to rise mission, and the exemplary routine achievement progress will reach 50%. Just going to bed early earns you 50% progress? Then if I get up early tomorrow, wouldn't that make it 100% and I can claim the reward? I just love this kind of system where you can see the progress bar anytime, anywhere, and get rewarded for what you do. Thump! Without any hesitation, Li Shuang directly rolled over and bundled up the neatly laid out quilt, snuggled happily under the covers. Hello, is there a ghost? Can you turn off the light for me? Thank you. Plop. As the lights in the room went out, it grew dim. In less than 3 minutes, faint snores could be heard as he entered deep sleep completely. Ding! A sleep progress bar clearly appeared above Li Fan's head, gradually filling up. Chapter 7, Player Achievement Titles. Is this correct? Ding ding! The bell rang. Clap. In the darkness, Li Fan accurately raised his hand and smacked the alarm clock on his bedside table. The room fell silent again. Muttering contentedly, he pulled the blanket tighter and turned over. It's still early, just 5 more minutes, just 5. There's no benefit to getting up early anyway. Might as well be comfortable for every second I can, and sleep as long as possible. Mom will come and wake me up. Just as he felt himself sinking deeper into the soft blanket, a line of dazzling golden characters suddenly appeared before him, so bright he could see its glare even through his closed eyelids. Holy crap, is this the sun? Squinting with great effort, Li Fan managed to open his eyes a crack and saw a glaring progress bar unmistakably hovering before him. Early to bed, early to rise task completion, 99.98%. Next achievement, routine exemplar, progress, 99.98%. Seeing this crystal clear, golden progress bar glaringly bright, he jolted awake instantly. Last night wasn't a dream. He'd truly unlocked the Blue Star Online player perspective. Watching the progress bar slowly crawl to 99.99%, he immediately gasped a lungful of chilly air from outside the blanket. If he didn't get up now, he'd miss the mission rewards. Mustering all his courage, he flipped the blanket covering him clean off in one motion. I must be disciplined. Ordinary early rising offers no benefits and zero motivation. But now, waking up early comes with rewards. Who wouldn't love that? In the next second, Li Fan shivered from the sudden chill. Unable to resist, he hissed through his teeth while putting on his socks. Autumn is truly unbearable, he muttered. It's not winter heating season yet, nor is it as warm as summer. What torture. Though he complained aloud, his fighting spirit surged at this moment, all to change his life through in-game purchases. Delighted, he scrambled up and put on his school uniform. Another achievement unlocked. System coins are about to be mine. Thud. The moment Li Fan's feet touched the ground, the progress bar on the bed reached perfect completion. Early to bed, early to rise task completed 100%, regular routine achievement unlocked 100%, please claim your reward. Ding! Suddenly, the progress bar vanished, and another, longer progress bar promptly appeared in the bedroom. Tidying up task progress 0%. Next achievement level, housekeeping elite, completion 10%. Li Fan rubbed his face, eyeing the newly appeared progress bar in his bedroom with full curiosity. Tidying up task? Didn't I just do this yesterday? Oh, so this is a tiered growth type quest? Yesterday I tidied my room once and unlocked the Neat Freak achievement, which directly rewarded 4 system coins. The next tier achievement became Neat Elite? 10% wait, does that mean completing the quest once earns me the Neat Freak title, but cleaning my room 10 times would make me a Neat Elite? If that's the case, then the Sleep Champion achievement I just unlocked probably follows the same logic, right? Just 10 consecutive days of waking up early to unlock the next sleep schedule achievement? Filled with intense excitement and curiosity, Li Fan packed his school bag while opening the system's achievement interface. The reward for last night's Merchant Family achievement remained unclaimed, and combined with the newly unlocked Sleep Schedule Champion achievement, red notification dots now gleamed simultaneously under both the Family and Skills system categories. Without hesitation, he tapped open each one to claim his rewards. Ding! Merchant Family achievement unlocked, reward, 2 system coins. Ding! Punctuality Pro achievement unlocked, reward, 4 system coins. Clink clatter! As the system coins rolled into the top right corner, combined with yesterday's remaining 1 system coin, the balance instantly jumped to *7. Li Fan watched the golden system coins fall into his pocket and nearly laughed out loud with joy. Holy crap! I only got 2 system coins combined for graduating elementary and middle school, but cleaning my room voluntarily and going to bed early earns me this much. Ha ha ha! Ding! A friendly reminder from back-end support. Achievements completed through active gameplay yield richer rewards, while passively completed tasks offer smaller rewards. Reading the system's proactive explanation, Li Fan was gradually beginning to grasp the game's mechanics. In other words, things he previously didn't want to do or lacked motivation for. Now if he actively embraces them, the rewards become exceptionally generous. But for tasks like quietly coasting through studies, the rewards are merely symbolic, tossing a single system coin just for appearance's sake. From this perspective, the reward mechanism of this Blue Star Online game is actually quite well balanced. Encourage players to explore freely and improve themselves. Not bad, not bad. Li Fan finished packing his bag, put on his clothes, and glanced at the time. It was only 5:06, so there was plenty of time. He immediately took the initiative to spend 4 minutes tidying up the messy bed that had been left in disarray from waking up early. Ding! Interior cleanliness task completion 20%, next stage achievement neatness exemplar progress 12%. Seeing immediate progress displayed with every small task completed, Li Fan felt an immense sense of satisfaction in his heart. This kind of world truly gives people more motivation to strive. With a swift motion, he slung his backpack over his shoulder. Radiant with energy, he flung open the door and stepped outside. Bang! Mom, give me $5, I'm going out to buy fried dough sticks. In the living room, Su Qiuhong and Li Jianguo sat bleary-eyed across from each other at the dining table, picking at last night's leftovers. Suddenly seeing Li Fan bursting with energy as he came out of the room, the couple was instantly dumbfounded. With half a steamed bun in his mouth, he stared blankly at his son, who was hastily carrying his backpack and rushing to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash up. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Clink-clatter! The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Only then did Su Qiuhong snap back to reality, hastily glancing at the wall clock, her disbelief instantly growing stronger. 5:10? What's gotten into this kid? He never gets up unless you drag him out of bed. What's gotten into him today? Li Jianguo gulped down his coarse corn porridge with an audible swallow, equally perplexed as he watched his son emerge from the bathroom. The boy had apparently just splashed some water on his face, his temples were still damp, but his face lit up with excitement as if he'd just won the lottery first thing in the morning, brimming with energy. Young master, you're up so early today? Your mother hasn't even called you yet. Dawn's barely broken, since when does the sun rise from this direction? Li Fan saw his parents' stunned expressions and immediately chuckled, going up to give each dazed parent a big hug. The sun rises from within my heart. Life, like the morning sun, is brimming with hope. Ha 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 ha. As he spoke, he immediately stretched out his hand toward his mother with a silly grin. Mom, $5. Su Qiuhong couldn't help but laugh at his enthusiasm, rolling her eyes while fishing out a 5 yuan bill from her pocket. $5, you look like $5 yourself. Be careful on your way. Don't eat while facing the wind, you'll swallow cold air into your belly. Li Fan took the 5 yuan and rushed toward the door with a grin. Got it, Dad. Remember to bring the fried skewers and stuffed pancakes from your lunch stall to school, I'll help promote your business. Now our family has entered the world of business. Things are looking up. Bang! Before the words finished, he'd already bolted out the door as if pumped with adrenaline, leaving only the bewildered couple inside to stare at each other between laughter and dismay. Downstairs of the building unit, Li Fan dashed out the door with his backpack, smiling brilliantly. The horizon was just beginning to pale with the first light of dawn, everything still hazy and gray, filled with a lazy sense of having just rebooted. The feeling of taking control of one's own life is truly wonderful. He carried his backpack and rushed straight to school. The school wasn't too far from home, just over a kilometer away, so it was perfectly fine to walk there. Along the way, he could even stop by a roadside stall to enjoy a delicious deep-fried dough stick for breakfast, a perfect treat. Even before leaving the neighborhood, he could already see an early-rising old man puffing on a hand-rolled cigarette while getting ready to go out on his three-wheeled cart to collect trash. Without hesitation, he dashed forward and cheerfully greeted him. Good morning, Grandpa Son. Hope you collect lots of bottles today. Old Son was quite surprised to hear Li Fan's greeting and immediately responded with a chuckle. You're up early today. Be careful on the road. As he spoke, the homemade cigarette at the corner of his mouth continued to glow with intermittent puffs, neither held by hand nor showing signs of falling. Li Fan responded with a smile and wave, quickly stepping forward to help open the neighborhood security gate. Hey, got it, Grandpa, take your time. No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly caught sight of Old Son the ragpicker, atop whose head now hovered a faint gray word plaque. Senior 5 guarantees recipient. Li Fan froze for a moment, unable to suppress the surge of doubt rising in his heart. What's this? Then it suddenly dawned on me, Uncle Son truly was one of the 5 guarantees households, childless and wifeless his entire life. A thought suddenly flashed through my mind, making me gasp in shock. Tisk, could this be an achievement title from the Blue Star online game? Holy crap, is this for real? They even have this feature? Chapter 8, such a small county town, yet hiding crouching tigers and coiled dragons. Thank you, young Li. Goodbye, Grandpa Son. Li Fan stood at the neighborhood gate, smiling and waving his hand. His gaze grew increasingly intent as he watched the gray title icon above Old Man Son drifting further and further away. He felt a considerable wave of shock in his heart. He could actually see the achievement titles other players had unlocked. With this player's perspective, wouldn't that mean he could effortlessly see through anyone's hidden cards in society? Whether they were wealthy businesspeople, high-ranking officials in politics, or ordinary folks with no status whatsoever. One glance at the achievement titles above their heads made everything crystal clear. With player perspective activated, navigating life became as easy as pie. Li Fan marveled at his newly discovered skill while slinging his backpack across one shoulder, humming a tune as he hurried toward school. It was barely past 5 o'clock, and there were very few pedestrians on the road. He carefully observed everyone's head along the way, trying to spot achievement titles that would catch his eye. However, reality left him somewhat disappointed. Not everyone had achievement titles floating above their heads. Generally speaking, in games, those without titles above their heads are either NPCs or laid-back casual players who have achieved nothing remarkable to showcase in their decades of existence. This couldn't help but make Li Fan sigh with melancholy. If he hadn't unlocked the player's perspective to take control of his own life, he might very well have ended up decades later as another unremarkable corporate drone, day after day, mindlessly going through the motions of work without any achievements or titles to show for it, completely reduced to an NPC for pay-to-win players. But now he's only 19, it's not too late yet, this is the perfect time to strive. Lost in thought, he suddenly came across a breakfast stall, its aroma irresistible. Li Fan instinctively glanced at it. Ding! Before his eyes flashed a shiny progress bar. Breakfast completion, 2%. Next milestone, regular meals completion, 0.6%. Holy, even eating counts as a life quest? Awesome. Seems like I'll never be too lazy to eat again, getting rewarded just for eating my fill. He immediately stopped in his tracks and turned into the breakfast stall. Boss, 2 fried dough sticks, a bowl of soybean milk, and a tea egg. Free pickles, right? Li Fan happily took his oversized fried dough stick and sat down with his soy milk, devouring it with relish. Watching the breakfast quest progress bar steadily fill up, his sense of satisfaction skyrocketed in sync. I used to have to coax myself for ages just to eat a meal. Now every bite adds progress to the bar, with shiny system coins waiting as rewards. This life game has become ridiculously easy. Immediately buried myself in the task without another thought. The morning roadside stall had 4 or 5 small stools arranged around a table, attracting many early rising office workers. Most people, like Li Fan, ate silently with their heads bowed, their minds blank, contemplating the meaning of waking up so early for work. Yet there was only one exception, a short, stout, dark-skinned young man with long hair, exuding an intimidating aura as he shouted at his tablemates, construction workers covered in white plaster stains on their work clothes. Those old whitewashing jobs of yours, killing yourself all day, how much can you really scrape together? Seeing folks like you just breaks my heart. If you don't learn how to make real money, you'll never turn your life around. Take me for example, last year, my buddies and I built nearly 600 grain dryers in our county alone. Made 120 million in a single year. With all these proven experiences of success, I thought I'd share them with you folks and give you a boost. But you're just not catching on. Li Fan couldn't resist turning around curiously at the sound of that exaggerated bragging. He wondered to himself, since when did their small county town have such an impressive figure? But when he turned to look, the short, stout dark-skinned fellow who was yelling and gesturing wildly at the crowd had a glaring gray title floating above his head. Small-town wastrel, spirited young lad. Meanwhile, the middle-aged plasterer silently eating his meal nearby surprisingly had a green title glowing above him. Small business owner, content with modest prosperity. Li Fan couldn't help but scoff at the stark contrast between these two individuals. The middle-aged man who appeared ordinary, even somewhat slovenly, was actually a self-employed businessman with a decent income. Meanwhile, the young man bragging about grand business ventures could barely scrape together breakfast money, your typical bullshitting wannabe entrepreneur. That, small fortune, contented mind, achievement was something he'd also spotted in the system's accomplishment list. Our household had only just achieved the merchant family milestone, but reaching, content with modest wealth, still required meeting specific asset benchmarks. In this small county town, the uncle firmly belonged to the upper middle income group. Appearances can indeed be deceiving. The energetic young guy next to him had probably just pulled an all-nighter at the internet cafe and was chattering non-stop, eager to lecture the middle-aged man. The uncle kept his head down and focused on eating, completely ignoring him. The others around couldn't be bothered to speak up either. Li Fan didn't want to stir up trouble at a breakfast stall, so he didn't get involved at all, lest the tall tales end up landing on him. He quickly wrapped up his breakfast battle. The progress bar before his eyes concluded at precisely this moment. Ding! Breakfast task completion, 100%. Achievement eating on schedule completion, 33%. Seeing this progress bar, Li Fan wiped his mouth contentedly. Not bad. It seems as long as I continue completing lunch and dinner on time, I can achieve this mission. Thinking this, he immediately stood up to pay the bill. He didn't even spend the full 5 yuan and had 2 left. Delighted, he pocketed the remaining change into his little savings. Hoisting his backpack, he hurried onward to school. As he got closer to the school, more and more students in uniforms appeared along both sides of the road. In Li Fan's eyes, it was the first time he had seen such a dense cluster of achievement titles stacked above the crowd's heads. It was almost enough to make his eyes swim. Damn, in just this small county town school, the students' family backgrounds are this complicated? Merchant families, children of judiciary officials, police officers' kids. So many privileged second generations in this small county? Sigh, no wonder students from ordinary families like us can only be NPCs in this game of life. What's that? County socialite? What kind of ridiculous title is that? Among the sea of privileged second generations, Li Fan suddenly noticed this unconventional county socialite title, feeling an uneasy thump in his chest. As he approached the school gate, standing prominently beneath the title was a slightly plump female teacher with voluminous wavy hair and glasses, diligently maintaining order. Some students were still unhurried, chatting and laughing among themselves. The bespectacled female teacher immediately frowned and started shouting, hurry up, everyone hurry. Show me your school badges. Anyone without one gets demerit points. Still talking? Get inside for morning reading now. At the urging voice of the female teacher, the student queue at the school gate immediately picked up pace as they filed inside. Li Fan finally got a clear look at who the title belonged to and couldn't help but click his tongue in secret amazement. So it's the homeroom teacher of class 2, no wonder they call her County Town Socialite. Rumor has it 2 acres of her husband's family land got expropriated with hefty compensation. Seems those stories might actually be true. In county towns, it's usually the so-called county town socialites who live the most comfortable lives, with family wealth, stable jobs, and lively social circles. Far better than struggling in big cities outside, working 996 schedules every day. The new skills gained from his player's perspective made him endlessly enjoy observing the crowd. It felt like discovering a whole new world. At once, I became even more eager to return to the classroom and see what identities my classmates, those I spent every day with, might have. In the past, Li Fan would always time his arrival at school to the final bell. By then, there were hardly any people left at the entrance. It was his first time arriving early, surrounded by people, and he felt a bit uncomfortable, but also a sense of pride from not being late. Straightening his backpack, he immediately held his head high and prepared to follow the crowd through the entrance. Li Fan drew near the doorway and spotted several student cadres wearing duty armbands. They were assisting the bespectacled female teacher in checking school badges. The school badge was an identification card issued by their school to every student, with a paperclip on the back to be pinned on the chest of their uniforms. This made it convenient to record any disciplinary violations. If caught without the badge, one would lose merits. This practice persisted from middle school to high school, much like how red scarves were mandatory in elementary school. Li Fan walked through the crowd and, as if bewitched, absent-mindedly touched his chest. Ha! His hands grasped empty air, and he hurriedly looked down. His school badge. It should be right here. All that remained on his uniform were 2 needle holes from years of pinning. His faded, yellowed school badge had vanished without a trace. Shit! Stop messing with me. Finally showed up on time for once, only to forget my damn ID badge. This has to be the worst luck ever. Helplessly, he could only sneak around amidst the crowd, praying inwardly not to be noticed as he slinked toward the door. He was practically stepping through the school gate already. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his arm from behind. Hey, classmate, let me see your student ID. Li Fan's heart skipped a beat as he frowned helplessly. Damn it. Chapter 9, the class monitor is a 4-eyed girl. Hey, classmate, your ID badge. A girl with ear-length short hair grabbed Li Fan's arm with a roster in hand, trying to get a closer look at the school badge on his chest. Suspicion etched her face, triumph gleamed in her eyes. She was nearly 99% certain this guy wasn't wearing his badge. -2 points. Li Fan was consumed with anxiety and regret. Finally arriving early for once, yet he ended up losing his school badge, completely forgot to bring it. In an instant, something good turned bad, threatening to ruin his entire day's good mood. But he was an honest man at heart. He immediately prepared to obediently turn back and accept the inspection, ready at worst to admit defeat, take the demerit, and endure a scolding from the homeroom teacher. Yet before he could turn himself in, suddenly, a cold, delicate hand forcefully squeezed into his palm, swiftly passing him a rectangular plastic badge. Before Li Fan could even react, Monitor Sun Shui held the attendance book and lifted Li Fan's hand, blocking it in front of the inspecting student's eyes. I've got it. This is from our class. His badge was broken, so he's holding it in his hand. See? As she spoke, Sun Shui pinched Li Fan's hand and waved it in front of the man's eyes before shoving him straight through the school gate. Hurry up and get inside for morning reading, or you'll be late. Li Fan stumbled slightly as his mind suddenly clicked into focus. He immediately flashed a grateful glance at class monitor Sun Shui, who had unexpectedly appeared behind him. Right then, he waved his left hand holding the school ID card at the student officer still trying to catch up, casually laughing it off with effortless charm. Yes, my school badge pin is broken, it's right here. I'm going inside for morning reading now. With that, she immediately took off running and vanished from the crowd in a flash. Thinking she had victory in her grasp, the round-faced girl who wanted to deduct points suddenly grew quite agitated upon seeing this. Oh, I didn't get a good look. Sun Shui stopped her with a hand and began negotiating with a smile. Alright, that's someone from our class, don't chase after them. Look, how about I cross off the name of that classmate of yours I caught without a school badge this morning? Let's make a trade, what do you say? The round-faced girl saw the names on the attendance book Sun Shui had displayed. She could only pout helplessly. Fine then, cross out the second guy's name on there. We're even. The two quickly closed the deal, exchanged knowing smiles, and immediately resumed checking school badges among the crowd before them. On the other side, Li Fan, having narrowly escaped disaster, ran all the way to the teaching building before daring to finally catch his breath. Phew, that scared me to death. almost got caught and penalized. Glancing at the school badge in my palm, it was, as expected, the spare badge of class monitor Sun Shued, brand new, with her 1-inch photo still attached. She was a bespectacled girl with twin pigtails, but to comply with the school's hair length regulations, Sun Shue's pigtails only reached just below her ears. Short, tied up with Mickey Mouse hair ties. Li Fan silently expressed his gratitude to the class monitor in his heart. He then carefully placed his school ID in his pocket and walked toward his classroom with his backpack slung over his shoulder. Class 5, Grade 12. Also known as the Underachievers class. To put it bluntly, it's a class made up of the students with the worst academic performance in the entire senior year. The first 4 classes are the elite class, the experimental class, the specialty class, and the honors class. These are all top-tier student classes aiming for first-tier universities and prestigious schools, with the strongest faculty, all led by experienced senior teachers. As for their Class 5, even counting generously, there are only about 6 or 7 students who might reach the second-tier cutoff in the opening mock exams. No more than 15 students could even reach the minimum college admission score. For the rest, there was simply no hope of academic advancement. They were just waiting around to collect their diplomas. Most of the assigned teachers were fresh graduates themselves, lacking authority and teaching experience. It was just a mutual charade of going through the motions. As Li Fan walked down the corridor, the vibrant sound of recitation from the 4 classrooms ahead lifted his spirits. Is this the true strength of the top-ranked class? Being fully immersed in studies early in the morning, such dedication was truly something his formerly bottom-ranked self wouldn't have dared to imagine. But he wouldn't let this discourage him or hold him back, because just ahead, near the entrance of Class 5, a progress bar had already begun to appear. Morning reading task completion progress 0%. Next achievement goal, morning reading champion, completion progress 0%. Displaying the progress bar makes studying full of passion. In the past, morning reading sessions were his golden time for copying homework and catching up on sleep. But today was different. He had already done his best to complete assignments for 2 subjects last night, leaving a few major questions blank. He wasn't going to fill them in carelessly just to fool the teacher or himself. Making genuine use of morning reading time to improve himself was what truly mattered. Most importantly, completing the morning reading tasks would earn him the Reading Exemplar achievement and reward him with system coins. Maybe I can level up my life with some in-app purchases again. Bang! Li Fan arrived at the back door and pushed his way into the classroom. He unceremoniously threw his backpack onto his seat, the territory guarded by the 4 heavenly kings of the back row. After all, what else could anyone expect from the worst of the worst slackers? I always sat in the corner seat, the one teachers paid no attention to anyway. At least it was quiet. I looked up and saw it was already 5:45, just 10 minutes before morning study began. But less than half of Class 5 had shown up yet. More than half of this group were still sprawled across their desks, fast asleep, showing no signs of studying whatsoever. Compared to the other 4 classes, which were nearly packed to the brim with every student diligently studying, this scene was truly too embarrassing to show off. But Li Fan didn't care. His excitement was entirely focused on the glaring progress bar of the morning reading task in front of him. Glancing at the class schedule written on the blackboard, today's morning reading session was for Chinese literature. I immediately pulled out my Chinese textbook from the desk compartment and, referring to the exam outline provided by the teacher, began memorizing the classical poetry and prose essays that are essential for the college entrance exams. Long did I sigh and wipe away my tears, to see the people in life so wretched. Ding! Morning reading task progress 2.3%. Next achievement reading champion progress 2.3%. Watching the progress bar slowly increase, Li Fan instantly felt energized. His concentration during recitation became even more focused. Ding! Knowledge point acquired successfully, plus 2 points for Chinese exam. Ding! Knowledge point consolidated successfully, plus 2 points on Chinese exam. Chinese really is an easy subject to score in. I'm even more excited now. Suddenly filled with enthusiasm, even the classical Chinese prose and ancient poetry I usually couldn't be bothered to glance at now roll off my tongue effortlessly, and I'm thoroughly enjoying myself reciting them. At the same time, the formerly lifeless Class 5, where only faint murmurs could be heard like the buzzing of mosquitoes. Suddenly, a serious recitation voice broke through. Instantly, the drowsy students turned their heads in confusion towards the corner by the door, their eyes shining with disbelief. To their astonishment, they discovered Li Fan, the perpetual underachiever of the class, was actually holding a Chinese textbook for the first time in memory. He was actually studying seriously during morning reading. This genuinely stunned his classmates who knew his usual temperament. They had no clue what sudden madness had possessed him. Yet the moment Li Fan started speaking, others also felt an inexplicable sense of urgency. Some students who'd been secretly snacking or eating breakfast even cautiously peered toward the classroom door. Was a teacher coming to inspect? Gradually, the usually lifeless Class 5 actually began to echo with scattered morning reading voices. Li Fan, however, had long been immersed in his studies, completely engrossed in the system's continuous score-adding notifications, transforming into a fish, freely swimming through the ocean of knowledge. Ding! Knowledge points successfully reinforced, plus 2 points for Chinese language exam. Chapter 10, Are you the legendary gym elite? Mountains need not be high, waters need not be deep, blah blah blah. The founding emperor exhausted his budget halfway through establishing his enterprise, blah 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 blah. Last night the east wind visited my small tower again, the moon hung like a hook, a lonely young wife late at night blah blah blah. 10 years ago you didn't know me, I didn't belong to you, sob sob. Class 5 of Senior 3 was experiencing unprecedented enthusiasm during morning reading. The formerly lethargic classroom where no one was awake had now turned into a wild concert with demons dancing wildly. Well, everyone was holding their Chinese textbooks anyway, but what exactly they were reciting was anyone's guess. Plenty took the opportunity to showcase their singing voices amidst the chaos, singing completely off-tune within minutes, creating a joyous pandemonium. Li Fan, however, remained utterly focused, not even entertaining the thought of slacking off. On the contrary, as the morning study session grew livelier, he found himself increasingly immersed in learning, unable to tear himself away. I could finally let myself go and recite out loud without inhibition. All those dull memorization tasks from before. At this moment, everything suddenly became fascinating. The best part? Every bit learned was instantly retained. Each nugget of knowledge meant plus 2 exam points as the progress bar skyrocketed. Who wouldn't get addicted to this? Morning reading task completion progress, 38%. Next achievement, morning reading champion, completion progress, 38%. Just as he was completely immersed in his studies. Bang! The back door suddenly swung open. A chubby figure with a bird's nest hairstyle staggered in and plopped down on the seat beside him. It was none other than his best buddy and deskmate, Wang Chang. Among the underachievers in class, there were still hierarchies. Wang Chang ranked second to last in class, while Li Fan was third from the bottom. They kind of cherished each other like two kindred spirits, heroes appreciating fellow heroes. They were collectively known as the two tyrants of the back door. They often became the laughingstock of seasoned teachers who lamented their unfulfilled potential. Of course, whenever there was manual labor to be done in class, these two were invariably the first to be volunteered as free labor. Wang Chang had barely stepped through the door when the thunderous chorus of recitations nearly knocked him off his feet. Perched furtively at his seat with shifty eyes, he didn't dare pull out the 2 hefty meat buns from his pocket right away, instead sneaking suspicious glances around the room. Seeing no obvious clues, I could only nudge the studious Li Fan beside me with my elbow. Hey, is there a teacher here? Where? I don't see anyone. As he spoke, he rummaged through his messy desk compartment, randomly pulling out a creased and crumpled blank test paper while cautiously keeping an eye on his surroundings. Li Fan's train of thought was abruptly cut off by an elbow jab, causing him to click his tongue in displeasure. What kind of nonsense is that? What kind of nonsense is this? Do I have to have a teacher watching over me to be this proactively diligent in my studies? Don't judge me with your stereotypes. If you won't learn, others will still keep improving. As the words fell, his gaze involuntarily shifted to Wang Chang standing nearby, suddenly drawn to the glowing emblem that appeared above his head. Best friend, Dojo Elite. Thump! At first glance of those two titles listed side by side, Li Fan immediately found it hard to keep a straight face. So the person who earned his social achievement page's lifelong close friend beginner-level accomplishment was indeed this guy, just as expected. However, the Dojo Elite achievement truly left him torn between laughter and tears. This guy doesn't hold back at all. Wang Chang didn't notice the amusement in Li Fan's eyes at this moment, crouching stealthily on the desk as if trying to steal something, still diligently searching for the teacher hiding in the classroom. Hearing Li Fan's nonsense, she rolled her eyes so hard they nearly flipped to the back of her head. Have you no shame? If I'm second and you're third, where else do you think you can improve? Outshine me, huh? This ain't right. I've been watching for ages. There's no teacher around, yet those two song gods over there are practically bringing backup dancers. What's gotten into you all so early in the morning? Seeing how stubborn he remained, Li Fan immediately wore an expression of heartfelt dismay. Watching you squander your golden years as your brother, I'm utterly disappointed. Don't worry, there's no teacher. When have teachers ever cared about the well-being of us Class 5 students anyway? As long as no one dies, no teacher will come. His words weren't meant to be depressing, just the plain truth. As the publicly discarded last-place class, unless discipline issues got completely out of hand, no teachers would bother checking on things like morning readings. Sleeping, eating, playing games, they were everywhere. Nothing surprising anymore. Hearing this, Wang Chang finally relaxed completely. He couldn't be bothered to keep up the act. He directly pulled out a big neat stuffed bun from his pocket and took a hearty bite. You should have told me the teacher wasn't coming to check earlier. You had me worried all this time. What if it ruins my perfect image in the teacher's eyes? You gonna take responsibility for that? As he spoke, Wang Chang kept vigorously chewing his big meat bun and gave him a light nudge with his shoulder. Hey, Keep an eye out for me, alright? I'm full now, I'll take a nap later. Let me tell you, last night I pulled a... Li Fan couldn't be bothered to waste words on this guy and simply tuned him out with his auditory system. The aroma of steamed pork buns fills the air as I dive once more into the ocean of knowledge. In the Northern Ocean there is a fish, its name is Kuan. The size of Kuan is such that no one knows how many thousand miles it spans. Blah blah blah. Ding. Knowledge acquired successfully, plus 2 points in the Chinese language exam. Wang Chang gulped down a large meat bun in 2 bites, eating with such relish that his mouth glistened with grease. Just as he was about to continue boasting about his spectacular gotcha pulls from last night's game, Li Fan's ghostly recitation of textbook passages suddenly assaulted his ears. Still clutching the remaining half of his steamed bun, he turned his head with suspicion clouding his eyes. Are you out of your mind? Since when do you start chanting curses first thing in the morning? Shouldn't studying be the last thing on your mind at your age? Your destiny's allergic to education, don't you know? Stop pretending with us. How to boost your Genshin Impact power level. The real question is how to squeeze more money out of your mom for top-ups. Seeing Li Fan diligently studying and ignoring him entirely, Wang Chang decided not to press his luck. Students, you know, every month there are always those few days when they suddenly feel inspired to work hard and improve themselves. It's perfectly normal. Wait till he gets beaten up by the harsh realities of studying and the difficulties in class. He'll naturally back out then. After stuffing 2 big meat buns into his mouth, Wang Chang fished out his large yellowish-green water bottle from his bulging school uniform pants pocket, gulping down 2 big mouthfuls. With stomach filled, he flopped directly onto the desk, fast asleep in 3 seconds. His snores blended seamlessly into the morning recitation chorus, utterly failing to disturb him. Li Fan remained undisturbed, studying diligently, watching the progress bar slowly extend. Knowledge seemed to sprout legs, scurrying into his mind on its own. What a satisfying harvest. Ding ding, the bell rang. The morning reading bell suddenly rang. 6 o'clock sharp, study session officially began. Yet he'd already gotten into the zone 15 minutes early, with his progress bar halfway filled. Morning reading task progress, 51%. Next achievement goal, morning reading star, completion rate, 51%. At the same time, class monitor Sun Shui walked back into the classroom holding the attendance clipboard. The moment she stepped through the doorway, she was nearly bowled over by the fervent chorus of morning recitations, her eyes widening in astonishment. But when she heard what the few people in front were reciting, she immediately rolled her eyes, shook her head, and clutching the attendance book, headed straight for her seat. Just as she reached her seat, suddenly, the sound of clear, earnest recitation came from the back row, making her instinctively turn around. There she saw Li Fan, the class slacker, holding a Chinese textbook and reciting the lesson with unprecedented seriousness. That utterly absorbed expression instantly made Sun Shui frown, prompting an involuntary thought to surface. Could there possibly be a teacher in class? Chapter 11, Thank you for your concern, teacher. Ding ding ling ling. The morning reading bell rang, cutting short class 5's abnormally spirited morning study session. Thud, thud. Immediately afterward, the classroom erupted with croaking sounds as students from both front and back rows crashed face-first onto their desks, snoring away. More furtive, hamster-like students stealthily pulled out breakfasts they'd been too embarrassed to eat during reading time, sitting silently at their seats nibbling bite after bite. The gossip group in the classroom was chattering away, eagerly discussing last night's exciting events with their neighbors. Li Fan had studied all morning, feeling like his brain was about to burst. It was the first time he'd ever been so diligently proactive about studying. It really felt a bit uncomfortable. However, the progress bar before him had already turned into a rich golden yellow, flashing with a collectible icon displayed right in front of his eyes. All his slight fatigue was instantly swept away. Ding! Morning reading task completed 100%. Achievement unlocked. Morning reading champion. Player may now claim the reward. Whoosh! With a single thought from Li Fan, the player system panel immediately unfolded. Knowledge a red dot indicating unclaimed rewards was already blinking on the achievement panel. As he clicked it open, a densely packed achievement page instantly unfolded before him. Ding! Congratulations to the player for achieving the early reading champion accomplishment. Reward, system coins *3. Clink clatter. The system coins flew to the upper right corner, and the number abruptly changed to *10. Just last night, he had made his very first in-game purchase of 12 yuan, almost depleting all his system coins. Yet, to his surprise, by morning, his system coin count had returned to double digits. Li Fan gazed at his system balance, his mood lifting with joy, rubbed his hands in excitement. 10 system coins, that was quick. The week-long trial cards in the cash shop are the most affordable, priced at around 12 system coins. Just one more mission, and I can cash in for a week's worth of buffs. Before gaining the player's perspective, his progress in learning had been painfully slow. It can be summarized in 4 points. Can't remember, can't understand, can't learn, can't do right. But things are different now. The affordable weekly trial cards in the in-game store can help him solve almost all problems. Want to master math, physics, and chemistry? Then choose the Science and Logic Weekly Pass. Effortlessly grasp formulas and problem types while deeply understanding principles. Looking to enhance memory and rote learning? Go for the Memory Boost Weekly Pass. Simple and direct. As for learning English, chemistry, biology, etc., there are suitable weekly trial passes like Native Language Intuition and Focused Comprehension to choose from. After unlocking these cheat codes, studying becomes literally the easiest thing in life. After morning reading, there was a half-hour break for breakfast. Boarders would head to the cafeteria to eat. Day students would chat in the classroom, copy homework assignments, and wait for the teacher to arrive for class. Li Fan closed the system interface, stood up, and stretched with a big yawn. Ah, what a hopeful new day. Glancing down at my good buddy Wang Chang, who'd been sleeping soundly since morning self-study without moving a muscle, I immediately sighed with profound regret. Young man, this is how you sleep away the prime of your life. Ease up on the masturbation, it really saps your energy. You're practically asleep on your feet. Never before had he felt such an intense desire to study, to attend class, to complete his tasks. Learning had presented him with a progress bar. With the player interface showing his scores rising with every bit of study, it was hard not to be tempted. There's still half an hour until class starts, and by then the progress bar for the first voluntary classroom task should appear. As long as I complete the task requirements, I can collect another system coin when class ends. The pay-to-win life is within my grasp. Keek keek. Just as Li Fan was fantasizing about a bright future, he subconsciously laughed out loud. Clap. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him and gave him a firm slap on the shoulder, startling him so much that his laughter caught in his throat as he instinctively turned around. Sun Shui stood there frowning, looking puzzled as she stretched out her palm toward him. Give me back my school badge. What are you zoning out for here? We're on duty together today, grab that broom and come with me. As she spoke, her gaze remained curiously fixed on Li Fan's face. There was something off about this usually scruffy backdoor guardian's face today. She couldn't quite put her finger on exactly what had changed. That's a bit strange. Li Fan only snapped back to reality when he heard the class monitor's reminder. He hurriedly reached out to pat his pockets. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Class monitor, here's your school badge. Hey, about this morning, thanks, With a silly grin, he handed over the school badge, but Sun Shui merely gave an indifferent hum and casually tucked it away before heading out the door, broom slung over her shoulder. You're welcome, but I didn't do it for you. You're caught, and it's our class points that'll be deducted. I don't want to be dragged down by you. Hurry up, the school gate is our class's cleaning area this week. If we don't sweep it clean, we'll lose points again. Without another word, Li Fan immediately picked up the large street-sweeping broom leaning against the back wall and followed the class monitor out. Before long, the two arrived at the flowerbed by the school gate. Throughout the campus shrouded in morning mist, student cleaners sweeping and picking up trash could be seen almost everywhere, saving the school quite a bit on sanitation fees each year. Swish, swish, rustle. As one of the stronger boys, Li Fan took charge of the large broom, blazing the trail up front by sweeping all the fallen leaves and litter into piles. Behind them, class monitor Sun Shui, petite in stature, followed along with a small broom resembling a brush, meticulously cleaning up the details. The two worked in perfect unison, and in no time, the cleanup was nearly complete. Just then, the loud voice of Class 2's homeroom teacher suddenly rang out from the school gates. Come on, you latecomers at the back, stop hiding. Get over here and line up properly. Form a single line. Every one of you write down your names. At the sound of the shouting, all the student monitors on duty in the hygiene zone near the main gate pricked up their ears. Some entertainment was coming their way. Li Fan and the class monitor were among them. Pretending to clean up the last bit of trash, the two of them were actually craning their necks to peek toward the doorway. Before Li Fan could even get a clear look at the person, Sun Shui elbowed him, then anxiously lifted her chin to gesture toward the distant direction. Hey, over there, it's Kiki from our class. She's late again. Oh no, she got caught by Zhuang's mom. There's no way I can bail her out this time. Because the homeroom teacher of class 2 had permed her hair like instant noodles, short and plump with glasses, looking exactly like a character straight out of a cartoon. So the students nicknamed her Mommy Strong. It was quite fitting, really. Hearing Sun Shui's voice full of regret and concern, Li Fan's gaze finally settled on a fair-skinned, languid girl wearing a pink owl scarf and sporting a messy bun. Su Kiki, their class's adorable airhead with unparalleled emotional immunity. Never gets angry with people, and never understands others' sarcastic remarks, always maintaining a faintly indifferent demeanor, treating everyone with gentle calmness. At this very moment, in the tardy line, everyone has their heads bowed in unison, their toes practically itching to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. Only she stands out, hands in pockets, her face blankly clueless that anything is amiss, even locking eyes with Class 2's, county socialite, and being the first to crack a wide grin. Good morning, Teacher Zhang. Zhuang's mother was momentarily taken aback when she saw her smiling and greeting her in return. He let out a scornful chuckle before speaking in a sarcastic tone. "Ah, Sue, it's you again. Coming so early, won't your family worry? It's too early, too eager to learn, just too impressive. All the students should really follow your example. Could you come a little later next time?" Upon hearing this, Suk Kiki blinked and answered earnestly. "Thank you for your concern, teacher, but if I'm any later, I won't make it in time to bring shue breakfast. It's fine, my family won't worry about me coming this early. I live nearby. He. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Zhuang's mother instantly revealed her true angry form. "Who cares about you? Deduct 2 points. Deduct 2 points from everyone." The sudden outburst only startled her momentarily, making her shrink her head slightly while her eyes remained filled with innocent bewilderment. Zhuang's mother stomped in place furiously, pointing fingers at the group of tardy students. "Shameful. Absolutely shameful. Utterly disgraceful." As the teacher reprimanded the other late students, Sukiki's mind had already begun to wander. Her eyes darted restlessly around, her attention completely elsewhere. Suddenly, Sukiki noticed Sun Shui standing beside Li Fan in the distance, making gestures at her, and her eyes lit up. She immediately pulled out a steaming bag of soup dumplings from her owl-shaped scarf pocket with sheer delight. Shue, I brought you breakfast. Do you want to eat it now?" Hearing this abruptly, the row of students who were being disciplined by Zhuang's mom couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing. Zhuang's mom instantly became furious with rage. "Sukiki, you, ding-a-ling." Just as she was about to continue criticizing Sukiki, the class warning bell suddenly rang. The student monitors who had been watching the drama secretly hurriedly packed up their things and rushed towards the teaching building. Zhuang's mother took a deep breath and glared fiercely at everyone. "Alright, those who finished signing in, hurry back and get ready for class. Just this once, don't let it happen again. Especially you, Sukiki." Chapter 12, Teacher, the homework is definitely all submitted. After Zhuang's mom's endless nagging, Sukiki was finally set free. She immediately skipped cheerfully all the way to Sun Shue's side. Grinning, she pulled out the steaming buns from the owl-shaped scarf's pocket. Shue, I bought those buns you love from your favorite shop. Eat it while it's hot." Sun Shui couldn't help but laugh through her exasperation when she saw this airhead girl showing no signs of remorse for being caught arriving late. She reached out to take the steamed buns, immediately tore open the plastic packaging, and stuffed one into her mouth. Instantly her face lit up with satisfaction as she began bouncing around happily. So fragrant. It's still warm. Coco, you're the one who really cares about me." Sukiki giggled and clung to the class president like a sloth. Affectionate cuddles. "I know you were on duty this morning and came early, surely you didn't have time for breakfast." He. As she spoke, Sukiki suddenly noticed Li Fan standing to the side with a broom on his shoulder. She blinked at him with a smile, gazing at him curiously. "Li Fan? You're here so early today, not even late with me. Do you want some baozi?" When Li Fan saw Sukiki's adorable smiling face, he couldn't help but chuckle genuinely from the heart. He quickly waved his hands and shook his head. No, I've already eaten." As soon as the words left his mouth, Sun Shui directly plucked a soup dumpling with oil-soaked wrapper from the steamy plastic bag. Without waiting for a reply, she shoved it against his lips, puffing a machinoid chuckle through her nose. "Just eat it, so much talk." Seizing the moment when Li Fan's mouth was stuffed with steamed buns, rendering him speechless, Sun Shui grabbed Sukiki's hand with a laugh and turned to leave without hesitation. "Come on, let's hurry back. Class is about to start. The first period this morning is with the math prince." Listening to the voices of the two girls gradually fading away, Li Fan reached out to catch the half-eaten soup dumpling he had bitten, feeling warmth in his stomach. With that, he hoisted the broom over his shoulder and swaggered after them. He naturally had some knowledge about this inseparable pair in the class, who stuck together like shadows. The class monitor wore thick black-rimmed glasses and usually tied her hair into short twin ponytails. She speaks in a cold tone, usually not one to casually crack jokes, yet she's warm-hearted at core, the type whose bark is worse than their bite. Sukiki had trained in dance before, making her something of a semi-professional dancer. She typically wears her hair in a bun, boasting flawless eyesight and skin, with large eyes that make everything she looks at seem criminally adorable. Before this, Li Fan had also been a habitual latecomer. He often arrives right at the last minute. Occasionally, he ends up being Sukiki's partner in crime, getting their names recorded together for demerit points. However, Sukiki is usually the class monitor's shadow, barely speaking to anyone except the monitor on normal days. This time it was only because he was on duty with Sun Shui, the class monitor, that he managed to snag a steamed bun. Ahead. Sukiki held the monitor's arm and walked together while unconsciously stealing another glance at Li Fan. Then she turned her head and whispered in Sun Shui's ear. Shue, Li Fan's facial skin is so flawless. I don't think I noticed that before. A boy whose cheeks don't even show visible pores. He's quite refined. Sun Shui was eating a steamed bun when she heard this comment. Her hamster-like chewing paused momentarily before her eyes widened in sudden realization. Ah, right. I knew it. When I saw him this morning, something felt off, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. I only met him during senior year, never paid much attention to him before. But I remember when classes first started and we were assigned to this class, his forehead was covered with red, swollen acne scars, and his facial skin was rough too. Didn't leave a great impression. Who would have guessed his complexion would improve this suddenly? But, as she spoke, Sun Shui quickly and sneakily turned her head to confirm once again. Immediately bursting into giggles, she leaned in close to Su Kik's ear. But his hair is still a complete mess, clearly unkempt, pores on his nose are glaringly obvious, and there are some acne scars on his forehead. Still a slob. Ha 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 ha, it looks a bit ridiculous. Li Fan carried the broom behind them, watching the two petite figures ahead glance back occasionally. They huddled together, chattering excitedly, and laughing so hard they nearly toppled over. For a moment, his mind was filled with question marks, completely clueless about what topic the two girls were discussing. Was it about him? Is there something on my face? He instinctively touched his cheek, surprised by its smoothness, which startled him so much his eyes popped wide open. Oh, could it be the effect of the appearance card? He had almost forgotten about using the beauty card to customize his facial features the night before, and certainly didn't expect such an immediate visual impact on others. An unexpected surprise instantly welled up within him. It seemed that as long as he kept spending money and refining his appearance, he would eventually grow into a universally adored handsome guy. Just as he followed the two girls into the teaching building, approaching the classroom door, suddenly, clang, 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 3 progress bars appeared before him almost simultaneously. One of them hovered above the classroom, identical to the morning reading task progress bar he'd seen before. He wasn't surprised, in fact, he felt a flicker of anticipation. Ding! Attentive lecture task progress, 0%. Next achievement stage model student, 0%. Just one glance at the progress bars told the whole story. As long as I pay close attention in this class, I can smoothly achieve the most basic role model achievement by the time class ends, which comes with a reward of at least 2 to 3 system coins. This means I can indulge in in-game purchases again. Yet at this very moment, Li Fan's attention was drawn away by 2 other progress bars. Strangely enough, they had appeared uniquely above the heads of Su Kiki and Sun Shui. Ding! Character Su Kiki social progress 4%. Next stage achievement acquaintance friend progress 47%. Ding! Character Sun Shui social progress 6%. Next stage achievement acquaintance friend progress 52%. Seeing progress bars hovering above people's heads for the first time, Li Fan couldn't help but be astonished. He couldn't resist muttering to himself. Oh, interpersonal relationships have a progress bar too. Whether it's friendship, love, or enmity, relationships between people exist in their most complex states, utterly elusive and impossible to grasp. As for knowing how far you've progressed with someone, pure fantasy. But Li Fan never expected that, from a player's perspective, this thing could actually display a progress bar. Doesn't that mean everyone can be romanced? With this cheat-like player perspective, whether making friends or pursuing girls, there's now a clear progress bar, no more worrying about not seeing feedback ever again. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised inside. What a productive morning this has been. However, he still didn't know how to improve the progress bar of his social relationships with these 2 female classmates. It looked like he'd have to figure it out step by step later. Just as he was pondering this while entering the classroom, on the podium, math teacher Wang Ziqin was already standing there checking last night's math homework assignments. Seeing the 3 of them walk in, she immediately spoke up. You 3, hand in your math homework. Class rep, have all the others handed theirs in except for these 3? No sooner had the words left her mouth than the math class representative promptly responded with conviction. All handed in, teacher. Upon hearing this, the math teacher immediately frowned and swept a hand across the meager stack of homework papers on the lectern. Are you sure? The class math representative steeled himself, taking a deep breath with the resolve of one marching to certain doom. Confirmed. Chapter 13. Why isn't it finished? Because I was too lazy to copy. Teacher Wang Ziqin briefly flipped through the sparse stack of exam papers before him. He let out a resigned sigh. Are you sure? Alright, as long as you know what you're doing. With that, he casually tossed the homework aside without any intention of checking it. Opening his thermos, he casually blew on the hot water to cool it. The math class representative, hearing the teacher's repeated questioning, lowered his head somewhat guiltily, his tone no longer as firm. Why, yeah. At the same time, nearly half the students in class also lowered their heads, not daring to meet the teacher's gaze. Teacher Wang Ziqin, however, had no intention of pressing the matter seriously. He knew all too well what these underperforming students from class 5 were like. Even if they were forced to submit their assignments on time now, it would be meaningless anyway. They'd either copy from each other or scribble down random answers. These students themselves didn't even want to attend university, nor did they believe they could get in. No matter how hard their teacher tried, it would all be in vain. But as long as you're a monk for a day, you told the bell, now that we're in this classroom, we'll complete our tasks. The lesson must still be taught. He promptly flipped through his teaching notes and opened the chalk box. Everyone, take out your last monthly exam papers. We'll go over the mistakes in this lesson. Seeing the still somewhat rowdy classroom, he had no choice but to raise his voice as a reminder. Students who haven't finished breakfast, hurry up. Once the class bell rings, no more eating. The academic affairs teachers might come inspect, and if you get caught, I won't be able to plead for you. As he spoke, Teacher Wang Ziqin leaned on the desk, standing on the podium. He watched the classroom full of students cheerfully chattering and whispering to each other, happy that he wasn't checking their homework. His enthusiasm for teaching has once again plummeted to rock bottom, but he's used to it. The students in the 5 classes were divided by academic performance, and naturally, the teachers were assigned based on seniority. As a young teacher who had only graduated a few years ago, he could only be assigned to such underperforming classes. With the lowest advancement rates for several consecutive years, he had no choice but to slowly grind out his seniority. As he silently flipped through his teaching notes, waiting for class to begin, Sun Shui took out her math homework assignment and went up to the podium, dutifully submitting it. Teacher, my homework. As soon as these words were spoken, Tsukiki also came forward with her assignment paper to hand it in. Mine is here. Teacher Chin, the prince, glanced at the assignments of the 2 girls, clean, neatly organized, with clear handwriting. Almost everything was filled out completely. Upon seeing those familiar faces, he immediately revealed the kindly smile of a caring educator. All right, put it here. Choosing the best from a bad bunch. Even though Class 5 was entirely made up of underachievers, there were still genuinely hard-working students among them. After all, a few could still scrape into second-tier universities with effort. These were essentially the class's only hopes. Teacher Chin watched the 2 girls return to their respective seats. Suddenly, he caught sight of Li Fan in the back row rummaging through his backpack and pulling out a crumpled test paper while whispering something to his deskmate. Instinctively, Teacher Chin furrowed his brows slightly. Then he scoffed and shook his head, not believing for a moment that Li Fan actually intended to come forward and submit his homework. Can you do your homework by the day after tomorrow? Even if you do it, you'll just copy it. I decided not to expose his act of pretending to be a good student, just to spare him the embarrassment. Might as well turn a blind eye and forget he didn't hand in his homework. At this moment, Wang Chang, who had just woken up, was dumbfounded to see Li Fan rummaging through his backpack for an assignment to hand in. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and grabbed Li Fan by the arm. Ha! Where are you going? Hey buddy, when did you betray the revolution and start handing in homework? Who did you copy from? You actually didn't take photos to share with me earlier? Keeping all the good stuff to yourself, huh? As he spoke, Wang Chang secretly glanced up at the math teacher who wasn't paying attention to them at all, then intensified his scolding of Li Fan for such disloyal behavior. Don't hand it in. The teacher won't even check, so why bother submitting homework? Li Fan looked at his homework, the first time he'd ever completed it seriously. Though several major questions were left blank, he felt a sense of pride in his heart. Immediately dodging Wang Chang's grasp, he raised his head triumphantly. What copied? I did this myself. Who knows, maybe I have the potential to become a top student, with a shot at reaching the pinnacle of junior college someday. Seeing his ridiculous antics, Wang Chang instantly rolled his eyes in exasperation. There's absolutely no chance of that happening. Stop dreaming. Even the pinnacle of junior college is beyond your wildest fantasies, isn't it? Li Fan responded fiercely by flipping Wang Chang the bird before immediately grabbing his test paper and striding confidently toward the podium. Clink clatter. The breeze from his passing brushed against Sun Shui's face as she had just settled into her seat. Seeing the class's third-to-last ranking backseat King Kong actually volunteering to hand in his homework, even she couldn't help showing a flicker of astonishment on her face. What's going on? At the same moment, groups of students chatting and laughing around the classroom all turned their attention to Li Fan's unusual behavior. They immediately began nudging each other and gathering together with mocking laughter, ready to enjoy the spectacle. The perennial third-to-last actually handing in homework willingly? Now that's unheard of. Clap. Li Fan gave a smug smile in front of the entire class and proactively placed his homework paper on the teacher's desk. Teacher Wang, here's my homework. Mr. Wang Ziqin was so surprised to see him actually coming forward to submit his homework that he couldn't help but laugh aloud. He then reached out to take the paper, and even before looking at it, couldn't resist teasing him. Wait a moment, Li Fan. Voluntarily handing in homework? Am I seeing things? Teacher is really surprised, though he quite admired Li Fan's attitude of daring to voluntarily submit homework. But deep down, she still didn't think much of him. Most likely, he randomly guessed the multiple-choice questions and copied someone else's answers for the essay questions before hastily submitting the paper. She had long grown accustomed to such things. When Li Fan was called out by the teacher, not a trace of embarrassment showed on his face. Instead, I recalled how composed Sukiki had looked at the school gate that morning, and immediately grinned, meeting the math teacher's gaze with perfect ease. Haha, teacher, I want to study hard too. See, I've already started changing. I'm going to vocational college. Prince Chin, seeing his deadpan expression of dishonesty, nodded with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. While picking up the test paper to examine, he teased. Alright, you almost make it sound convincing. But, clap. Saying this, he flipped the test paper over directly, displaying it before Li Fan, and smirked at him. You've left this blank, didn't finish writing it. Why did you hand in unfinished homework voluntarily? Li Fan stared unblushingly at the carefully completed test paper and spoke bluntly. I didn't finish because I couldn't be bothered to copy. Teacher, I don't want to just copy something random to get by either. I've written everything I know on this test paper, and for the questions I couldn't answer, I've at least thought through the problem-solving approaches. This is the best I can do with my current ability, but I'll improve. As soon as these words were spoken, the classroom instantly erupted in uproarious laughter. Ha ha ha, the laughter nearly lifted the roof off the building. Teacher Chin nearly burst out laughing too. He'd never heard such a blatantly nonsensical excuse before. Too lazy to copy? This guy really couldn't even be bothered to come up with a proper excuse. Yet when his gaze met Li Fan's earnest, sincere expression, he unexpectedly found not a trace of guilt or embarrassment there. He was momentarily taken aback. Then he carefully examined Li Fan's test paper. At a glance, his eyes lit up and he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Every problem had detailed, well-thought-out solutions written beside it, with auxiliary lines drawn and given conditions noted even for unanswered questions, clear evidence of careful consideration. This doesn't look like work hastily thrown together by the third-to-last student in class. In the teacher's eyes, a student willing to think critically, aware of their own limitations, and unafraid of hard work, is precisely the kind that grows more endearing over time. In an instant, Teacher Wang Zichin's gaze towards Li Fan lost some of its scoffing edge, gaining a touch more seriousness. Did you really make this yourself? Chapter 14, Classroom Champion, Nothing Can Stop Me Now. Ding! Social progress with character Wang Zichin reaches 3%. Next stage achievement mentor who dispels doubts progress at 4%. Li Fan suddenly noticed a social strategy progress bar appear above the math teacher's head. His heart gave a slight jolt of surprise. Again! First Sun Shui and Su Kiki this morning, and now the math teacher. There must have been some special trigger condition. Could it be because I took the initiative to approach and talk to her? Although I still don't understand why the social progression bar suddenly unlocked on the teacher. But seeing the way Teacher Wang looked at me with less skepticism and more anticipation was telling. He had kindled a glimmer of hope within himself. During these 2 years of slacking off in high school, all his teachers had grown accustomed to regarding him as a hopeless underachiever and completely gave up on him. No teacher would ever bother to notice whether a chronically bottom-ranked student like him wanted to study or make progress. Not making him stand at the back of the classroom during lessons was already their way of ignoring his existence. Now, Li Fan unlocked player mode, determined to make his life shine anew. His fighting spirit was burning bright. Every small positive change brought him a deep sense of accomplishment. With a smile, he promptly turned to the teacher and nodded earnestly. Yes, I thought it through carefully last night. If there's anything I don't understand, I'll listen attentively in class. Once I learn it, I can catch up. Prince Chin nodded upon hearing this, then lowered his head to look at the messy problem-solving steps scrawled across Li Fan's test paper. For a moment, he couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. Is this third from last suddenly putting in the effort? That's genuinely a bit peculiar. I wonder how long I can keep this up. Probably just another fleeting enthusiasm. But with this attitude, it's still a good start after all. It gave the teacher at least some comfort in his heart, and he also gained a new sense of anticipation, the hope to educate and positively change a student. He nodded lightly and casually placed Li Fan's assignment paper on the desk. Alright, I understand now, the teacher said. That's all. Go get ready for class. Ding ding, the bell rang. At the same time, at exactly 7 o'clock, the official school bell rang. Li Fan quickly returned to his seat as well. The classroom's chattering gradually quieted down. Everyone treated the matter as mere entertainment. No one genuinely believed that Li Fan, ranked third from the bottom, would suddenly start putting in effort. On the seats, before Li Fan's eyes, several mission progress bars for the classroom naturally appeared. Ding! Progress forward, listen attentively, task, 0%. Next stage achievement, classroom role model, 0%. Apart from diligently completing lecture tasks and striving for the classroom role model achievement, 3 dazzling social progress bars made him dizzy. This made him, who genuinely wanted to focus on the lecture, involuntarily furrow his brows. Tisk, if only I could turn them on and off at will. The moment this thought crossed his mind, the social progress bars hovering above the 3 instantly vanished, completely hidden from view. Li Fan's eyes immediately lit up with joy. Oh ho, it can actually hide things intelligently? Only seeing the current task I want to focus on. Nice, very nice. Suddenly the world feels so much more peaceful. With his vision now cleared, Li Fan's enthusiasm for the lecture soared to unprecedented heights. As long as I achieve the classroom role model accomplishment and earn system coins, I can immediately indulge in life's pay to win again. Absolutely must not lose focus. No matter who shows up today, nothing can stop me from studying hard and completing the mission. Thinking of this, Li Fan immediately rummaged through his messy desk compartment for last month's math exam paper. He carefully spread it out on his desk and picked up a pen, ready to listen attentively, completely unaware that Wang Chang next to him had been watching him with an almost horrified gaze. When Wang saw him actually lift his head to look at the blackboard, preparing to listen to the lesson, he immediately snorted with laughter, lifting a finger to point at Li Fan's test paper. "Oi, kid, look at your last monthly math exam score, 23 points. For the big problems, you just wrote solve this, and who knows if you even copied that. You sure you can understand any of this?" Li Fan saw the boy's ghostly expression and immediately rolled his eyes. He directly pushed the boy's fingers across the boundary with his arm. Hey, you crossed the line, kid. Shoo, be quiet. The teacher is about to lecture, how can you be whispering? Listen attentively." Seeing that Li Fan seemed to be actually serious about this, Wang Chang gaped in astonishment as if meeting the guy for the first time, surveying him head to toe with utter surprise. How the hell could words like these come out of your mouth? Understand? Then listen up. Hey. Yet no matter how much he coaxed or probed, nothing could shake Li Fan's intense focus on the lecture. Seeing Li Fan's unwavering determination to leap across social classes and break through the ceiling of vocational college, Wang Chang could only sigh in resignation, continuing to hug his arms while sprawled listlessly across the desk, listening to the math teacher's lullaby-like lecture as he nursed his drowsiness. After class, I'll give that kid a surprise 1,000 years of death that ought to wake him right up. As for now, it's nap time. Bang bang bang. Wang Ziqin rapped on the blackboard, mustered his energy, and scanned the classroom. Alright, stop talking now. Looking at last month's exam papers, the multiple-choice questions. As he began lecturing, the majority of students in the classroom chose to lower their heads silently, staring blankly at their test papers. No interaction, no glancing at the blackboard, no telling whether they'd actually dozed off or not. The whole class was lifeless. No matter what he asked or explained, there was barely any response. It was entirely his solo performance. Wang Ziqin looked at the midterm exam papers he had carefully analyzed, sensing the atmosphere in the classroom. A sudden wave of helplessness welled up inside him. Take a look at this third question. Lots of people lost points here. It's a very typical problem. Does everyone get it now? As his words faded, the classroom plunged into an eerie silence, utterly motionless. Once again, Wang Ziqin's heart sank to the depths. Sigh, seems like I really can't get these students motivated. Maybe my teaching skills are just too poor? Suddenly, from the back corner, Li Fan raised his hand. Teacher, I don't really get this problem, could you explain it? The moment these words were spoken, a restless stir rippled through the lifeless classroom, with many turning their heads in surprise to look at this daring soul. Wang Ziqin also froze for a moment, instinctively raising his gaze to Li Fan. Seeing that instead of sleeping today, the boy was sitting upright with perfect posture, staring at the blackboard with earnest focus, something like a small flame ignited in his heart, flickering and burning in the vast emptiness within. Immediately, he pinched the chalk between his fingers and lifted a hand to adjust his glasses. Oh, since classmate Li Fan doesn't understand, we'll focus on explaining this problem. Everyone, pay close attention. It is, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the math teacher wrote clear and elegant notes on the blackboard, they systematically explained the problem-solving approach for this question type from basic to advanced levels. The progress bar before Li Fan's eyes began to slowly increase. 2%, 3%, 5%. Ding! Problem-solving approach acquired, plus 2 points on math exam. The clear positive feedback continuously stimulated his cerebral cortex, making him listen with increasing excitement and focus. Teacher, I don't understand question number 8. I don't quite understand this either, teacher. Could you explain it again? Oh, now I understand, teacher. Teacher, I don't get it. I want to hear more. In the lifeless classroom, Li Fan's passionate interaction gradually ignited the students' enthusiasm as well, making them feel as if they'd stumbled upon a whole new world. Students eagerly overcame their shyness to voice their questions, actively engaging in discussions. For the first time in Class 5, Xin Wangzi experienced such a lively classroom atmosphere, which instantly made him feel more at ease. Standing on the podium, he lectured with animated expressions and fiery enthusiasm, even cracking a smile on his usually stern face. Come now, Li Fan, have you grasped the concept? Understood? Let's move on to the next question. Look at the fill-in-the-blank question. Chapter 15, with a progress bar for learning, I can become a top student too. Ding! Knowledge point successfully grasped, plus 3 points on the math test. The golden bullet comments floated past ostentatiously. Li Fan watched as the math teacher enthusiastically explained the solution to the geometry problem on the blackboard, and suddenly it all clicked. Oh, so that's how it's done. I get it now. This type of question uses these two geometric relationship formulas. Easy peasy. Then, he earnestly jotted down the key knowledge points on the monthly exam paper. His heart swelled with satisfaction. Of course, he only scored 3 extra points in the math test because he'd only grasped the first sub-question of the geometry problem. With his second-to-last level of ability, expecting to thoroughly grasp the solution approach to the second sub-question of a complex geometry problem in a single lecture was somewhat asking too much. Though he had listened with great effort, yet his foundational knowledge had too many gaps. He didn't even recognize the origins of many given solution elements. He could only grasp the general idea. But I've already gained a lot. Ding ding, the bell rang. Just at that moment, the school bell suddenly rang, abruptly cutting off Wang Zichin's passionate lecture. Glancing at the wall clock, he froze momentarily, feeling somewhat reluctant to finish. How quickly this class went by, he remarked. It had been nearly 2 months since he took over Class 5, yet this was the first time he felt such an invigorating classroom atmosphere that truly ignited his passion for teaching. Below the podium, questions and answers flowed seamlessly, with responses coming from every corner. Although these students with weak foundations couldn't even handle the simplest problems, at least during this lesson they dared to ask questions aloud. This was progress, and it warmed his heart. So immersed that he completely lost track of time, answering every question attentively. It was the first time he'd ever been this engrossed while covering most of the exam-focused content on the test papers. This was the first time Class 5 had given him a genuine sense of fulfillment as a teacher. Smiling, he immediately began gathering his lesson plans and exam papers from the desk, glancing at the students below who were already stirring with restlessness for the bell. Alright then, I won't keep you from your break now that class is over. We'll cover the remaining major questions in the afternoon class. Class dismissed. As he spoke, Wang Zichin couldn't help but let a faint smile appear at the corners of his mouth. Clutching his belongings, he strode out of the classroom. Before leaving, he instinctively glanced back at Li Fan, who was still diligently taking notes and working through the problem-solving approach at the rear of the classroom. Then, shaking his head slightly as if finding something hard to believe. That's strange. As the math teacher left, the whispers in the classroom instantly erupted into loud clamor. The slackers who had been constrained by classroom discipline now completely broke free from restraint, chattering and laughing away, with hardly anyone reviewing what the teacher had just taught. Only the spot where Li Fan sat remained unusually quiet. Before his eyes, the dazzling golden progress bar was completely filled to the brim. An unprecedented sense of accomplishment and fulfillment surged through his heart simultaneously. Ding! The attentive lecture task has been completed 100%. Classroom model achievement unlocked at 100%. Host may now claim rewards voluntarily. Li Fan took a deep breath and stretched out with a big yawn. Attending a lecture with full concentration. This is absolutely the longest record ever. I'm actually a bit tired. Attending lectures is really physically demanding, especially for struggling students like us. When we can't understand or keep up, even a slight lapse in attention turns everything into complete gibberish. Math is so hard. If only I could have the brains of a top student understanding everything just by listening. The experience of attending lectures would definitely be different this time. In the past, he had indeed attempted to put in effort, but he could neither see any progress nor reap any rewards. He would forget everything after class, and still couldn't comprehend the material during lectures. Despite paying close attention for hours, his exam rankings remained at the bottom, gradually eroding all his enthusiasm for diligent study. But times have changed now. Though he still grumbled a few complaints about having to pay attention in class, right now, every effort brings its reward. The progress bar shone brightly, each point added making his heart bloom with joy. It was finally time to receive his reward again. Just as he was about to open the system interface to check the achievement system, suddenly, Wang Chang, who had been sleeping through the entire class face down, inexplicably woke up as if his internal clock was set to ring when class ended, and instantly became lively. Oi, come on, let's go to the bathroom. Wang Chang pressed Li Fan's shoulder as he drowsily stood up, wiping his face with his hand. He staggered immediately towards the back door, heading to the restroom for a stroll. Li Fan's attention was entirely focused on the achievement system at that moment, feeling no urge at all. Without even turning his head, he waved his hand dismissively. I didn't pee, you go ahead. Hearing this, Wang Chang immediately furrowed his brows and turned back with a bewildered look at Li Fan, who was sprawled over the desk intently reviewing test papers. His good buddy's unusual behavior today made him feel strangely distant. It was as if he'd undergone a complete transformation, wholeheartedly striving to become a model student. The sense of alienation was downright palpable. He then helplessly shook his head inside. What's gotten into him? Won't even go study at the holy land of toilets? Ah, loneliness. Let's go. With that, Wang Chang could only shove his hands into his pockets and set off for the restroom alone, bored out of his mind. With a mere thought from Li Fan, the system's virtual screen instantly unfolded before him. On the Knowledge Achievement panel, a glowing red notification awaited his attention. Whoosh! As he tapped it open, the achievement rewards immediately appeared before his eyes. Classroom Star Achievement unlocked. Reward, System Coins *3. Clink clatter. The balance in the upper right corner rapidly increased, instantly jumping to *13. Li Fan's eyes instantly lit up. Without hesitation, he switched screens and opened the long-missed pay-to-win system. Rubbing hands in excitement. Coming, my pay-to-win life. Let me see, what should I choose? Right now there are only 13 system coins in total. Naturally, it's not enough to buy those flashy pay-to-win cards like Stage Star or Model Physique that cost dozens or even hundreds. And those monthly cards are basically priced around 30 system coins, which makes recharging somewhat difficult. The only option available to him is the variety-filled weekly trial cards. Recalling the math class earlier, he had already tried his best with the most serious attitude and focused attention to understand what the teacher was explaining, but somehow his thoughts kept falling behind. It was quite a struggle. Wanting to improve your math grades, having superb mathematical thinking and comprehension skills would be a great help. By then, attending lectures will become effortless, and achieving higher classroom accomplishments will be much easier. With continuous positive feedback, the rewards you can ultimately unlock will grow more and more abundant. Owning dozens of life's bragging rights and pay-to-win cards will no longer just be a dream. Thinking this, Li Fan's gaze immediately fell on the 12 yuan, STEM Logic, weekly pass. Gritting my teeth, I made up my mind. This is the one. Let me experience what it feels like to be a science and math genius for once and expand my thinking. Purchase. Ding. STEM Logic weekly card purchase successful. Effect duration, 7 days. Activate immediately? Activate now. Whoosh. As Li Fan made his decision, a stream of system data instantly shot out from the virtual screen and swiftly integrated into his brain. In that instant, Li Fan felt his mind become unprecedentedly clear. Holy crap! The solution approach that had just been shrouded in mystery before his eyes now felt like thick fog blown away by the wind, gradually guiding him toward clarity. This must be what it feels like to be a top student, utterly illuminating. Li Fan blinked and looked back down at the monthly math test paper on his desk. The scattered key conditions he'd noted suddenly merged with the problem-solving approach teacher Wang Ziqin had just explained. The light bulb in my head suddenly went on. Oh, so that's how it is. Damn, it's so simple. Why didn't I think of this before? Chapter 16. Does this system have recharge benefits? Clink clatter. As soon as the payment was processed, the number in the gold coin system at the top right corner of the interface plummeted, leaving just one system coin in the blink of an eye. All that morning's work undone, completely back to square one. Li Fan experienced the peak rational operation of his brain brought by the Science and Engineering Logic weekly card, as if the entire world had transformed before his eyes. The geometry problem that had seemed as complex as a missile design schematic moments ago now revealed all its given conditions and applicable formulas at a glance. The solution flashed through his mind in the blink of an eye. Swish, swish, swish. With just a few strokes, he immediately drew the auxiliary line for the second sub-question of the geometry problem that had stumped him during class. The remaining steps flowed naturally like water cascading downstream. For a moment, the clarity of mathematical thinking filled him with unparalleled confidence, as if he had rediscovered the sense of achievement from elementary school when learning that 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Ha, isn't this getting better now? No more fearing that I won't understand in class. With such a clear mind and formidable learning ability, even with only one system coin left after spending, and his balance completely emptied, he felt not the slightest disappointment. Today's spending is for tomorrow's strength, worth every penny. Besides, he only spent a morning completing tasks to earn a lifetime spending weekly card. Saving up again would be a piece of cake. Just as he was delightedly preparing to continue studying the newly unlocked weekly card buff, he suddenly noticed a blinking red dot waiting to be claimed on the in-game purchase interface. Ha! What reward does the pay-to-win system have? Li Fan widened his eyes in confusion and immediately began searching across the entire interface of the pay-to-win system. He soon spotted a recharge benefits button shimmering with golden light in the lower right corner, pulsating rhythmically. Oh, here it is. What is this? As he clicked the benefits button, a progress bar stretching across the system screen abruptly appeared before his eyes. Recharge cashback rewards available. When your top-up reaches amount thresholds of 20, 40, 80, 160 and so on, corresponding premium rewards will be unlocked. Right now, the progress bar for the 20 currency spending goal has been successfully completed. A card pack containing 3 white appearance cards is currently displaying as ready to claim. Li Fan's eyes widened in instant surprise when he first saw the nearly endless pay-to-win benefits progress bar. Never thought there'd actually be a return on investment. Holy shit, this life system even has a top-up rewards interface. Ha ha ha, such incredible value. Yesterday was my first in-game purchase ever to $12, and this morning another 12 for the weekly pass. His total lifetime gaming expenditure has now reached precisely $24, just enough to unlock the lowest tier of bonus rewards. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Fan immediately clicked to claim the reward unlocked by the 20 yuan spending threshold. Whoosh! 3 plain white appearance cards instantly flew into his inventory automatically. Li Fan happily pocketed this unexpected windfall. Now he could give himself a facial makeover without spending a dime. In the in-game cash shop, these 3 basic beauty cards would have cost him at least $10. What a steal! Not only does this world have progress bars, but now even spending money has its own progress bar? Ha ha ha! Let me see what rewards I can unlock after spending more. Before him stretched an enormous in-game purchase progress bar spanning the entire system panel, with each unlocked amount corresponding to its own reward below. The sums kept climbing upwards, the rewards growing increasingly insane. There simply wasn't any end in sight. Spending 40 gold corresponds to the Life Monthly card, 7-choice gift box, allowing you to freely select and unlock 1 buff monthly card. Spending 80 gold corresponds to the Skill Beginner Experience card, 6-choice gift box. Once unlocked, it can instantly help you master a skill to a beginner level. The densely packed unlock costs and rewards made Li Fan's head spin. At the same time, his fighting spirit grew even fiercer. As long as I keep completing tasks and earning more system coins, not only can I choose to spend on my life, but I can also claim more premium rewards for free. It's a sure profit with no losses. Thinking this, Li Fan immediately looked up at the class schedule written on the blackboard. Let me see, second period is physics class? Great, just the perfect time to test out my brain with this, science and engineering logic, buff enhancement, definitely gonna yield amazing results. Immediately closing the system interface, he fished out the physics textbook and test papers from his desk compartment. Delighted, he made preparations and waited for class to begin. Meanwhile, in the teacher's office on the other side, Prince Qin returned to his workstation, put down his belongings, and eagerly pulled out the assignment papers handed in by the students from Class 5, beginning to grade them diligently. The first paper he saw was Li Fan's. Though several major questions had been left blank and the problem-solving approach was written in a messy manner, one could tell that serious thought had been put into it. Naturally, he didn't rush through it either. He carefully reviewed Li Fan's problem-solving steps written beside the questions, annotated any time, tirelessly and with pleasure. Just as he was diligently grading assignments, an older teacher walked by holding a teacup, glanced over, and immediately let out a scoffing laugh. Xiao Wang, no need to be so serious. Look at this messy homework with entire sections left blank. If this were from my class, I wouldn't even glance at it. Those stragglers in Class 5 are hopeless. You, just half-ass it. Did you really think those students of theirs could ever get into university? As he spoke, the old teacher casually spat the tea leaves from his mouth into the trash can and plopped down into his chair. He casually picked up the stack of math homework his class had just submitted to show off. Hey, Xiao Wang, take a look at this. In my class, even the weakest student wouldn't dare leave a single question blank. I don't allow it. If they don't know, they'll guess, but they'll fill in every answer. I'm telling you, it's all about attitude. There's no point wasting time on a bunch of deadbeats. Prince Qin wasn't the least bit offended by these words. He simply responded with an embarrassed smile. Yes, I understand, Professor Zhang. I just thought I'd check. You never know, what if they're genuinely serious about learning this time? I couldn't just give up on them like that. Give it a try, hee hee. Hearing this, Teacher Zhang paused mid-sip of his tea, then chuckled softly and shook his head. Ah, suit yourself. Young teachers always have that fervor to change a student. You'll understand with time. You're new here, so don't hesitate to ask if you have any questions. Our school's math department ranks highest in the county, and, before he could start boasting, Wang Ziqin suddenly looked at him with a serious expression. Ah, right. Teacher Zhang, there's actually something I'd like to ask for your advice on. You've been teaching for so many years, and the classes you teach always have the highest average scores. With your extensive experience, you're definitely the right person to help me. Teacher Zhang heard these words and immediately raised his chin in pride. He crossed his legs comfortably, blowing on his tea leaves. Speak! Wang Ziqin chuckled. Well, you're not holding back either. That's right. Every time I ask my students in class whether they understand this problem or need me to explain it, they rarely respond. So unmotivated. Whether they know or don't know, they won't say a word. I froze up instantly, completely clueless about how to respond. What should I do now? When Teacher Zhang heard his plea for help, her eyes lit up. She immediately flashed a confident grin. Ha ha ha, what was all the fuss about? That's your problem? Easy fix. As he spoke, he immediately straightened his legs and bent down to share his experience up close. You need to turn passivity into initiative. Don't ask students whether they understand, just test them directly. Don't ask if they can do it, since no one's answering, just call on them directly to speak up. Zhang San, you answer. Li Si, you answer next. There's no use trying to hide in the crowd. Whether they know it or not will be instantly clear. and it'll liven up the class atmosphere too. If none of the students are looking at you, call on the one who is. If they're all looking at you, call on the one who isn't. Ha, works every time. Gradually, the whole group's enthusiasm will pick up, and they'll start engaging more willingly. After all, compared to participating, they dislike being called on even more. Ha 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 ha. Listening to teacher Zheng's words of wisdom, Wang Ziqin had a sudden epiphany. Oh, so that's how it's done. Learn something new today. I'll give it a try on them next class. Chapter 17. My good buddies are the obstacles to my progress. Ding! Lecture focus achievement progress 20%. Next stage mastery of classroom goals progress 12%. During physics class, Li Fan experienced for the first time what STEM logic truly meant. With the boost from the weekly premium card buff, he completely transformed into a math and science prodigy. Watching old man Zhang, the physics teacher, draw force diagrams on the blackboard while explaining every detail step by step, his brain actually kept up effortlessly, without any struggle at all. The physics problem-solving process that used to sound like incomprehensible gibberish to him before. Right now, it's just like picture description. Following the guidance of old man Zhang, the physics teacher, I was rapidly grasping the concepts, even able to intuitively extend the next steps of the problem-solving process. Ding! Mastery of force analysis knowledge points achieved, plus 2 points for physics exam. Ding! Successful understanding of problem-solving approach, plus 3 points for physics exam. Watching the golden bullet comments flashing before his eyes, Li Fan was practically ecstatic about learning. Never one to look up at the blackboard before, he now couldn't tear his eyes away. The knowledge seemed to have grown legs, running straight into his brain, just as he was engrossed in his studies. Wang Chang, on the other hand, lay bored on the desk, picking at the hangnails on his fingers. Watching Li Fan listen attentively and occasionally take notes, I genuinely missed the extraordinary deskmate who used to chat about everything under the sun with me. Hey, Li Fan, if ghosts really exist and one kills me, making me a ghost too, wouldn't that be awkward for them? Tell me, is there a chance we're already dead, and the reason we're so poor is because no one's burning paper money for us up there? What do ghosts turn into when they die? Clap. Li Fan suddenly pressed his pen against the desk, his state of deep contemplation interrupted by Wang Chang's incessant murmuring beside him. His attention involuntarily wandered to consider the possibility Wang had mentioned. Am I really a ghost now? Can ghosts die? The ghost died and turned into. But then he suddenly noticed that the progress bar in front of him, tracking the task he was attentively listening to, had stalled. Instantly jolted awake, he couldn't help gritting his teeth and glaring at Wang Chang. Damn it! You, focus on the lecture. Seeing Wang Chang pause, it seemed like there might be a chance to stop him. Li Fan immediately took a deep breath and shook his head. Shaking off those absurdly idiotic questions from his mind, he refocused on paying attention to the lecture. Noticing Li Fan's reaction, Wang Chang's eyes also lit up with excitement. He moved even closer, murmuring incessantly. I'm planning to buy some hell banknotes and burn them for myself in advance, opening an account down there early. That way when I go down, I'll be the first generation rich. Burn 10 servants to wait on me, another 10 beauties to keep me company, a 3-story villa, and a 2-door luxury car. Then I can live the high life, no need to go to school or work anymore. Hey, Li Fan, do you think if we burn too many hell banknotes, there might be inflation down there? Would burning gold ingots be more inflation-proof? Li Fan was pondering the effect of gravity on objects just a second ago. The next second, his thoughts uncontrollably shifted course. Inflation? Gold really is solid currency. But then I saw the golden progress bar for attentive listening stall again before my eyes, and immediately took a furious deep breath. I gnashed my teeth and whispered a warning to Wang Chang. Eat shit and die. How would I know if there'd be inflation next? Trust science. Trust physics. Listen to the lecture properly. Just as Li Fan was about to chase the progress bar of his tasks again, Wang Chang suddenly had a whimsical thought. Hey, do you think the human body might be the most tightly sealed container in the world? Why doesn't the poop in our intestines smell bad when we carry it around all day? Could it be that the meaning of our existence is just to keep poop warm 24/7? When lying flat, does the liquid in the bladder also become level? If you hiccup, does it create ripples inside your body? Li Fan had originally intended to rely on his own willpower to automatically block out Wang Chang's incessant rambling. Yet, against his will, his attention uncontrollably fixated on the bizarre image of ripples forming in the liquid within his body. He completely lost his patience in an instant. Clink-clatter! He abruptly stood up, raising his right hand high, and with righteous indignation, directly interrupted old man Zhang, the physics teacher who was monotonously reading from the textbook. Teacher, I want to report and expose something. Wang Chang never pays attention in class and keeps disrupting my studies. I request he be moved to the guardian's seat by the podium so he can focus better. As soon as these words were spoken, the drowsy classroom instantly buzzed with commotion. Students who had previously been tuning out the tedious lesson all turned to look. Seeing Wang Chang's stunned and horrified expression, they couldn't help but cover their mouths to suppress laughter. Monitor Sun Shui, sitting in the front row, turned at the noise. Seeing Li Fan's dead serious expression, she couldn't help but frown slightly. The boys in the back row always cracked jokes and made a scene to grab attention during class. I had just managed to follow the physics teacher's train of thought when their interruption threw me off. Now I wasn't sure if I could catch up again. So frustrating. Meanwhile, in the back row, Wang Chang hadn't anticipated that Li Fan would sacrifice family loyalty for righteousness, dealing him such a ruthless blow. His eyes instantly revealed 3 parts disappointment and 2 parts hatred. Clink clatter. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately stood up. Teacher, I didn't do it. Li Fan is lying. No sooner had these words been spoken than the physics teacher on the podium, a withered-looking old man wearing reading glasses, lifted his head to glance at them both. He couldn't be bothered to hear their excuses. Both of you, go stand at the back. Li Fan. Wang Chang. Old Zhang pushed his reading glasses down his nose as he noticed the 2 men remaining motionless. What's the matter? Still not convinced? Clink clatter. As soon as the words were spoken, Wang Chang obediently picked up his textbook and moved to the back. Oh. Li Fan, however, stood there stubbornly and raised his hand again. Old man Zhang, no, Teacher Zhang. I was the one who reported him. Can I stay in my seat? I'm taking notes right now, and you just mentioned not to forget considering the resultant force of gravity. At Li Fan's words, Wang Chang, who had just taken his position at the back of the classroom, was instantly stunned speechless. He felt deeply the agony of betrayal by a close brother. Immediately clenching his jaw, he fixed Li Fan with an intense glare. So you actually do pay attention in class? I'll keep stalking you, always, forever. Physics teacher Li initially had no intention of listening to Li Fan's explanation, but when he realized this perennial academic underdog ranked 3rd from last could genuinely follow his problem-solving steps, he froze in momentary astonishment. He then glanced at Wang Chang, who had already retreated to the back of the classroom, and waved dismissively without concern. Sleep if you won't study, just don't make noise. Just stay in your seat. Keep reviewing the questions. With that, the physics teacher immediately resumed lecturing straight from the textbook, mechanically analyzing the solution steps on the blackboard without pause. He had no intention of interacting with these students, nor did he care whether they could keep up or understand. As long as he completed his own task, he considered his duty fulfilled. This time, without the interference and hindrance from his good buddy Wang Chang, Li Fan felt as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He immediately immersed himself in the lecture with genuine focus. However, halfway through the course, the progress bar had already fallen significantly behind. Chapter 18, Running Boosts Physical Health, Who Could Resist? Ding ding, the bell rang. The bell signaling the end of class had just rung, and the students in the classroom who were still taking notes hadn't even had time to react. Bang! At the lectern, old Zhang, the silver-haired physics teacher, abruptly stopped writing with his chalk. He casually tossed it back into the chalk box. Half-heartedly picking up his test papers and textbook, he turned and left without another word. Class dismissed. Before the bell had finished ringing, old Zhang had already vanished from class 5. This rehired veteran teacher had come back solely to enjoy retirement, clocking in and out on schedule, starting and ending classes precisely on time, never working an extra minute nor paying attention to a single student beyond requirement. Only during the big recess, when kicking shuttlecocks with young female teachers, could he display sunrise-like vitality. The moment the teacher left, the classroom immediately erupted in clamor. Everyone began busily removing their coats worn over school uniforms, chatting and laughing as they walked out in small groups. On the seats. Ding. Focused lecture task progress 64%. Next stage achievement mastery of classroom progress 16%. Li Fan gazed at the suddenly stalled progress bar before his eyes, feeling utterly regretful. What could have completed 1/10 of the progress in a single class had now been forcibly fragmented. The steps of spending money were delayed. Ah, what a pity, what a shame. It's all because of that bastard Wang Chang. Bang! At that very moment, Wang Chang, who was standing at the back of the classroom, threw his physics book back onto the desk angrily. With a mighty leap, he came charging back with a furious roar. Li Fan, you unfilial wretch! How dare you murder your own father? The moment Li Fan turned around, Wang Chang pounced on him like a guanyin descending upon a lotus seat, immediately preparing to strike him down. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick enough. Grabbing Wang Chang's legs with a reversed grip, he executed a classic old man pushes cart move, pinning him down onto the seat and swiftly turning defense into offense. Wretch, how dare you call yourself a father? It's all my fault for spoiling you too much. Now you dare to defy your superiors. Take my move. Zhao Zilong's 7 in and out charges. Wang Chang lost control of the steering and turned pale with fright, hastily begging for mercy. Venerable hero Zhao, please calm your anger. I was just joking around. No, stop it. Seeing the young man beg for mercy, Li Fan finally relented, casually tossing him aside where he landed with a thud on the ground. He immediately clapped his hands and glared at the rebellious son with bared teeth. Good that you know you were wrong. Don't let it happen again. I'm a model youth striving for self-improvement. In the future, don't disturb your father's cultivation during class time. Wang Chang rolled his eyes while picking himself up from the ground, rubbing his sore bottom. I couldn't help but grind my teeth and mutter curses under my breath. You actually snitched on me, you traitor to the working class. How utterly disappointing. I'm disowning you as my son. Li Fan grinned at the sight and immediately stepped forward, wrapping his arm around the other's shoulder. Hey now, don't be mad, son. The blood of the working class's tenacious and unyielding spirit still flows through my veins. We're all comrades here. How about this? I'm treating you to lunch. Deep-fried skewers, stuffed pancakes, and a bottle of cola on me. Consider this as making it up to you. How about that? Today marked the first day of their family business venture. Though it was just a modest stall selling fried skewers and stuffed pancakes, it was still a decent start. At noon, it was only natural to treat these sworn sons of theirs well, while also promoting their new business. It would also serve as a gesture of goodwill to soothe Wang Chang's wounded and aggrieved feelings. Wang Chang rubbed his sore bottom, but hearing these words instantly swept away all his gloom and grievances, his eyes instead shining with excitement. Really, dear godfather? Not just skewers, not just stuffed pancakes, could it actually be the extravagant combo of skewers and stuffed pancakes? No Coke for me, I want Sprite. Li Fan grinned, dragging him out of the classroom. Deal. Just as they stepped out, the hallway was already bustling with people. At that moment, the school speakers crackled twice. Suddenly, the familiar athletes' march for the big recess began to play. Students emerged from their respective classroom buildings like ants, heading downstairs to line up before proceeding to the playground for their running drills. Li Fan and Wang Chang laughed and chatted as they made up, following the crowd downstairs to queue up for morning exercises. On their way down, they even established 3 clear rules of conduct between them. You must never maliciously disrupt things when I'm seriously listening to lectures. After class, we can still be good father and son. Though Wang Chang didn't believe Li Fan could persist, he still fully respected his best friend's decision. At worst, he'd just sleep more during his own classes. By the time they finished talking, all class teams had already been organized downstairs by the teaching building. Between students, 1 arm's length front and back, 1 fist's width left and right, standing in neat, dense rows. Following the sports committee members' enthusiastic commands, they marched in perfect unison toward the back playground. 1 2 1, 1 2 1, 1 2 3 4. The main troop set off, with students' loud and rhythmic morning exercise chants echoing across the campus, their footsteps resounding with powerful momentum. Yet amidst the crowd, complaints filled the air. Damn those who invented morning exercises, what's the point of running like this every day? Exactly. Why not just let us run freely? Whoever finishes first can leave early. I'm exhausted. I don't even want to run before we start. Why do we have to run? Can I get excused, PE monitor? I'm on my period. Running makes me sweat all over, and then we still have to go to class. It's awful. Out of 10 students, 9 likely despise morning exercises. Not to mention this overly formal group morning exercise that feels like something for prison inmates. Both Li Fan and Wang Chang were about the same height, over 180 centimeters. They stood in the back row. Running in such a tightly packed formation was seriously restricting their stride length, making the whole experience feel stifling. Neat and tidy, apart from looking pleasing, it has no other advantages. It's all the calves doing the work. After just a short run, the calf muscles already feel sore, while the thighs remain completely unaffected. Even after finishing the run, there's only exhaustion, with no sense of achievement whatsoever. No one can tell if physical fitness has genuinely improved. At the same time, Wang Chang stealthily surveyed his surroundings, noticing a loophole where no teachers were patrolling on either side. He immediately signaled to Li Fan. Pust, pust, no teachers around, be ready to bail at any moment. Li Fan also had no intention of continuing this futile exercise and immediately prepared to follow Wang Chang's usual routine of skipping the morning drills. But at that very moment, his eyes suddenly caught sight of a golden progress bar appearing out of thin air above the sports field. His heart skipped a beat. Holy shit! Ding! Morning jog task at 0%. Next milestone morning exercise champion progress at 0%. At the first sight of a progress bar appearing during morning exercises, he immediately grabbed Wang Chang, who was trying to flee. Ah, no! Exercise your body. A true man should strive for self-improvement. How can you run away? Morning exercises may be annoying, but with a progress bar and task rewards, it's a whole different story. When Wang Chang heard this, his eyes widened as if he'd seen a ghost. Holy shit! Are you even human? You want to run, but I don't. Why are you dragging me along? Just as Li Fan, who had jogged from the teaching building to the playground, was speaking, a glittering golden bullet comment suddenly floated before his eyes. 3 minutes of running increases cardio function by 0.2%. Li Fan instantly grinned, brimming with fighting spirit. I'm doing this for your own good. Improve your physique. Running can strengthen your cardiorespiratory functions. Charge. Chapter 19, My Body, Has It Already Reached Its Limit? Charge! Li Fan grabbed Wang Chang, who was trying to escape alone, diving headfirst into the large group. As the entire student body surged into the playground with teachers watching from all directions, escaping morning exercises became impossible. Wang Chang could only grind his teeth and follow behind Li Fan. You ungrateful son. Fuck you. 1, 2, 3, 4. The chants were filled with pent-up resentment, as if they wished they could tear the damn Li Fan to pieces and swallow him whole. Yet Li Fan was full of energy, running even more exuberantly. He raised his voice to join in the chant. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ding! Morning jog mission progress 13%. Next achievement milestone morning exercise start progress 13%. Looking at the shimmering exercise progress bar hovering above the playground, Li Fan had never felt so convinced that morning runs were absolutely the right thing to do. Ding! 10-minute jog completed, cardiopulmonary function enhanced by 0.6%. Ding! 10 minutes of running, calf muscle strength increased by 0.2%. As barrage comments floated across his vision one after another, Li Fan instantly felt the slight soreness in his calves transforming into tangible strength. Each lap completed showed progress bar increments, pure satisfaction with skyrocketing sense of achievement. His entire body thrummed with exhilaration. Faster, faster. I'm gonna run 10. Passion. Splash, splash. The students ran lap after lap around the playground in synchronized strides, quickly creating distance and picking up speed. Even the tall students like Li Fan at the back were able to stride powerfully and keep up without restraint. In no time, the rhythm of the run became even more fluid. Li Fan stretched his legs and gradually accelerated to match the pace of the main group. It felt as if every pore on my body opened up with each breath. Running actually felt exhilarating. Phew! In an instant, my vision brightened. Now this is a real man's intensity. Faster, faster, push it even faster. Ding! Full speed running for 5 minutes, physical coordination improved by 0.2%. Ding! Full speed running for 5 minutes increases cardiopulmonary function by 0.3%. Though he couldn't physically feel any noticeable improvement, just watching those progress bar numbers change was enough to fuel his fighting spirit. His inner cosmos completely erupted. Damn it! Just by running you can improve your physique, how amazing is that? If I develop a habit of running, won't I eventually become an athletic champion? Let's go! Li Fan felt so excited he wanted to cheer out loud, as if he were the chosen one destined to be a long-distance running champion. Yet after running 8 laps, all his passion instantly drained away, leaving only a feeble struggle for breath. His entire body was about to collapse into a puddle. Whoa, SL, slow down. Fucking hell, can't keep up. As expected, this body is still too weak. Have I already reached my limit? Having hardly ever seriously participated in exercise and skipping morning drills whenever possible, his body truly resembled the useless otaku stereotype the system had described. After just 7 or 8 laps with the main group, he was already drenched in sweat, steam practically rising from the top of his head. Just when he felt he was pushing beyond his limits. Toot! The PE teacher's whistle instantly put an end to everything. The class formation that had just reached the exit of the playground immediately began to lead the way out in an orderly manner, and the speed of the entire running group dropped rapidly as a result. Li Fan gasped for breath loudly as he slowed his pace, feeling a faint trace of relief in his heart. A couple more laps would have probably finished him off. Phew! What an invigorating morning workout indeed. Ding! Morning jog mission 100% complete. Next achievement milestone morning exercise champion progress 100%. Host may claim rewards at will. But seeing the glaring progress bar gradually disappearing above his head, Li Fan couldn't help but break into an excited smile. Fantastic, totally worth it. No sooner had these words been spoken than, thump! Wang Chang behind him practically threw himself onto Li Fan, already drenched in sweat and completely exhausted, his eyes glazed over. Hell yeah, nailed it. I'm gonna run myself to death. Li Fan, are you some kind of beast? Why the hell are you suddenly dragging me into morning drills for no reason? Li Fan could feel Wang Chang slumped on his back like a mountain pressing down on him. He hurriedly pushed him away. Don't fucking crush me. Can't breathe. As he spoke, he forced himself to take 2 deep breaths before finally catching some air. Seeing Wang Chang utterly exhausted and barely alive, still sporting that Dojo Elite achievement title above his head, I couldn't help but snicker, nearly choking on my own laughter. Have you been jerking off too much? That why you're so weak? You're already exhausted after just a few laps? Watch me. It's as easy as not running at all. For a moment, he actually felt relieved that he hadn't rushed to achieve the Gym Elite accomplishment. This thing really ruins people. Wang Chang was panting like a dog, one hand propped on his knee while the other lifted to give him the middle finger. Bullshit. I'm damn strong, you're the weak one. I just got a side stitch, no big deal, nothing to worry about. The two kept chatting and bantering, trading barbs back and forth. Still maintaining their original formation, they gradually followed the crowd back toward the academic building. But after a few deep breaths, his body quickly recovered. Li Fan walked along the road when a thought crossed his mind, and immediately the system's triple-folded screen appeared before his eyes. Under the Skills Achievement tab, a conspicuous red dot demanding attention had appeared. Whoosh! As the achievements panel unfurled, the recently completed accomplishment automatically floated to the top. Ding! Morning Run Champion Achievement unlocked. Reward, System Coins *3. Clink clatter. Watching the gold coins fly into the top right corner, his balance skyrocketing to *4, Li Fan couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. Just keep working hard, and you can wail indefinitely. Life couldn't possibly be any easier. Wang Chang had now recovered from his panting like an old dog state, his entire being brimming with vitality once more. Although they usually don't exercise and always skip morning workouts, at most it's just their cardiovascular endurance that's not quite up to par, their physical strength and recovery rate remain fairly good. With dedicated training, there's ample room for improvement. As he walked, his gaze suddenly caught sight of a harmonious scene below the office building, people chatting and laughing in the small square. He immediately scoffed and tugged at Li Fan walking ahead of him. Hey, look over there. The physics geezer is playing shuttlecock again with the new music and computer teachers. Look how happy he is. In class, he's lethargic like he's 70 or 80 years old, but when playing shuttlecock, he's as nimble as a 20-year-old kid. Just a few female teachers, and he's grinning like that? Following Wang Chang's indication, Li Fan looked over and couldn't help but chuckle too. Just downstairs by the office building, where the sunlight was perfect, two tall, fashionable female teachers with long wavy hair were cheerfully playing shuttlecock with old man Zhang from the physics department. The three of them were having a great time. They were kicking the shuttlecock in all sorts of fancy ways, keeping it airborne without giving it a chance to touch the ground. Seeing old Zhang the physics teacher living such a carefree life, Li Fan could only sigh enviously to himself. Old Zhang here is truly winning at life. Having reached retirement age, he got rehired. Half the school's administrators were his former students. No one dared to discipline him, nor did he participate in excellence evaluations. Daily question: why haven't I retired yet? Why do I still have to attend school? The two chattered away with endless sighs, laughing and joking as they walked back to the classroom. The longer morning break left them with ample time. After finishing the morning exercises, the drowsy lethargy in the classroom was completely swept away. Everyone was chattering and joining in the fun, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Li Fan and Wang Chang, as usual, entered the classroom through the back door. They suddenly noticed that their desks had been occupied. Three girls were sitting there casually, spreading out a pile of game cards. It seemed their territory had been commandeered, and a fierce battle of games was about to unfold. The two immediately moved forward in perfect unison. Hey, kid, do you know whose turf you're squatting on? Your king has returned. Clear the way now, or let me join the game. Chapter 20, Li Fan, you wanna play? Li Fan leaned in closer and joked with a mischievous grin. Meanwhile, the girl with a bun hairstyle sitting in his seat blinked as she turned her head, holding a slice of orange between her lips. She flashed Li Fan a sweet smile. Li Fan, do you want to join us? Li Fan was momentarily stunned upon seeing the girl occupying his seat. Su Kiki? From what he remembered, he hadn't shared such a close, friendly relationship with any of the girls in class. Could it be that the social strategy progress bar he activated this morning was actually working? 19 years. My social circle finally isn't just filled with dickheads like Wang Chang anymore, now there are cute girls too. Meanwhile, Sun Shui sitting in the front row turned around, pushed up her glasses with icy coolness, and made an utterly helpless, Chunny-style facepalm. What, this is actually your territory? There's no other way then. Please join us. As she spoke, Sun Shui smiled triumphantly and showed the cards in her hand to the two of them. Werewolf, do you want to play together? Actually, we're short on people here right now. Wang Chang's eyes lit up at that moment, but he still wore a dissatisfied expression as he stepped closer and patted the shoulder of the girl sitting in his seat. Hey, what kind of middle school delusional brat thinks this'll make me compromise? Who is she anyway? How come I've never seen her before? Before the girl could respond, Sun Shui casually waved her hand, unconcerned. Don't worry about it, she's an NPC. She came from another class to hang out with me. Since the guy in front of you wanted to sit with my deskmate, I swapped seats with him. With that, Sun Shui mysteriously beckoned everyone to come closer with her hand. Next period is English class, and I heard that the English teacher is out taking yet another exam. She's not here. Study hall. No one's keeping an eye on us. Come on, tell me, wanna have some fun? Seeing this, Li Fan and Wang Chang naturally raised their hands in agreement and happily joined in. Soon, the werewolf cards were placed on the table, and each of them drew their role in order. Li Fan glanced at his role and immediately deflated. Wow, why am I the moderator? I want to play werewolf too. Seeing his dejected face, everyone chuckled and protectively held onto their cards, as if afraid he might snatch them away. Su Kiki smiled indifferently. I'll swap with you, Li Fan. Li Fan noticed that only Tsukiki had the decency to stick by him, so he immediately shot the others a look of disdain. He then raised his hand to decline Tsukiki's kind offer. It's alright, I'm willing to be the host. Come on, let's hurry up and get started. Darkness falls, please close your eyes. Werewolves, open your eyes. Do you wish to kill? Please choose your target. Under Li Fan's narration, the group played with great enthusiasm, gradually becoming completely immersed in the game. But after several rounds, Li Fan noticed a problem. Tsukiki is too kind-hearted. When she's the werewolf, she's too embarrassed to make excuses or explain herself. She just honestly insists she's a good person. When it's her turn to be a good person, she always trusts Sun Shui completely and never suspects her. Within just a few rounds, everyone else notices her glaring weakness, especially Sun Shui and Wang Chang, who often take advantage of her flaw and manipulate her until she's completely confused. She's always the first one to get eliminated. Even if others played the werewolf card to use her as a shield, frame her, and vote her out, she would just smile helplessly and sigh softly. Oh well, what can I do? I died again. She never got angry or defended herself, leaving Li Fan both amused and exasperated. At last, another complete reshuffle. Li Fan looked at the four people who had closed their eyes and cleared his throat. Werewolves, please open your eyes. As soon as the words were spoken, Sun Shui couldn't wait to open her eyes sneakily, scanning each person like a hungry wolf inspecting its prey. Li Fan let out a light hum before speaking again. Werewolf, are you ready to kill? Choose your target. Sun Shui didn't hesitate for a second, immediately pointing at Tsukiki across the table. She shot Li Fan a look of steadfast confidence before calmly closing her eyes. As Li Fan watched Tsukiki meet her demise once again on the very first night, he could only shake his head in resignation. Werewolves, close your eyes. Witch, please open yours. Someone died last night. Do you want to save them? Hearing the voice, Tsukiki cautiously opened her eyes, hesitantly pointing towards Sun Shui. At the sight of this, Li Fan drew a sharp breath in shock. I was really annoyed by her unwavering, foolish loyalty as she kept playing the role of a dutiful sidekick even in the game. Sun Shui had already used her as a human shield several times in the last 2 rounds, yet she still chose to save Sun Shui. Truly the loyal minion of the four-eyed class president, no doubt about it, this was true love. Seizing the moment while the others had their eyes closed, I had no choice but to signal her with a look and lightly shake my head. Are you sure? Are you sure you want to save this person? You can still change your choice. The antidote can also be used on yourself. Tsukiki was momentarily stunned upon hearing Li Fan's words, then shook his head firmly and pointed at Sun Shui. Seeing this, Li Fan realized that this guy was truly beyond redemption and could only shake his head in resignation. Then will you use poison? You can designate a player. Tsukiki hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. She then closed her eyes as if waiting for death. Li Fan saw that this girl was completely unyielding, and it was another quick elimination, so he could only respect her fate for now. As the rounds proceeded smoothly for the other 2 player characters, dawn finally broke. The day has come, players please open your eyes. Last night, Cuckoo died. You may now deliver your last words. As soon as the words were spoken, Tsukuko widened her eyes in surprise. Ha, I died again? That was so fast. But I'm a witch, I saved Shueshua last night. Hearing this, Sun Shui, who had been desperately holding back her laughter, finally couldn't take it anymore and immediately burst out laughing while slapping her thighs. I can't take it anymore, I really can't. I just knew that if you were a witch, you'd definitely save me and never yourself. I never thought you really were one. Ha 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 ha, this is hilarious, you're so adorable, you love me so much, Coco, ha ha ha. Li Fan, seeing Sun Shui laughing almost hysterically, had no choice but to reach out and block her rain of playful slaps. Gripping her wrist, he disdainfully tossed it aside. Next time you laugh, could you slap your own thigh instead? That really hurt. Hearing this, Sun Shui continued laughing while offering an apology. Haha, sorry about that, wrong shot. Shueshue, you're so odd here. Clink clatter. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly spun around abruptly, laid her head on the desk and picked up the already prepared English textbook, blending into the crowd while loudly reciting vocabulary words. The NPC girl at the seat as well as Tsukiki also hurriedly lowered their heads, hiding their werewolf game cards in hand without saying a word. Wang Chang initially stood there laughing like an idiot too. All of a sudden, he abruptly crouched down, desperately trying to hide under the desk as if terrified of being discovered by someone. Only Li Fan stood with his back against the rear door, staring blankly at the other 4 guys' sudden bizarre behavior. He scoffed in bewilderment. What's the matter? Seen a ghost? The English teacher went to supervise an exam. This is self-study period. What are you afraid of? Come on. You still haven't figured out who the werewolf is yet. Want some hints? Ha ha ha. Clap. Suddenly, a warm, rough hand came down on the back of his neck without warning. His laughter broke off abruptly at the fright, and goosebumps rose all over his body. My heart suddenly clenched, as if I'd seen my own life's progress bar. Oh no! I was so engrossed in playing that I didn't even notice when class apparently started. Please don't let the patrolling teacher catch me. Sure enough, the next second, the bald dean, his rough face carved with deep wrinkles, grabbed Li Fan by the back of his neck and walked him over, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. His imposing presence was so overwhelming that Li Fan instinctively held his breath, his heart pounding slower. The bald dean scanned the chaotic, rowdy classroom before suddenly bellowing in rage, his face darkening with fury. You're staging a rebellion. What are you all doing? Out of the entire floor, your class 5 is the noisiest. What subject is this supposed to be? Where's your teacher? Chapter 21, Friendship Achievement Unlocked. Our bond has just begun. The dean's roar jolted class 5 awake like a thunderclap. The chattering, laughing crowd instantly fell silent, guiltily bowing their heads as if caught red-handed. No one dared look back. They could feel a pair of piercing eyes sweeping across the classroom, ready to single someone out for public execution. I asked you a question. What class is this? Where's the teacher? Go take a look outside. The whole school has settled into quiet classes already, only your classroom is still making noise. I could hear you clearly from my office. What kind of behavior is this? Do you even look like graduating seniors anymore? Clap. While delivering his lecture, the balding headmaster continued affectionately patting Li Fan on the back of his neck. Li Fan couldn't help but shudder. It felt like a condemned prisoner on the ancient execution platform, having their hair pulled aside by the executioner to expose their neck before the final blow. It made his entire body break out in goosebumps. Seeing no one respond, the school dean grew increasingly furious. With a forced grin, Li Fan turned his head to look, trying to get away with it. Director, we were wrong, we didn't hear the class bell. Lost track of time. We'll pay attention next time, we promise. The dean snorted coldly and shot him a glance. The class bell is broken. Where exactly were you supposed to hear it? There was no bell ringing at all. At these words, Li Fan's smile froze instantly. The bell didn't ring? Is the equipment broken? No wonder I didn't hear it. So it wasn't that they were too absorbed in playing, nobody had reminded them about class at all. The dean looked at the roomful of students hanging their heads in frustration, disappointed by their failure to meet expectations. He wanted to vent his anger but didn't know where to begin. Suddenly noticing something, he abruptly reached over and snatched the werewolf identity card from Li Fan's hand. After just a glance, he snorted coldly and turned to question Li Fan. What's this? Playing card games in the classroom, are we? Spit it out, which of you were playing together just now? Having a grand old time, weren't you? At these words, the group of boys up front simultaneously felt their hearts drop like stones, all bowing their heads so low they might have kissed their desktops, terrified that Li Fan might rat them out. Li Fan met the dean's stern gaze and swallowed hard. Then he gritted his teeth and shook his head firmly. And no one else. I was playing by myself. Teacher, this is just a little card that came with snacks. I collected them. He could tell the dean had no idea what werewolf killing was and naturally wouldn't recognize where these cards came from. Take the risk and grit teeth through the consequences. Never betray your brothers. The dean didn't even need to ask more questions. One glance at his trembling, guilty expression and the deeply bowed heads of the students in front, quivering like quails, made everything crystal clear. But he didn't expose Li Fan directly, just snorted coldly. It seemed merely a warning, with no intention of pressing the matter further. He casually tossed the card onto the table in front, where it fluttered down right before the silent Tsukiki. She immediately reached out her small hand with lightning speed to secretly stash away that card. At the same time, he silently prayed for Li Fan in his heart. Right at that moment, the bald dean put Li Fan down and walked to a nearby table, casually picking up an English book that had been placed there for show. He immediately raised his eyebrows and glanced at the class schedule on one side of the blackboard. The English teacher's class? Oh, so this is your homeroom teacher Mr. Tian's class, right? Oof. The dean glanced around the classroom, noticing most students had English textbooks on their desks, immediately confirming the answer. It seemed this was expected all along. He also appeared to have some criticisms about this teacher Tian. Without hesitation, he immediately began to harshly criticize right in front of the students. This teacher Tian keeps taking leave every few days to run off taking exams, whether major ones like national and provincial civil service tests or minor professional rating exams and skill assessments. She hasn't missed a single one. How desperately she must want to leave this school, to abandon her post. Completely obsessed with her own selfish ambitions, just dropping this entire class of students without a care, is she? What kind of behavior is this? A teacher's moral example, just giving up on students like this? Not even arranging a substitute teacher, refusing to adjust the schedule. Do you still consider yourself Class 5's homeroom teacher? Do you still consider yourself a teacher at all? As he spoke, the dean's anger gave way to crushing disappointment. Class monitor. Where's the class monitor? Clink clatter. As soon as the words fell, Sun Shui immediately sprang up from her seat and turned around with a resolute expression. Here, teacher, I'm right here. The dean looked her up and down, and perhaps because she appeared to be a well-behaved and honest girl, his voice softened slightly. Go to the office and see which of your homeroom teachers is free right now. As she spoke, she suddenly seemed to remember something. Immediately frowning impatiently, she waved her hand dismissively. Forget it. Just maintain order and have them study independently for now. Memorize vocabulary words. I'll go see about finding a substitute teacher for you. What nonsense! Clap. With that, she threw down the English textbook and, unable to hide her frustration, gave Li Fan a light slap on the back of his neck. Get back to class. All you do is play. You'll have your whole life to play after graduation. You don't even know how to cherish your own future. The dean sighed in utter disappointment and immediately turned to leave. Suddenly spotting Wang Chang crouching with his big butt sticking out beside the stools of two girls, I felt a surge of anger and immediately kicked him. Wake up! What kind of posture is that? Don't you know a man's knees are worth gold? Get back to class. Bang! Wang Chang was kicked so hard he sprawled flat on the ground, hurriedly scrambling out from under the desk. Yes, I understand, teacher. It wasn't that the dean's kick was particularly forceful, it was just that he was already so terrified his legs had gone weak, unable to even stay kneeling. Bang! As the dean stormed out in a rage, the entire class instantly breathed a collective sigh of relief. Sun Shui hastily gathered up the werewolf game cards from everyone's hands. She shot Li Fan a look of gratitude. I immediately rushed back to my seat in a flurry and switched it back, even shouting to the class. Everyone, hurry up and start self-study. Memorize vocabulary. The teacher will be here soon. As soon as she said this, the classroom immediately erupted into a relatively synchronized and normal chorus of vocabulary recitation. That sounded much more harmonious. Tsukiki also hastily gathered the orange peels she had peeled and stuffed them into her pocket. She stood up, blinked those big eyes, and flashed a cheeky grin at Li Fan. She swiftly pressed something soft and cool into his hand, a peeled orange. Thank goodness for you. Then she scurried back to her own seat like a scolded puppy. Li Fan remained frozen in shock, clutching the orange in his hand, unable to recover his composure for the longest time. That's terrifying. While they weren't paying attention, that female NPC from another class also sneaked away through the back door on her own, disappearing without a trace. Wang Chang also returned to his own seat with Li Fan. Clap. The moment he sat down, Wang Chang slapped his hand on Li Fan's shoulder, enthusiastically giving him a thumbs up with gleaming eyes. Good brother. I knew you could keep a secret. I was really afraid you'd sign me up 8 times at once and completely sell me out. Li Fan took several deep breaths in succession, rolling his eyes at these words. Don't I wish? But my mind went blank at that moment. How could I even think about betraying you? Just as she was speaking, suddenly 3 progress bars popped up simultaneously, appearing above the heads of the 3 people in the classroom. Ding! Friend Tsukiki social progress 18%. Achievement first acquaintance friend progress 100%. Ding! Friendship progress with Sun Shui reaches 15%. Initial acquaintance achievement 100% complete. Ding! Close friendship with Wang Chang reaches 88%. Next stage achievement through thick and thin 64% complete. At the same time, both Tsukiki and Sun Shui, who previously had no achievement titles displayed above their heads, now seemed to share Wang Chang's newfound friend designation. At first glance of this scene, Li Fan was momentarily stunned. Damn it! Chapter 22 Hello Teacher Tian, I like Teacher Tian. Li Fan didn't expect that his momentary stubbornness in refusing to betray his buddy would actually earn him such a generous reward, taking advantage of the gap before the teacher arrived. Immediately, a delighted thought prompted opening the system panel, where a blinking red dot waiting to be claimed indeed appeared in the Social Achievement tab. Whoosh! As the page unfolded, 2 golden achievement entries instantly came into view. Ding! Achievement first meeting with friend Tsukiki unlocked, reward system coins *4. Ding! Achievement unlocked, first meeting with friend Sun Shui rewarded with 4 system coins. Clink clatter! 8 system coins tumbled into the upper right corner, instantly boosting the balance to *12. Yet at this moment, Li Fan's attention wasn't focused on the recharge balance that could purchase weekly cards at all. Instead, his eyes were filled with astonishment as he stared at the new system that had appeared in the Social Achievement tab. Holy crap, what is this thing? Friends list? The features in this Blue Star online system are really comprehensive. So this is what the player's perspective looks like. Previously, I had only clicked into the Social Achievement category once to claim rewards, without paying much attention to it. So I never noticed there was actually a friend system right below this section. Every friend quest achievement is actually separate. The friend system has 3 major categories: family, friends, and lovers. Right now, the G Friends section prominently displays Wang Chang, Tsukiki, and Sun Shui in pin status. Li Fan was equally baffled when he saw this result. Logically speaking, I've lived for 19 years, completed elementary and middle school, and had other good friends before. Why isn't any of this showing up here? Could it be that the system's friend list was completely wiped and reset after he took over this life? But regardless, this new discovery truly took him by delightful surprise. Social achievements offer far greater rewards than the knowledge and skills categories, and they seem much easier to obtain too. The 12 system coins he had just spent on in-game purchases this morning were already fully replenished. Life really is full of surprises everywhere. But immediately afterward, he found himself puzzled yet again. At the school gate in the morning, he could still see all sorts of elite titles displayed above various second-generation students. But why was it that upon entering the classroom and scanning around, only Wang Chang had the Dojo Elite title floating above his head while everyone else was completely bare? Surely it couldn't be that everyone was truly as unaccomplished as him? With this thought in mind, he curiously tapped open Sukik's profile card from the list. Whoosh! In an instant, the page unfolded, revealing nothing but an empty character interface with only the solitary title Friends hanging there. Just as he was puzzled, system notifications instantly floated past like bullet comments. Ding! Blue Star Online official reminder. For different game characters, players can choose to disable achievement displays in the backend. If opting to display, the host can also enter the personal interface to select titles for equipping. At first glance of this explanation, Li Fan began to understand a bit more. There are many low-key people in this world. Not all gamers are so deranged as to flaunt their achievements in the world chat, exposing their family assets. Just as not all officials' children boast about their powerful fathers. Nor do all rich heirs flaunt their wealth ostentatiously, many remain low-key and unassuming in their daily lives. Or perhaps the most straightforward reason is simply the embarrassment of showcasing oneself. Li Fan, following the system prompts, clicked open his profile and indeed saw all the achievement titles unlocked from yesterday till now. But among them were either elementary school graduate or classroom exemplar, with the most impressive being just merchant family. There really wasn't anything worth showing off. For now, I'd rather stay an ordinary nobody without any title. But at this moment, he actually admired Wang Chang more. Displaying such a bizarre achievement like Dojo Elite so boldly and happily. It really does tickle one's morbid curiosity. And that small-town burnout, the so-called spiritual youth I'd run into at the breakfast stall, was another brilliant example of the same phenomenon. Some players might enjoy achieving bizarre accomplishments and experiencing extraordinary lives. Li Fan closed the achievement interface, gazing delightedly at the *12 system currency balance in the top right corner. Time to splurge again. But just like the options available in the morning, at this price point you can only afford some weekly experience cards through in-game purchases. They're not long-lasting, and their effects aren't that noticeable. Especially helpful weekly card buffs for studying don't offer much benefit even when stacked. You shouldn't spend too much time on studying either. After all, studying becomes tiring pretty quickly. It's always important to balance work and rest. Moreover, I've already spent on science and engineering logic this week, so I should first properly organize my thoughts on math and science subjects before considering anything else. So even when spending, I should choose some other directions. The best would be buffs that help him quickly achieve other accomplishments, making it easier for him to complete more achievements and earn more system coins. Or perhaps hold off on spending for now, saving up instead to invest in more valuable life benefits later. The ultimate goal for Wales is still to achieve everything in one go, purchasing those ultimate life achievement skins. Whether it's academic prodigy or rising music star, any one of these titles could instantly make you the top dog in that industry. Li Fan opened the pay-to-win system, preparing to explore it carefully. Suddenly, the front door of the classroom opened as the Chinese literature teacher walked in carrying textbooks. Come on, take out your Chinese textbooks. Your English teacher is unavailable today, so I'll be taking over this class. While you're alert, memorize the entire preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tang. Whoever finishes memorizing, come to the podium and recite it to me, no whispering to each other. Bang! With that, the language teacher plopped straight down onto the stool at the lectern and began grading papers by herself. The classroom erupted into a brief clamor of chatter. Soon, sporadic recitations of classical Chinese texts began drifting through the air, growing progressively louder until it actually began to resemble earnest study. Meanwhile, the bald-headed dean stood outside the door, surveying the scene with a sweeping glance. With this reassurance, they left contentedly. Back row. Wang Chang unfolded his Chinese textbook, staring intently at the text. Yet the sound coming from him wasn't recitation. Hey, do you think old Ban might be in trouble this time? I think teacher Tian is pretty good. In her English class, we never have to worry about getting called on. Every now and then she's absent, letting us have self-study sessions. How fun is that? We can sleep and chat all we want. Too bad this time old Baldy caught us red-handed. Might even get scolded for this. Li Fan saw the familiar, pay attention, progress bar appear above the classroom once again. He immediately obediently closed the system interface. Opening his Chinese textbook, he prepared to start memorizing to make up for the progress dragged down by Wang Chang during physics class. Yet hearing Wang Chang's incessant muttering, he couldn't help but begin pondering. Teacher Tian really often leaves us alone, letting us study on our own. Do you like her approach? Seems like everyone sort of likes it. For students of Class 5, the teacher who didn't lecture or ask questions was their ideal version of a good teacher. But at this moment, Li Fan recalled the dean's balding head and those words of frustration that wished he could turn iron into steel. He then glanced at the Chinese teachers sitting on the podium, indifferent to whether they paid attention in class or memorized the texts. A sense of inexplicable helplessness welled up inside him. It seemed that giving up on Class 5 students had already become a consensus among the teachers. After all, most of them had already given up on themselves. Chapter 23, A Stepfather's Kindness Beyond Repayment. Memorizing Chinese textbook passages was utterly tedious. It made one's head spin with exhaustion. The last biology class before lunch that followed was even more confusing, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. Wang Chang, his head buzzing, thumped it onto the desk. What nonsense is this Why force fruit flies to mate, inheriting cataracts? How am I supposed to know if Xiao Ming's grandfather and grandmother have hereditary diseases, or calculate his probability of inheriting them? Fuck biology. Fuck this world. Yet at this moment, Li Fan felt an unprecedented clarity, as if enlightened by divine wisdom. Under the buff-like enhancement of scientific logic, he finally understood for the first time how genetic probability calculations actually work. In an instant, realization dawned on him. Oh, so that's why double eyelids can produce single eyelids, but single eyelids can't produce double eyelids. So that's how it is. After 2 classes of intermittent but earnest listening, Li Fan had finally made up some of the progress he'd missed in physics class. The progress bar before his eyes was nearly full. Finally. Ding! Listening attentively, task progress 100%. Next achievement, mastery of class progress 20%. Ding ding! The bell rang. Just then, the midday dismissal bell finally rang. Everyone breathed a huge sigh of relief. Li Fan looked at the 20% completed, class mastery, achievement with immense satisfaction. Model student achievements are easy to attain, but system coins remain scarce. By completing the same model student task 10 times, one can achieve the mastery level. Just imagine how many system coins that single reward might bring. Game achievements definitely become more difficult and have more stringent completion requirements as you progress further. But at the same time, the rewards are definitely more generous. Wang Chang, however, wasn't thinking about all this right now. He just sprang up with his eyes gleaming. Chow time! Chow time! Finally, it's mealtime. I'm starving to death. Li Fan instantly dismissed the system interface with a thought and suddenly snapped back to reality upon hearing this. Oh, you're right. It's noon already. Come on, come with me to the school gate to welcome the fried skewers and stuffed pancakes. My treat. Today is Dad's first day setting up his stall. I absolutely have to go show my support. Might as well help Dad attract a few customers while I'm there. Only this way can our family's business path become smoother and smoother. Wang Chang's mouth was already watering with anticipation. Hearing these words, he immediately chuckled knowingly, showing a clever understanding of human nature. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, he rushed forward and clung tightly to Li Fan without letting go. I have wandered half my life regretting never meeting a worthy lord. If you will not refuse me, I wish to acknowledge you as my sworn father. Godfather. I shall follow you to the school gate and conquer both fried skewers and stuffed egg pancakes. To receive such great kindness, your child knows not how to repay. I wish I could sacrifice myself, sharing bed and board to serve my righteous father. Seeing the lad's nauseating display of sycophancy, Li Fan immediately shook free from his clinging grasp and swiftly put distance between them. Ah, Feng Xian, don't, your halberd handle is getting closer and closer. You old queer, stay away from me. The two of them laughed and cursed as they dashed out of the crowd, leaving class by the teaching building, sprinting straight for the school gate. By lunchtime, the street outside the school was already lined with all kinds of food carts. Business is booming. Day students who live nearby usually choose to go home for meals, while those farther away opt for semi-boarding, keeping a bed in the dormitory for midday rest. This often leads to frequent trips by students to the school gate to buy snacks which they then share in the dorm. Li Fan brought Wang Chang to the school gate, stepping out of the iron gate, eagerly looking around. Where you at? Dad, what you looking for? Let your homie help you find it. Before he could spot his own snack cart, a sudden wave of tantalizing fragrance hit his nose. Moments later, Li Jianguo appeared before the two of them without warning, as if gliding on phantom steps, carrying a large bag of freshly fried skewers drenched in sauce and 4 fully loaded egg pancakes separately packaged. Hey, son, right here. At the sudden sight of his old man inexplicably popping out from the crowd with this huge bag of delicious treats, Li Fan was utterly astonished. He hastily reached out to take it, finding the gift surprisingly weighty, a tangible expression of overflowing affection. Holy shit, this much? Dad, when did you get here? I didn't even notice. Wang Chang stood aside, eyeing the large bag of fried skewers and stuffed pancakes, swallowing hard with excitement. Around his best friend he could act silly, but faced with his friend's father, he dared not be so impolite, immediately appearing much more courteous and well-behaved. So incredibly delicious. Thank you, uncle. Li Jianguo couldn't help but chuckle with amusement as he watched the two of them drooling with greedy anticipation. On the first day of setting up his stall, he still felt somewhat uncertain about his cooking skills. Now that his abilities had been validated, his heart was considerably more at ease, and he immediately greeted the duo with a smile. Go ahead, take plenty back with you, share it with your dorm mates. Just got the fresh ingredients this morning, brewing the sauce right now. Help taste if it's that authentic flavor, see if there's anything needs improving. With that, he immediately turned and pointed behind him towards their humble food stall, which had been squeezed out to the less crowded periphery, introducing it with visible pride. That's ours, our little food cart over there. How's that, son? Brand new, isn't it gorgeous? Your mom wanted to settle for a second-hand one, but I went straight for a new cart, complete with a stove setup and sparkling clean inside. After school, all your classmates should come by to show some support. Everyone who visits gets a free fried starch sausage on the house flavor of their choice. Hearing his dad's words, Li Fan craned his neck to peer intently at the roadside stall set up slightly farther from the school gates. Sure enough, there was Mom, apron-clad and wearing a hat and mask, busily soliciting customers in front of the cart. Since their stall had set up later, they hadn't secured a prime spot. Naturally, they ended up relegated to the fringe. They could only watch helplessly as hordes of freshly dismissed students got drawn to the stalls just steps away, with precious few trickling down to their remote location. So far, there hasn't been a single sale. Thinking of this, Li Fan had a sudden inspiration. He immediately picked out a skewer of fried chicken sticks from the bag and shoved it into Wang Chang's hand. Here, eat, you go first. Eat with gusto, help advertise my family's business. Wang Chang had been drooling from the delicious aroma for a long while, and now that the crispy fried chicken was right before his mouth, he didn't hesitate at all. Alright, here goes. Leave it to me. Crack. With the first bite, the crispy outer layer and the tender, flavorful inside of the fried chicken burst with irresistible aroma. He kept nodding as he ate. So delicious, absolutely delicious. Uncle, your frying skills definitely rank among the best skewers I've ever had in my life. Freshly fried ones always taste the best. Hearing this, Li Jianguo's worries instantly eased somewhat, and he couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Ha ha ha, if it's delicious then eat more. In the future, we'll often have our Li Fan bring some for you. Go ahead, take it back to the dorm and share it with everyone. Your mother and I will stay at the stall a while longer, we're bound to make a sale. Chapter 24, Grand Opening Today, Fortune Pours In. Li Fan at this moment grinned widely, showing no intention whatsoever of returning to his dormitory. Such a golden opportunity, how could we possibly head back to the dorm now? Dad, you hurry back and make preparations. We'll be your brand ambassadors, we'll definitely bring you a whole crowd of customers in no time. Hearing this, Li Jianguo, who was about to turn back, froze. He turned around somewhat bewildered. Spokesperson? Son, what are you planning? Li Fan saw the rush hour crowd was about to reach the school gate and didn't have time to explain to his old man. Without hesitation, he immediately untied the bag containing a fully loaded jianbing and took a huge bite. His taste buds were instantly captivated by the crispy, fragrant pastry and the numbing spicy filling with fried skewers, making his eyes widen excitedly as he nodded repeatedly. Grabbing Wang Chang, he started shouting frantically at the after-school crowd. It's delicious, so incredibly delicious. Everyone come take a look, the aroma is amazing. Wang Chang wasn't some pushover either. When it came to absurd humor, no one could match him. After taking a bite of the bonbon chicken, his reaction immediately became exaggerated as if he'd tasted a state banquet delicacy. Holding the chicken skewer aloft like a prized treasure from A Bite of China, he began shouting enthusiastically. Ah, I've never tasted such delicious fried skewers in my entire life. Will I get to eat them again tomorrow? This is so damn fragrant. I wouldn't even watch a striptease show while eating these skewers. As the two clowns desperately showcased their act along with their mouth-watering eating expressions, they instantly attracted the attention of numerous day students at the school gate. Among them were many classmates who knew the pair, all crowding around to join the fun and cheer them on. Seeing that his promotional efforts were paying off, Li Fan grinned from ear to ear. Without hesitation, he immediately opened the bag and began madly distributing the goods. Come on, everyone, try these fried skewers from this place, they're absolutely delicious. Here's one for you too, see if it tastes as good as I say. See, didn't I tell you they were amazing? While sharing the fried skewers with his classmates, he subtly signaled to his father with his eyes, urging him to hurry back and mind the stall. Li Jianguo only then realized what his son was trying to do. Watching the two of them promote with such effort, he felt both touched and amused. Without hesitation, he hurried back to his own stall, waiting for customers to arrive. Seeing that the promotion had achieved a decent effect, Wang Chang suddenly shouted at Li Fan, "Godfather, so where can we buy such delicious fried skewers?" At these words, a group of students who had just received skewers distributed by Li Fan also raised their skewers enthusiastically, joining the chorus. Yeah, where did you get these? The flavor is amazing, I want to buy some to take back to the dorm. Where'd you get that, Fan bro? Li Fan had already shared more than half of his large bag of fried skewers. Seeing the desired effect achieved, he waved his hand grandly in satisfaction. "Follow me, I bought it from that stall over there. They don't have much stock left, if you go late you might not get anything." As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd immediately followed suit. Many students who hadn't gotten any skewers were also drawn by the tantalizing aroma, flocking toward the snack stall run by Li Fan's family. Li Jianguo and his wife, setting up their stall for the first day, hadn't even had time to adjust to the novice phase. They were immediately overwhelmed by an unexpected surge of customers, scrambling frantically to keep up. The busier they got, the happier they became, grinning from ear to ear with unstoppable smiles. They wished they could sprout extra arms and heads as they warmly welcomed the swarm of classmates their son had brought along. On the first day of business, not only did the food have to taste spectacular, but everything had to be cooked to absolute perfection. Not to mention, the discounts simply had to overwhelmingly generous. Zero hesitation in rounding down prices, free skewers by the handful. Try to make a good first impression on these students, help build a strong reputation, and successfully spread the word. Li Fan and Wang Liang weren't idle either, continuing to pull out all the stops. They promoted relentlessly among the students leaving school, advertising wildly to recruit people. After all their efforts, the fried skewer stall was indeed packed with a crowd. However, some people naturally dislike queuing or crowding into busy places. Seeing the small baskets at the skewer stall already piled high with selected skewers, some immediately lost interest and turned to leave, or simply teamed up with others to buy a share, unwilling to wait in line here. Li Fan and his team's promotional efforts quickly reached saturation point. No matter how hard they tried, it couldn't boost the effect, instead risking backfiring, so they simply quieted down for the time being. The two grabbed a couple of folding stools and went to sit by the roadside, happily devouring their food. Between bites, they grinned foolishly while watching the bustling fried skewer stand. Grand opening today, wealth flooding in. Their family business was finally taking off. Li Fan stuffed a scallion pancake with egg into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, yet still mindful of taking care of his buddy. He directly opened the bag full of fried skewers and kept shoving them toward Wang Chang. "Here, eat up, eat up. They're all yours. As long as you like them, I'll cover all your fried skewers and pancakes from now on." Wang Chang didn't hold back either, his mouth stuffed full. He frantically gave a thumbs up. "Damn good, no complaints. Though, it's kinda hard to swallow." Li Fan suddenly realized what he meant upon hearing this and slapped his thigh as he stood up. "Almost forgot about this. Wait here, I'll get you a drink." With that, Li Fan dashed back to his snack stall and brought 2 bottles of Sprite. Without hesitation, he handed one to Wang Chang, and they both tilted their heads back, gulping them down in one go. Burp! The two let out big belches simultaneously, instantly locking eyes before bursting into laughter. They were ecstatic. Li Fan wiped his mouth, just about to continue stuffing his good buddy with more fried skewers. "Come, eat up. Clean your plates." Suddenly, 2 golden achievement notifications suddenly popped up above the snack stall before them, dazzlingly bright. Ding! Congratulations to the host family for achieving the business street vendor accomplishment. Ding! Congratulations host on achieving the business grand opening today family accomplishment. Seeing these 2 notifications pop up, Li Fan's eyes instantly lit up with surprised delight. No way? So fast. Never expected that on their very first day of business, their family would take a giant leap on the path of commerce, simultaneously achieving 2 accomplishments. Indeed, no matter the industry or trade, taking that first step is already half the victory. He immediately shoved the fried skewer bag into his buddy's hands, while he himself excitedly opened the system achievement interface with a thought. Sure enough, a red notification dot blinked under the family tab, signaling unclaimed achievements. Whoosh! The page unfolded, 2 freshly achieved score entries instantly pinned to the top. Ding! Achievement unlocked, small vendor stall, reward, 4 system coins. Ding! Today's opening achievement unlocked, reward system coins *4. Clink clatter! As the coins tumbled, the balance in the upper right corner instantly changed to *20. Li Fan looked at the rapidly increasing balance of system coins, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. Yes! Isn't this looking up already? Ha ha ha! With a full 20 system coins in his possession, he couldn't help but feel the urge to splurge like a gamer itching for in-game purchases. If I don't spend a little, I'd almost feel like I'm doing myself an injustice. He immediately opened the in-game purchase interface with glee, dazzled by the dazzling array of options to choose from. What should I splurge on? A no disturbance from Urban Management Experience Week Pass? How is this even a thing? Chapter 25 Harmonious Operations, Win-Win Cooperation. Li Fan's pay-to-win buffs for academic and life tasks still had some duration left for now. His inventory still contained 3 unused white-tier appearance cards, so no immediate personal investments were needed. But his family's business venture had just launched. To successfully become a rich second generation before graduating from college, relying solely on a fried skewer stall isn't nearly enough. Moreover, Lost in thought, Li Fan lifted his gaze to the gradually dispersing crowd around the fried skewer stall. Today's grand opening was a huge success largely due to the aggressive customer pulling tactics he and Wang Chang employed. More than half of their customers were classmates who knew them, many coming out of personal courtesy. Fried skewers are hardly gourmet delicacies, they all taste more or less the same. Wait until tomorrow or the day after when their promotional efforts are gone, sales will definitely drop, eventually stabilizing at an ordinary daily level. Going on like that, there won't be much progress down the business road. Why not ride the momentum of the grand opening and launch a premium experience bundle? That way, we can make the business boom even louder and build a stronger reputation. Doing so would attract more than just school customers. Some nearby residents and working professionals might be drawn here. It would also pave the way for future expansion, opening shops, starting companies, or even taking apprentices and offering training. He. At the thought of his future growth and success, Li Fan couldn't help but drool happily at the corners of his mouth. Wang Chang had his mouth stuffed with skewers, clutching fried chicken livers in his hand. Seeing Li Fan's silly grin made my eyebrows shoot up instantly. I directly shoved a skewer of fried mushrooms right to his lips. If you want to eat then eat, what's with that damn smirk? You're drooling all over my shoes now, what's next? You want a snack on my insoles? Li Fan's brilliant business idea was interrupted as he hurriedly accepted the deep-fried mushroom shoved toward his mouth. He immediately flipped Wang Chang the bird. With feet that stink like biochemical weapons, you actually dare to bring it up? One whiff of your shoes would knock out a whole swarm of dung beetles. Eat your food, I'm pondering important matters. Watching Wang Chang roll his eyes and continue stuffing his face with fried skewers while gulping Sprite, he turned his attention back to the pay-to-win system. At that moment, he'd rummaged through and pulled out a pile of weekly and monthly cards related to business management. The monthly card buffs were indeed more tempting, but their higher prices, all over 30 system coins, made them unaffordable for now. The weekly card offers great value for money and is also suitable for short-term advertising experiments. The densely packed array of weekly card purchase bundles gave him decision fatigue just looking at them. No urban management officer disturbance, avoid being chased away by community enforcement officers for 7 days. Friendly business, increases goodwill from surrounding merchants within 7 days, improving the business environment. Grand opening special, attracting surrounding customers for 7 consecutive days to boost daily sales. After briefly reviewing several weekly card options, I can only say each has its merits. No solicitation from city management officers. Li Fan has been attending this high school for nearly 3 years now. His middle school wasn't far either, just across the street. There are all kinds of small vendors at the entrance, yet I've never seen any city management officers come to chase them away. This buff isn't really needed for now. As for friendly business, Li Fan looked up and glanced at the other food stalls around him. Before he could even process what was happening, several stall owners immediately nodded at him with smiles, greeting him from afar. Hey handsome, come help your auntie here get some customers too. Ha, these two kids are really brave. How nice to see them being so straightforward. Several aunties running stalls even squinted their eyes into crescent moons as they chattered about the duo, showering them with praise. Judging by their enthusiasm, if not for their young age, they would have tried arranging a blind date for them. Witnessing this scene, Li Fan felt uncharacteristically bashful for the first time. This buff doesn't seem particularly necessary either. Over the years, 7 or 8 snack stalls of various kinds had become permanent fixtures outside their school gate, each with its own regular customers and loyal student followers. Some students even placed advance orders early and came to pick them up at noon. There was no competitive conflict among vendors. The business environment was already thriving, so nobody would begrudge a newly arrived skewer stall its prosperous opening. Moreover, the skewer stall had limited capacity, so students who couldn't be accommodated naturally chose to spend at other stalls. Li Fan and Wang Chang, dressed in school uniforms, were pulling in customers here. It only delighted the surrounding stall-owning aunties and uncles, who genuinely liked such cheerful and lively kids. There wasn't the slightest complaint. So, as their first step in entrepreneurship, Mom and Dad made the right choice by setting up their stall at the school gate. Unlike the labor markets and construction sites nearby, where deception and constant disputes abound, territorial disputes could even turn violent. It's utterly chaotic. By comparison, as long as you can establish yourself at the school gate and maintain good flavors, the harmonious business environment here requires little cause for concern. After eliminating some pay-to-win buffs that wouldn't be immediately useful, Li Fan's gaze finally settled on the 7-day trial card for Grand Opening Prosperity. Attracts surrounding customers and expands the customer base. This buff is excellent. Not only does it benefit me, but it also helps all the aunties running stalls around here. If more people are attracted, who knows, this area might even become a treasure trove of street food for working folks, with business growing better and better. After thinking it through clearly, Li Fan didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately chose to spend money and made the purchase. Ding! Congratulations on your successful purchase of the grand opening 7-day trial card. Would you like to activate it now? Yes or no? Understood. Whoosh! As the golden light of the experience card dispersed, the buff seemed to have already begun working its invisible magic. Sure enough, it didn't take long. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the county's garment district alley, several stylish aunties who ran clothing stores emerged in small gossiping groups, chattering away while cracking sunflower seeds between their teeth. They quickly spotted the newly emerged fried skewer stall and immediately gathered around it. Hey, there's a new fried skewer stall here. It smells amazing. It's been a while since I had fried skewers. Come on, today's my treat, let's get plenty. Let's get 100 yuan's worth. Us sisters will share them together. Big sister, your frying pot is so clean. First batch this morning, right? How rare. I'll buy extra. Su Qiuhong had just finished serving a group of students. She thought the busy rush was about to die down when suddenly she saw all the shop owners from the clothing street next door swarming over. Delighted beyond measure, she wondered how her newly opened business could be this lucky right from the start. If I knew running a business was this easy, I'd have quit factory work ages ago. Ah, you've got great taste, sis. Don't worry, just dig in. Our cooking oil gets changed daily, absolutely no salad oil here. And certainly none of that recycled stuff. We wake up at dawn to buy pure soybean oil from the mill down the street. Clean, hygienic, and absolutely delicious. As Su Qiuhong enthusiastically beckoned, more and more customers from neighboring shops began to gather round. Gradually, it wasn't just about buying fried skewers anymore. Everyone started pairing them with something else to eat. The neighboring Rujiamo stall saw better business, the grilled cold noodle vendor across the way smiled more often, and soon the entire school gate market thrived together. Li Fan couldn't stop grinning when he saw this scene. This pay-to-win buff is simply too satisfying. The effect is immediate. Burp. Ah, I'm so full. At that moment, Wang Chang beside him had already wolfed down the remaining fried skewers and Sprite, letting out a hearty, satisfied burp. Hearing these words, Li Fan suddenly felt something wasn't quite right, yet he couldn't quite put his finger on it. That's odd, something's not right. It feels like something's missing somehow. He stared at the empty skewer bag and several egg pancake wrappers littering the table. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh and looked up, searching around wildly. Wait, what the hell happened to my eating on time task progress bar? Why did the lunch progress bar disappear? He'd unlocked the eating on time achievement task during breakfast, already completing the morning meal, meaning he should have been 33% of the way there. Logically speaking, I just had deep-fried skewers and stuffed pancakes, that counts as lunch, right? But why haven't I seen the progress bar yet? Chapter 26, is it finally my turn to be the top student? No. Where the hell did my progress bar go? What happened to the eat on time achievement task? System, you better explain this to me right now. Li Fan screamed inwardly in confusion. How could his progress bar just disappear? He was heartbroken. He had thought that as long as he ate on time today and completed the task of having 3 meals, he'd be able to claim another achievement reward by evening. How come he'd eaten the fried skewers, devoured the egg pancake, yet the progress bar didn't move? How could this be right? Just as he was feeling puzzled, the system AI customer services explanation flashed brightly across his vision. Ding! The player missed lunchtime and failed to eat on schedule, thus not meeting the activation conditions for mission progress. Deep-fried skewers and stuffed pancakes are considered snacks, not a proper meal, and do not count toward mission progress. Li Fan stared at the glaring golden floating text and felt utterly dumbfounded. No way! How can you say fried skewers don't count as lunch when they're so delicious? I ate right on time. Damn! Your task description wasn't clear enough, doesn't eating until full count. In response to his confusion, the system's AI customer service sent another bullet screen comment. Ding! Fried skewers and other greasy fried foods count as snacks, which can only improve a player's mood in terms of numerical value and don't contribute to the satiety level of a proper meal. Li Fan was momentarily speechless when he saw the system's bizarre rating criteria. But since things had already come to this, complaining wouldn't help. He could only privately regret that the easiest achievement task had unexpectedly failed to be completed smoothly. Miss 33% of the achievement task progress, will have to postpone claiming the reward successfully until tomorrow morning. Students have limited lunch break time. Li Fan didn't have any extra time to linger outside either. After filling their stomachs, they wiped their mouths and exchanged a quick farewell before returning immediately to the dormitory for their noon rest. As per regulations, he returned to the dormitory before 11:50. Everyone was still awake and chatting. Li Fan had thoroughly enjoyed the meal with Wang Chang, but naturally wouldn't show favoritism by forgetting his dorm brothers. He'd naturally brought them a freshly prepared portion of deep-fried skewers, inviting them all to sample the flavors. Instantly gained a whole bunch of sworn sons in the dorm. The boarders from nearby dorms, having endured the insipid taste of cafeteria food day in and day out, were immediately hooked by the fried skewers Li Fan and the others brought back. They all clamored to rush out after dinner when classes ended to buy a huge portion and eat their fill. Some went even further, placing orders with Li Fan on the spot to reserve their lunch for the next day. Business is exceptionally booming. Ding ding, the bell rang. As the lunch break bell rang, everyone, now well-fed and content, drifted off into dreamland. The nap time is short, just 1 hour. But for students, it's actually harder to get up than in the morning. I always feel like I've just fallen asleep when the wake-up bell rings, forcing me to groggily struggle out of bed and return to the classroom for lessons. Ding ding, the bell rang. Even when the bell for the first afternoon class had already sounded, more than half the students were still trickling into the school building in scattered groups. Class 5 classroom. Teacher Wang Ziqin sat at the lectern, gazing at the handful of students who had barely arrived, and sighed in resignation. The first period after lunch, the first period in the morning. These are teachers' nightmares and students' hell, a battlefield between alertness and drowsiness, often resulting in the least effective teaching outcomes. Yet with more classes than ideal time slots, every teacher must inevitably endure several such sessions. For the teachers of Class 5, however, these periods are surprisingly the easiest. Most of the unruliest students slump asleep at their desks, while the rest remain dazed. No need to enforce classroom discipline. It's also a kind of blessing. Just as Prince Chin was gazing at the unfinished monthly exam papers, waiting for the students to enter the classroom, suddenly, a crisp, cheerful voice came through the doorway. "Good afternoon, teacher." "Hello, teacher." Prince Chin was stunned for a moment, then looked up. Li Fan and Wang Chang entered through the door, grinning from ear to ear as they cheerfully greeted him. At this sight, a peculiar feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. It seemed that back when he used to come to teach, students would always greet him this enthusiastically too, calling out, "Good morning, teacher." It's just that I had been feeling depressed all along, thinking there was no passion in teaching such a class where the grades were the lowest in the school. Hence, I had never responded to them. Today was different. He recalled how Li Fan had actively involved himself in class this morning, setting an example of attentiveness. The corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up in a smile as he nodded cheerfully at the two boisterous youngsters. "Alright, hurry back to your seats now. Class has already started." Watching the pair goofing off as they scampered to the back rows, Wang Ziqin couldn't help but take a deep breath. This feeling is actually quite nice. Truth be told, they're just not doing well academically, they're far from being those irredeemably bad kids. Happiness matters most, as for the outcome, we can only do our best. With that in mind, Prince Chin was the first to perk up, raising his hand to rap on the blackboard. Bang bang bang, hurry up, those who haven't come in yet, make it quick, class is about to start. Meanwhile, in the back row, Li Fan had just settled into his seat when he immediately pulled out the unfinished math papers from this morning. I looked up toward the podium. Ding, ding, 2 progress bars appeared clearly. Ding, character Wang Ziqin social progress 6%. Next stage achievement mentor of clarification progress 8%. Ding, listen attentively task progress 0%. Next stage achievement classroom mastery progress 20%. He had grown accustomed to the progress bar for the attentive listening task, even secretly looking forward to it. But when he noticed the social progress bar above the math teacher's head had actually increased, Li Fan was genuinely surprised. His eyes lit up. "Oh, it rose again? It seems this progress bar increases only when I have deep conversations and frequent interactions with the target character I'm trying to win over." Enlightened Mentor Achievement? This achievement title suggests I should actively seek out a teacher for guidance and answers to my questions. Is that how it works? As he was deep in thought, Li Fan's wandering gaze accidentally met the mathematics teacher's eyes at the podium. Both were momentarily startled. They then awkwardly looked away, each pretending to be preoccupied with something. Knock, knock, knock. Teacher Wang Ziqin picked up the chalkboard eraser and tapped the blackboard again. Only then did the chatter and laughter gradually quiet down in the newly filled classroom. "Alright, it's already been 10 minutes into class. Let's not waste any time. Take out the monthly exam papers we didn't finish last lesson, we'll continue with the questions." At these words, visibly more than half the class slumped over at their desks. The lively classroom atmosphere Li Fan had managed to spark earlier in the morning seemed completely drained by now. Nobody was willing to listen at all. Wang Ziqin had anticipated this might happen. He recalled the method he'd learned from veteran teachers and chuckled inwardly. Clearing his throat, he spoke again. "Let's try a different teaching approach for this lesson. First, I'll ask a student to stand up and explain the second part of the geometric problem that we covered this morning again for everyone. Check your comprehension. No one's volunteering to ask questions? Then I'll have to start calling names. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh." As soon as these words were uttered, the entire class snapped awake in an instant, frantically chattering and scrambling to dig out their exam papers. "Ha! Don't call on me for answers. This is the scariest thing that can happen in class." Li Fan had just prepared himself, activating his science logic buff, when he suddenly heard these words. My eyes lit up instantly. Woohoo! Finally, it's my turn to be the top student. Chapter 27, third from bottom, why are you so enthusiastic? Wang Ziqin couldn't help but chuckle as he thought about what he was going to do in the upcoming class. Watching the students in class fumbling around, neither looking up nor down feeling suitable, brought me unprecedented amusement. Who wants to explain? Come on, let me see who's burying their head the lowest, that's who I'll call on to answer. With these words, the first objective was achieved. The students were all thoroughly tense and completely sleepless. One could say it was a small step toward success. Finally found a way to handle those underachievers in class 5. Just as Wang Ziqin was still trying to find the right person to explain that morning's math problem, he suddenly noticed Li Fan sitting in the back row, staring at him with shining eyes. He was momentarily stunned too. Li Fan? This guy ranked second to last sat bolt upright, his eyes gleaming with some inexplicable brilliance. What was he up to? Although Wang Ziqin had sensed Li Fan's determination and attitude toward studying hard that morning, but it's only been a day, not even a full day yet. He didn't quite believe that a student ranked third from bottom could truly grasp the problem-solving approach to major math questions so quickly. It was probably just bluster. Thinking this, Wang Ziqin couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Not wanting to waste this perfect opportunity to liven up the classroom atmosphere, he immediately averted his gaze from Li Fan's eager eyes, clutching at one last sliver of hope as he scanned the rest of the class again. What he truly wished for was some academically competent students, those with a chance to enter university, to voluntarily stand and answer the question. At the very least, he could get a sense of how well the class had grasped this key point. Clearing his throat decisively, he urged them onward once more. Ahem, anyone volunteering? If not, I'll start calling names. Yet the more he said things like this, the deeper the likes of squad leader Sun Shuep, those squad generals, ducked their heads, wishing they could vanish right into their desks. Back when classes weren't divided by academic performance, they were among the students floating near the bottom of the middle tier. They lack self-confidence the most and have the least assurance. Naturally, this has fostered a habit of fearing to ask questions and fearing to answer them. Even if their grades in class 5 are among the best at this moment, they still don't dare to make eye contact with the teacher. Wang Ziqin was trying this teaching method for the first time and still felt somewhat awkward. Faced with such a situation, for the moment there was no good way forward or back. He feared that if handled poorly, it could damage the confidence of these promising students, making them even less willing to take the initiative in learning. Just as he was unsure whom to call on to answer the question, Li Fan was already fidgeting like a spring under his seat, unable to sit still at all. His eyes widened excitedly, constantly making eye contact gestures toward the math teacher. Me, pick me, teacher. I do. Having just purchased the STEM Logic weekly buff card this morning, his brain was operating like a high-speed engineering machine, already mastering the solution approach completely. Now he was just lacking a chance to show it off. If it weren't for the fact that standing up at this moment would seem too pretentious, he would have already raised his hand impatiently. Wang Ziqin glanced around, noticing that only Li Fan was sitting bolt upright with an excited expression on his face. Suddenly, he remembered the old teacher's advice. If everyone is looking down, pick the one who looks up and meets your gaze. If everyone is looking at the blackboard, pick the one who ducks their head and pretends not to hear. Helplessly, Prince Qin could only turn nervously toward Li Fan with trepidation in his heart. Could he really succeed? Though something told him Li Fan was just putting on an act and wouldn't be able to answer. There simply wasn't any other choice. Even if standing up doesn't yield a correct answer, it would at least serve as a warning to other students and liven up the classroom atmosphere. At worst, he could always explain it again himself. With this thought in mind, Wang Ziqin reluctantly spoke up and turned his gaze to Li Fan. Come now, Li Fan, explain the solution approach for this problem to the class. It's very simple, just think it through carefully. We just went over it this morning. At these words, the entire class of quails instantly sighed in relief. But the next second, when they heard it was actually Backdoor King Kong, third from bottom Li Fan, who got called on, they immediately burst into derisive laughter. Who, Li Fan? LMAO, is the teacher still half asleep? Why would he call on Fan? The guy scored 23 on last month's math exam, what does he possibly know? Ah, so glad it wasn't me. That really scared me to death. Yeah, who knows where our math prince picked this up from, this is just evil. That woke me right up. What's more, many turned around with smiles to look at Li Fan, whose name had been called, ready to enjoy the show. Hearing the smatter of laughter and chatter in class, Wang Ziqin immediately summoned what little authority he had and slammed the desk. Quiet. Look at you all. When I ask for volunteers, not a single one of you stands up, but at least Li Fan dares to look me in the eye. Show some initiative if you've got what it takes. Everyone, quiet. As he spoke, he looked at Li Fan with a hint of encouragement in his eyes. Li Fan, just say what you've understood, no matter how much. I just want to gauge how well your class is grasping the material, don't be afraid. Give it your best shot. For the first time, Li Fan felt such crystal clear confidence about attending class, standing with complete self-assurance. He didn't care one bit about his classmates' mocking laughter. Nodding at the teacher's encouraging gaze from the podium, he stood up directly. Picking up the test paper, after just a brief moment of thought, everything became brilliantly clear. Teacher, I understand everything now. For this problem, you first need to draw auxiliary lines, a perpendicular line from point A to side CD, extending it to point O, then draw a perpendicular bisector from point O. Then apply the known conditions according to the formula. Before Li Fan started speaking, no one in the class genuinely believed he could actually explain anything properly. Being able to repeat the given conditions would already count as clear thinking on his part. But who could have imagined? The moment Li Fan began speaking, his step-by-step solving approach was lucid and thorough, without the slightest hesitation. He didn't even pause to think for a single moment. As if the answer was written right there on the test paper itself, he read it out with perfect clarity. On the podium, Wang Ziqin had already picked up the chalk, ready to explain the problem again. But unexpectedly hearing Li Fan's brilliantly reasoned answer, his eyes widened in surprise, and his face gradually lit up with delight. That was absolutely perfect. Is this the expected level of the third-to-last student? Though this problem's solution isn't complicated, and I just explained it that very morning, this is class 5 we're talking about. The bottom-ranked class. And let's not even mention Li Fan ranking third from last among the worst performers. Could he possibly have been paying attention? At a conservative estimate, half the class wasn't even listening, and those who could understand were even fewer. For a moment, Li Fan really surprised him quite a bit. Right, well said. Keep going. The rest of you, don't just stand there blankly either. Listen carefully to Li Fan's problem-solving approach. If you can't solve it, make notes. This is literally the standard answer. Grades don't matter here. Everyone should learn from Li Fan's serious attitude in class. Keep going. That's well said. Chapter 28. So you've been sneaking off to cram school behind my back? In conclusion, we've proven that AB equals EF equals 8. QED. For the first time, Li Fan felt like his brain had activated cheat codes. His train of thought was astonishingly clear. He explained the entire solution to the second sub-question in one breath without even pausing to think, as if it were as simple as saying 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. It was the first time he had volunteered to answer a question, and he couldn't contain his excitement afterward. The smile on his face radiated confidence. On the podium, even Wang Ziqin had to look at Li Fan with newfound respect, nodding at him with genuine admiration. That's well said. This is exactly the correct approach to solving this problem. Sit down. Listen attentively and keep at it. I guarantee your monthly exam results will improve next time. This was the first time Li Fan had received praise and encouragement from his teacher since entering his final year of high school. His enthusiasm for studying instantly skyrocketed to its peak. He immediately sat down with delight. Before his eyes flashed 2 radiant golden progress bars once more. Ding! Social progress with character Prince Chin at 10%. Next stage achievement Mentor of Enlightenment progress at 16%. Ding! Attentive lecture task progress at 20%. Next stage achievement Classroom Mastery progress at 22%. Oh, it's only been 5 minutes into class, and that pay attention to the lectured task is already at 20%? Li Fan was slightly surprised to see the task progress jump straight from 0 to 20%. Just this morning, he had strained his brain trying to catch up on missed lessons by cramming Chinese literature for most of the class period, yet the progress bar had only increased by just over 10%. And now, in just a few minutes, it surged by 20%. I never realized before how actively answering questions could make lectures so much more effective. This sudden discovery absolutely delighted him beyond expectation. With this player perspective progress motivation, studying became incredibly effortless and immensely rewarding. Not only that, not only did his lecture participation progress skyrocket, but his professor's social strategy development also improved significantly. It seems good classroom performance can indeed improve one's image in the teacher's eyes. The achievement is within reach. Just as Li Fan was delighted with his recent gains, Wang Chang beside him started jabbing him with his elbow like he'd seen a ghost. Oi, 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 oi. Li Fan winced in pain and immediately gritted his teeth to look over. What the hell are you trying to do? Trying to kill me? Wang Chang rolled his eyes disdainfully. Humph, dude, what the fuck's wrong with you? Got a split personality or something? Or did you sneak off to tutoring classes behind my back? You're studying so hard, are you trying to kill yourself? Hearing this, Li Fan raised his hand with a serious expression and politely declined. Hey, we agreed on 3 rules. Don't disturb me when I'm attentively listening in class. I want to be a good student too. I want to study hard and get into college. Then how do you expect to get into college if you won't even listen to lectures? Wang Chang was momentarily speechless when the kid invoked the 3-point agreement they just established that morning. Yet he still refused to give up. All he could do was tentatively continue trying to persuade him. I am just worried about you. Being a good student and studying hard, how many brain cells would have to die for that? It'd shorten my lifespan. We promised to be backdoor buddies together, and now you're abandoning me? You heartless jerk. Li Fan had already picked up his pen, ready to continue listening attentively. Hearing Wang Chang's words, he sighed helplessly and looked seriously at the young man beside him. Listen here, Zhanzi, what kind of lousy background does your family have? What kind of lousy background does mine have? Between us, aren't we both textbook examples of three-generation poor peasants? The working class is working class, right? After high school graduation, if we don't go to college, what are we gonna do? Social dancing? You think your thick thighs can fit into skinny jeans and those pointy shoes? We're already missing the damn autumn recruitment season, gotta figure something out. Wang Chang blinked upon hearing this, scratching his head, wearing a puzzled expression. What are you? How am I supposed to think about something so far away? Aren't you graduating next year anyway? As he spoke, he scrutinized Li Fan up and down with great suspicion, feeling like something about this kid had changed, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what. You've been fooling around for 2 years of high school already, and we've known each other since middle school. I've never seen you give a single thought about your future before. What's gotten into you? Had an epiphany recently? We had a proper agreement to slack off together as academic losers, but suddenly my buddy woke up and decided to study hard and strive for success. It genuinely left Wang Chang scratching his head in confusion. Li Fan fished out an extra pen refill from his desk compartment and placed it on Wang Chang's bare desk. Study then, let's strive to get into vocational college together. Bro, when I make it big, I swear I won't forget you. Even if we all try our best and still don't get into the college, you can always join me in selling fried skewers and running a business. Better than being a street bum. As he spoke, a surge of conviction welled up in Li Fan's heart. His gaze grew increasingly resolute. But what if I actually make it? What if my grades really improve, and I get into a good college, or even get admitted to that legendary university? If I can move forward, I'll pull you along too. We'll always be the best of brothers. But this is a demand I place on myself. I won't lecture you, nor ask you to change the way I have. So, you don't have to study if you don't want to. Just take care of your health. That pig brain of yours has other uses. I'll never let you end up a street-roaming delinquent. This was the first time Wang Chang had seen Li Fan show such genuine, serious emotion. Without thinking, he reached out and took the pen refill Li Fan handed him, staring at it blankly. You little punk, getting all emotional like this out of nowhere, you're gonna make me cry. Fans, Just then, Prince Chin on the podium spoke loudly, rapping on the blackboard. No more talking now, look at the blackboard. We're moving on to the next 3 major questions. These are all scoring questions for the college entrance exam. Listen carefully. Li Fan suddenly felt emotional, containing his feelings as he immediately prepared to focus intently on the lecture. Seeing Wang Chang still staring at him in a daze, he promptly grinned toothily. Sleep tight, good son. Your godfather's about to unleash his power. Shoo, pay attention. With this, he immediately leveraged the clarity of mind boosted by the science logic buff and quickly kept up with the math teacher's problem-solving steps. Wang Chang clutched his pen, hesitating to speak, but ultimately decided not to disturb his good friend any further. A warm feeling welled up inside him, and without realizing it, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. That kid really is. Could you at least give me a complete pen? For the first time ever, he too found himself inspired by Li Fan's transformational glow, mustering genuine effort to pay attention in class. Focus level, 23%, 24%, 26%. Whoosh, whoosh. Wang Chang lasted for 3 minutes before his grip on the pen loosened, and he slumped over the desk, sinking into deep slumber. Without any disturbance from his side, Li Fan's concentration grew sharper. The results were twice as effective. Ding! Knowledge point comprehended successfully, plus 6 points on math exam. Ding! Problem-solving approach comprehended successfully, plus 4 points on math exam. Watching these bullet comments float across the screen one after another, Li Fan couldn't help but feel his heart surge with excitement. Oh, with such generous bonus points, wouldn't it be easy to exceed full marks? Ding! System notification. The knowledge points and problem-solving approaches mastered by players will only smoothly earn bonus points if encountered during exams, and does not mean arbitrary exams will cumulatively award points. Hearing the system's explanation, Li Fan was momentarily stunned. Then he gave a helpless smile. I knew they wouldn't let me off so easily. It seems learning something is one thing, but whether it actually appears on the test is quite another matter. But it's worth it. If this knowledge point comes up in the exam, I'll definitely score full marks. Not bad either. After a brief distraction, Li Fan immediately regained full concentration, focusing intently on the lecture. Yet just at that moment, a progress bar quietly lit up. Ding! Friendsu Kiki's social progress 26%. Next milestone achievement, confidant, progress 8%. The sudden appearance of this progress bar instantly interrupted Li Fan's lecture focus. Chapter 29. Let's see what you're really capable of. Ding! Lecture focus task progress 82%. Next stage achievement classroom mastery progress 28%. Ding ding! The bell rang. As the class-ending bell rang, the progress bar before Li Fan's eyes gradually faded and disappeared. Though he had remained focused for most of the lecture, occasional lapses in attention were inevitable. Maintaining perfect concentration simply wasn't possible. Only by volunteering to answer questions twice more did he manage to push the task progress to 82%. Compared to the morning, Li Fan could clearly feel that his concentration was significantly harder to maintain during afternoon classes. Perhaps it was because this was the first class after the lunch break. It seems achieving this classroom mastery feat would require real effort, settling down and focusing seriously on the lectures. By the end of the class, Wang Ziqin likewise felt a profound sense of accomplishment. For the first time, I felt that back-and-forth classroom interaction with the Class 5 students, making my lecture even more passionate. Hearing the school bell ring, I immediately spoke with a smile. Class dismissed. Then I packed up my things and left the classroom. The moment the teacher left, the classroom erupted into a lively commotion. Having just survived a nerve-wracking math class, no one felt sleepy anymore, and they chattered noisily about how dangerously close they'd come to being called on. Only a scattered few chose to lay their heads on their desks for a quick nap. Su Kiki was one of them. She specially prepared a pink Rilakkuma plush pillow, nestling her head against its soft fur as she slept exceptionally soundly. The pink hue made her fair skin appear even whiter, enhancing her adorable sleeping expression. Li Fan neatly organized his exam papers and notes. Unable to suppress his curiosity any longer, he found himself stealing glances at the sleeping Su Kiki, inadvertently becoming completely absorbed in the sight. With a mere thought, the progress of the character's social strategy immediately appeared. Ding! Friend Su Kiki's social progress at 26%. Next milestone achievement, confidant, progress 8%. During class just now, right after he voluntarily stood up to answer a question, his relationship with Su Kiki suddenly grew a bit closer. It really left Li Fan somewhat baffled. Could she have been attracted by his confident manner of answering questions? Or was she grateful because his voluntary response spared her from being questioned? Whatever the reason might be, the progress bar doesn't lie. It seems I'm gradually stepping out from being the unnoticed backdoor guardian of our class into Su Kiki's sight, even gaining more classmates' attention. Perhaps in the future, we could become really good friends. Confidants, that sounds somewhat intimate when you say it. Who knows what other, social, system achievements lie ahead in terms of relationships. It'll require gradual exploration. Li Fan watched for a while, amused by Su Kiki's adorable sleeping posture. He'd never paid close attention to this girl before. Truly, playing games without awakening meant treating everyone as NPCs. Life missed so much excitement and so many people. But social progress needs to be made step by step. Right now, he and Su Kiki were merely newly acquainted friends who had just shared a hardship together, getting caught by the discipline director while playing games. Not particularly close by any means. He could only shake his head listlessly, gather his thoughts, and start preparing for the next class. Reaching out, he nudged Wang Chang beside him, who had slept through the entire class without waking, and gave him a verbal reminder. Hey, stop sleeping. Next period is Chinese class. The schedule changed this morning. It should be teacher Tian's English class, and she must be back by now. As soon as the words were spoken, Wang Chang, who had his eyes closed, murmured in a drowsy, weak voice. Why worry about English class? Teacher Tian never calls on anyone anyway. Perfect, just another nap. Let's go play basketball during the big break, zzz. With that, Wang Chang drifted off to sleep with an even clearer conscience. When it comes to English class, isn't that just the perfect lullaby? Doesn't hurt to snooze. Upon hearing this, Li Fan couldn't help but let out a wry chuckle and shake his head. In the past, he might have just sprawled across the desk and slept like the dead too. But now, he was an extremely busy man. The progress bar for his attentive listening mission was desperately crying out for nourishment. He could barely contain his excitement about how many system coins he'd earn after achieving the classroom mastery accomplishment. Of course, there was no trace of sleepiness. Just as he pulled out his English textbook, preparing listlessly for the next class. Suddenly, bang! The front door of the classroom was suddenly kicked open with a bang, slamming violently against the frame. Moments later, a bespectacled female teacher, dressed in a black professional suit skirt, entered the classroom with an ashen face, clutching a stack of textbooks and lesson plans. The sudden drop in air pressure instantly silenced the entire class. The students, who had been chattering and laughing just a second ago, now stood as quiet as cicadas in winter, exchanging bewildered glances and keeping their heads bowed, not daring to look up. Li Fan was also startled by English teacher Tian Wenwei's abrupt entry. An ominous feeling involuntarily rose in his heart. He hurriedly poked Wang Chang, who was still sleeping beside him. Xianzi, wake up. Something's off. The boss seems pissed off. This might turn ugly. Before Wang Chang could comprehend his warning and snap out of it, Tian Wenhui on the podium violently slammed her textbook and lesson plans onto the desk. Bang! Still talking, do you want to say more? Can't you ever shut up? Startled by the sudden outburst, Li Fan gasped sharply in fear and cautiously clamped his mouth shut. At the same time, he was completely baffled. Wait, that can't be right, the bell hasn't rung yet. Class hasn't even started. Why is he so furious? Could the bell be broken again, just like this morning? Has class already started? But when he carefully strained his ears, the commotion outside remained just as loud. Clearly, no other classes had begun yet. Just as he was puzzling over this, several students who'd been sleeping with their heads on their desks seemed to sense danger and naturally woke up one after another. Tsukiki rubbed her eyes and set aside the fluffy cushion. Sitting in his seat, he blinked his eyes in bewilderment. It seemed he, too, had no idea what was going on. Tian Wenwei looked at the students in the classroom, their heads lowered in trembling fear, sneered coldly, clenched her teeth, and crossed her arms. You love to chatter, don't you? Love to play around? Why so quiet now? You were quite rowdy when I let you have self-study this morning, weren't you? Look at you, all grown up now. The moment I take leave for an exam, you go reporting me to the dean, is that it? If you love tattling so much, why aren't you doing it now? Go on, report me. Seeing the entire class remain silent, Tian Wenwei's anger flared even hotter. Gritting his teeth while nodding, he continued speaking with a sneer. What's this act about loving to study from a bunch of dead-last losers? Have you ever even attended a class? And then you complain to the dean, saying I don't teach classes, saying I'm always taking leave. Ruining your studies, ruining your college entrance exam prospects, right? Come on, if anyone has the guts, stand up now and say it to my face. What exactly are you dissatisfied with me about? Speak up. Bang, bang, bang. As she spoke, Tian Wenwei paced back and forth across the podium in her high heels. Her resentful gaze swept over every student in the classroom. You don't want to learn, and I don't want to bother managing you. Haven't I given you enough respect and freedom already? No homework assignments, no questions from me, never any dictation. I've respected all of you. Have any of you respected me back? With this bunch of misfits, can't even get into college, and now you've learned to tattle on me? Let's see how far you'll get in life. A pack of lowlifes, good-for-nothing trash students. So you love studying, huh? Fine, class is in session. Today's lesson is vocabulary memorization. I'll be checking each one of you. Those who can't recite will copy every word 10 times. Chapter 30, Saving the Masses, the Class Messiah. Ding ding, the bell rang. As the class bell rang, the oppressive atmosphere in classroom 5 grew even more tense. Everybody got scolded until they were utterly drenched in blood and gore, not daring to make a single sound. Li Fan's heart was also filled with unease at this moment, his vision going dark. They should have realized it earlier. It was definitely because of that self-study class this morning, when they got caught by the discipline director. But they were truly wronged. No one actually reported to the dean. He noticed it himself during English class and was greatly displeased with teacher Tian's behavior, which is why he lost his temper. Did they really think this was their doing? Besides, if not for the broken school bell, they wouldn't have gotten so carried away with playing and been caught red-handed. The current atmosphere, so oppressive it feels suffocating, is truly making it hard to breathe. At this very moment, Tian Wenwei on the podium suddenly widened her eyes and roared angrily. Tsukiki, what are you saying? Stand up and say it. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze instinctively fell upon Tsukiki. They all cast sympathetic looks her way. With the homeroom teacher already in a rage, encountering such misfortune at this moment meant things looked exceedingly grim. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have already been frightened to the point of flushing red and gasping for breath, rendered speechless. But Tsukiki wore an utterly indifferent expression. She seemed naturally incapable of perceiving when others were angry with her, feeling neither awkward nor embarrassed. She simply spoke in her ordinary tone, neither servile nor overbearing. I just said, we didn't report anything. The academic dean noticed the English class situation himself. Moreover, we're not some inferior race, nor are we misfits. I don't know who you're insulting, teacher, so I'm confused. I had to ask my classmates sitting next to me. Having spoken these words with composed dignity, Tsukiki calmly raised her head to look at Tian Wenwei, who was nearly bursting with rage. She spoke with utter equanimity, completely unaffected by the situation. Teacher, I'm done speaking. May I sit down now? Tian Wenwei had long been utterly furious upon hearing these words, stomping her feet in anger as she pointed towards the back of the classroom. Go stand at the back right now. You've all gone completely out of control. It's me who's lecturing you, not the other way around. What I say goes, and you'll listen obediently. Did I ask you to explain? Get to the back. Tsukiki heaved a helpless sigh and picked up her English textbook. All right. With that, he immediately picked up his textbooks and, under the watchful gazes of everyone, strode confidently toward the back of the classroom. The whole scene was truly heart-stopping to witness. Is this girl always this fearless? Li Fan was equally stunned as he watched Tsukiki walk to the back of the classroom, momentarily speechless, unsure whether to console her or praise her. At the same time, Tsukiki also noticed Li Fan looking up at her. She immediately flashed him a smile. Hi. Li Fan couldn't help but chuckle helplessly, shaking his head. I truly have to admire Sukiki's mindset, supremely thick-skinned, never emotionally drained. After all, whatever you're criticizing couldn't possibly be about her. Tian Wenwei never expected to have such an oddball in her class. For a moment, she was so furious her head spun. Normally she couldn't be bothered dealing with these students, nor did she care to understand what kind of people they were. This dead-end job had already drained all her passion anyway, so she used the ample free time to study, taking various exams in hopes of one day landing a better position and leaving this place for good. Everything had been going smoothly this way all along. Never did she expect to slip up today, getting caught red-handed by the head teacher, who publicly reprimanded her in front of all the faculty. At this moment, her heart burned with suppressed anger, and until she vented this fury, she wouldn't find peace. Immediately, she glared coldly at the other students in the class, grinding her teeth in rage. Who was it? Step forward and confess. Who snitched on me to the dean this morning? If you admit it now and stand at the back yourself, I'll let the others off. If no one admits it, then this entire class will do as I say, memorize vocabulary words. Those who fail the dictation will copy each word 10 times. As soon as the words fell, everyone gasped in shock. All the words? There must be at least 1,000 of them, copy 10 times each? Wouldn't that mean writing until our hands fall off? How ruthless! Before anyone else could panic, Li Fan helplessly sighed and stood up, raising his hand openly. Teacher, it was me who got caught playing games by the head teacher. It has nothing to do with the other students. But no one actually complained. The dean noticed we were having an English class by himself. Worried it might affect our studies, he arranged for the Chinese teacher to substitute. Before Tian Wenwei could say another word, he grabbed his English textbook and walked away from his seat. I get it. I'll go stand in the back. With that, he reluctantly picked up his English textbook and walked to the back row where Sukiki was sitting, standing side by side with her. The two stood beneath the blackboard, looking rather comical. The rest of the class also let out a collective sigh of relief, silently praising him as a true hero. After all, during that morning's self-study session, the entire class had been immersed in playful chaos, laughing, shouting, and making enough noise to attract the disciplinary supervisor. If punishment was due, the whole class should share it equally. Li Fan was simply unlucky. By sheer coincidence, stationed near the back door, he ended up being the one caught red-handed. Took the fall for the whole class, huh? Right at that moment, suddenly, ding, class hero achievement unlocked. Please proceed to claim your reward. Ding. In that instant, Li Fan's vision blurred as he saw golden favorability bars emerge above every classmate's head like radiant halos. Nearly blinded me. I hurriedly focused my mind and hit everyone's progress bars. My heart was also greatly shaken. Wow, damn, just a simple act of taking the blame actually boosted the whole class's favorability meter? How much reward can this, class hero, achievement possibly give? When Tian Wenwei saw Li Fan voluntarily stand up to admit fault and even move to the back of the classroom, her inner anger immediately subsided somewhat. She gritted her teeth and nodded with a cold smile. Alright, fine, at least you have the decency to admit when you're wrong. Listen up, everyone, and I mean everyone. You don't want to learn? Guess what, I don't want to teach either. Let's not waste each other's time or drag each other down. From now on, whether I'm in class or not, you'd better memorize your vocabulary and phrases. I don't care what you do, just don't get caught by the dean, and don't you dare report me. Class is starting. Open your textbooks and memorize the vocabulary on your own. Bang! With that, without another word, he strode to the lectern with a cold expression and plopped onto the chair, pulling out a book to immerse himself in his own business. Below, the crowd was still unsettled, cautiously beginning to recite vocabulary with lingering fear. Sporadic voices gradually rose in the classroom. Only when they saw Tian Wenwei showed no further signs of anger did the students slowly raise their voices, until eventually the sound filled the entire room. At the back of the classroom by the wall, Li Fan sighed helplessly, feeling a bitter taste in his heart. Even though they were considered underachievers, being so blatantly given up on, even disliked, by the teacher didn't feel good at all. He immediately pulled out his English textbook, determined to catch up on the last bit of the lesson he had missed. He had already tried it during the morning Chinese class. Since there was no teacher lecturing at all, even by diligently reciting, he could only increase the progress bar by a little over 10% per class. It was completely incomparable to the passionate classroom of the math teacher. Ah! Suddenly, Sukiki took a step toward his side, leaning close until their arms were touching. She smiled sweetly and looked up at him. Come keep me company, Li Fan? Ding! Friend Sukiki's social progress 32%. Next stage achievement, confidant, progress 58%. Looking at that adorable smiling face, Li Fan's heart skipped a beat. The progress bar had risen again. Chapter 31, Oh my hero, you look so handsome carrying that burden. Li Fan, the way you recite vocabulary sounds almost like singing. I'm just singing. What song is that? Sing it for me, louder. Humming hum hum hum. Li Fan had never stood so close to a girl while talking, especially not in the classroom. The moment she began to hum, her face visibly flushed and warmed. Her voice involuntarily trailed off, her throat gradually tightening as her gaze instinctively studied Sukik's reaction. Only then did I realize since when had there been such an adorable girl by my side, making progress in life, Li Fan. Sukiki stared intently at her textbook, but her ears were perked up, carefully distinguishing the melody of Li Fan's humming. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. Put. Then, a softer and perfectly pitched hum came along cheerfully. See the puppy barking, the leaves are laughing, the wind is whispering. Why not take a moment to enjoy this hazy romance? La la, la 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 la, la la. Li Fan listened to Sukik's soft voice, and the tension in his heart gradually eased, his mood growing increasingly brighter. She sings so beautifully. Her voice is light and gentle, carrying a sense of cheerful bounce. It's truly a delight. Taking a deep breath, it seemed all the discomfort from being scolded by the homeroom teacher was instantly swept away. Unable to resist any longer, I joined Sukiki in humming along with the English textbook in the next moment. As soon as he started singing, Sukik's melody was completely thrown off course. Suppressing a laugh, she reached out to poke his ribs, his ticklish spot, trying to stop him from continuing his passionate vocal performance. Li Fan wriggled like a silkworm cocoon when poked, yet there was no way he would stop talking. On the contrary, he sang even more boldly, laughing and leaning in close to Sukiki. The two of them sang and laughed, instinctively raising their textbooks to hide their faces, their bodies shaking with laughter as they had the time of their lives. No one was paying any attention to them anyway. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, there came a knock at the classroom's front door. The murmur of students reciting vocabulary instantly died down as heads turned toward the sound. Even the two troublemakers in the back row hastily stopped their antics, obediently lowering their textbooks, only their watchful eyes peeking above the pages, carefully assessing the situation at the door, fearful that it might be aimed at them. Tian Wenwei was sitting at the podium reviewing her morning exam. Suddenly hearing the knock, she instinctively closed the teaching plan, frowning slightly and looking up blankly toward the door. Who are you looking for? Director Liu. The moment she recognized who had arrived, she drew a sharp breath and hurriedly stood up. Yet she seemed somewhat guilty, like a student who had done something wrong. The stern, bald-headed director stood at the doorway with his hands clasped behind his back, his brow deeply furrowed. After scanning the classroom situation, he spoke while suppressing his temper. Teacher Tian, come with me. With these words, he merely glanced at the closed lesson plan on the desk without entering, immediately turning to walk toward the corridor outside the classroom. Seeing this, Tian Wenwei's face briefly showed a trace of irritation. Just about to follow. Suddenly, ding ding, the bell rang. The bell marking the end of class rang, startling her. Then, with visible impatience, she packed up the textbooks and lesson plans on the lectern and gestured dismissively to the class. Class dismissed. Without looking back, he walked straight out of the classroom. The next second, the class instantly burst into noisy chaos, everyone relieved and chattering in small groups as they got up and ran outside. Sukiki even cheered out loud. Yes, big break. With that, she immediately turned to Li Fan with a smile, raising her small hand and playfully wiggling all 5 fingers. Bye-bye now. Then she dashed off in a little run straight towards the standing Sun Shui and threw herself into a hug. Shue, I'm exhausted. Let's go play on the field. As they spoke, Sukiki and Sun Shui giggled and chatted together, seemingly having completely forgotten the fun they just had sitting in the back row with Li Fan during class. However, right at that moment, a glittering progress bar suddenly popped up above Sukiki's head again. Ding! Friend Sukiki social progress 40%. Next milestone achievement, confidant, progress 68%. Progress bars don't lie. Those happy moments just now truly brought the two closer together again. Affection level increased. Li Fan's eyes lit up when he saw the progress bar, feeling greatly encouraged. I never expected happy times to be so fleeting. I still wasn't quite satisfied myself. At that very moment, Sukiki and Sun Shui were already walking arm in arm toward the back door. Both girls were looking at him with beaming smiles. Sun Shui even more cockily tilted her chin up to tease him. Hey, big hero, you look so handsome carrying the blame, ha ha ha. Ding! Friend Sun Shui social progress 22%. Next stage achievement, confidant, progress 8%. In an instant, the taskbar above Sun Shui's head also appeared. Significant progress has been made too. Li Fan felt a small surge of joy in his heart and grinned foolishly at the two of them. No worries, just moderately handsome. Watching the two girls leave the classroom laughing, he was in high spirits too. Stretching his arms and clutching his textbook, he walked back to his seat and nudged Wang Chang, who had already dozed off. Hey, wake up, it's the long break now. This class absolutely exhausted me. Putting down the English textbook, Li Fan subconsciously glanced up at the progress bar above the classroom. All his fatigue instantly vanished. Ding! Attentive participation task progress 100%. Next stage achievement classroom mastery progress 30%. Although standing beside a sweet and soft female classmate for the entire lesson, he managed to remain composed in order to complete his task. He diligently and honestly spent most of the class memorizing English vocabulary. Finally, he made a little more progress on the task. This way, with just 7 more attentive lectures attended, he could achieve the class mastery accomplishment. Wang Chang had just woken up at this moment, squinting his eyes and yawning. Ah, what's happened? Li Fan looked at Wang Chang's freshly awakened face, covered with pillow creases and utterly bewildered. For a moment, he could only shake his head with a helpless smile. Knowing he still needed some time to wake up, she excitedly rubbed her hands together and opened the System Achievements interface. She planned to check out the rewards for that Class Hero achievement. Whoosh! The Social Achievement interface quickly unfolded, with a striking golden achievement notification prominently displayed at the top. Ding! Class Hero Achievement unlocked. Reward, 6 system coins. Clink clatter! The golden system coins flew into the top right corner, instantly boosting the balance to a historic high of 14 coins. It immediately sent Li Fan into raptures. His heart leaped with joy. Ah, 14 coins, enough to casually splurge on another weekly buff card. This game is way too easy. Although he knew the social achievements gave better rewards, he never expected them to be this generous. By the end of the day, he had just done some ordinary tasks he hadn't gotten around to before, listening attentively to lectures like a proper student and actively participating in class. Simply interacting with classmates was enough to strengthen friendships. Just like that, it actually gave him 2 chances to spend money in life. It couldn't be any easier. Yet precisely this carefree gaming life left him utterly bewildered. Just how terrible were the previous players? Not wanting to grind nor spend money led him to waste 19 years of his life. Damn it! Chapter 32, Spending for Affection Points. Here comes the NPC. Li Fan looked at the huge sum he'd obtained, a full 14 system coins. Without hesitation, he immediately opened the pay-to-win system. Let me see what other buffs I can add to my life. After a full day, he had thoroughly experienced the conveniences brought by pay-to-win, so many benefits. Now he naturally couldn't resist the urge to spend. Before that, he had nearly scoured through almost every item in the pay-to-win system store. A dazzling array of goods, everything you could wish for. All paid packs have no purchase restrictions. They can be bought at any level and at any time, with the sole condition being having enough system currency. It truly fills one with motivation, an urgent desire to accumulate enough system credits. His current balance is still too meager. I could only habitually block out those gift packs that were beyond my financial reach. What's left before me are basically those weekly buff cards. In addition, there are also consumables like appearance cards, NPC gifts, and one-time show-off experience cards that can be purchased for just a dozen system coins each. There are still 3 white appearance cards gifted from the premium pack in the backpack, no need for now. It's a one-time show-off experience card, and he currently has no urgent need for a stage to perform on. His gaze involuntarily fell on those system-paid gifts that could increase NPC's favorability. Favor Candy *2 increases an NPC's favorability progress by 10%. Friendship Flowers value *4 can increase NPC's affection progress bar by 30%. And here we have Sweet Cakes value *8, Emotion Gems value *12, blah blah blah. Looking at that densely packed assortment of NPC premium affection gifts, Li Fan found himself instinctively hesitating. I just offended our homeroom teacher Miss Tian, maybe I should buy some goodwill gifts to spend my way into her favor, perhaps that could ease the tension. Moreover, our English teacher never actually teaches, just keeps making us memorize vocabulary words. This is really interfering with completing my life's mission too. But remembering those words Ms. Tian said, her undisguised disgust towards underachievers like us, he decisively abandoned this thought without hesitation. Rather than trying to raise teacher Tian's favorability, it'd be better to spend some in-game currency boosting my social connection progress with Tsukiki. Not worth it at all. Maybe I should save it for now. There's no need to spend currency right this moment. Before Li Fan could select a suitable life buff, Wang Chang beside him had already fully regained consciousness. Glancing at the chaotic classroom, he suddenly seemed to remember something. Wiping his face, he immediately excitedly pulled Li Fan to his feet and began craning his neck to peek outside the classroom. Come on, Fan, let's go grab the basketball court. We'll be late and they'll already tip off. Li Fan's eyes lit up when he heard this, his basketball soul completely ignited. To hell with spending money or not. Anyway, I've got system coins saved up, I can always splurge later. Let's go. I've been wanting to go for ages, it's all your fault for sleeping like the dead. Hurry up and grab us spots. As they spoke, the two of them bolted out of the classroom like unleashed wild dogs, sprinting straight for the basketball court. It was that precious time of day, the long mid-morning break, a full half hour. This was one of the rare moments for playtime, not to be missed. Outside the classroom building, students from all grades seized this opportunity to relax completely. After a day of classes, everyone yearned to stretch their weary, curling leaves and breathe in some fresh air. Scattered groups hurried toward the back playground in clusters. The girls preferred linking arms as they circled the playground, chattering about gossip and discussing things they loved. The boys would naturally form small groups, with an idea king emerging among them. They could spend half a day playing around a single horizontal bar. The basketball court is the battleground every player fights for. The moment class ends, boys with basketballs rush to claim their spots, gathering teams and preparing for action. Li Fan and Wang Chang arrived late but managed to catch the last train. Together with a few other students from their grade, they barely formed two teams. One more player would allow for a proper 3v3 half-court game, so they shout to recruit someone before spinning the ball for team assignments. Just a few other half-courts were already taken, and their games had started. Among the bystanders, few were willing to join in, so their side still couldn't begin playing, leaving the situation in limbo. Right at that moment, a middle-aged man with a standard build, wearing a woolen short-sleeved shirt, suddenly approached with a chuckle. "Classmates, are you still short of players? Can I join in?" At first glance of the uncle who came to share the basketball court, the students instinctively sized him up, unable to suppress their murmurs. "Is he a teacher? You must be the new teacher, haven't seen you around before." A man of his age appearing on school grounds would normally be assumed to be part of the faculty, just that his face seemed unfamiliar. Moreover, dressed in a woolen sweater paired with brand new sweatpants and sneakers, his outfit didn't exactly scream here to play sports. His figure actually appeared quite standard, completely lacking the stout heaviness of middle-aged weight gain. For a moment, the group of students also hesitated uncertainly. Perhaps noticing the students' concern, the middle-aged man immediately chuckled lightly and waved his hand. "I'm here on business at your school, not one of your teachers. Relax. Since we've got some time to spare and it's been a while since we played ball, how about joining us for a game, if that's alright with you?" Hearing this, the group visibly relaxed. As long as it wasn't their teacher, anything was fair game. Someone immediately scoffed and started mocking without giving the older man any face. "Uncle, can you even play in that outfit? Wouldn't want to get your clothes dirty." "Yeah, we're playing half-court. You think you can keep up, old man?" "Uncle, do you even know how to play? If you're no good, you'll just waste our time. Maybe I should call a classmate instead." While the group was talking, Li Fan kept studying this middle-aged man who'd approached them wanting to join their game. I suddenly noticed the uncle had a gleaming achievement title hovering over his head. County Elite. At first glance of this title, Li Fan's heart skipped a beat. County Elite? This is no ordinary fellow. The smaller the place, the more emphasis there is on social niceties and connections. In their small county town, those who could be considered the powerful elite basically had eyes and ears everywhere, with connections in every direction. Who would have thought you could run into such a figure on an ordinary middle school playground? Though he hadn't yet figured out the other party's exact identity, just by looking at the title they displayed, Li Fan realized this might be an incredible hidden NPC. Must definitely build up some favorability points. He immediately stepped forward with a cheerful smile, offering help and persuading the other classmates. "No problem, count this uncle in. We'll have just enough for a half-court game now. With such a great physique, I'm sure you'll have no problem, mister. Come on, give it a try." These words immediately earned a grateful look from the middle-aged man, who even started doing some warm-up moves with eager anticipation, displaying an infectiously youthful excitement. "That's right, I used to be on my school basketball team too. Come on, come on. Big guys like you, nothing to be shy about. Let's have some fun together." Seeing Li Fan step forward as a mediator and the uncle being so enthusiastic, the others didn't have much to say either, so they agreed immediately and hastily began spinning the ball to divide into teams. Li Fan coincidentally ended up on the same team as the middle-aged uncle. They immediately started chatting and laughing while discussing tactics and everyone's preferred positions. After just a few exchanges, he could tell the uncle was genuinely passionate about basketball and had decent game awareness. His mind suddenly flashed to the affinity gifts available in the pay-to-win system. Instinctively, my gaze darted to the title floating above the uncle's head. "This is the local elite of the county town. Try boosting the favorability meter, who knows, you might get a pleasant surprise." With this thought in mind, he hesitated no longer, promptly accessing the pay-to-win system. He made the purchase in an instant. Ding! Friendship flower *1 purchased successfully. Ding! Please select the target to use the item on. Chapter 13 Young man's got good sportsmanship. Xianzi, catch! Li Fan shouted loudly, and instantly the two defenders under the basket rushed over to block Wang Chang, who was preparing to shoot a three-pointer from the side. But the next second, a strange uncle swiftly dashed into the open space under the basket for a breakthrough. Seamlessly understanding his move, Li Fan immediately turned and lobbed a high pass. The two coordinated perfectly, catching everyone off guard and skillfully diverting attention. Bang! Before the others could react, the uncle leaped up to catch the ball and delivered a powerful dunk, rattling the hoop with a thunderous clang. Bang! 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 The basketball swished through the net and bounced on the ground before them, instantly drawing groans of frustration. "Damn it! Shit! We defended wrong. How did nobody guard him? Li Fan excitedly grinned and high-fived his teammate, jumping up to meet his hand. In an instant, a deep bond of court camaraderie was formed. Holy shit! Ha ha ha! Wang Chang stood rooted to the spot, utterly dumbfounded. Seeing his two teammates rush to his side only fueled his frustration, making him stamp his feet in vexation. What the hell? What are you doing? I'm your damn teammate. God damn it, why the hell are you blocking me? He tells you to, and you just listen? Have you forgotten who's on whose team? After all his careful calculations, he never expected Li Fan to resort to fish in troubled waters with such sneaky tactics. A single shot of Changzi completely bewildered all four players on the court. Only he and that unfamiliar middle-aged man remained clear-headed, working in perfect coordination to successfully score with a layup. What a sneaky bastard! Li Fan was now thoroughly fired up from playing, chuckling excitedly with exhilaration. Who would have thought a little trick could achieve such an unexpectedly brilliant victory? Absolutely exhilarating. Meanwhile, throughout the entire match, golden bullet comments kept scrolling non-stop before his eyes. Ding! Bounceability plus 0.2%. Ding! Limb coordination plus 0.13%. Ding! Cardiopulmonary function increased by 0.11%. Seeing these notifications, Li Fan had completely grown accustomed to them by now, even mastering how to control them at will. Not just attending classes, eating, and sleeping. As long as you participate in any activity or event, various benefits and progress bars will appear continuously. This is the incredible power of the player's perspective. After just one game, the golden progress bar on the basketball court was completely maxed out. Ding! Basketball 3v3 game progress 100%. Next stage achievement, basketball star progress 100%. At the sight of even his beloved sport like basketball fulfilling the system's skill, life achievement, it truly made Li Fan burst into laughter. More system coins obtained again. But at the moment, aside from the achievement rewards from playing ball, he had something even more worth investigating. Namely, the unfamiliar middle-aged man sporting the County Elite title above his head. This was one hell of an influential figure. He absolutely couldn't miss this golden opportunity to get acquainted with such a high-tier NPC. Li Fan turned his head and saw the affection progress bar above the uncle's head. Without hesitation, he immediately chose the purchased affection gift, friendship flowers, he had previously spent money on. The moment had finally come to use it. He directly bound it to the uncle and pressed the option. Use it now. Whoosh! As the paid affection gift transformed into a golden light and vanished, it instantly merged into the progress bar above the uncle's head. The next second. Ding! NPC Zhao Changhai favorability progress bar at 38%. Next stage achievement nodding acquaintance 100% attainable. Li Fan's eyes brightened when he saw this completely different NPC favorability progress bar. As expected, a special NPC character had been unlocked. Another life achievement secured. But before he could examine it carefully. Ding ding! The bell rang. The 10-minute warning bell before class suddenly rang. The students who had been happily playing on the playground began to head toward the school building at the sound of the bell, reluctantly ending their daily recess. On the court, everyone exchanged farewells and gradually dispersed. Zhao Changhai accompanied these high school lads in a game of basketball, and now he was drenched in sweat from exhaustion. But spiritually, he felt immensely satisfied. His entire demeanor radiated renewed vitality, as if he had recaptured some of the youthful spirit of his younger days, truly exhilarating. With a smile, he immediately stepped forward and gently patted Li Fan on the shoulder. His eyes were full of admiration for this young man. Son, you've got great sportsmanship. Playing with youngsters like you is such a joy. You didn't go easy on me at all. Ha! As he spoke, Zhao Changhai directly pulled a business card from the pocket of his woolen short-sleeved shirt and handed it over. This is my personal number. Let's exchange contacts later. If you're short on players for weekend or holiday games, give me a call. I'd love to join you young lads more often. Ha! If it were some scheming middle-aged fellow, he wouldn't even bother exchanging contacts. Most people don't get this opportunity anyway. But a group of lively young men didn't need to overthink, they were perfect as buddies for a pickup game. Li Fan noticed the label, Local Elite, hovering above the other's head and saw no reason to hold back. With a grin, he casually reached out and accepted the business card. You're too modest, old-timer. Your dunking form is slick, even slicker than the young guys. Next time there's a chance, I'll call you. Don't you dare not show up then. Hearing this, Zhao Changhai also laughed heartily and readily agreed. Deal, I'll definitely be there. Let's not delay your studies any longer today. Go back to class. With that, he waved goodbye to the two of them and walked toward the school administration building nearby. At the same time, at the entrance of the office building, several people in suits had already come out to greet him. They accompanied him inside, chatting and laughing along the way. It seemed he was someone even the school leaders had to welcome with smiles. Li Fan marveled inwardly at the grand display put on by the middle-aged man before him. There was no guessing this person's background. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he picked up the business card for a closer look, only to find just a name, Zhao Changhai, and a single mobile number printed on it. How odd. He stubbornly checked it over and over again, refusing to believe what he saw. Finally convinced, he realized there wasn't a single title on the business card, almost as if it had been deliberately designed to conceal its owner's identity. Just then, Wang Chang also leaned in curiously, eyeing the business card. Seeing not even a basic title listed, he immediately let out a mocking laugh. This uncle is quite interesting, doesn't even have a title but goes through the trouble of making a business card, acting like some big shot. Just a name and a phone number, you could have written that on any scrap of paper. Let's go, back to class. I'm literally dying of thirst. Hearing Wang Chang's words, Li Fan simply smiled without rebutting. Watching the NPC affection progress bar disappearing into the office building in the distance, he knew full well that he had indeed encountered a county power holder, a truly formidable figure. Though in broader society, a county power holder might not be considered especially significant. Yet within the county itself, even a fierce dragon cannot suppress a local serpent. No matter how important you are, when it comes to this place, no one carries as much weight as this county VIP when it comes to getting things done. As long as I can raise the favorability level of this NPC Zhao Changhai high enough, it will undoubtedly bring immense benefits to him and his entire family. Of course, I should cherish this opportunity and interact with him as much as possible. But I'm afraid today must end here for now. Following the returning tide of students heading back to class, Li Fan and Wang Chang also returned to the classroom together. After a good break during the long recess, the students successfully shook off their afternoon drowsiness and became energetically excited, naturally making the classroom atmosphere exceptionally vibrant. Through the subsequent 2 consecutive classes, Li Fan's concentration demonstrated noticeable improvement. The progress bar is skyrocketing insanely fast. Before he knew it, 2 class periods had flown by, with bonus point bullet comments constantly floating across his vision. It was simply making him endlessly delighted. He didn't even bother checking previously completed mission achievements anymore, deciding to save them all up for a big unpacking session when he got home that night. Let me figure out the best way to spend all these system coins. Ding ding, the bell rang. As the school bell rang, Li Fan felt momentarily dazed, still immersed in the lecturing atmosphere with a sense of lingering fascination. But immediately after, the golden progress bar gleaming above the classroom filled his heart with a comforting warmth. Ding! Lecture focus task progress 100%. Next stage achievement class mastery progress 40%. 2 classes blitzed through, and Li Fan felt thoroughly rewarded. One step closer to achieving classroom mastery. Learning is as easy as pie. Gurgle. Just at that moment, his stomach suddenly emitted the alarm bell of mealtime demands. Li Fan was also startled before quickly realizing what was happening. Having played basketball for nearly half an hour in the afternoon, plus only eating some fried skewers and pancakes at noon, his energy had long been mostly depleted. At this very moment, it was only natural that his stomach was growling fiercely with hunger. He immediately stood up and urged Wang Chang to rush to the cafeteria together for a meal. Let's go. Unless you're crazy, you'd be rushing to chow down. Eat up now because we still have 2 evening self-study sessions later. Wang Chang was also starving to the point of seeing green, so without hesitation, he immediately followed Li Fan. The 2 of them sprinted wildly, weaving through the crowd. They successfully rushed into the cafeteria as part of the first wave. The cafeteria food wasn't exactly gourmet, but it wasn't terrible either. Generous scoops of rice, 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish, plus a piping hot bowl of free soup. They ate with gusto, completely satisfied. Splash! Splash! Li Fan picked up his plate, wielded his chopsticks like a whirlwind, and shoveled the last grains of rice along with the sauce directly into his mouth. Letting out a long, satisfied sigh, he collapsed onto the table. Then, the long-awaited progress bar immediately popped up above the dining table. Ding! Dinner task progress 100%. Next phase achievement eating on schedule progress 66%. Every action you take comes with a visible progress bar. Li Fan's 19 years of life had never been as fulfilling as they were today. Even when making friends, I could see progress bars floating above the girls' heads. No more worries about being the only eager one in the relationship, showering affection on someone who remains indifferent, only to end up with nothing but awkwardness after all the futile efforts. The whole world lit up with a progress bar. Everything became so simple. Li Fan happily wiped his mouth and immediately stood up with Wang Chang to return their meal trays. Seeing there was still plenty of time, I immediately pulled him toward the school gate. Come on, let's go grab some post-meal fried skewers and have a taste. While we're at it, let's check how business is at my family's skewer stall and drum up some customers. Life isn't it just getting better now? Chapter 34 Want to go home with you. The after-school period in the evening is short, with no break. Right after dinner, evening self-study sessions begin. It's stricter than a detention center. so even day students don't have time to go home and basically have to eat at the canteen. Boarding students are even less likely to go outside campus for meals. As a result, the foot traffic at the gate is noticeably lighter compared to noon. The vendors' shouts have grown much quieter too, but there are quite a few students who dislike cafeteria food, and those with growling stomachs would often venture to the school gates in search of meals. This ensured each stall could at least secure some customers. Business was passable. Li Fan had initially worried that with his parents setting up their stall for the first time and him unable to help attract customers in the evening, their business might fare poorly. So after eating in the cafeteria, he rushed straight to the school gate again to help. But when he and Wang Chang arrived at the entrance, their parents' fried skewer stall was already completely packed, and they were swamped with work. You could even hear both of them cheerfully calling out to customers, unable to suppress their laughter. Here, little sister, grab a bowl and pick whatever you want to eat. Sweetie, you wanted mildly spicy, right? Want some spicy strips in your stuffed pancake? Is this enough food for you, kiddo? Auntie will add some more veggies for you. Eat until you're full, okay? At this sight, Li Fan suddenly remembered. He had just purchased a grand opening weekly card buff for his business at noon, which automatically attracted customers from the surrounding area. Now, even without him bringing classmates to help promote, the business was incredibly booming. He had worried for nothing. For a while, seeing how effective the weekly VIP card buff was, he couldn't stop grinning and chuckled foolishly. Business is so good, looks like we won't be needed here. I was thinking of treating you to some skewers to fill in the gaps. Wang Chang couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, rubbing his nose with a grin. It's fine, I'm already full anyway and couldn't eat any more fried skewers. Had a great lunch. There's no need to go over and cause more trouble right now. Just as the two of them stood aside whispering and preparing to make their retreat, suddenly, Li Jiangwo's voice called out urgently from behind. Hey, you two finally made it. Get over here quick. Despite booming business, Li Jiangwo and his wife were so busy they could barely keep their heads straight. But when he saw his son arriving with classmates, Li Jiangwo cheerfully pulled out a bag of pre-prepared skewers from beneath the workstation. He beckoned to Li Fan. Son, come here. Dad prepared some skewers for you guys. Take these back to class and let your classmates try some. Dad's too busy with the shop to entertain you properly. Xiangzi, just take whatever you like to eat, and don't stand on ceremony with Li Fan. After exchanging just a few words, Li Jiangwo shoved the skewers directly into Wang Chang's hands and waved them off. He couldn't resist shouting a few more instructions after them. Go on, hurry back to your class. After evening self-study, come home early, don't wander around outside. After giving their son a few simple reminders, the couple cheerfully went back to attending to their customers. It was clear that this couple had truly found success in their street vending business. Even after working hard all day, they remained tirelessly enthusiastic, showing not a trace of exhaustion. Li Fan and Wang Chang couldn't help but laugh and cry when they were handed the fried skewers. Seeing how busy they were with their business, they decided not to stay and cause more trouble. Carrying the fried skewers, they returned to their classroom. Taking advantage of the skewers still being warm and fragrant, they immediately opened them up to share with their classmates, inviting everyone to come and have a taste. Everyone who ate it couldn't stop praising it. For a while, the entire classroom was filled with the tantalizing aroma of fried skewers, making those who hadn't eaten enough swallow their saliva uncontrollably and silently resolve to buy more skewers tomorrow to satisfy their cravings. There were no teachers lecturing during evening self-study. It was mostly about doing homework, memorizing texts, and following the self-study schedule assigned by the teachers. Studying late into the night. Ding ding, the bell rang. As the 8:30 p.m. self-study bell rang, high school students who had studied all day were finally set free. Sayonara. Withdraw. Genshin Impact. Launch. Wang Chang was the first to dash out the door. Without even grabbing his backpack, he rushed straight home to log in for gaming, not intending to waste a single second. Because his home was in a completely different direction from Li Fan's, so the two had no choice but to go their separate ways. Li Fan saw Wang Chang moving so fast that after images appeared, and could only shake his head with a helpless smile, he obediently tidied up the unfinished homework on the desk. Instantly, a golden progress bar materialized before his eyes. Ding! Homework progress 79%. Next achievement, diligent study, progress 33%. At first glance of this progress bar he had seen just last night, Li Fan was instantly struck by an unexpected and delightful surprise. Oh! Diligent study and hard practice was still in single digits yesterday. After a day of classes, it's already at 33%. Ha ha ha. Last night marked his first day of unlocking the player's perspective and taking control of his own life. I just tried to complete some homework, and the diligent study and hard practice achievement has barely begun. I never thought that in just one day, the progress would increase this much. Not only that, compared to yesterday's achievement system, the current achievement street is no longer an empty, desolate scene. Various life achievements have started showing progress bars. A whole bunch of model achievements have reached completion status. It brings such a flourishing sense of satisfaction that Li Fan can't get enough of it. He wishes he could skip sleep to speed up completing tasks and reach the peak of life sooner. But rice must be eaten bite by bite, and life must naturally be lived day by day. Cheerfully humming a tune, Li Fan packed his school bag and got up to leave after class. In the small county town lacking nightlife, when night falls and darkness descends, there's hardly anyone left on the streets. Only these high school students finishing their evening self-study sessions still have to find their way home in the dark. Fortunately, the main roads are lined with street lamps. Walking in small groups, the students don't feel too lonely, and it adds a sense of safety. Li Fan, however, has grown accustomed to going home alone. When walking through areas without streetlights, I could still hum a tune to boost my courage, only occasionally startled by stray cats and dogs darting about, nearly scaring myself. Yet today was different from usual. He had just stepped out of the bustling area near the school gate, only to find the wide road ahead eerily empty, with scarcely a soul in sight. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. "Hey, Li Fan! Wait a moment. Can I come with you?" In the next instant, Tsukiki, her small face pale with tension, suddenly rushed up from behind and forcefully grabbed Li Fan's arm, pressing close to him. She seemed absolutely terrified. But upon seeing Li Fan, she visibly relaxed, though she stayed plastered to his side, not daring to wander more than 3 steps away. Li Fan was also startled when someone bumped into him. Tsukiki? Experiencing a girl clinging to his arm for the first time, he instinctively froze up, stiff as if half paralyzed, and swallowed hard. Guiltily, I glanced around, afraid of being noticed by teachers passing by after work. Meanwhile, other students heading in this direction also passed by in 2s and 3s, gradually enlivening the street. Many cast smiling glances upon seeing their intimate posture. For a moment, this actually made Li Fan feel somewhat uncomfortable, his face slightly flushing. He could only awkwardly speak up to remind Tsukiki beside him. "Does your home happen to be in this direction too? I don't think we've run into each other before, have we?" Chapter 35, asking again? "You're hopelessly stupid." Tsukiki smoothed back the loose strands of hair from her forehead and exhaled deeply. Hearing this, she gently shook her head and spoke with great conviction. "My house is in this direction. I've seen you walking alone after school several times, but we weren't familiar back then, and we weren't in the same class either." As she spoke, Tsukiki grew even more excited, hugging Li Fan's arm and hopping a little. Her eyes sparkled with joy, as if she had suddenly remembered something delightful. "Oh, that's right. Once when you were late, you ran past me so quickly, whoosh, right by my side. We were heading the same way toward the school gate. Maybe you didn't even notice." As she spoke, some of her nervous tension seemed to ease. A hint of relief even surfaced in her smile. She just kept clutching Li Fan's arm tightly, unwilling to let go, as if only this could bring her enough sense of security. Her large eyes darted around, vigilantly scanning the surroundings, as though searching for something. Li Fan didn't pay much attention to Tsukiki's nervous expression, merely smiling awkwardly and scratching his head. "Is that so? Now that you mention it, I think I might recall." Though the words came out, there was truly no memory in my heart. Yet I found myself feeling just a little happy instead. Never thought I'd have someone secretly paying attention to me. What a surprise. Tsukiki let out a light laugh and immediately started tugging at his arm to hurry him along. Let's go. Time to head home." The road was pitch black, but at least I had company. Li Fan didn't resist upon hearing these words, simply allowing Tsukiki to pull him forward. The sensation of having someone by my side grew increasingly vivid in my heart. At this moment, he gradually became aware that Tsukiki was pressing close to him, as if afraid of something. Immediately curious, he began peering into the pitch-dark surroundings. This was the same route he'd walked throughout high school countless times, and he couldn't recall anything terrifying enough to frighten Tsukiki like this. Unable to suppress his puzzlement, he kept walking while bending down to ask her, Don't you normally take this path home every day? This is the main road. It's always safe, no need to be so nervous." Tsukiki patiently explained after hearing this. "Not at all, I'm not tense. It's just that it's dark. Who knows what danger might appear. I'm just being cautious." Seeing Tsukiki so frightened that she actively clung to him, Li Fan inexplicably felt a surge of masculine pride well up inside him. He instinctively straightened his back and puffed out his chest to amplify his presence. It was as if he was defiantly challenging the lurking darkness around them, using his own radiance to dispel all dangers and envelop this adorable schoolmate in his protective glow. He even thumped his chest in assurance. "Don't worry, there's nothing to fear. I'm right here with you. If any muggers appear, they'll have to get through me first, you just run." Tsukiki couldn't help but secretly chuckle upon hearing this. Yet she continued pretending to be frightened, clinging to his arm while nestling close beside him, nodding meekly. "Mishum, I feel much safer with you here. Actually, I wasn't that scared either." Then her gaze shifted abruptly as she suddenly launched into an explanation, putting on a stubborn, defiant expression. "Ugh, it's all Shu's fault. Usually she walks home with me along this route after school, but today she had something to do, so I had to walk home alone. It's so dark here, and there's barely anyone around. Lucky to have met you, you really boost my courage. At these words, Li Fan instead wore an expression of earnest confusion. When had his eyesight become so terrible? 2 girls from his class lived in the same direction as him, yet he had never noticed them during their daily commute to and from school. What an unfortunate coincidence. The doubt in his heart made him unable to resist asking aloud. Oh, class monitor, you live in this direction too? How come I've never once run into either of you? What's the matter with her? Doesn't she go home? Hearing Li Fan persistently firing off questions one after another, Tsukiki couldn't help but sigh impatiently. As if having exhausted all her strength and tricks, she wrinkled her nose and lightly punched his arm with a raised hand. Her eyes were filled with reproach. I just want to walk with you, that's all. How could I possibly make up so many excuses? Ask, keep asking. You're so stupid. With that, Tsukiki let out a light huff, released his arm, and strode ahead alone with her school bag clutched to her chest. Li Fan had been tangled up in questioning the logic of the situation just a second ago. It didn't add up at all. But the moment he heard Tsukiki's coquettish remark, his mind buzzed and his temperature skyrocketed in an instant. He was so delighted that he couldn't close his mouth and hurriedly trotted after her. Oh, got it. I won't ask anymore. Let's go together. Hearing him take the initiative to catch up, Tsukiki snorted lightly instead. Clutching her backpack straps, she deliberately walked to one side. Who's walking with you? My house isn't even in this direction. You've never seen me go this way before, so I must be going the wrong way. Go wherever you want. As she spoke, she began dodging Li Fan's approaching steps. He goes to the left, so she heads to the right. When he moves to the right, she quickly dodges to the left. She giggles endlessly, utterly delighted by their little game. This was the first time Li Fan had encountered a girl proactively finding excuses to walk with him. In that moment, his heart bloomed with joy like a flower unfurling, laughing as they ran up. I see it. Didn't take the wrong way, must be my memory playing tricks. Hey, which neighborhood do you live in anyway? Let's go, I'll go with you. Just as the two were chasing and playing with each other, one in front and the other behind, a sharp electric scooter horn suddenly blared from behind them. Beep, beep, beep. Startled by the sudden noise, both of them jumped in fright. They turned their heads in unison. They saw Sun Shui fully equipped, wearing a helmet, leisurely cycling over to the two of them. With great solemnity, she stretched out her short little leg to stop her bike against the curb. Then she rolled her eyes in boredom. Tsukiki, are you coming home or not? We're at the intersection. We should turn here. Tsukiki immediately put on a fearful expression when she saw Sun Shui rushing over. Oh no, it's over. I told you to leave but you wouldn't listen. Now we're caught. As she spoke, she shot Li Fan an accusatory glare and let out a helpless sigh. Bang bang bang. While talking, Sun Shui patted the backseat of her electric scooter and jerked her chin towards Sukoku an invitation. Get in the car, we're going home. I take my eyes off you for 1 second, and you run off with someone else. Keep this up, and I won't bother with you anymore. Tsukiki giggled mischievously, darting around Li Fan in a little sprint and hopping right next to Sun Shui's car. She turned her head playfully and waved at Li Fan. Bye-bye. Shua and I are still the best duo in the world, you can head home by yourself. With that, she immediately wrapped her arms around Sun Shui's shoulders, meekly climbing onto the back seat of the electric scooter before leaning against her back with giggles, whispering secrets into her ear. Sun Shui chuckled smugly, giving a dashing nod that immediately caused her helmet visor to flip down. Then she snapped her fingers at Li Fan. Bye, see you tomorrow. V-room. As soon as the words fell, the two immediately turned at the crosswalk and walked away down the opposite side of the avenue. From start to finish, Li Fan could only manage a silly, sheepish grin. Watching the two golden progress bars gradually drift farther away, he gave a slight wave. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow. Ding. Friendship progress with Tsukiki, 48%. Next milestone, confidant level, progress 74%. Ding. Friendship progress with Sun Shui, 26%. Next milestone, confidant level, progress 11%. Chapter 36, daily earnings surpass 1K, achievement unlocked. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Bang. Li Fan walked through the door with a smile on his face, happily humming a tune. He casually changed into his slippers, still savoring the wonderful feeling of having a girl accompany him home from school. Today's experiences were more exhilarating than everything he'd encountered in his previous 19 years combined. With player perspective activated, the world truly appeared completely different. In the living room, Li Jianguo and Su Qiuhong, the married couple, sat across from a spread of braised delicacies, sipping their drinks with rosy-cheeked delight. It looked like they were enjoying an intimate candlelit dinner with drinks. At the first sight of Li Fan entering the door, Li Jianguo immediately raised his glass with a smile and beckoned him over. My boy's back. Come here, come on over. I'm in a good mood today, have a couple drinks with your old man. Upon hearing his drunken nonsense, Su Chiohong rolled her eyes at him. He took the wine glass and downed it in one gulp without changing his expression. Phew, you've had too much to drink. My son needs to sleep early and study hard tomorrow. He's got what it takes to get into university someday. As she spoke, Su Chioying set down the small wine cup, her face slightly flushed. Smiling, she stood up to help Li Fan with his backpack and led him to the living room. Come here, son. You must be hungry after evening self-study, right? Your father happened to buy some cooked food, and there's scallion pancakes here, all still warm. Have some. Today marks the first day of our family's new business. My son is the great hero. Ha 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 ha. Seeing his parents' beaming faces that hadn't faded since they entered, Li Fan couldn't help but feel happy too. Smiling, he settled onto the sofa. His eyes fell upon the spread-out packs of prepared food on the coffee table, smoked sausage, braised pork head, peanuts, and chili intestine rolls. Immediately his eyes lit up, and he reached straight for them. You seem really happy. Looks like business was great on your first day street vending. Hearing their son's words, Li Jianguo and Su Chiohong exchanged a delighted glance, immediately understanding. Su Chiohong promptly stood up and rushed to fetch the money pouch, walking away while still turning back with a smile. Mom wants you to check how much money we made today. Li Jianguo, his eyes squinting with intoxication, threw an arm around his son's shoulders, laughing so hard his apple cheeks turned rosy, looking like a plump little Buddha doll. He felt he couldn't remember the last time he'd been this happy. Middle age brings pressures from all sides, yet working in that old factory left him feeling powerless. Now, following his son's advice to start a street stall business has truly shown him hope. He's even more convinced that his son is the family's lucky star. Ha ha ha, my boy, even setting up a stall counts as doing business. Running a business is way more profitable than working for someone else. Guess. Just with lunch and dinner, setting up the stall for 4 hours, your mom and I made how much today? Ha ha ha. Li Fan had never expected the street stall business to be this profitable, and for a moment he felt uncertain. But seeing his parents' excited reactions, he couldn't help but feel stirred inside, his lips curling upwards in an involuntary smile. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze suddenly caught his mother emerging from the bedroom with the money pouch. Before she could even display it, a golden progress bar instantly appeared above the pouch. Ding! Achievement unlocked. Family day earnings exceed 1,000. Host may now claim rewards. The moment he saw the gamer-style achievement notification flash before his eyes, his pupils dilated in shock. Daily earnings over 1,000, achievement? This can't be real. Holy shit! You guys made over 1,000 today. That's insane. Back then, his parents working together at the local county factory only earned 7 or 8,000 a month combined, and that was only if they worked crazy overtime every single month. If there's no overtime, sometimes the monthly income barely breaks 6,000, just enough to cover household expenses. If unexpected expenses arise, they'd likely need to borrow money from relatives or friends to get through, living quite frugally. But today was just the first day of setting up the stall, and the income has already broken 1,000 yuan? He bought a grand opening weekly buff for his family's deep-fried skewer stall, already knowing today's business wouldn't be too shabby. But he never expected things to start off this spectacularly. Li Jianguo watched his son's reaction with a beaming smile. Seeing him so startled he nearly jumped out of his skin, the old man burst into laughter, repeatedly slapping his thighs. His son's excitement seemed to bring him far more joy than earning money ever could. The sound of thighs being slapped resounded repeatedly, his voice involuntarily rising an octave higher. Ha ha, too low, guess higher. Guess again. Ha ha, just as expected from my son, got half of it right with your very first guess, such vision. Li Fan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, and his face gradually lit up with joy. You got half of it right. You two earned 2,000 bucks in just one day. Su Chiohong had already walked back into the living room holding the change purse by this time. Hearing that his son had already guessed it, he couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. With an excited smile, he opened his wallet, pulled out a stack of loose change along with several neat bundles of bills, and spread them all out without hesitation for Li Fan to see. His hands were trembling with excitement. Son, all the cash I earned today is right here. Not counting the cost of groceries and sauce ingredients, just the income from the first day of business brought in over 800 yuan in cash. The rest is all in your dad's phone. As soon as the words were spoken, Li Jianguo proudly unhooked his phone from his waist like a treasure, drunkenly smiling as he showed it to Li Fan. He looked just like an overgrown child. Even Li Fan was seeing his father's comical reaction for the first time. Haha, we collected over 800 in cash, plus more than 1,300 through mobile payments. Our stall made over 2,000 yuan on its very first day of business. Ha 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 ha. Not counting the cost of the food cart itself, even with all the seasonings and ingredients we used today, our total expenses were barely over 600 yuan. Pure profit over 1,000. That's even more than what your mom and I used to earn working a whole week at the factory. Seeing his parents so excited and happy, Li Fan was completely swept up in their joy too, grinning from ear to ear. Who would have thought that the pay-to-win choice of business could bring such a huge change to their family? Things are looking up at last. Staring at the glaring balance of over 1,000 yuan deliberately displayed on Dad's phone screen, he was so excited he vigorously slapped his thigh. Fantastic! It seems setting up a stall by the school gate was the right decision. It's incredibly profitable. If we can keep this up, our family won't be long before reaching well-off status. The family of 3 was very pleased with the start of this business. What an unexpected surprise! After all the commotion, it was getting late. Su Qiuhong was the first to calm down, smiling as she arranged things for the two at home. Alright, it's past 10 o'clock. Son, hurry back to your room and rest. Your father and I still have to go to the morning market to stock up tomorrow. Clap. With that, he gave the drunken Li Jianguo a hearty slap on the back, laughing and cursing as he hurried him along. Hurry up and move your ass, time to hit the sack. Grinning from ear to ear, Li Jianguo stood up and threw an arm around Li Fan, who was trying to head inside, murmuring in a low voice. Better turn in early tonight, you hear? No staying up late. Mom and Dad have some important things to do. Go to bed now. Chapter 37, Taking Stock of Achievements, the Whale Player returns. Bang! Before Li Fan could even react, his father had already shoved him into the bedroom and slammed the door shut. They were off to attend to their so-called important matters. He could only sigh helplessly in that moment, turning to walk back and sit down on his own bed. He couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. Alas, in the near future, I might have to split assets with yet another person. Big brother probably hasn't heard this terrible news yet. Thinking of his older brother still hesitating in the army about whether to transfer jobs or take the resettlement allowance, Li Fan couldn't help but chuckle to himself for a moment. In a little while, his older brother would be coming home. When that time comes, if his brother discovers that the family isn't working jobs anymore but has started a small business, earning over 2,000 in revenue on the very first day, who knows how he'll react? Are you also pleasantly surprised by the changes at home? Everything is getting better now. Back then, my elder brother got admitted to a junior college, but he didn't enroll. Instead, he chose to join the military with his admission letter, becoming a college student soldier. This way, he saved on tuition fees, retained his student status, and even received military allowances. After retiring from military service, one can choose to return to school for further education. Certainly, if one performs well in the military and earns merits, there's also the possibility of being assigned to a civilian position through job placement arrangements. Virtually every aspect was considered for the sake of the family. During his years in the military, my elder brother also performed exceptionally well. Last year brought good news. He was awarded a second-class meritorious service medal for the entire army. The qualifications for military to civilian transfer were confirmed in an instant. Now reaching retirement age, one could either choose to take the lump sum resettlement allowance and seek another path, whether finding work elsewhere or returning to school. Alternatively, they could opt for an organized placement, securing a stable government-assigned position. But in that case, the resettlement allowance would be significantly reduced. Though he had earned a second-class merit for the whole army, his military rank was too low. If he chose to transfer to civilian work, he could only start from the bottom, at best being assigned a clerk position. Even after returning home, he would still remain part of the ordinary class. At this moment, Li Fan inexplicably thought of his elder brother, feeling a slight emotional stir in his heart. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. I remember the newbie paid package back then was a choice between business or politics. Now that business has already got started, how much would it cost to pay for politics? Since it's already confirmed that Big Brother can be assigned a civilian job after his military discharge, then if I choose to buy our family a political background now, wouldn't that help Big Brother embark on an official career and achieve meteoric rise? By then, their family stands a real chance of achieving a class leap. Thinking this, Li Fan immediately grew excited. Turning around eagerly, he grabbed a pillow to prop under his chest, laying prone as he opened the Systems, Achievements panel. Whoosh! With the appearance of the Achievements system, red notification dots flashed across all major sections, waiting to be claimed. The achievements accumulated this afternoon still haven't been claimed. Perfect timing to review them all at once. Ding! Basketball star achievement unlocked, reward, 4 system coins. Ding! NPC Zhao Changhai friendship reached acquaintance level, reward, 6 system coins. Clink clatter! In an instant, the balance in the upper right corner jumped and filled up, blinking into *20. Li Fan's eyes immediately lit up when he saw this number. Wait, it's actually 20 now? This means I can spend on some stuff besides just the weekly card buff. Looking at the amount of system coins he had obtained, Li Fan immediately gleefully opened the pay-to-win interface, deftly scrolling past those legendary skins and premium buffs at the top. He quickly found his spending range. However, he didn't need to repurchase those weekly buffs for now. Currently, for the business aspect, there was grand opening, which was valid for 7 days. Study was governed by a CEM logic, allowing him to systematically organize his knowledge of mathematics and sciences within 7 days. Now, the accumulation of system credits had reached a considerable amount. It indeed warranted some long-term planning. After a thorough search, he finally located the pay-to-win items under the family series, with business and politics prominently listed. However, the business option had now turned gray, with an own tag in the lower right corner. Meanwhile, the politics option beside it still glittered with golden brilliance, as if it had been eagerly awaiting this moment all along. Ding! Politics, upon use, will add a government-employed member to the family, providing official connections to accelerate familial growth. Price, *32. At first glance, Li Fan secretly thrilled upon seeing the several political career pay-to-win options. Just 32 system coins to unlock the political career option? In that case, I can keep accumulating achievement rewards and go straight for the top tier. Looking at the price tag of the political career background card, Li Fan couldn't help but marvel at how ridiculously cost-effective the newcomer's paid package was, just $12 for both the business background card and 3 common-level appearance cards. At this thought, Li Fan suddenly realized something. Wait, when I topped up this morning, I also got a recharge package that included 3 white appearance cards. These will come in handy right now. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Fan directly opened his system inventory. Sure enough, there were 3 white appearance cards stored inside. Recalling the scene earlier that morning where 2 girls had chirped and giggled while glancing at him and whispering, Li Fan immediately focused his gaze on his 3D virtual facial model. At first glance, his face was smooth with well-balanced features. He wouldn't be considered a handsome guy, but his looks were certainly eye-catching, at the very least, above average. However, upon closer inspection, I couldn't help but click my tongue repeatedly. Finally understood why Su Kiki and Sun Shui had been giggling at him this morning. Yesterday, due to the limited number of appearance cards, only one side of the red swollen acne scar on his forehead was removed, leaving the other side still visible. This asymmetry made it stand out even more starkly. Although his cheeks had been thoroughly whitened and cleansed using the appearance cards, blackheads on his nose and the skin on his forehead remained rough and sallow. Upon closer inspection, there was actually an unnatural patchwork feel to the color blocks. Having identified the problem, Li Fan immediately pulled out 3 beauty cards to target the specific issues. 1 nose card to clean up the entire nasal area. Whoosh! The white beauty card flashed with light and vanished instantly. The formerly blackhead-ridden, rough-pored nose transformed completely, becoming as fair, smooth, and delicate as the skin on her cheeks. 1 for the forehead first, let's wipe away those acne scars. Another 1 for the forehead, polish up this area above the brows too. With this, it should be perfect now. Whoosh! Whoosh! With the use of the last 2 fair complexion cards, my entire face achieved a flawless, all-around whitening effect with no dead angle at all. Looking at his virtual face model, Li Fan was momentarily stunned. He instinctively raised his hand to touch his own face. Damn, is this how I was originally supposed to look? His skin so fair you can barely see his pores. He's actually getting kinda handsome. Feeling the transformative effects of his in-game purchases, Li Fan excitedly rolled around on his bed, unable to contain his cheers. Just then, a progress bar suddenly lit up in the room. Ding! Tidy up task completion rate at 20%, next stage achievement neatness model progress at 12%. Chapter 38, unlock the monthly VIP buff of life. Ding! Household tidiness completion, 20%. Next stage achievement model cleaner completion, 12%. Li Fan sprang out of bed the moment he saw this all too familiar task. Eyes gleaming with excitement, rolling up sleeves with full vigor. Let the tasks of life come at me even more fiercely. Let's do this. Having tidied up in the morning, naturally there wasn't much messy work left to do at this moment, but Li Fan always had an eye for spotting disorder. First, he neatly remade the bedding he had messed up, then arranged every pair of shoes that had been haphazardly piled in the corner with meticulous order. He also conducted a thorough categorization and decluttering of all the miscellaneous trinkets in the storage box, organizing them by functionality. Lastly, all the long-neglected, dust-covered toys and handicrafts were properly sorted and stored away. After all that work, Li Fan grinned with unbridled satisfaction. Perfect. Ding! Indoor organization task completion, 89%. Next stage achievement, model neatness completion, 19%. Seeing the progress bar fill up filled Li Fan with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. It's clear that life missions aren't accomplished overnight or with just 1 or 2 attempts, they require cultivating good habits through gradual accumulation and subtle transformation. He was already beginning to adapt to this brand new life of his. Thump! After completing the task, Li Fan simply took off his clothes and burrowed under the covers. With bedtime still hours away, of course he should treasure the night and his freedom, taking out his phone to fully immerse himself in the gaming world. Ding dong! Ding dong! Yet the moment he unlocked his phone, 2 friend requests appeared directly in the notification bar. What is this? Seeing those 2 friend request accounts, Li Fan immediately clicked on them with confusion. In the next second, the sources of the requests became immediately clear. It turned out he'd been added through the class group chat, with the verification message boldly displaying the names Su Kiki and Sun Shui. These were precisely the 2 girls who'd just become his friends that very afternoon. In over a decade of using social media, Li Fan's friend list had never included a single girl. Now fortune seemed to be finally smiling upon him. Immediately, she happily accepted the request. Ding dong, ding dong. Right after, 2 messages came through, and the chat interface automatically opened dialog boxes with 2 new friends. We're now friends and can start chatting. For the first time, a girl had proactively added him on social media, and Li Fan wasn't quite sure how to start the conversation. Staring at the dialog box, I couldn't help but hesitate. Should the first sentence be hello or what are you up to? It's so hard to choose. After much hesitation, he decided to wait for the girl to speak first. Yet the 3 seemed to have reached some unspoken agreement. Although the other party had actively added the account, they remained silent, and Li Fan naturally had no intention of taking the first step either. Instead, he clicked on their profile pictures and silently browsed through their moments first. Su Kiki's moments were relatively simple. The first thing that caught his eye was a photo of her and Sun Shui, clearly taken last winter during snowfall, right at their school. The rest of her posts were filled with adorable daily moments, like random cats and dogs she encountered on the streets, or the occasional snail she spotted on vegetables. Warm, cozy snapshots of uneventful happiness. Li Fan couldn't help but chuckle goofily as he scrolled through. I was indeed a bit attracted to a cute girl like Su Kiki. I couldn't help but recall when school ended, how Su Kiki actively made excuses to walk with her coy tone making every cell in my body vibrate with happiness. Li Fan had only browsed for a short while when he saw the termination line beneath Su Kiki's friend circle. This friend only displays posts from the past year. Unable to peek further into the other person's life, Li Fan could only return dejectedly and exited the friend circle. Then, driven by curiosity, he clicked into class monitor Sun Shui's friend circle. The next second, he was instantly shocked, his eyes widening as his fingers uncontrollably clicked to enlarge photo after photo. Holy shit, Paimon, Klee, Anya, is that Takanashi Rika? The class president is actually a cute Mo Kozer. The petite class monitor, barely over 1.6 meters tall with short legs, usually wore black-framed glasses and maintained an aloof demeanor that kept strangers at bay. Who would have thought she was secretly a frenzy fan of cosplay? Her social media was flooded with photos of her cosplaying various characters at comic conventions, each one impossibly cute. Just, with so many flat-chested characters, isn't her size a bit? Li Fan looked at the squad leaders revealing photos on her social media, and his heart couldn't help but race instantly. Who knew she could keep her hobby so well hidden in daily life? But upon closer thought, the squad leader always did have that unmistakable Chinibu vibe when she spoke. We should have spotted some clues earlier. Who would have thought such a nerdy girl could have such a shocking contrast? Li Fan browsed through both girls' social media profiles, which deepened his understanding of them. He believed that with more interactions in the future, they might even reach deeper friendship achievements and unlock more advanced relationships. But for now, he had just passed their friend requests. Neither girl took the initiative to greet him first, and he couldn't think of a good opening line either, having no experience in this area. For now, I could only let it be. As for my social circle, he had nothing to worry about. He wasn't particularly fond of taking photos, and as a male idol, he didn't have much to share that he liked. So it remained blank for now. After playing with my phone for a while, time swiftly approached 11 o'clock, and gradually drowsiness crept in. Suddenly, a progress bar appeared. Ding! Early to bed, early to rise task progress 0%. Next milestone, sleep routine mastery at 10%. Li Fan was just about to put down his phone and drift blissfully into dreamland. Suddenly spotting the welfare icon in the bottom right corner of the in-game purchase interface, flashing a red dot indicating an unclaimed reward, I immediately remembered something. That's right. I spent money again this afternoon on affection-boosting gifts. The total purchases should have exceeded 40 coins. There's still a reward left unclaimed. As I opened the pay-to-win benefits interface, sure enough, I saw the rewards flashing beneath the 40 yen tier. I immediately clicked to claim it. Ding! 7 pick 1 life monthly card gift box, randomly unlock 1 life monthly card buff. Use it now? Li Fan, lying snugly under the covers, was absolutely thrilled when he saw this option. This premium item that normally costs 30 system coins is now free. What an absolute steal. Yes. Without hesitation, I selected yes. The next moment, a golden light flashed before my eyes as the freshly drawn monthly card buff materialized. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining the Athletic Master Experience monthly card. Once activated, enjoy comprehensive enhancement of sports skills with double proficiency growth in athletic abilities. The moment he saw the life monthly card buff he'd drawn, Li Fan's eyes lit up. An athletic master experience monthly card? Double proficiency in sports skills. What does this mean? Could it be that for the next month, every athletic activity I do will grant me double experience, letting me achieve milestones twice as fast? Chapter 39 NPCs always spawn in the same place. The newly unlocked lifetime monthly subscription buff left Li Fan somewhat bewildered. But after all, it's a paid benefit, might as well take it if it's free. He happily accepted it without hesitation, snugly wrapped himself in the blanket, and peacefully drifted off to sleep. ZZZ. As Li Fan fell asleep, the sleep progress bar above his head quietly lit up, gradually filling up in the darkness. Ding! Early to bed and early to rise task progress 50%. Next stage achievement, mastering sleep schedule progress 15%. A peaceful night passed. At 5 o'clock the next morning, the alarm clock rang on time. Ding ding! The bell rang. Li Fan groggily stretched an arm out from under the blankets, patting blindly 3 times before finally locating the alarm clock on the nightstand and successfully silencing it. Then he yawned, stretched, and sat up. Moving mechanically, he fumbled into his clothes. Before his blurry eyes, a golden progress bar of tasks shimmered, urging him to crawl out of his warm bed at the chilly autumn hour of 5 in the morning. By the time he finished dressing, the progress bar in the room had conspicuously reached its completion. Ding! Early to bed, early to rise task progress 100%. Next stage achievement master of routine progress 20%. Li Fan stood up and reflexively glanced back. Another progress bar lit up smoothly before his eyes. Ding! Tidy quarters task completion 89%. Next stage achievement model of orderliness progress 19%. Without the slightest surprise, Li Fan obediently straightened up the messy bed he'd slept in all night. After a day of training, he now basically didn't need to deliberately search for ordinary life task progress bars anymore. He completely knew what he should do and what rewards he could obtain. In the past, he never had the habit of tidying his room, let alone getting up early to make his bed. But now, as long as you do it, there are benefits, and the progress bar for achievements will grow. Naturally, you can't get enough of it, there's no reason not to do it. After all, it's all for your own benefit. Ding! Completion rate for the housekeeping task has reached 100%. Next stage achievement, housekeeping role model, completion rate 20%. Just waking up in the morning, you see both achievement progress bars have made new gains. Li Fan also fully energized himself, brimming with motivation. Passion. He immediately packed his bag, left the bedroom, and went to the bathroom to freshen up. Just after washing up, Li Fan wiped his face and instinctively looked up at his reflection in the bathroom mirror. For a moment, he found himself completely captivated by what he saw. Ah, I'm practically dying from how handsome this face of mine looks now. How can it be so fair-skinned? So fair and delicate, you can't even see pores anymore. This could rival a rookie idol's debut complexion. While admiring myself in the mirror, suddenly a golden notification popped up and floated across my vision. Ding! Narcissism level increased by 0.6%. Li Fan was startled, inwardly cursing with a holy shit. The system really is everywhere. It's monitoring me in real time. Scold though I may, I can't help but adore this face more the longer I look, free from acne scars and blackheads, utterly irresistible. Meanwhile, his gaze involuntarily drifted to the unruly bird's nest of hair on his head. Compared to that flawless face, this hair simply doesn't match up. With this thought, Li Fan immediately bent down to search the bathroom counter. Having not combed his hair in ages, naturally there wasn't a single comb of his in the house. But Mom insists on keeping her hair perfectly groomed and impeccably styled every single day. Just borrowing Mom's comb for a sec. Li Fan wasn't much for hairstyling either, so he just roughly combed his hair from front to back. After struggling with it for quite a while, he finally managed to get those unruly locks of his to settle into a relatively tame direction, making him look at least somewhat presentable and neat. Immediately satisfied, he put down the comb and walked out of the bathroom. Mom! 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 Give me! He shouted for a long time, but there was no response in the house, and no sign of either of them by the dining table in the living room. Just as he was puzzled, he suddenly caught sight of a note pressed under the water glass on the dining table and immediately walked over curiously to pick it up. A single glance told him the gist of it. His parents were currently running a stall, needing to purchase ingredients and prepare broth every day, so they had to rush to the wholesale morning market at dawn to buy cheap vegetables and raw materials. Leaving so early, they naturally couldn't spare time to make breakfast, they'd just grab a bite on the way. Along with the note was a 50 yuan bill. It was the pocket money his mom had specially left for him. Seeing his allowance skyrocket tenfold in a single day, Li Fan grinned from ear to ear. The family had just started, going into business, and already his living standards had taken a quantum leap. Isn't this just getting better? Immediately pocketing the pocket money with glee, I tucked it away and headed out to school. Just as I reached downstairs, suddenly, I saw old son, puffing on his pipe, wobbling out from beneath the opposite building on his rickety old tricycle. At first glance, Li Fan instinctively raised his head with a smile to greet the person. Good morning, Uncle Son. Going to, huh? Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt something was amiss. How come I seem to see Grandpa's son dressed like this at this exact spot and time every single day? Grandpa's son showed no sign of puzzlement, still nodding at him cheerfully as he spoke. Morning there, Lee family's second son. Cold day for you to be up so early for school. You'll surely grow up to be college material. Li Fan watched old son, wisps of white smoke curling from the corner of his mouth, greeting him with a cheerful grin. Above his head, the illustrious title of Senior 5 Guarantees household still shone brightly, impossible to miss. A thought suddenly took hold of his mind. Damn, could these all just be NPCs? They spawn at fixed times and locations, their activity zones are completely set, and even their dialogues barely change day to day. How fascinating. Li Fan exchanged brief greetings with Old Man Son as usual, then jogged ahead to help him open the residential gate access. Watching Old Man Son walk away, he couldn't help but shake his head repeatedly with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Strange, could it be that before unlocking the player's perspective, I was just an NPC too? It really proves that saying, free-to-play gamers are just NPCs in the pay-to-win players game. As a child, I dutifully went to school. As an adult, I routinely go to work. Life can't escape these cycles. Isn't it just like being an NPC with predetermined routines? Without dwelling on it further, Li Fan just sighed slightly and quickly rallied his spirits, heading off toward the school. On the way, passing by yesterday's breakfast stall, he immediately grinned and walked up to it. The breakfast stall was more like a fixed NPC refresh point, always appearing near places where players gathered, selling goods to replenish hunger stats, nearly ubiquitous. Boss, 2 deep-fried dough sticks, 1 fried cake, and an egg. Another bowl of millet porridge, please. Li Fan placed his order enthusiastically, then helped himself to a plate of side dishes before happily finding a seat to settle in. Just as he was waiting for his breakfast to arrive, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Don't you ever think about doing something other than that damn whitewashing? Fine if you want to make your own place filthy, but dragging your wife into this mess too? Look how exhausted she is, all worn out. How about I teach you some entrepreneurial skills to change your destiny? Chapter 40, just get close and missions pop up. NPCs are really something. Ha! Hearing these words, Li Fan was stunned for a moment and instinctively turned his head to look. Another NPC? Indeed. Behind him, sitting in the same spot, was that same short, chubby dark-skinned guy who wore a short-sleeved shirt with tiger designs in the middle of autumn, clearly the stereotype of a small-town deadbeat wannabe gangster. Same as yesterday, same location, same setup. An early rising freelance plasterer grabbed breakfast at a stall with his wife before heading to work. Ran into a wired young man fresh from an all-night gaming binge at the internet cafe. He immediately launched into endless bragging about his glorious achievement of constructing 800 drying towers and his entrepreneurial success story, pointing fingers at the whitewashing worker with an air of superiority. Witnessing this scene, Li Fan simply felt bored and let out a scoff. Just then, the stall owner aunt brought over the breakfast he'd ordered, and he immediately buried himself in devouring the delicious meal before him. But as he ate, he gradually sensed something amiss. Since I run into these NPCs every day, maybe they have some hidden quest rewards I haven't discovered yet. I've been completely ignoring them all this time. Could I be missing out on some side events involving NPC interactions? Based on gaming experience, NPCs with fixed activity ranges usually have quests to hand out. Complete the task, and you'll refresh the NPC's favorability, along with some unexpected rewards. Just like Zhao Changhai, an NPC that randomly spawned on the school playground yesterday, Town Elite. All I did was play basketball with him for half an hour, and immediately unlocked the nodding acquaintance favorability achievement. Though no related side quests have been triggered yet, so no extra rewards either. Perhaps further exploration is needed. In that case, does that mean Old Man Son, the long-term welfare recipient from our neighborhood, along with the county town's disillusioned youth aspiring hustlers, and the content with little independent contractor, whitewashing uncle here, are all just NPCs like Zhao Changhai? I should take the initiative to connect with them. Maybe I could trigger some side quests in life and gain unexpected benefits. Because yesterday, Li Fan already noticed something unusual. With Su Kiki, Wang Chang, and a few others, the social progress bar showed friendship progress, all having achieved the good friends milestone. But only with Zhao Changhai was there an NPC favorability progress bar. In that sense, some people are born into this world as predetermined NPCs, inherently carrying missions. Li Fan grew increasingly convinced of this logic. He immediately changed direction, sitting down opposite the table and secretly observing the two NPCs at another table while eating. At this very moment, back at the table behind him, the whitewashing master was dressed in work clothes covered completely in white spots, accompanied by his wife wearing identical weathered work clothes, a woman who looked thoroughly battered by the elements and simple-hearted. Before them lay a plate of fried dough sticks and 2 large bowls of tofu pudding, which they were devouring heartily with satisfying slurps. Their appetites alone made it obvious they were laborers toiling with their strength. Beside them sat a short, stocky, dark-skinned man with messy long hair. With just 2 fried dough sticks and a bowl of soy milk, he could spin tales that'd make your head spin. Watching the whitewashing couple ignore him, he instead snorted disdainfully. Don't want to listen now, don't want to listen again. Ah well, fine then. With people like you, even if I genuinely wanted to help, there's just no way. I've got a lifetime of proven experience here, was thinking of mentoring you. Not exaggerating, but at the very least, you'd stash away a solid $1,000,000 in your pocket by year's end. The short, dark-skinned guy then put on a look of exasperation, as if disappointed by someone's wasted potential. But no way, you just don't appreciate it. TCH, you'll be stuck painting walls your whole life, never amounting to much. Take your wife and work hard, alright? Facing the endless chatter from that energetic young man, the plasterer initially didn't want to respond. But unexpectedly, the guy only escalated his behavior, getting more and more outrageous. The plasterer, eating his fried dough sticks and sipping tofu pudding, raised his head with an irritated frown upon hearing these grand speeches. Would you shut the hell up already? Listen here, you little brat. I'm old enough to be your damn father. Who the hell do you think you're waving your arms around and yapping at? 800 grain towers my ass. Even if you had 10,000 of the damn things, what's any of that got to do with me? I gotta say, there's nothing wrong with being a plasterer. I cleared 200 to 300k a year easy, bought my son a house and car. Whole family's doing just fine. Are you trying to lecture me? Get lost, go sit where it's cooler. What kind of little brat dares bark around here? Seems I run into you every damn day at this spot. Talk later, the whitewashing master urged his wife with a furrowed brow as he kept working. Eat, and hurry up and leave when you're done. Such a headache dining here. The couple quickly polished off their breakfast, paid the bill, wiped their mouths, and got up to leave without hesitation. The little dark chubby guy watched as the whitewashing couple got up to leave, his face a picture of utter disbelief, caught between laughing and crying in an exaggerated manner. Ha, look at that. Even when meeting someone of importance, they don't know how to cherish the opportunity. He's got quite the temper. Listen here, don't judge by my age, just watch whether I succeed or not. 800 drying towers? Yeah, those definitely ain't got nothing to do with you anymore. Hey, just stick to your whitewashing job and leave it at that. Slaving away from dawn to dusk with my wife, barely scratching together a few miserable pennies. Go ahead, just go ahead. If you don't value my hard-earned wisdom, then I won't bother guiding you anymore. Watching the plastering couple walk away until they were completely out of sight, no one was left to be his audience. The little black fatty was also puffing with anger, munching noisily on the fried dough stick while slurping down the soy milk in big gulps. Check, please. How much? Hearing this, the auntie at the breakfast stall walked over cheerfully with a wide grin. Just give me 3 yuan in total. The chubby dark-skinned kid emptied both his pants pockets, managing to scrape together only 1 yuan. He suddenly felt awkward and somewhat embarrassed as he looked at the cheerful auntie running the breakfast stall, then pulled out his phone to check his balance. Mobile payment then. Can I scan the QR code? Auntie saw him like this and let out a light chuckle with a nod, then turned to grab the payment QR code. Alright, scanning works too. 3 yuan. Here, just scan this. The chubby little guy fiddled with his phone for quite a while but still couldn't get the QR code payment to work. He immediately started flustered and fumbling about. My phone, I've hit my payment limit. Running this business every day, with money coming in and going out, the cash flows in the millions. First thing in the morning, you've already maxed out my limit. For someone like you, how about tomorrow? Can we handle it all together tomorrow? I come here every day. The auntie looked at him with a cheerful smile and shook her head decisively. No can do, small business here, no credit allowed. How about you borrow from a friend then? At these words, little black chubby immediately grew flustered, stammering incoherently without forming complete sentences. But, At this very moment, Li Fan finished the breakfast in front of him. Watching the pretentious young man, who had been relentlessly boasting about his billion-dollar business deals 1 second, only to be instantly humbled by a mere 3 yuan bill the next, he couldn't help but let out a helpless scoff. But since he happened to want an opportunity to test the role of NPCs, he might as well use this guy as a test subject. After all, it's just 3 yuan, hardly worth mentioning. If we can really trigger the system's achievement quest, then we'll hit the jackpot. Immediately calling out softly to the aunt running the stall, I spoke with a smile. Auntie, I'm done eating. Time to settle the bill. Actually, put his $3 on my tab. I'll cover his meal along with mine. No sooner had these words been spoken than, ding 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 ding. Before Li Fan could even react, several golden quest tags instantly popped up above. Cool dude, S-head, blaringly bright. It completely stunned him, his eyes widening in disbelief. Holy crap, they're actually real. So many. Chapter 41, The Spirited Lad, Boundless Loyalty. Ding. NPC Lu Sinew Friendliness Achievement Acquaintance Unlocked. Ding. NPC Lu Sinew Friendliness Achievement Casual Encounter Unlocked. Ding. Achievement unlocked. NPC Lu Xinyu has reached loyal through thick and thin affection level. Ding. First NPC affection level exceeds 70%. Reward obtained. Appearance customization gift pack *1. Li Fan watched as 4 progress bars over the excitedly beaming chubby dark-skinned youth's head instantly maxed out with a cuckoo sound. For a moment, he was too stunned to speak, completely dumbfounded. Holy, this can't be right, can it? He only spent $3. 2 fried dough sticks and a bowl of soy milk. Since when did they pack so much punch? To think he unlocked so many achievements straight from an NPC. I can hardly believe how happy I am. Are the favorability points of cool dudes really this easy to max out? As expected of a hidden NPC, the rewards are just so abundant. The breakfast stall aunt naturally didn't realize what had actually happened either. She even sighed in relief, glad there wasn't another bad debt to deal with. He immediately smiled and nodded at Li Fan. Alright then, young man, I'll count you all together, the middle-aged woman said. That comes to exactly 8 yuan in total. Li Fan had plenty of pocket money these days, so he didn't mind spending these extra 3 yuan. Not to mention exchanging for so many achievement rewards all at once, this was absolutely a huge win. Got it, auntie. He paid the bill with flair, pocketing the handful of change he received. Just then, clap. That little dark-skinned chubby guy Lu Xinyu immediately clasped his hands in salute, pursed his lips, and nodded repeatedly. True brothers stay in the heart. Nothing more needs to be said. Today when my breakfast stall hit rock bottom, only through adversity do you know true friendship. Brother, those 3 yuan you spent didn't just buy breakfast, they bought my eternal gratitude. I'll remember that. During my darkest, most desperate times, when I was in trouble and utterly helpless, it was you, my good brother, who stepped up to lend a hand without hesitation. From now on, if you ever need anything within this neighborhood, just drop my name, it'll work, no problem. Li Fan felt a bit unsettled by the sudden solemnity in the guy's speech, hastily waving his hands in a mix of amusement and embarrassment. Brother Xinyu, right? There's no need for that, really. It's nothing serious, just 3 yuan after all. We actually ran into each other here just yesterday morning. It's just a small favor. Though I could clearly see the achievement progress bar glowing above his head, something about this high-energy youth always gave me a vague sense of danger. I didn't want to get too entangled with him. Getting the NPC's favorability achievement reward was enough for me. But Lu Xinyu waved his hand decisively, leaving no room for discussion. He immediately pulled out his phone and leaned in. Alright, my brother, no need to say more. What's your name, bro? Come on, let's exchange contacts. Once my funds are sorted, I'll treat you to that all-you-can-eat lunchbox buffet, just 12 yuan. I've decided we're brothers for life. Li Fan saw how enthusiastic this spirited young man was and felt it would be impolite to refuse further. Afraid of causing embarrassment that might lead to unnecessary trouble, he reluctantly exchanged names and contact information. Lu Xinyu listened attentively and solemnly saved the number, also adding his social media contact. Then, smiling with satisfaction, he nodded in approval. Nice. Your name's Li Fan, right, brother? Fine name. I'll remember you. From now on, there's just one phrase between us brothers, bound by loyalty as vast as the sky. You can mess with others, but don't you dare touch my bro. Bang bang bang. As he spoke, he burst into laughter and gave Li Fan's shoulder a hearty pat, clearly overjoyed. It seemed he had completely forgotten the embarrassing situation moments ago when he couldn't even scrape together 3 yuan for breakfast. Li Fan never expected that 3 yuan could buy him such a fiercely loyal and devoted new brother. For a moment, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Never thought these spiritual guys would appear so gangster-like on the surface, seemingly idle and unproductive. Yet in private, they're so loyal and easy to befriend. Beyond relief, my heart swelled with an immense sense of accomplishment. Shouting $3 was worth a try. My speculation was correct. These NPCs with fixed refresh cycles indeed all have special interaction quests. Anyone who meets the conditions can obtain generous rewards. Just as he was gleefully about to tally up his achievement rewards, Lu Xinyu happened to wave goodbye. Alright then, I won't keep you from heading to school, my good friend. I was at the internet cafe all night yesterday, so I'm dead tired now, heading home to catch some sleep. Keep in touch. Whenever you're in trouble, just call me, I'll go through fire and water for you, brother. Li Fan grinned, nodding with a smile. Got it, brother Xinyu. I'd go through fire and water for you, brother Xinyu. Watching Lu Xinyu walk away, hands in pockets and with a jaunty stride, his own grin grew even wider, nearly splitting his face. There are 3 achievements in total, worth at least a dozen system coins. Not to mention there's also a beauty card customization gift pack, who knows how many goodies it might reward. Just as he was thinking this and turning to leave for school, suddenly, thud, 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 a deep, muffled toll of a bell rang out, startling him awake and making him instinctively search for its source. Did the temple bell just ring? There's a Buddhist monastery near their area with decent incense offerings. Rumor has it the temple has been passed down for several hundred years and is now a cultural heritage protected building. It houses officially certified ordained monks who maintain vegetarian diets, chant scriptures, and offer devout incense. Every morning they hold dawn ceremonies with bell tolling. Li Fan's mind went blank for a moment before his eyes suddenly widened in realization. Holy shit, this is bad. The temple bell just rang, I'm gonna be late. The temple bell always rang precisely 20 minutes before their school's morning self-study session began. Running from the breakfast stall to school normally took him over 20 minutes. If he had left right after breakfast, he'd have easily made it in time, just catching the main flow of students entering the school. But because he'd gotten acquainted with that NPC Lucinu, he ended up delayed for a while, making him lose track of time. Now realizing this, Li Fan didn't dare waste another second. He immediately started sprinting like mad. Unlike yesterday when he arrived early, now there were hardly any students in uniforms visible along the way. The closer he got to the gate, the more panicked he became. He was definitely going to be late, not a single fellow student was in sight. Li Fan burned with anxiety at this moment, cursing his luck inwardly. Got up early but arrived late to the fair. My heart whispered silent prayers that no teacher would be at the gate catching latecomers, otherwise I'd surely be in trouble. Running full speed without daring to stop for even a moment, gasping for breath the whole way. But just as they were within a mere dozen meters from the school gate, suddenly, ding dong, the bell for morning self-study rang, instantly shattering all of Li Fan's wishful thinking. This is bad, he muttered under his breath. Right after, the piercing shrill voice of Class 2's county town socialite suddenly rang out at the school gate. Everyone, gather around. Those who are late, line up in a row and write down your names. Let me see who arrives late every single day. Su Kiki? It's you again, you're always right on time. Chapter 42 Late and still want to come in? Li Fan raced against time, but still missed it by a step. As soon as I reached the door, I heard Zhuan's mom from Class 2 scolding someone. With no other choice, I could only join the lineup of other latecomers, standing in a row with a helpless expression, waiting to have my name taken down and receive a scolding. But the moment he joined the line, he immediately heard a familiar name from Strong's mom. I couldn't help but snort with laughter, turning my head to look. Su Kiki? Late again? Sure enough. Zhuan's mother now stood before Su Kiki, who was fully armed and completely composed, yet she couldn't resist sneering and spitting out sarcastic remarks with icy mockery. Su Kiki, you're a girl, yet you're late every single day, arriving at this hour constantly. Should I commend you for being punctual and dependable? Not even once did you bother to come early. Su Kiki blinked calmly upon hearing Zhuan's mother's words. Yes, teacher. I always calculate the time and leave home accordingly. Just in time for morning reading, hee hee. Having learned from yesterday's experience, Zhuan's mom couldn't be bothered to waste words on her. She simply crossed her arms and rolled her eyes outright. He let out a cold snort. Oomph, so you're proud of yourself? Write her name down, deduct points. As she spoke, Zhuan's mother walked up to the other students who were also late with an inspecting air, shaking her head repeatedly in obvious disappointment, as if lamenting their failure to meet high expectations. Even showing up late to school lectures, just what else are you incapable of? Write down all these people's names, every one of them gets points deducted. After criticizing the tardy students, Zhuan's mother finally turned away with satisfaction, teetering on her little heels as she made a beeline for the classroom building. She also needed to go to her own classroom to supervise morning reading, with no time left to linger at the school gate any longer. Li Fan breathed a sigh of relief only after seeing Zhuan's mom walk away. He didn't actually care about being late for morning reading. What bothered him was having to endure the teacher's nagging and being publicly criticized, which always carried a certain degree of embarrassment. After the student cadres finished recording the names, the latecomers scattered like startled birds and beasts. Most were students from the first and second years of high school. Only a scattered few headed toward the third-year building, each keeping a considerable distance from the others, walking with quick, hurried steps. Only Li Fan and Su Kiki dawdled unhurriedly and naturally gravitated toward each other. Su Kiki caught sight of Li Fan and couldn't help bursting into laughter first. My gaze couldn't help but linger on his face. You're late. Did you do your hair on purpose? Hearing this, Li Fan instinctively reached up to touch his hairstyle. Indeed. Because of running all the way here, my hair got blown back into a slicked back style, looking like a broom that came to life. No wonder it looked so ridiculous and laughable. He immediately let out an awkward chuckle and began smoothing down his hair with his hand. The wind messed it up. How could I possibly comb my hair? Just as he was clumsily trying to fix his hairstyle, Su Kiki let out a soft laugh and quickly grabbed his arm. Oh, stop. You're just making it worse. So hopeless. Let me help you. As she spoke, Su Kiki walked up to him with sincerity and a smile, immediately standing on tiptoe to pull out a small comb from her pocket and began styling his hair. It was the first time Li Fan had stood face to face with a girl at such close proximity, and he instinctively held his breath. His eyes widened nervously, unable to muster the courage to refuse. Watching Su Kiki's earnest expression as she stood on tiptoe, he couldn't help but instinctively lower his head slightly, bringing the two even closer together. Li Fan's head seemed about to bury itself in Sukiki's neck at any moment, so nervous that he dared not move recklessly. Yet as he gazed at that fair neck and rosy complexion, his heartbeat gradually quickened. Thump, thump, thump. Just then, suddenly, waves of pleasant, refreshing fragrance wafted toward him. The mixed scent of laundry detergent, shampoo, and body wash made Li Fan instinctively wrinkle his nose. It seemed that secretly sniffing such a scent was something to blush about. Fortunately, just as he was about to lose his composure, Sukiki chuckled softly and put away the comb, satisfied with a glance at her handiwork, yet her eyes simultaneously betrayed intense curiosity. There, does this look decent now? Hey, Li Fan, what skincare products are you using? I don't smell any fragrance, but your complexion. Staring at the impossibly fair and delicate skin of this grown man, unaffected by normal masculine weathering, Sukiki couldn't hide her astonishment. I couldn't tear my eyes away, watching with something akin to envy. Just yesterday, when I saw Li Fan, he still had some blackheads and acne marks. But today, it's as if he's naturally filtered and beautified, even his pores have vanished. It's truly baffling. Li Fan was still immersed in the nervous thrill of Sukiki being so close as she helped adjust his hair, his cheeks flushed red. Hearing Sukiki's question instantly snapped him back to reality. He immediately flashed a toothy grin, unsure how to respond. Ha, me? Ha, I don't know either. I don't use any skincare products. Just go to bed early, wake up early, and keep a regular routine. That's how it is. Maybe, it's just natural? Hearing this blatant lie told without even drafting a script, Sukiki couldn't help but chuckle softly. I don't believe it. Seeing that Li Fan had no intention of explaining, he couldn't be bothered to press further. Turning around immediately, he continued walking toward the school building. Even as he walked, he didn't forget to signal Li Fan to follow. Come on, let's hurry back for morning self-study. Li Fan didn't hesitate at all. He immediately followed with a smile. The two walked unhurriedly down the hallway until they reached the classroom door, where they unexpectedly heard, for the first time ever, the surprisingly loud and unified chant of students reciting vocabulary words, just as the two of them, completely unprepared, were about to step inside. Bang! Suddenly the classroom door swung open from inside, and homeroom teacher Tian Wenwei stepped out with a frosty expression, blocking their path. You actually decided to show up for school. Late again, aren't you? Seeing their homeroom teacher Mr. Tian, who never supervised morning study sessions, unexpectedly appear in the classroom, both Li Fan and Sukiki froze in astonishment and instinctively took 2 steps back. Mr. Tian? Ah, good morning, teacher. It had been over 2 months since Class 5 started the semester, yet no one had ever come to supervise their morning reading sessions or address tardiness issues. No one could fathom what sudden whim had struck today. Their homeroom teacher actually came to personally monitor morning reading. Tian Wenwei stood at the doorway, showing no intention of letting them in. Taking a glance at their expressions, she immediately snorted in disdain. Early? Morning reading started 10 minutes ago, and you're calling this early? Weren't you still the diligent good student yesterday? Late again today? Hearing these words, Li Fan sighed helplessly in his heart. It seemed this grudge with the homeroom teacher wasn't going away anytime soon. Worse still, he might already be under tight surveillance. Sure enough, the very next second, Tian Wenwei mercilessly scolded them. Both of you, stand right outside the door. You're not coming back in until morning reading is over. Bang! No sooner had the words been spoken than Tian Wenwei abruptly closed the classroom door, giving the two no chance to explain nor any intention to hear their excuses. The next instant, Tian Wenwei's stern voice rang out even louder across the classroom. Louder, all of you. Have you fallen asleep? Anyone who dares to sleep, stand up now for morning reading. Let me tell you all, starting today, I don't care how well you study, your attitude must be corrected. I will absolutely fulfill the responsibilities a teacher ought to uphold. Recite it louder. Meanwhile, by the doorway, Li Fan and Sukiki exchanged helpless glances, sighing and shaking their heads. They could only obediently walk to the side of the wall and stand in a row. Chapter 43, Are you two dating? Bang! The classroom door was slammed shut by teacher Tian, making everyone tense up nervously as they strained their voices to concentrate on reciting vocabulary. Passion, passion, passion. Abandon. Give up, give up. Wakanda forever. Tian Wenwei stood on the podium with a cold expression, arms crossed. For the first time ever, she scrutinized the underperforming Class 5 with unwavering focus, permitting absolutely no slack or laziness. Meanwhile, outside the door, Li Fan and Sukiki stood in a row, one tall, one short, like a poor quality cell signal indicator stuck at just 2 bars, standing there foolishly. Whoosh! It was already mid-October, the weather turning autumnal. Cool gusts of wind swept unimpeded through the corridor, battering them both without respite. Sukiki sniffled and tugged her scarf higher around her neck. She tucked both hands into her sleeves. Like a little quail, she shuffled closer to Li Fan until they were huddled together for warmth, her eyes gradually losing focus. Li Fan, are you cold? Li Fan heard Sukiki's soft and delicate voice and shook his head stiffly. Not cold, I'm wearing a lot. Sukiki looked slightly helpless as she wrapped her arms around his to shield herself. I'm cold. Li Fan could feel Sukiki drawing closer, but rather than feeling cold, his body gradually warmed up and his face began to flush. He immediately took a step forward, positioning himself in front of Sukiki. It's alright, I'll shield you from the wind. That way you won't feel cold anymore. Sukiki felt the wind blowing toward her gradually weaken. Suddenly, she yawned, and 2 teardrops gathered at the corners of her eyes. Taking small, shuffling steps, she moved behind Li Fan and reached out to smooth the fabric of his clothes. Li Fan, you're so nice, shielding me from the wind. Guess I'll have to trouble you then. Thud. Before he could finish speaking, Sukiki behind him directly buried her head against his back, pressing her entire weight against him. Huddled in the sheltered corner, she immediately began to catch up on sleep with soft snores. Li Fan hadn't expected that even under such harsh conditions, Sukiki could fall asleep the moment she leaned on his back, leaving him caught between laughter and tears. He could feel her weight against his back and the gradually accumulating warmth. He couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth upwards. Reaching up, he flipped the hood of his sweatshirt over Sukiki's head and murmured a gentle reminder. Go to sleep. I'll wake you when class is over. As he spoke, Li Fan leaned back slightly with miraculous precision, counterbalancing Sukiki's forward slump. The two stood there wobbling like a pair of human-shaped roly-poly dolls forming the character enter. Li Fan heard soft kitten-like snores coming from behind him. Amidst the recitations echoing from morning study sessions in neighboring classrooms, he felt remarkably alert without a trace of drowsiness. A single current of warmth flowed from his heart throughout his entire body. Whoosh! With a mere thought, the trifold system interface instantly unfolded before his eyes. Some rewards he'd just unlocked from the vibing dude this morning were still uncollected and unexamined. Perfect timing to take stock of them now. Ding! The moment the achievement system unfolded, a red notification dot had already appeared on the social category tab, waiting to be claimed. As the tab expanded, 3 golden glowing achievement rewards stood prominently at the top. Li Fan's eyes lit up. What a bountiful harvest! Ding! Achievement unlocked, NPC Lucinu acquaintance level reached, nodding acquaintance, rewarded with 4 system coins. Ding! Achievement unlocked, NPC Lucinu acquaintance level reached, fleeting encounter, rewarded with 6 system coins. Ding! Achievement Sworn Brotherhood with NPC Lucinu unlocked. Reward, 8 system coins. Clink! Gold coins tumbled wildly as the balance in the upper right corner skyrocketed, finally settling at *38. Seeing this result, Li Fan grinned so wide his teeth gleamed. Just 2 more coins and I'll have 40. I should be able to buy the political career, family background card now. Closing the achievements interface with delight, he was about to head to the pay-to-win store to upgrade his life. Suddenly, he noticed a flashing red notification dot above the system backpack waiting to be claimed. Suddenly remembered. Oh right, nearly forgot. This morning when NPC Lucinu's favorability exceeded 70%, the reward was some kind of appearance card selection package, right? Considering this, Li Fan wasn't in a hurry to spend money on microtransactions either. He immediately raised his hand and opened the system inventory. Let me see just how many surprises this cool dude NPC can bring me. Whoosh! The inventory slots expanded, revealing a good-looking card selection gift box lying inside, flashing and pulsing. Li Fan, brimming with curiosity, lightly tapped the gift package. Whoosh! In an instant, 3 floating icons appeared before him as options. White appearance card *6, or green appearance card *3, or blue appearance card *1. At first glance of the custom gift package's contents, Li Fan's eyes widened with excitement. Holy crap, they're actually green and blue appearance cards I've never seen before. This is a massive score. White beauty card can only adjust and improve the skin's surface, with an effective range of 5 cm. He had already used 6 white beauty cards before, smoothing and enhancing his entire face. Now he looked as flawless as an influencer with beauty filters turned on. At this point, any further use could only be applied to other areas of his skin. While it could still improve, the effect isn't significant, and with such a large surface area of skin across the body, 5 or 6 patches would be nothing more than a drop in the bucket, hardly worth the cost. Moreover, these white aesthetic cards require maintaining good living habits and hygiene practices to sustain their effects. They can't be considered premium grade. Green aesthetic cards, priced at double the cost of white ones. It can improve hair texture and skin tone within a 5 cm range, making it practically the ultimate hairstyle transformation card. It's even more effective for rescuing the bald community by increasing hair volume, absolutely unbeatable. Its effects on skin quality are also slightly more powerful than white aesthetic cards, but its complexion-altering feature is downright miraculous. Using just 2 or 3 sheets might leave patchy areas here and there, looking like vitiligo, hardly worth the trouble. Here, it's actually inferior to fair complexion cards, it merely improves skin condition without modifying the base tone. Otherwise, he'd look like a two-tone face right now, only his cheeks would be pale, while everything below the neck remained that sickly yellowish gray. Too bizarre. As for the blue appearance card, that can only be chosen once. Li Fan glanced at the additional system description. An inexplicable sense of secret joy began to rise in his heart. Adjustable organ appearance. One card adjusts a single organ. This. Hesitation leads to choosing the most expensive option. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately clicked and selected the Soul, blue appearance card, from the customizable gift package. Just as he wavered about whether to use it instantly on improving a certain body part, suddenly, the sound of leather shoes echoed in the hallway, arriving unexpectedly at the entrance of Class 5. The bald-headed dean stared at the two students arranged in an enter-character formation at the doorway, his brows instantly twisting into tangled knots. With evident displeasure, he pitched his voice higher. Ahem! That single cough instantly jolted Li Fan back to reality from his thoughts. Subconsciously hiding the player interface that no one else could see, Li Fan flusteredly looked up at the sudden appearance of the strict disciplinary teacher. Director. The bald-headed man scrutinized Li Fan's guilty expression, then glanced at Tsukiki sleeping against his back. His face immediately filled with suspicion as he spoke. Are you two dating? Chapter 44. If you could add 5 centimeters, where would you use them? Ha, who? Me? Li Fan was baffled by the vice principal's bald-headed inquiry, his own mind instantly filling with question marks. Is he in a relationship? When? No way. The bald-headed dean looked at his vacant, dumbfounded expression and couldn't help wrinkling his brow in frustration before shaking his head impatiently. Okay, playing dumb. As he spoke, his gaze unconsciously drifted towards the tightly shut doors and windows of Classroom 5, and he turned back to them with confusion in his eyes. Why aren't you in class? What are you doing standing outside in such cold weather? Wake her up. Upon hearing this, Li Fan quickly turned around to steady the sleeping Tsukiki, fearing she might topple over onto the ground. He immediately wanted to explain why they were being punished to stand outside. Principal, we're late. Before he could finish, the bald-headed dean impatiently waved him off, turned around, and walked toward Classroom 5's door, pushing it open as he entered. The moment the door opened, the sound of reading aloud instantly surged by several dozen decibels in their ears. He almost got knocked straight out the door. On the lecture platform, Tian Wenwei hadn't yet registered what was happening. Suddenly seeing the dean push the door open, her face instantly flashed with irritation before she reluctantly hurried forward to greet him. With visible guilt, she cautiously began to speak. Director Liu, why have you come again? Is there something you need? As he spoke, he cast a somewhat disgusted glance toward the doorway, already guessing what this visit might entail. Director Liu surveyed the classroom where more than half the students had risen to their feet, all roaring vocabulary words at the top of their lungs. The furrows in his brow relaxed slightly. You could see the impatience flashing between Tian Wenwei's brows. She still ended up sighing helplessly. Teacher Tian, what's going on with those two students at the entrance? It's freezing outside, just give them mild punishment and quickly let them in for morning reading. With that, he sighed helplessly and jerked his chin toward the students in the class. Moreover, just listen to what these kids are reciting. What kind of nonsense is this? This chaotic mess, are they even memorizing vocabulary? Yours is the loudest class in the entire building. Tian Wenwei listened to the head teacher's reprimand and instinctively wanted to argue back. But upon raising her head and meeting Director Liu's stern gaze, she swallowed her unspoken explanation. She obediently nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, Director. I'll have both of them come in for morning reading right away. The students in class are reciting vocabulary words aloud while standing up to avoid getting drowsy. Their intentions are good, after all. I understand. I'll pay closer attention to morning reading supervision. At this moment, no matter how dissatisfied she felt inside, she could only suppress it. After all, she had skipped class without leave to take an exam elsewhere and got caught as a prime example. Now she was squarely in the vice principal's crosshairs, forced to obediently comply with discipline while maintaining a repentant attitude, not passing the civil service exam, before finding a better alternative. She still couldn't openly continue defying the school leaders. Seeing Tian Wenwei answering relatively earnestly, the bald man's temper subsided a little as he nodded slightly. Alright then, let's leave it at that. Assign morning reading tasks to the students. All homeroom teachers go to the office building for a meeting. Organize the autumn sports meet for next week. Make sure you hurry over there. Without waiting for Tian Wenwei's response, the bald man turned and walked straight out of the classroom. Just stepped out and saw the two standing punishment at the door again. Right when he was inside reprimanding Tian Wenwei earlier, Li Fan had already woken up the drowsy Tsukiki, and the two were now obediently standing side by side with lowered heads at the entrance, awaiting their fate. Seeing their utterly docile demeanor, the bald man couldn't help but frown in helpless exasperation. He spoke with profound sincerity and earnestness. You're both so young, your studies should come first. I hope you truly haven't done anything inappropriate, you know better. Go on now, get back to class. Sleeping outside, aren't you afraid of catching a cold? With that, he immediately sighed and shook his head, clasping his hands behind his back as he walked towards the other classes ahead, muttering to himself under his breath. Kids these days, they really don't put parents' minds at ease. Hearing these words, Li Fan and Sukiki immediately felt as if granted amnesty, breathing a sigh of relief. They waited until the teaching director had walked far away before glancing at each other with a sly smile, then stealthily bowed their heads and slipped into the classroom. Immediately, they straightened up and stood at attention, obediently shouting their report. They certainly didn't want to get caught making any more mistakes. Report. Reporting in. The two announcements instantly quieted the classroom's reading voices by several degrees. Sly glances from some students cautiously turned their way, observing homeroom teacher Tian Wenwei's reaction. Tian Wenwei had just finished packing her bag and was preparing to leave. Seeing the two of them walk in, she merely rolled her eyes with undisguised disdain before hoisting her bag onto her shoulder without another glance. Go stand in your own spot. Two pieces of shit stirring up trouble. Tap tap tap. Bang! With that, Tian Wenwei directly walked out of the classroom with her bag on her back, forcefully slamming the door behind her. She couldn't be bothered to care whether the students of Class 5 would seriously do their morning reading after she left. It didn't matter to her in the slightest. Seeing their homeroom teacher leave, the class instantly erupted into collective sighs, with a great many students plopping back into their seats. Everyone instantly resumed their cheerful chatter and laughter, clearly not taking the morning reading session seriously at all. Li Fan and Sukiki slunk back to their seats in disgrace. Naturally, they had no intention of obediently standing properly either. Plopping down in their chairs, they immediately felt immensely relieved and much more comfortable. Seeing him take his seat, Wang Chang immediately approached with a mischievous grin. Ha ha ha, shit stirrer, that's you. Oh ho, what's this? Came with Sukiki again this morning, didn't you? Got any good news to share with your bro? Li Fan was sorting out his homework and textbooks from his backpack when he scoffed at the question. If we're the shitstirrers, then what does that make you and the rest of the class? Wang Chang's mind blanked for a moment at these words, and he instinctively began pondering the question. His face immediately turned green as he kept shaking his head. Tui, how disgusting. Steering clear of that topic, Wang Chang reverted to his gossiping demeanor, pressing in close with an extremely lewd grin plastered across his face. Hey, listen up. Why do you two always show up together? He. Li Fan let out a light chuckle, feeling pleased inside, though he kept a proper guard on his words. No reason at all. It couldn't possibly be that I was just born with extraordinary charm, dashingly handsome and naturally graceful, effortlessly attracting. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Chang rolled his eyes in exasperation, turning his head away with righteous indignation. TCH, absolutely no chance of that. Don't even think about it. Seeing that Li Fan wasn't telling the truth, Wang Chang lost interest and couldn't be bothered to press further. He immediately flopped onto the desk and started making himself comfortable. The old man's gone. I'm gonna catch some sleep. What a chaotic morning. The amount of studying has already surpassed a whole semester's worth. How exhausting. I must have killed so many brain cells. Call me when it's time to eat. Forgot to buy steamed buns this morning. Seeing Wang Chang's laziness that lasted no more than 3 minutes of sobriety, Li Fan couldn't help but chuckle and give him a playful swat. But then, an uncontrollable thought popped into my mind. I hurried over to Wang Chang's side, shaking him to prevent him from falling asleep, urgently calling out to rouse him. Hey, Zhangzi, don't fall asleep yet. I've got a question for you. You say if, just if, you could change one organ in your body, improve it in any way you want. Or let me put it this way, if you could enhance your body, where would you focus? Come on, tell us. Wang Chang, who had been lying on the desk half asleep, suddenly perked up at this topic. He immediately flashed a toothy grin and turned his head. Ha, like hell I don't know? Chapter 45, Parents in Business, Brother in Politics, Things Are Looking Up. TCH, how vulgar. Li Fan immediately shot back with a disdainful look brimming with complete lack of surprise. Shanzi let out an even more contemptuous snort, his face oozing indifference. What a bore, nothing but pretentious moral posturing. With that, he promptly flopped back onto the table, lazily burying his head in the crook of his arms. His muffled grumbling was barely intelligible. Don't bother me with such trivial questions. Ask your conscience. Whoosh. Before the words had fully faded, Shanzi was already deep in slumber. For someone with the supreme skill of instant sleep, 3 seconds is already pushing the lower limit any slower, and they'd never survive the noisy brutality of morning study sessions. Listening to this, Li Fan also sank into contemplation. How true. I can't be the kind of scoundrel who betrays my sworn brother and repays kindness with ingratitude. Why should I pretend to be noble just for vanity's sake, at the expense of my brother's suffering? What's worse is, I'm suffering too. Thinking this, Li Fan immediately opened the system panel without hesitation and found that blue charm card stored in his backpack. An uncontrollable happy smile emerged. rubbed hands together excitedly. Come on, I choose you. Use it now. Whoosh. As the blue appearance card flashed with golden light, a 3D virtual projection of a human body instantly appeared before me, showing options for organ selection. Ding! Host, please choose the organ you wish to alter and enhance. A single blue appearance card can only modify one organ. Though only I could see this 3D virtual projection before my eyes. But Li Fan still blushed unconsciously and felt somewhat guilty, unable to stop himself from cautiously glancing around. As he clicked the final confirmation button, the 3D virtual image before him instantly vanished. Li Fan immediately keenly noticed some changes in his body. Suddenly, he gasped in delighted surprise. Ah! Holy shit! Works this fast? The sudden transformation left him genuinely unsettled, struggling to adjust. I could only fidget and secretly adjust my stance a little. Though it felt somewhat awkward at first, I knew I'd get used to it eventually. My heart brimmed with joy, and I couldn't help but amuse myself, letting out a chuckle. Some changes are just like that. On the surface, they might not show at all, invisible to anyone's eyes. But the happiness hidden beneath is warm like a quilt, comforting beyond words, known only to oneself. This is happiness. Li Fan felt his entire temperament instantly elevated to a higher plane. Life might be bitter, but never leave your brothers behind. I can truly say I've achieved the goal of sharing wealth and glory with my brothers, experiencing together the benefits from a player's perspective. Who knows, when the time comes to use it, it might receive endless positive reviews. Closing the system backpack, Li Fan gleefully opened the pay-to-win interface. After adjusting my organs, it's time to adjust my life too. Now his system currency has accumulated to a full 38 coins, just enough to outright purchase the gold-gilded political career background. This is a life option on par with business ventures that can transform family conditions. Absolutely cannot miss this opportunity, no hesitation needed whatsoever. With this single step, their family would effectively combine both business and political paths. We're about to completely bid farewell to the bitter days of poverty and humility from the past. With this change in family background, everything we do in the future will become smoother and smoother. Isn't this exactly how things start getting better? Without the slightest hesitation, Li Fan immediately retrieved the political career family background card. Confirm purchase. Use immediately. As Li Fan made his choice, the system currency amount in the upper right corner instantly plummeted. Clink clatter. It finally settled on the amount of *6. But before his eyes, a golden political career family background card gleamed brilliantly, instantly transforming into a streak of golden light that vanished from the system interface. Immediately afterward, a system notification bullet comment drifted silently across. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving the official aristocracy accomplishment. Please collect your reward at your convenience. Li Fan watched the floating bullet comment excitedly, his heart racing. Achievement, the interface indeed lit up with a red dot waiting to be claimed. For a moment, I was so excited I could hardly believe it. This really worked? The politics achievement is unlocked, which means someone in my family has officially entered government service. Judging by the prior experience of using the e-business pay-to-win card when my parents decided to start their street stall business, the moment one uses the life-enhancing purchase they've chosen, it subtly influences the decisions and directions of certain events. At home, his parents had already started their own business. The only one who might possibly enter politics was his elder brother, who was about to complete his military service and transition to civilian life. Thinking of this, Li Fan couldn't wait any longer and immediately opened the family subsection in the achievements interface. Whoosh! A golden achievement notification immediately appeared at the top. Ding! Achievement official aristocratic family unlocked. Reward, 2 system coins. Clink clatter. 2 system coins leaped into the upper right corner, increasing the balance to *8. However, Li Fan was in no mood to appreciate this and hurriedly opened the family member list. All 4 members of their family were listed there. At this moment, his parents' names appeared prominently in the register, each prefixed with the title, Merchant. Sure enough, his elder brother Li Ping's name now bore the additional prefix, Government Official. Meanwhile, before his own name, there was only a green symbolic identifier. Online players. Li Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he saw the distinctly different title prefixes for each of their family of 4. Online players means having full visibility, being in control of everything. From then on, life would be smooth sailing. Your own life can only be decided by yourself, everything is governed by your own will. In just 2 short days, the gears of fate had already begun turning for their family due to compulsive spending. His parents were barely in their 40s, and his eldest brother just past 20, while he himself was merely 19. Everything looks promising for the future. Seeing every family member finding their own path of development and progress, Li Fan couldn't help but feel ambitious and passionate. Parents in business, brother in politics. It seems I really need to give it my all and make something remarkable of myself. Thinking of this, he immediately picked up his English textbook for morning reading and devoted full concentration to studying diligently. Ding! The progress bar before him appeared as expected. With his efforts, it gradually rose bit by bit. Chapter 46. I plan to check my leg during the long break. With the motivation from life's pay-to-win rewards, Li Fan studied diligently with overflowing enthusiasm. The morning reading session and first 2 classes of the day, which he normally spent sleeping, had now ironically become his main battleground for hard work. With yesterday's science and logic, weekly card buff from spending, STEM courses no longer feel like deciphering alien languages. Instead, they're filled with fun and the rewarding sense of achievement. One after another, golden bullet comments flew across my sight. Ding! Biological knowledge acquired successfully, plus 2 points for exams. Ding! Chemistry knowledge acquired successfully, exam score plus 3 points. The more attentively Li Fan listened, the more knowledge points he understood, and consequently the more doubts he generated. Without hesitation, he boldly raised questions during the teacher's interactive sessions. Teacher, what's the probability of this genetic inheritance? I still don't understand, teacher. Please explain it again. I've got it, this is. No matter what the question was, as long as the teacher was willing to guide him through the reasoning, his mind would automatically comprehend and instantly grasp the key point. Never afraid of awkward moments, never leaves a conversation cold. Every response he gives makes the teacher's eyes light up, thanks to his active participation in class. Even the chemistry and biology teachers, who typically dislike lecturing for class 5, found themselves engaging more with students during lessons. The tone became much more relaxed. They were now willing to put in the effort to break down certain knowledge points and explain them more clearly. No longer like before when they just muddle through class in group 5, finishing the lesson plan and dismissing class. The classroom became livelier. Li Fan was thus able to progress rapidly, thoroughly absorbing the knowledge points into his mind, brimming with a sense of achievement. He became even more attentive during classroom lectures. The visible progress bar for his tasks shot up rapidly. Ding! Attentive listening task progress 100%. Next milestone classroom mastery progress 50%. With just 10 minutes left before class ends, I finally completed my mission of paying full attention once again. Li Fan clenched his fist excitedly in secret. Yes, science classes require greater concentration and are more interactive, so mission progress increases faster. Just 2 focused lecture sessions are enough to complete a task. Now, he's already halfway to achieving the class mastery accomplishment, making him even more excited about the upcoming reward. Just then, the chemistry teacher, who had been enthusiastically lecturing for the entire class, inexplicably let out a soft chuckle. Looking at the test papers finished ahead of schedule, he immediately spoke with a smile. Alright, there are 10 minutes left before class ends. Take this time to review your mistakes. In this class, I'd like to specifically commend Li Fan from the back row. What I fear isn't that you don't understand, but that you refuse to listen and never ask questions. As long as you're willing to learn, ask more questions and pay attention in class, progress will come gradually, I'm certain of it. With that, he cast an appreciative glance toward the energetic Li Fan in the back row and, smiling, took a seat on the podium chair, giving the students space to gather their thoughts. In truth, it wasn't because he was unwilling to continue the lecture. Rather, it was because the morning's long break was about to begin. Today's extended break was the much-anticipated weekly student club session. No need for jogging exercises, just time to indulge in their chosen hobbies. Every student was rubbing their hands in eager anticipation of the time ahead. Naturally, none of them were in the mood to listen to the lecture anymore. Even if I continued teaching now, it would be twice the effort for half the result, a thankless task. Might as well let the students take a break and relax. Sure enough, as soon as the chemistry teacher finished speaking, the classroom immediately erupted in chatter under the guise of discussing questions, with hushed whispers exchanged in every corner. Everyone cheerfully gossiped about the upcoming club activities that would soon begin. With that, the entire class collectively relaxed. After a morning of intense brain CPU operation, Li Fan had now transcended to an entirely new level of existence. Rubbing his chin with a serious expression, he leaned against the wall pondering life's mysteries. Xianzi, tell me, where should our lives be headed? Xianzi was sprawled across the desk, doodling beards on medieval scientists in his textbook. Hearing this, his eyes immediately lit up as he raised his head. I'm planning to run over to the JK Anime Club during the big break to check out their legs. Sigh, I heard they've been rehearsing recently. Li Fan immediately frowned upon hearing this, shaking his head with visible disappointment. He turned seriously to face Xianzi and launched a soul-searching interrogation. You've misunderstood me. I was going to ask you, what is the ultimate meaning of human life, and what meaningful things should we do? Wang Cheng pondered for a moment, frowning in puzzlement as he scratched his head. Should we go check out the legs in the JK Anime Club's dance studio during the next long break? With that, she cast another uncertain glance at Li Fan to gauge his reaction. Li Fan lasted only a few seconds before instantly losing his composure. He chuckled and moved closer. What dance have they been rehearsing lately? Let me join too. I'm coming as well. Wang Chang grinned from ear to ear at the return of his dear old friend. He immediately began introducing excitedly. They've been rehearsing an anime-style dance in stockings and Lolita dresses lately. Today's the club gathering, they must have brought their costumes. They're in the big dance studio right now. Let's rush as soon as class is over to grab a good spot. Hee hee hee. Hearing this, Li Fan also excitedly gave Wang Chang a thumbs up. Nice, nice. Your intel work is really on point. To hell with the ultimate meaning of life. We should live in the present. Ding ding. The bell rang. Just then, the bell rang for the end of class, and the students burst into lively commotion all at once. The chemistry teacher looked at this group of vibrant young students and naturally didn't want to dampen their spirits. He immediately picked up the textbook and lesson plans with a smile. Class dismissed. At the teacher's announcement, the students who'd been ready for club activities rushed out of the classroom in a boisterous crowd, laughing as they went. In that moment, they were like birds who had discovered the true meaning of freedom. Everyone's eyes sparkled with the most sincere passion for their hobbies and interests. Li Fan and Wang Chang had originally signed up for the basketball club's activities, of course. But the current situation at the basketball court was like many wolves but little meat. If they arrived late, they wouldn't get to play and would end up sitting on the sidelines, wasting a whole long recess. So now they decided to do something more meaningful. As soon as class ended, I immediately rushed straight to the large dance studio. At this moment, the square outside the teaching building was bustling with students who had dashed out for fresh air or to participate in club activities. Everyone was hurrying to their respective club meeting spots. In front of the administrative building, the physics teacher, as usual, was happily kicking a shuttlecock with several female teachers, laughing incessantly while having a great time. Clickety-clack. The shuttlecock, made of colorful feathers, flew back and forth between them, producing crisp metallic clinking sounds. Li Fan was about to follow Wang Chang to the large dance studio. They happened to pass by the small square in front of the office building. As he hurried along with his head down, enthusiastically discussing with Wang Chang how to secure a good spot later, suddenly, behind him, the physics teacher's voice suddenly called out, "Hey, shuttlecock!" Hearing the voice, Li Fan instinctively turned his head to look. The multicolored shuttlecock came flying straight toward him. Normally, with his reflexes, he could have dodged it with a quick sidestep. Yet suddenly, almost by athletic instinct, his body pivoted sharply, his leg swinging up in a perfect back kick that connected precisely with the shuttlecock. Thwack! A crisp sound rang out as the shuttlecock instantly traced a graceful arc through the air, heading straight for the physics teacher. At the sudden sight of this scene, both the physics teacher and the circle of female teachers around him gasped in surprise. Beautiful hit! What graceful footwork! At the same moment, two golden notifications instantly flashed before Li Fan's eyes. Ding! Shuttlecock kicking skill proficiency +2. Ding! Bodily coordination +0.8%. Before Li Fan could react, Wang Chang beside him exclaimed in astonishment, eyeing him with disbelief. Damn, nice one, Fan. When did you learn to kick the shuttlecock? Have you been secretly practicing some martial arts manual behind my back? Chapter 47. Cuteness is worthless in the face of sexiness. Thud! The shuttlecock that flew out was deftly caught by the physics teacher with a swift forward step, his eyes filled with astonishment. For the first time, a look of admiration appeared in his eyes. Alright, Li Fan. Didn't expect you to be such a pro at shuttlecock kicking. Got some talent. Li Fan was just as bewildered by Wang Chang's questioning and the physics teacher's praise. I don't know how to explain it. He didn't understand where that sudden muscle memory and athletic instinct came from either, not even realizing it was him who had kicked the shuttlecock back. It felt as if he was born with the ability to catch that shuttlecock with perfect precision. No conscious thought was needed at all. At this moment, faced with praise, he could only respond with a belated silly grin while scratching his head. Did I really kick it? That's strange. As soon as the words fell, several glamorous female art teachers nearby burst into uncontrollable laughter. They all chimed in with sweet, gentle voices. Come join us. We're short on players. Exactly. Teacher Zhang kicks way too hard, none of us can return his shuttlecock kicks. This young boy reacts much faster. Come on. Come play with the teacher for a bit. Li Fan found himself in a dilemma upon hearing the invitation from the several sporty, black-stockinged, boldly dressed female art teachers. Hesitantly, she looked towards Wang Chang standing nearby. Xiangzi, what do you think about this? Wang Chang was now looking at several female art teachers who had never taught their class, grinning from ear to ear with joy. He stepped forward and bumped into the oblivious Li Fan. Are you stupid? What's there to hesitate about? Cuteness is worthless and utterly defeated in the face of sexiness. Of course I'll play with the teachers. At school, all the art teachers were stunningly beautiful. After all, even the least outstanding ones had graduated from prestigious art academies, making them literally one in a million when it came to looks and figure. Their tall figures were dressed in bold, fashionable outfits. Their voices were so gentle and melodious that you couldn't help but laugh with delight. These music and art teachers are visible at every event except when it's time to teach students. During activities, they become the main force. They appear at every artistic performance. Especially when the school hosts inspection visits from superiors, these female teachers must accompany them, practically serving as the school's public face. These gentle and mature female teachers held far greater appeal than those young girls from the anime club. Li Fan instantly reacted upon hearing Wang Chang's reminder. With a toothy grin, he immediately nodded and accepted the invitation from the female teacher who had approached them. Ah, yes, ma'am, here we come. While the cosplaying Mo girls from the anime club were adorable, the sexy older sister in sneakers and black stockings was absolutely irresistible. This was never a multiple-choice question. The two immediately decided to change strategies on the spot, cheerfully running off to kick shuttlecocks with the physics geezer and those gorgeous female teachers. Because Li Fan's kick just now demonstrated exceptional skill, he was deliberately placed next to the physics teacher. He was specially assigned to receive the challenging shuttlecocks kicked by old Zhang. Wang Chang, sandwiched between Li Fan and the ponytailed music teacher with white hair accessories, couldn't stop grinning with joy. This is simply fantastic. It's coming, here we go. At the physics teacher's reminder, the shuttlecock lingering on his tiptoes instantly launched into the air. Tap, tat tat tat. With a few nimble movements, the shuttlecock whooshed through the air in a perfect arc, heading straight for Li Fan. Li Fan saw the flying shuttlecock and was fully prepared this time. In an instant, every muscle in his body seemed to be controlled by a unique muscle memory, accurately finding the perfect angle to intercept the shuttlecock with his foot. Thump! The tip of his foot tapped lightly, sending it smoothly soaring upward. Instantly, the soul flipped over and caught it with a perfect roundhouse kick. It immediately drew cheers and applause from the female teachers around. Wow! Beautiful! So impressive! Haha, Teacher Zhang, you've met your match. This young boy's skills are almost catching up to yours. Amazing, amazing! Li Fan blushed with embarrassment as he listened to the applause and praises from the circle of sophisticated elder sisters around him. Da-day. Instantly, his footwork transformed with dazzling variations, a colorful feathered shuttlecock flipping up and down, remaining steadily within his control, truly a spectacular sight. Seeing the performance was nearly done, Li Fan immediately turned to Wang Chang, who had been waiting expectantly for some time. Xianzi, catch! As his brain issued the command, his body responded immediately in kind. With a steady, arcing high toss, the shuttlecock flew straight towards Wang Chang at the most catchable angle. Seeing this, Wang Chang's eyes instantly lit up. It's coming! Not daring to try any fancy moves, he simply stepped forward with the tip of his toe to meet the shuttlecock. Thwack! With a crisp sound, the shuttlecock soared high. Wang Chang hurriedly stepped forward and clumsily kicked it a second time, sending it straight toward the beautiful music teacher in the white dress. In an instant, he gasped in fright. Miss Jiang! The music teacher was dressed in a pure white dress, her waterfall-like thick hair casually tied into a ponytail with a white flower. Seeing the shuttlecock flying straight toward her face, she was instantly terrified, letting out a scream as she retreated to avoid it. Ah! Thump! The next second, it hit the teacher squarely on the chest and actually bounced off. Li Fan's eyes lit up, and he immediately sprang forward with a sudden dash, shouting loudly, "Leave it to me!" Thud! At the critical moment, a spinning kick caught it firmly, pivoting on the ball of the foot to gently dissipate the force. Thwack! The nearly out-of-control shuttlecock instantly traced a perfect arc midair, wafting unsteadily toward the ponytail dance instructor clad in black fishnet sneakers, leather shorts, and a sports bra. Seeing the shuttlecock flying toward her, the dance teacher instantly widened her eyes in delight. I'll do it! I can catch this one! Thump! A graceful leg swung through the air with perfect precision, striking the shuttlecock squarely, drawing instant gasps of admiration from the onlookers. Perfect shot! Great save! The sight of the female teacher's wobbly, barely controlled kick to return the shuttlecock sent everyone into fits of uncontrollable laughter. They immediately began calling for the ball and joining in, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Tap tap tap. The colorful feathered shuttlecock danced up and down, passed among the female teachers amid their chirping screams, creating an utterly harmonious scene. Li Fan and Wang Chang also had the chance to mingle among them, feasting their eyes. Whether it was the music teacher, dressed in a skirt and beautiful like a pure white magnolia, or the bold and unrestrained dance teacher in black stockings and sneakers, each was stunning in her own way. At this moment, Li Fan finally understood the joy of old man Zhang, the physics teacher. No wonder he was so sluggish during class but became so energetic playing shuttlecock after school. It's simply a feast for the eyes. This is way more interesting than watching those heavily made-up cosplayers at anime conventions. Just as Li Fan was enjoying himself, suddenly, a golden task progress bar popped up before my eyes. Ding! Shuttlecock kicking proficiency at 12%. Next stage achievement: Shuttlecock Master progress at 56%. Ding! Athlete monthly card buff active, double proficiency growth rate for all sports activities with *2 effect. Chapter 48, Skill Achievement Unlocked, Sports Title Obtained. Ha, I see. The moment Li Fan saw the golden progress bar appear above him, he suddenly had an epiphany. No wonder he had suddenly acquired such remarkable athletic prowess and muscle memory, maneuvering the shuttlecock with effortless grace. Turns out it was the effect of the Athletic Champion monthly trial buff unlocked through yesterday's in-game purchase perk. At this realization, his motivation soared even higher. Bang! Bam bam bam! Old man Zhang from the physics department usually only had these delicate female teachers accompanying him to play, though it was still quite enjoyable. But without an opponent of equal skill, he remained as lonely as snow. Today, by chance, he discovered a rather skilled and talented student named Li Fan. It instantly ignited his intense interest in refusing to acknowledge old age. His eyes widened with excitement, laughter continuous. Here it comes, Li Fan, catch it. This one's going to be tricky. Thump! As the physics teacher's voice trailed off, the shuttlecock that had been flipping up and down suddenly accelerated, sending a straight crosspass right toward Li Fan's waistline. At this angle, it was extremely precarious, too high for the head but too low for the feet, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to react in time. At the first glimpse of this tricky shot's angle, the female teachers watching from the side grew increasingly worried for Li Fan, gasping in alarm. Li Fan, watch out! Oh no, there's no way he'll catch it now. Li Fan! Li Fan was originally a bit distracted by the appearance of the progress bar, but suddenly hearing the shouts and concerns of several female teachers, he instantly snapped to full alertness. Coming! Facing the feather shuttlecock speeding toward his waistline, the athlete's instinct within him naturally activated. He leaped high and struck it with his knee, stopping the incoming shuttlecock with perfect stability. Thud! After a crisp sound, Li Fan spun midair, stabilizing the shuttlecock with several fancy kicks in succession. Perfect landing! At the sight of this, cheers instantly erupted all around. Splash! A thunderous round of applause erupted. Several freshly graduated art teachers in their 20s all cheered at this cool move, showering him with praises without restraint. Just a few words of praise were enough to make Li Fan nearly bubble over with joy. Having been single since birth for so many years, it was the first time so many people had cheered and applauded for him. It instantly ignited a strong passion for sports within him, the first time he realized he could actually perform such cool moves. If this were on a basketball court, wouldn't the reaction be absolutely explosive? He'd definitely make a bunch of fangirls swoon, crushing those pretentious school basketball players. The physics teacher, seeing Li Fan react with such lightning speed, immediately lit up with delight, nodding repeatedly with a broad smile. Good, very impressive. Ha ha ha, keep it coming. Play with us a while longer. As soon as these words were spoken, several female teachers eagerly chimed in, their laughter melodious. Yeah, Li Fan, pass me the shuttlecock. Give it to me. Li Fan's passes are easy to catch, let me do it. Li Fan was experiencing for the first time how much the teachers favored him, and he immediately grinned foolishly with his teeth showing. With several changes in footwork, the shuttlecock was kicked higher again and again. It's coming, Teacher Jiang, catch it. Teacher Jiang was that music teacher with her hair in a long white ribbon ponytail, wearing a fresh-looking little white dress. She had once conducted the choir during the opening ceremony, so naturally, the students were familiar with her. Her face wasn't the sharp, pointed type but rather had that well-rounded, refined look of a maiden from a noble family exuding warmth, elegance, and a healthy glow, radiating approachability. Her stature was even more striking, standing just a head shorter than Li Fan, who was 1.83 meters tall. At Li Fan's reminder, the gleeful teacher Jiang, who had just chest-trapped the ball, immediately widened her eyes in delight and eagerly prepared herself. Here, give it to me. I'm definitely gonna catch it this time. As she spoke, Teacher Jiang steadied herself in white sneakers, poised for action. Her focused gaze locked onto the shuttlecock being tossed higher and higher by Li Fan's foot. Thump! Li Fan adjusted his angle and gently exerted force, sending the shuttlecock flying in a perfect parabolic arc, spinning so precisely it nearly landed right on Teacher Jiang's foot. Teacher Jiang, fully alert, finally received this perfectly angled shuttlecock. Visibly delighted, her face beamed with smiles. Coming. Thud! The shuttlecock landed perfectly on Teacher Jiang's white sneaker with pinpoint accuracy and was sent soaring into the air. At this sight, Teacher Jiang instantly cheered with unrestrained joy. I caught it! Ha ha ha! Li Fan, you're amazing. Seeing how even Coach Jiang, who had the worst coordination among them, could easily catch the shuttlecock kick by Li Fan, the other female teachers also got excited. They all urged Li Fan to pass the shuttlecock to them. For a moment, this rare teacher-student shuttlecock kicking team was having so much fun, with constant laughter. Li Fan hadn't had much experience with shuttlecock kicking originally. He had only tried it a few times casually and had seen some impressive shuttlecock kicking moves and footwork in online videos. But right now, the moment he put them on, the monthly membership buff of Athletic Champion allowed him to instantly master the skills, kicking effortlessly as if by muscle memory. as he happily played along with several instructors. The golden progress bar above his head grew rapidly at a visible racing pace, truly worthy of a buff effect that doubles athletic talent. A 30-minute long recess. Happy moments always fly by. Ding-a-ling. Just as everyone was having fun, the preparatory bell for class suddenly rang. Ding! The shuttlecock had just landed back in the hands of Mr. Zhang, the physics teacher. Several female art teachers, all sweating profusely and laughing continuously, now cheerfully bid farewell to Li Fan. Goodbye Li Fan, go back to class now. Next time during the long break, remember to come play with us if you're free. That sounds fantastic, waiting for you Li Fan. Li Fan watched as the female teachers turned and headed back to the office building, grinning and waving goodbye to them. Bye-bye. Roger that, Teacher Jiang. I'll come again during the next big break. Hee. At this very moment, the progress bar above his head suddenly flashed with golden light, bringing a new notification. Ding! Shuttlecock kicking skill proficiency 22%. Next achievement milestone, Shuttlecock Sports Champion 100%. Ding! Body coordination enhanced by 1.2%. Before Li Fan could even revel in joy, suddenly, old Zhang, the physics teacher, chuckled as he picked up his lesson plan and textbook from the flowerbed ledge beside him. With a smack, he dropped them into Li Fan's arms. Your class has physics next period. Take my books there first. I'm going to the office building to fetch some hot water. I'll be there shortly. With that, he waved at Wang Chang standing nearby and gave them both instructions. Go on, back to class. Hearing this, Li Fan and Wang Chang responded in unison with identical smiles. Right away, sir. Speak no more, grab the physics professor's textbook and lecture notes immediately, turn around and sprint towards the classroom. This whole long break left the two of them thoroughly entertained. Far more delightful than watching the anime club dance in the large practice hall. Totally worth it. Chapter 49 The Six-Choice Gift Box, A Lottery of Fate. Ding-a-ling. Racing against the bell, Li Fan and Wang Chang dashed into the classroom carrying the physics teacher's lesson plans and textbooks. Bam! He neatly placed the items on the lectern as usual. Li Fan hadn't forgotten to shout, "The teacher is coming any minute." At his sudden warning, the chaotic classroom instantly fell silent, with everyone switching to hushed murmurs instead. He didn't linger any longer and immediately ran off the podium toward his seat. The achievement reward he just earned, he hadn't even had time to claim it yet. Halfway there, Li Fan suddenly noticed class president Sun Shui standing on a chair, rolling up her pant legs while holding onto her calf. Unintentionally, she revealed the white cosplay tights underneath, the kind worn by their anime club. Wrapped around plump little legs, the curves were full, so delightfully bouncy. He froze for an instant, his mind involuntarily recalling the cosplay photos of their class monitor he'd seen in last night's social media feed. Absolutely adorable. Just as he was spacing out and slowing his steps, Sun Shui had already swiftly adjusted her pant legs and was sitting properly at her desk, flipping through textbooks and test papers. Looking up, she caught Li Fan staring dumbly at her calves with curious fascination. Instantly, a certain implication dawned on her. Her cheeks flushed crimson in the blink of an eye. Biting her lip lightly, she swiftly grabbed the long pencil case from the table and struck his knee with vengeful precision. Bang! Crash! With just one touch, the various pens inside the pencil case collided, producing a series of crisp sounds, mixed with Sun Shui's muttered curses. TCH, still looking. Li Fan felt a light tap on his knee, not painful nor itchy, which suddenly snapped him out of his intense focus. He immediately let out an embarrassed chuckle. Sorry. Not daring to say more, he scurried back to his seat in disgrace and plopped down. I couldn't help feeling a pang of regret. If I'd known the class president was going too, I would have gone to admire her in the big dance studio first before playing shuttlecock. What a miscalculation. But the thought that I'd already added the class president as a friend made me instantly start fantasizing maybe I get a chance to watch her cosplay performance up close someday. Before the physics teacher arrived, Li Fan quickly pulled out his textbook and test papers. With a single thought, he opened the system panel. In the Skills and Achievements section, a blinking red notification dot was already waiting to be claimed. Whoosh! As the page expanded, the achievement reward immediately appeared at the top. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving the Kicking Shuttlecock Champion achievement. Reward, for system coins. Splash! The balance in the upper right corner returned to double digits, instantly becoming *10. Li Fan couldn't help but rub his hands together joyfully at the sight. The system coins are piling up faster and faster. Ha ha ha! Just spent over 30, and here's another $10. Can't spend it fast enough, just can't spend it all. At this moment, he was increasingly realizing the awesomeness of this player's perspective. Although there were no mandatory main quests or strict requirements, but as long as you keep exploring life and loving it, you'll discover more and more achievements, and the rewards will keep piling up. The more exciting your life is, the more rewards you'll get. The more rewards you get, the more you'll spend on in-game purchases. The more you spend on in-game purchases, the more exciting your life becomes. A wonderfully positive cycle formed completely, leaving Li Fan involuntarily exhilarated. If only this player perspective had been bound sooner. Seeing that the physics professor hadn't arrived yet, Li Fan wasn't in any hurry to exit the system interface. Bored out of his mind, he idly browsed through those life-themed gacha packages in the cash shop. Suddenly catching sight of the motionless benefits interface in the lower right corner, his heart skipped a beat as he silently calculated. Spent 30 or 40 on microtransactions yesterday. Today, I bought another political career background card. Shouldn't I be close to unlocking the next tier of spending rewards? Driven by curiosity, he promptly clicked open the Yi Benefits interface to check his spending progress bar. Whoosh! As the interface opened, an endless in-app purchase progress bar abruptly appeared before his eyes. The golden line representing the amount spent had barely started, stuck right before the threshold for the next tier of bonus rewards, just a tiny bit more to unlock it. At the first glance of his spending amount, Li Fan's eyes instantly lit up. Already spent 72 yuan? Just $8 more and I can claim the VIP 80 tier rewards. Let me see what. As he clicked on the reward details under VIP 80, an exquisite gift box instantly popped up. Basic skill experience card, 6-in-1 gift box. After unlocking, instantly master any one skill to beginner level. Li Fan was instantly thrilled when he saw the welfare reward, letting out a joyful exclamation. Oh, any skill counts? Beginner level. Then the champion achievement I reached by kicking the shuttlecock today, what level does that qualify as? The more he thought about it, the more his curiosity itched uncontrollably. He immediately rushed back to the skills achievement interface to check. Scrolling down, he found the shuttlecock kicking skill entry with a proficiency of 22%. Among the series of proficiency achievements below, only the model worker achievement was illuminated, while the others remained grayed out with no progress. On the proficiency progress bar for the shuttlecock kicking skill entry, he clearly saw several distinct level demarcations: beginner, proficient, star, master. At this very moment, he had just achieved the accomplishment of being a shuttlecock kicking champion, with his proficiency level precisely at the beginner tier. Instantly, a relatively clear impression formed in his mind. He stroked his chin and began to ponder. I've played shuttlecock kicking before, but never this well without today's buff enhancement. So this is what beginner level proficiency feels like. Currently, I can already execute some moderately difficult foot techniques in trade rallies with experienced players like Teacher Zhang. In that sense, this beginner level proficiency isn't actually that low after all. At the very least, I can use skills normally, they're just not as powerful yet. Thinking this, Li Fan felt a surge of excitement. He couldn't help but imagine the scene after claiming his welfare rewards. It was utterly thrilling, making him almost impatient with anticipation. Beginner skill experience card, choose 1 out of 6. So that means I can directly pick a skill I've never touched before, with zero foundation, and smoothly use it right away? In that case, the more difficult the skill card you draw, the more cost-effective it is. If I could draw some kind of special talent, like playing an instrument or singing, that'd be hitting the jackpot. For someone like me who's tone-deaf and can't play any musical instruments, this is practically a must-have for showing off. No more being stuck in the audience seats as an NPC. But the moment he said it, he couldn't help feeling a twinge of worry. Frowning slightly, he examined the floating 6-option gift box before him. Reaching out, he gave it a gentle spin and watched it rotate. Actually, if I were to draw events like sprints, long-distance running, high jumps, or long jumps, they'd kind of feel, well, a bit underwhelming. I'm just starting out, so it wouldn't be much use anyway. I'm not planning to become an athlete. Chapter 50, Coach, I want to improve too. Bang! Alright, class is starting. No more talking. The physics teacher walked in through the front door, holding a water cup. With just one glance, not a single additional word was needed. The previously noisy classroom instantly fell silent, as everyone settled down obediently. If it were any other teacher, in any other classroom, perhaps there'd still be a few unruly students bold enough to behave as they please, not giving the teacher a second thought. But during old physics teacher's class, even the school principal would have to sit properly and listen attentively. This rehired educator had already mentored disciples across the entire county. His former students could be found in nearly every profession, all remembering his kindness with gratitude. It's even said that in his youth, old Zhang was full of righteous indignation, often standing up for students and fighting injustices. He even provided financial aid to many impoverished students, covering their meals and accommodations. In terms of moral high ground, he was already invincible, unmatched by his predecessors and unlikely to be surpassed by those who followed. He was practically the living saint of the county town. Even several leaders at the school were once students who had passed exams under the supervision of the old physics teacher. Now, returning to teach at the school, even if their positions are higher than old Zhang's, none dare to show a temper bigger than his. Because old Zhang's most accomplished student had long since become a leader in the local education department, returning every year to pay New Year's respects to his revered mentor. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, his doorstep would be lined with students. Only those with the closest relationships could get in to see him. Faced with such a prestigious and accomplished senior teacher, even all the faculty members at the school treated him with utmost respect, let alone these insignificant student kids. Seeing the physics professor enter the classroom, Li Fan had no choice but to reluctantly close the system interface. He dutifully settled down to listen attentively to the lecture. Anyway, to get the VIP level 80 reward, he was still short by 8 yuan worth of in-game purchases. But at the moment, there weren't any buff items in the shop priced precisely at 8 yuan, just had to wait for the right moment to splurge on something bigger instead. Bam! The physics teacher walked up to the podium and sat down as usual. He looked completely listless, devoid of any energy. It was hard to believe this was the same spirited little old man who'd been kicking a shuttlecock after class. Alright, take out your textbooks. Today we'll continue with kinetic energy. This is essential material for the college entrance exams. Those willing to learn, listen well, those unwilling, sleep quietly, no disturbances allowed. With that, he immediately picked up the textbook in chalk, turning to the blackboard to begin lecturing. He had been writing in flawless script for decades. He outright disdained any electronic devices and never used PowerPoint, relying solely on his own mind to unravel every concept and solution. He came to teach class 5 purely to avoid exhausting himself. He had all the physics knowledge from grades 10 to 12 at his fingertips. He just wanted to complete his teaching duties without forcing students to listen. With fewer than 10 classes a week, he treated it as a way to keep his mind active and prevent dementia. At this moment, Li Fan was under the influence of the STEM logic buff. The physics knowledge that once seemed illogical now feels progressively clearer and more structured, bringing about a sudden enlightenment. Golden bullet comments kept flashing before my eyes one after another. Ding! Successfully acquired physics knowledge points, exam score +2. Ding! Successfully understood physics problem-solving approach, exam score +3. With half the class spent in attentive listening, the progress of his lecture task grew rapidly. Just as Li Fan was completely absorbed in reaping bountiful gains, the physics professor had already finished explaining the solution approach to a major problem. Glancing at the clock with 10 minutes left before dismissal, his enthusiasm instantly waned. He casually tossed the remaining chalk stub into the box on the lectern. He sat down without a word, rapped his knuckles on the blackboard, and glanced at the students who were burying their heads in note-taking. Bang bang bang! On the blackboard is the problem-solving approach for this lesson. Use the remaining time to understand it on your own. If you can grasp it thoroughly, then you can score on kinetic energy problems in the college entrance exam. Figure it out on your own, no whispering to each other. If you don't understand something, come directly to the podium and ask me. Let's begin. With that, the physics professor sat at the podium reading his newspaper without even looking up. Though it was already an outdated print medium by far, he still seemed thoroughly absorbed, as if gleaning some particularly juicy news or current affairs from its pages. At this very moment, his lecture reached a pause. Half the class immediately collapsed onto their desks like felled dominoes. After all, every student in class 5 was at the bottom of the entire grade, and more than half of them had long lost any desire to listen in class. They didn't even believe they could get into any decent university, so they'd completely given up. They also knew that the old physics teacher never said a word as long as they just laid their heads down to sleep. Only talking and roughhousing were what he hated the most. Naturally, Wang Chang was no exception and promptly joined the sprawling army of nap-takers. For him, it was as if the moment the class bell rang, his brain would automatically shut down and start feeling drowsy, completely powerless to resist its instincts. Li Fan had already recorded all the knowledge points and problem-solving approaches explained on the blackboard in his notebook. He had mastered more than half of them. Golden extra point bullet comments kept scrolling by, and his score soared straight to the max. Yet he had fallen too far behind during his 3 years of high school. At this moment, no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't grasp one crucial point needed to solve the problem. Even with the buff's enhancement, he still felt utterly confused. Seeing that he couldn't solve this on his own, Li Fan felt the sting of frustration for the first time over being unable to master a piece of knowledge. He was so close to perfection. Just that little bit more. He desperately wanted to thoroughly understand this concept. In the past, this kind of emotion would never have arisen in him. Slacking off when you can't learn something, that was the standard mentality of underachievers. But now, Li Fan actually hesitated before raising his head to look at the old physics teacher reading a newspaper on the podium, a bold idea flashing through his mind. Should I go ask old man Zhang about this? Taking the initiative to consult a teacher would be a huge psychological challenge. After all these years of schooling, Li Fan had never attempted such a thing. Mainly because he was afraid that if he went to ask a teacher for help and still couldn't understand after the explanation, the teacher might lose patience and snap at him if he asked again. I'm genuinely feeling a bit timid and hesitant. Li Fan took a deep breath and started psyching himself up. Don't be afraid, with my STEM logic, buff activated, I'll definitely understand whatever the physics professor explains in just one go. Well, I want to improve too. Maybe today's small step will bring me one giant leap closer to the pinnacle of technical college tomorrow. After thorough mental preparation, he finally gritted his teeth and stood up. Splash! The moment he moved, the screeching sound of the dragging chair instantly shattered the classroom's silence. In an instant, dozens of eyes in the classroom turned to look at him. Surprise was written all over everyone's face. Li Fan simply ignored those stares, striding directly toward the podium with his notebook in hand. On the podium. Hearing the noise, the old physics teacher glanced up. Seeing Li Fan approaching him, he gave a light chuckle and casually set aside the newspaper. What do you want? Just report when you need to use the restroom. Go ahead. Hearing this, Li Fan felt both amused and exasperated at the same time. He simply shook his head, mustered his courage, and strode to the podium with his notebook, boldly speaking up under the astonished gazes of the physics teacher and his classmates. Teacher, I didn't quite understand this part. Could you go over it again for me? Chapter 51, good at physics, but should improve math. Didn't understand? Who is it? You? Seeing Li Fan approach him with a notebook to ask questions, the old physics professor widened his aged eyes in surprise. He couldn't help but wonder if he was getting senile and hallucinating. The third to last in the class of underachievers suddenly had an epiphany? Actually dared to walk up to the podium to ask questions when the entire class was silent. Well, I'll be damned, never seen anything like it. Li Fan noticed the physics professor's astonished expression and suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. He could only bare his teeth in an awkward smile and nodded. Taking the initiative, he handed over the open notebook in his hand. Yes, me. Teacher, I've understood all the other points about kinetic energy and problem-solving approaches. It's just this one part I'm having trouble grasping. How about I explain back to you how I understand the solution method, and you tell me if I've got it right? As soon as he said this, he could already hear the murmurs and stifled giggles spreading through the classroom behind him. A surge of helplessness washed over him, his cheeks flushing slightly. Truth be told, his past self had always slacked off, proudly maintaining the glorious position of third from bottom in class rankings. Involuntarily seeking a teacher for guidance was indeed like something out of Arabian Nights. The odds of him pulling a prank were still higher than those of him studying proactively. No wonder some people scoffed in disbelief. The physics professor looked at Li Fan's earnest expression and felt a slight tug at his heartstrings. He gave a cursory glance at the somewhat messy handwriting in the notebook. Though the penmanship wasn't particularly neat, one could tell these were conscientious recordings of problem-solving approaches and key knowledge points. Indeed, these were notes that could only be taken by someone who listened to the lecture diligently. Meanwhile, he also heard the faint sounds of mocking whispers beginning to rise from the classroom. Immediately frowning slightly, he looked up at the students below. Bang bang bang! He forcefully raised his hand and knocked on the desk. Everybody, quiet. I've told you before, if you don't understand something, just come up and ask me. Who's still talking down there? If I hear it again, I'll have you come up here and explain it to everyone while standing. As soon as these words were spoken, the classroom immediately fell silent. No one was chattering about Li Fan anymore. At the same time, the old physics professor leisurely put on his reading glasses at last, reached out to take the notebook Li Fan had laid open, and began examining it carefully. He hadn't even finished reading half of it before his brows involuntarily furrowed with concern. TCH, when he finally spoke, Li Fan's heart instantly leapt into his throat with an inexplicable tension. Had he made some mistake somewhere? No way. With the science logic buff activated, I feel like I've smoothly grasped most of the previous content, completely mastering the knowledge points and problem-solving approaches. Is my academic incompetence about to be exposed this quickly? Just as he was feeling inexplicably tense, the physics teacher also spoke with a hint of resignation. You've got some nice footwork with that shuttlecock, pretty impressive moves, kid. Who wrote these characters? Looks like they were licked into shape by a dog. Are you deliberately making things difficult for an old comrade like me? At these words, Li Fan immediately felt relieved, though somewhat torn between laughter and tears. Blushing with embarrassment, he stepped forward to explain himself. Well, it's been a long time since I've written so many words, I'm still a bit rusty. This certainly wasn't empty talk to save face, but an instinctive confession from the heart. Before unlocking the player's perspective, he had never taken notes in class. The most he ever used a pen was during morning reading sessions when copying homework. But those were all pictographs, whatever they resembled, he copied them faithfully, and for the illegible cursive characters, he meticulously traced them stroke by stroke. Indeed, it had been a long time since he had genuinely handwritten anything in earnest. Even many symbols for physical units were unfamiliar to him, and he simply reproduced them exactly as they appeared on the blackboard. The old physics teacher, hearing his candid explanation, was momentarily at a loss for words. This is the first time I've seen a student with such poor foundations actually putting an effort to improve. Still, it's rather commendable when you think about it. With that thought, I let out a derisive snort and set down the notebook again. Alright, you're at least being honest about your work. Then tell me, what were the key points of this concept I explained, and what's the problem-solving approach? Let me see exactly where you're not getting it. The physics teacher still maintained a slightly skeptical attitude towards such initiative from a poor student. He wanted to first see whether Li Fan had genuinely understood, or was just trying to answer questions to show off in front of some female classmate before quickly retreating. It's perfectly normal for teenage boys to show off. The physics teacher, being experienced, wouldn't easily fall for it and become a backdrop for showing off. He immediately pushed the notebook over, watching Li Fan's reaction with a smile. Seeing the physics teacher's unexpectedly gentle attitude, Li Fan felt his nervousness about consulting a teacher for the first time immediately eased by more than half. He immediately moved closer and compared it with the notes. Step by step, he recounted the key points and problem-solving approach based on his own understanding. This concept, as I understand it, is like this. The physics teacher, wearing his reading glasses, listened attentively to every word. At first, I was just listening for amusement. The corners of my mouth couldn't help curling into a smile. But as it went deeper, I gradually became surprised and paid more serious attention. This kid actually speaks with some logic. By the end, the old man's eyes were full of astonishment, and he couldn't help but secretly scrutinize Li Fan from head to toe, trying to find any signs that this kid might be fake. This knowledge focus and problem-solving approach of mine was distilled from over a decade of frontline teaching experience, the absolute cream of the crop. For an ordinary student to just keep up would already require extremely attentive listening. Being able to grasp everything in just one class would make you a top student. Unexpectedly, Li Fan actually understood most of it after just this one lecture. This level of comprehension was completely unlike a perennial bottom three straggler from a remedial class. Could it be that some highly sophisticated artificial intelligence has invaded human society? Just as the old physics teacher was still filled with confusion and shock, Li Fan had already sorted out his problem-solving approach up to the step where he got stuck, and suddenly frowned in frustration. And then at this point, this step, I just can't seem to grasp it anymore. Teacher, how exactly is this calculated? Did I miss some crucial part of the explanation? When he finally managed to voice his confusion, he noticed the physics teacher showed no immediate response. Suddenly feeling doubtful and somewhat guilty, he cautiously stole a glance at the physics teacher's reaction. Teacher? The physics teacher's wandering thoughts were abruptly pulled back by these calls. He immediately coughed softly twice to ease the awkwardness. Ahem, oh, did I finish explaining? Well explained, with thorough understanding. You've grasped about 70 to 80% of the key points from this lesson. Upon hearing this, Li Fan immediately blushed slightly in embarrassment. He chuckled sheepishly. Oh, it's not really that much. I want to improve too, teacher. So, about these few points, could you help explain how I should go about calculating this result? Ding dong ding. Just then, the sudden ring of the class dismissal bell made Li Fan's heart instantly tighten. Damn it, wasted too much time. Didn't make it in time. The physics old-timer sneered at this moment, casually folding away his reading glasses, shaking his head with a chuckle. Oh dear, you're doing well in physics class. That's progress. But these 3 places in the calculation, you'd better ask your math teacher about them. Li Fan was momentarily stunned when he heard this, not quite understanding. What? Bang! Just as they were speaking, the physics teacher picked up his lesson plan and lightly tapped Li Fan on the head with it, smiling at him. Class is over. Math isn't my subject. Take this and ask your math teacher how to calculate this step. You can't even do such simple calculations? You'd make a math teacher die of anger. Ha 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 ha. Before Li Fan could react, the physics professor abruptly stood up and headed for the door, while shouting at the class. Class dismissed. Ding. Knowledge-seeking task progress 12%. Next stage achievement, knowledge champion progress 12%. A golden progress bar gradually faded from Li Fan's sight as the physics professor walked out the classroom door. He was left utterly bewildered. What's that? Let me find the math teacher. Chapter 52. Good news, your brother is coming home. The bell marking the end of class rang. The classroom instantly erupted in noisy commotion as everyone felt liberated and began lively chattering and laughing. Li Fan watched the effortlessly dashing old man come and go like the wind. For a moment, he couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. What kind of nonsense is this? After finally gathering the courage to ask Teacher Zhao a physics question, he confidently organized his thoughts and explained at length, only for it to turn into a math problem again. Thinking this, he took another careful look at the part of the blackboard that hadn't been erased. It was just a formula calculation result. This was where he got stuck. Because he didn't understand how this calculation process unfolded, he tried calculating it several times himself but couldn't achieve the correct result that the physics professor demonstrated. It was truly exasperating. But now he had at least gained some enlightenment. Could it be that he'd fallen too far behind in his math courses, which was why he didn't understand this calculation method? Seeing that he got no results from the physics professor, Li Fan could only give up for the time being. With considerable resignation, he picked up his notebook and returned to his seat at the back. Bang! No sooner had he sat down, lost in thought, than Wang Chang beside him grinned cheekily and leaned in. Yo, the big brain is back. Ha 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 ha. Dude, you actually learned to ask the teacher questions too? Teach me something, brainiac. Li Fan gave a soft snort at this and rolled his eyes. A high-level cultivation method like physics demands extraordinary talent from its practitioners. With your talent, you dare to reach for it? Aren't you afraid one glance might make you explode? In the world of underachievers, studying seriously was laughable. His act of proactively asking questions in class was nothing more than textbook behavior begging for mockery. He'd long grown accustomed to it. Wang Chang snorted disdainfully at his cocky expression. Humph, this is like watching grandma crawl into bedding, utterly laughable. As the illustrious sacred son of the demon sect, why would I stoop to learning your so-called righteous heresies? Playing Genshin Impact is the true sacred doctrine of our demon sect. Faced with Wang Chang's habitual nonsense, Li Fan could only gaze at him with the sympathetic look one reserves for the intellectually challenged. He had no energy to keep humoring this idiot. He recalled how the physics teacher had wrapped his head with that profoundly meaningful smile before turning to leave the classroom with hands clasped behind his back. As these scenes connected in his mind, he suddenly drew a sharp breath. Knock on the head, hands behind the back, leaves with a smile. Patriarch Bodhi, Sun Wukong. Could the physics professor possibly mean that I should go find him for guidance at 1 a.m? The moment this thought surfaced, he couldn't help but feel tempted to slap himself. Ugh, watching TV has really poisoned our generation. It's fried everyone's brains. Left with no choice, he could only plan to find another suitable time to seek guidance from the math prince. Not only was this to achieve the model student accomplishment for that keen learner mission, but also to truly master everything that grumpy old physics professor was teaching. At the same time, he was quite curious. Last month's math exam score was only 24 points. Was he really that terrible? How could he not even solve the calculation steps of a single physics formula? Meanwhile, Li Fan was equally bewildered. I've already taken the initiative to interact with the physics teacher twice, playing badminton with him during the long break and actively asking questions in class. I don't know if it's because I listened to one of his physics lessons but ended up asking a math question instead. Yet I still haven't been able to see any character progress bar above the physics teacher's head. Seems like this old-timer is genuinely hard to impress. As his thoughts wandered, the 10-minute break passed quickly. Ding-ling-ling. The Chinese teacher walked into the classroom as usual, holding textbooks and test papers, casually tossing them to the students in the front row. Pass these out. We're doing the test this period. No need to write essays. Do your own work independently, no looking up answers in books allowed. Whoosh, whoosh. As the test papers were distributed row by row from the front and passed backward, the classroom was filled with cheers and excitement. Chinese class is the best. Easygoing way for school to end. Li Fan looked at the brand new test paper in his hands and immediately focused his attention. Filled with enthusiasm, he made thorough preparations. Yesterday I recited a whole lesson's worth of Chinese literature, with tons of bonus point bullet comments flying by. Today's the moment to test the results. Bring it on! Without any hesitation, he immediately summoned all his concentration and began working on the Chinese test paper with utmost seriousness. Wang Chang next to him took the test paper and flipped straight to the reading comprehension section at the back without even glancing at it. He started writing immediately. Expresses the author's longing for hometown. Hints at an indictment against the darkness of the current political situation. Embodies beautiful hopes for the future. After finishing a few answers, he grinned smugly, baring his teeth. Done in seconds. Random happily treated the reading comprehension exercises as extracurricular fiction, devouring them with great relish, quite a way to pass the time. The class was over. More than half of the class had fallen asleep. However, as the end of class approached, everyone rubbed their hands in anticipation, naturally waking up and began putting on their jackets in unison, getting ready. Li Fan stretched his back, which had been tired throughout the class, causing a series of cracks. Ah, finally filled every line. Ding! Attentive listening task progress 6%. Next stage achievement classroom mastery progress 56%. Although progress was slow in recitation-based subjects like Chinese class and English class, he still gained something valuable. For the very first time in his life, he had conscientiously filled every inch of his Chinese exam paper with earnest answers. Right or wrong, it's written down regardless. Reciting classical Chinese poetry about the sky, this time he only left half blank. Several of the questions were from yesterday's memorization. As long as the system adds points, the knowledge stays in the mind permanently, never forgotten. Finally, he got to experience the satisfaction of scoring well in Chinese. Ding ding, the bell rang. At this very moment, the class dismissal bell rang. The Chinese literature teacher promptly gathered her teaching materials and left without hesitation. We'll review the test papers next class. Class dismissed. Without the slightest delay or unnecessary words, the Chinese teacher was the first to exit the classroom, wasting not a single extra moment. Boom! The next second, the entire teaching building erupted in excitement. Asterisk thud, 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 asterisk. The students' footsteps pounded the floorboards like war drums, deafeningly loud, all marching uniformly toward the dining hall and school gates. Li Fan naturally wasn't about to fall behind either, grabbing Wang Chang by the arm as they dashed toward the school entrance. Though their family business now had the support of the grand opening, weekly card buff, ensuring no shortage of customers. But if he could help spread the word a bit more, of course he'd do his part. Especially since so many classmates who tasted the delicious fried skewers he brought back to share in the classroom yesterday have already placed deposits with him, ordering today's lunchtime skewers in advance. For his classmates' sake, he had to make the trip to deliver everyone's lunch back to the dorm. When he arrived at the fried skewer stall outside the school gates, the place was already packed with people. Before either of them could speak, Li Jianguo spotted him coming and immediately grinned, pulling out an insulated foam box from under the stall. Here, this way. I've already prepared everything for your classmates. Each gets a pure meat volcano stone grilled sausage and a small bottle of soda. Hurry up and take it back to school, give it to them. Don't delay your classmates' mealtime. As he spoke, Li Jianguo chuckled and pulled out a separate bag, stuffing it into Wang Chang's hands as usual. Xiangzi, take it and eat. Don't worry, Uncle uses only good oil. Business is busy today, so I won't entertain you too. No need to help here, you should head back now. Seeing this, Li Fan smiled and helped Wang Chang accept it, stopping him from saying those polite refusals. He immediately bent down to pick up the foam box from the ground. These are all the results he promoted at school. He's already collected over 100 in deposits. Alright, got it, Dad. You guys keep working, we'll head back now to bring everyone food. The two were just about to leave. Li Jianguo suddenly remembered something and immediately called out with a laugh. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. Your brother called this morning. It's settled, he's accepting the job transfer arrangement back in our hometown. He'll be returning in a few days. Hearing these words, Li Fan's eyes immediately lit up. Political career, the pay-to-win background card really worked. He immediately turned back with a smile. What unit was my brother assigned to after his military transfer? Did he say anything? Chapter 53. Why sleep so much in life when you'll sleep eternally after death? Screech. Li Jianguo placed the skewers carefully selected by students into the oil-filled fryer, arranging them by category. Instantly, the oil bubbled furiously, releasing tantalizing aromas. Hearing Li Fan's inquiry, she immediately responded with a frown without looking up. Not yet. The call said he's coming back for local assignment, arriving home next Wednesday. We'll know in a few days. While speaking, she promptly turned to attend to the newly arrived customers. Business is booming. Listening to his father's response, Li Fan mentally highlighted and noted down this matter in his mind. Hey, got it. Seeing how well the stall was doing, there seemed little purpose in them staying since no major help was needed. Maybe it's better not to stir up trouble. Then, carrying the thermal box and bringing Wang Chang along, he rushed back to school to deliver the meals to the students who had ordered fried skewers, darting straight to the dormitory. The boarding students who had paid a deposit yesterday were already eagerly anticipating their meals. They were worried that Li Fan might run off with their food. The two of them had just returned to the dorm when everyone immediately crowded around, eager to share the spoils. Finally, you're back. Wow, such a big bag, and you only paid a little over 10 yuan for it? That's such a great deal. It smells amazing. Oh, there's soda too. I've got one too. Bang, PSSST. For a moment, the dormitory was filled with the crisp sounds of soda cans being popped open. The enticing aroma of deep-fried skewers wafted everywhere. Wang Chang genuinely treated this business as his own family affair. While ushering everyone to enjoy the fried skewers, he enthusiastically praised their delicious taste, aggressively helping to attract customers. Even students from other dorms and classes passing by outside were invited in by him to have a taste. The dorm was instantly filled with students, eating and drinking in a lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, Li Fan chose to stay quietly aside, sitting on his own bed and gazing leisurely at the blue sky outside the window, outwardly appearing disinterested in crowds, pondering life's mysteries. In reality, a threefold system interface unfolds before their eyes, scrolling through premium digital marketplaces, munching on fried mushrooms while privately calculating their next move. If Big Bro decided to transfer back home, he must have already secured a government position through the local personnel system. I wonder what kind of work unit they'll assign him to. Our family doesn't have the resources or connections to help my brother pull some strings and secure a good position. Maybe we should just spend some money to give my brother a helping hand. The question is, What kind of pay-to-win buffs could possibly help in this situation? The 8 major bureaus for reassigning demobilized soldiers: urban construction, electric power, industry and commerce, taxation, health, education, and finance. There's also the possibility of various local public institution positions. But since this concerns the influence of the political career pay-to-win card, it likely means entering officialdom, so public institutions needn't be considered. Just choose from among several civil service units. On the surface, various departments may each have their own strengths. It's hard to rank them as clearly superior or inferior. But in reality, the differences between departments are substantial, not only in terms of subsidies and benefits but also in actual authority, future promotion ceilings, and more. Without decent connections and perceptiveness. For them in this small county town, the highest position they could likely reach in their lifetime would be section chief at best. The ceiling is very low. Just as Li Fan was feeling overwhelmed by the dazzling array of choices, unsure what to pick, suddenly, an inconspicuous golden weekly VIP card appeared among the options, causing his scrolling finger to freeze momentarily. Oh, what's this? Noble Assistance Weekly Pass, now 12 * the value. Activate to unlock one Noble Assistance opportunity within 7 days, launching a magnificent life journey. After reading the weekly buff description clearly, Li Fan's eyes lit up instantly. This is the one. This pay-to-win buff is absolutely perfect. 7 days should also be the time frame the organization considers for assignments, just in time to help secure a better department for our bro. With Noble support, it should be easier to get things rolling once assigned to the department. However, just as Li Fan excitedly prepared to make the in-game purchase, he suddenly noticed the system currency balance in the upper right corner. Now he only has 10 system coins left in his hand, still short by 2. He immediately frowned and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Almost forgot about that again. Once again, I found myself in the awkward predicament of not having enough system coins when faced with the first charge life package. But this time was different. The 7-day trial pass for Noble Assistance didn't display any countdown for payment. He could save up money at his own pace and return to purchase it whenever ready. Right now, he should only need to complete one more task to earn enough system coins. When that time comes, he could not only successfully purchase a Noble Assistance trial card to boost his older brother's political career, but also meet the 80 system coin spending bonus requirement. Then he'd smoothly obtain a basic life skills experience card for himself as well. Thinking this, Li Fan had no choice but to temporarily close the in-game purchase interface, waiting for the right opportunity. After all, his brother wouldn't be home until next Wednesday, so there should still be enough time before then. Ding ding, the bell rang. As the bell signaling the imminent start of the noon break rang, the crowd that had been noisily gathered in their dorm room eating skewered snacks gradually dispersed, each returning to their own dormitory to prepare for their afternoon nap. It quickly became quiet. After the lunch break, amid the sunlight and the melodies broadcast through campus speakers, a sluggish army of students marched toward the teaching building, to shake off their drowsiness and prepare for class. As he walked near the restroom, Li Fan deliberately dashed in to wash his face, feeling refreshed and clear-headed. Seeing how desperately serious he was, Wang Chang, sporting a disheveled bird's nest of hair, looked utterly baffled as he rested his chin on Li Fan's shoulder with a resentful gaze. Are you really pushing yourself this hard? We could have been cuddling and practicing our sleeping technique together in class, and now you're just abandoning me? Who's been feeding you this nonsense that turned you into a model student? All of Li Fan's recent changes had been unfolding right before his eyes. His perfectly fine slacker buddy, the one he used to chill and shoot the breeze with, was becoming increasingly unfamiliar, almost like some straight-A student who died with unfinished business had possessed his body. I was already considering whether to spend some money to hire a fortune teller to perform a ritual for him, to help his soul find peace. Li Fan heard Wang Chang's resentful muttering and immediately grinned. What do you know? Knowledge changes destiny, learning transforms life. While alive, why sleep long? After death, you'll rest eternal. In truth, he had merely unlocked the player's perspective, beholding a more dazzling and varied world where every action came with a progress bar, each achievement tangible, naturally filling him with boundless enthusiasm. Before Wang Chang could say anything more, Li Fan suddenly spotted the math prince ahead, holding textbooks and lesson plans, heading to teach their class. His eyes lit up immediately. Suddenly recalling the physics professor's merciless mocking of his questions that morning, now was the perfect time to consult the math prince for help. Not only could his confusion about problem-solving methods be cleared up, but he might even achieve the model student honor of being inquisitive and eager to learn. With this thought, he immediately grabbed Wang Chang and sprinted off. Hurry up, the math prince is coming to our class. I just happen to have questions for the teacher. Wang Chang was yanked so forcefully by Li Fan that he instantly felt the weightless sensation of his soul leaving his body. Before his body could even react, he was already dashing forward. He was instantly scared out of his wits, breaking into goosebumps as he jolted awake. Holy shit! Damn it, you bastard! Fuck! Chapter 54, Thought you'd seen the light, turns out you'd gone sideways. Classroom of senior year, Class 5. Only a sparse scattering of students had arrived, fewer than half the class. There were still a few minutes left before class began. Math teacher Wang Ziqin had already arranged his lesson plans and papers on the lectern. Seeing his drowsy students below, he couldn't help but chuckle wryly in resignation. Clap clap clap. Suddenly, he raised his hands and clapped loudly, offering wake-up service in a clear voice. Come on, class is about to start, wake up and get alert. Students by the windows, open them to let some air in. The breeze will refresh us and keep sleepiness at bay. The moment these words were spoken, the classroom erupted in miserable groans and complaints. Faced with a gentle young teacher like Wang Ziqin, the students naturally felt emboldened to voice their minor grievances without much fear. But complaints aside, everyone still had to comply. Bang, bang. As the windows on both sides swung open, the crossdraft of cold air instantly tightened everyone's skin, forcibly jolting them awake. Good morning, teacher. Good morning, Teacher Wang. At this moment, Li Fan and Wang Chang came running through the front door, faces beaming with laughter. As usual, they greeted everyone warmly. Prince Qin didn't seem surprised today, instead, he nodded with a delighted smile. Good. Hurry back to your seat and get ready for class. Just as Prince Qin was about to sit down and wait for the other students who were late returning from lunch break before starting the lecture, he suddenly noticed Li Fan, who had just dashed back to his seat, hadn't stopped but instead picked up his notebook and pen and headed straight for the podium, leaving him momentarily stunned. Ha! Before he could react, Li Fan had already walked up to him with a mischievous grin. Teacher, there are a few calculation steps in this problem solution that I can't figure out. Could you please help explain them? My foundation is too weak. I've forgotten how to do it. Hearing this, Wang Ziqin was simultaneously amused and exasperated, but more than that, he couldn't believe his ears. Yet yesterday's Li Fan had indeed paid careful attention in class and actively answered questions, already leaving a favorable impression on him that had somewhat changed his opinion. Now seeing him take the initiative to come seek advice, I felt increasingly heartened. I immediately nodded with a smile and took the notebook. Of course, as long as you're willing to learn and ask, you can come to me anytime. Let me see what problem you've got. As he spoke, he had already noticed the densely packed physics notes and problem-solving methods meticulously recorded in the notebook, instantly feeling completely baffled. Physics problems? He initially thought the lad had finally seen the light and started studying seriously. Never expected he'd gone completely off track and gotten utterly obsessed. Find me a math teacher to explain physics problems? What kind of nonsense is this? Seeing the math prince's bewildered expression, Li Fan scratched his head awkwardly with an embarrassed smile. It's a physics problem, but what I want to consult you about isn't physics knowledge. This is the spot. As he pointed at those two calculation formulas, Prince Qin finally began to grasp his underlying intention. Li Fan didn't beat around the bush either, he quickly pointed out where his problem lay. Teacher Wang, I've pretty much grasped the other knowledge points and problem-solving approaches. It's just here, I can't calculate the result our physics teacher got. I asked him, and he said it's a math problem. He told me to come to you. Then I came looking for you. Prince Qin glanced at the various calculation processes Li Fan had attempted in the notebook and instantly understood. Without another word, I immediately smiled and took the pen from his hand. You clearly didn't pay proper attention in class before. This is one of the most common mathematical formulas. It should be done like this. You made a mistake right here, and then. Listening to the math teacher's earnest explanation delivered without any reservation, Li Fan didn't dare let his mind wander. He immediately leaned in attentively to listen carefully. As several key processes were unlocked, he suddenly had an epiphany, grasping the concepts with increasing clarity. Oh, so that's how it's done. Ding! Mathematical formula acquisition successful, exam score +3. Ding! Physics problem-solving approach learned successfully, exam score +6. Although Wang Ziqin was slightly surprised that Li Fan was consulting him about calculation issues encountered in physics problems, he felt genuinely pleased by this underperforming student's willingness to engage his brain and take initiative in seeking help, explaining the concepts with extraordinary patience and meticulous detail. Listening to Li Fan's intermittent responses, he had basically grasped all the key points. He nodded with a smile too. Yes, exactly. That's precisely what you've understood. Now do you get it? Li Fan finally understood the entire calculation process, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. He nodded happily. Thank you, Professor Wang. I finally get it now. It seems my foundation was too weak before. I'll definitely work hard to strengthen my basic knowledge. Next time I'll know for sure. As soon as the words fell, 2 mission progress bars instantly popped up above Prince Qin's head. Ding! The progress of the inquisitive and curious task is 68%. Next stage goal, model scholar progress 68%. Ding! The social progress of character Prince Qin is 27%. Next stage achievement, master of enlightenment progress 100%. Seeing that one achievement had actually reached 100%, Li Fan's eyes immediately lit up. My heart leaped with joy in an instant. I thought I would unlock the knowledge-seeking pioneer achievement first. Never in my wildest dreams did I expect that my initiative in seeking advice would earn me the doubt-dispelling mentor achievement instead. Truly, by chance, a single careless stroke brings forth leaves when no flowers will come from deliberate labor. In an instant, the teacher-student relationship between him and math teacher Wang Ziqin grew noticeably closer. He could even sense the teacher's anticipation and admiration in his gaze. For Wang Ziqin, it was the first time encountering such a willing-to-improve and studious underachiever in Class 5. This also rekindled his long-held expectations about educating and nurturing students. He immediately laughed and patted Li Fan on the shoulder. Go on, get back to class and listen carefully. You'll be able to learn all these things if you pay attention in class. Li Fan smiled and nodded at the teacher. I got it, thank you, Teacher Wang. With that, she immediately picked up her notebook, turned away from the lectern, and ran back to her seat. Ding dong ding dong. At the same moment, the afternoon class bell finally rang. On the podium, Prince Qin also instantly became full of interest, smiling as he tapped the blackboard. Alright, class is starting. Today, let's go over the homework paper from the other day. Class monitor, pass them out. While the class representative was gathering a few people to help distribute test papers throughout the classroom, Li Fan immediately activated the system panel through player perspective with a single thought. He went straight to the social achievements section. Ding! Congratulations player for achieving the Prince Qin's mentor and enlightenment character milestone, rewarded with 6 system coins. Clink, clank. As the coins tumbled, the balance in the upper right corner instantly increased by a whopping 16 yuan. Seeing this, Li Fan excitedly rubbed his hands together. He immediately opened the in-game purchase panel and found the weekly trial card for Noble Assistance that he'd been eyeing before. Buy now. Ding! Nobility Assistance Experience weekly card purchase successful. Please select the target user. Use immediately? Whoosh! As the weekly card purchase was confirmed, the avatar icons of all 4 family members instantly popped up before his eyes. Li Fan didn't hesitate for a second before choosing to bind himself to his elder brother. Use it immediately. Chapter 55, Dispelling Doubts and Imparting Wisdom. Whoosh! As golden light spread across the system interface, the newly purchased Help from Noble People experience card vanished in an instant. Li Fan blinked, feeling no change in his surroundings whatsoever. He couldn't help but mutter to himself in his heart. Wait, it's over already? That was way too hands-off for my taste. I've already spent 12 system coins, but this buff doesn't have the kind of immediately visible, tangible effect. In fact, in the short term, he couldn't even tell whether the buff was working or not. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable emptiness in his heart. But considering how the grand opening weekly card showed immediate results when his parents used it for their stall before, I believe this noble assistance will surely not go to waste. The only difference is that the effects of this buff often remain hidden behind the scenes. It might be something as subtle as a glance from a certain noble figure, a change or endorsement on a document in some office, and other quiet shifts. Everything will become clear once the boss returns home next Wednesday. Whoosh! Just as Li Fan raised his head to listen to the lecture, a math assignment paper filled with red ink corrections and annotations landed on his desk. Taking a closer look, his eyes widened in instant surprise. Wow, the teacher graded this homework way too thoroughly. As the most carefully done assignment he'd ever completed, he had even forgotten the problem-solving steps he'd scribbled next to the question stems himself. But the math prince clearly noticed everything, and even patiently and carefully graded it. Not only was there a conspicuous red checkmark on every correct answer, but even those questions that were wrong or lacked final correct solutions had detailed annotations in blue pen regarding the problem-solving approach. Upon discovering any deviations in the problem-solving approach, he even patiently wrote down the correct methodology to provide guidance. It no longer looked like just a graded math assignment, it resembled a meticulously prepared lesson plan that could practically be used as lecture notes in class. For a moment, Li Fan's heart was filled with astonishment. Pure joy radiating from within made him unable to believe these were truly his graded assignment papers. After all, assignments submitted by bottom-ranking students like him, perpetually ranked third from last, typically went either unread by teachers or received nothing but a single crimson slash across the page. A big fat 0 was what he'd mentally prepared for. Teachers never bothered giving proper feedback on assignments from underperforming students. Of course, it's also because most underachievers either copy their homework or simply don't turn it in. Teachers and students had long since lost patience and trust in each other. But at this very moment, Li Fan could distinctly feel that the trust between him and his math teacher was rapidly being rebuilt, growing closer by the minute. Just as Li Fan was secretly delighting in examining his test paper, on the podium, Prince Qin energetically tapped the blackboard and spoke in a clear voice. Alright, let's start reviewing the homework papers. In this lesson, we'll focus on explaining the key points from the test papers. Listen carefully and organize your mistakes properly. Next class, I'll randomly call on some students to stand up and explain their problem-solving approaches to me. As he spoke, he inadvertently cast a glance in Li Fan's direction, just catching the attentive student's gaze as Li Fan looked up from his notes. Both froze momentarily before sharing an effortless, wordless smile of understanding. A progress bar silently materialized above the math prince's head. Ding! Character Prince Chin social progress 32%. Next stage achievement mentor of instruction progress 6%. Prince Chin withdrew his encouraging gaze from Li Fan and looked at the other students in the class who wore surprised expressions and whispered to each other upon discovering the detailed red pen corrections on their homework papers. His heart swelled with immense satisfaction. Previously, grading assignments for Class 5 had been the easiest task, a fact unanimously acknowledged by all math teachers in their department. Aside from the top students led by class monitor Sun Shui, few others even bothered to submit their homework, let alone attempt the problems with any seriousness. So he often couldn't be bothered to grade assignments, rarely giving any feedback. The work was comfortably light too, frequently drawing envy from math teachers of other classes who all said he'd landed quite a cushy job. But yesterday was different. He encountered Li Fan, the bottom performer in the remedial class, handing in surprisingly conscientious homework, coupled with an unusually vibrant classroom response atmosphere that stood in stark contrast to usual. For a moment, even this math teacher who had thought his future was completely bleak regained his interest in teaching. He even put great effort into carefully grading and annotating every assignment submitted by each student. Seeing Li Fan and the students' excited and surprised expressions at this moment, Wang Ziqin felt a surge of pride well up inside him, as if he had rediscovered some of his long-lost dreams and passion for teaching. With a hint of pride in his voice, he immediately spoke up with a smile. Last time's homework, some students in our class did exceptionally well. It's not about how high the accuracy rate is, but rather that the teacher finally sees the students thinking seriously and working independently. This way, we can expose everyone's shortcomings in their learning progress. That's why this lesson has a clear focus, and you all must listen carefully. Alright, let's start with multiple choice question number 3, this is a key problem. As the math teacher explained with earnest attention, Li Fan devoted his complete concentration to listening carefully. And it wasn't just him. Even some of the lower-ranking students in the class, for the first time ever, felt the teacher's genuine attention and affirmation. Their enthusiasm soared for those heavily annotated test papers. Everyone raised their heads attentively to interact with the lecture, boldly raising questions. For a moment, between the podium and the students, lively exchanges flowed back and forth in active engagement. The classroom atmosphere was energized once again. Li Fan, in particular, became utterly absorbed in the learning process. Ding! Successfully understood mathematical problem-solving approach, exam score plus 3 points. Ding! Successfully acquired mathematical formula knowledge points, exam score plus 4 points. Ding! Social progress with character Wang Ziqin 36%, next stage achievement mentor progress 13%. The math class got off to a great start, and the following classes in the afternoon were all equally energizing. Ding ding ding! As the bell rang for the afternoon break, the progress bar before Li Fan's eyes filled up once again. Ding! The attentive listening task progress has reached 100%. Next stage achievement class mastery progress at 60%. On the podium, the chemistry teacher unhurriedly gathered her lesson plans and textbooks. Before she could even announce the end of class, the classroom had already erupted into a din of chattering. Faced with such a class, the conservatively dressed female teacher could only sigh in exasperation, offering no further comment. Class dismissed. With those words, he immediately pushed open the door and left on his own. The moment the teacher stepped out, the classroom erupted into chaos. Everyone eagerly jumped up from their seats, buzzing with excitement as they debated what games to play during the long break. Bang! At that very moment, the front door, which had just been casually closed by the chemistry teacher, was suddenly flung open again. Several students who had just reached the doorway instantly recoiled in fright. The next second, homeroom teacher Tian Wenwei walked in with a cold expression, her gaze sweeping across the classroom full of students. Who told you class was dismissed? Go back to your seats now. Chapter 56, The Troublemaker Erupts, Authority Falters. Crash! The moment they caught sight of their stern-faced homeroom teacher, the previously cheerful and noisy crowd instantly fell silent. Everyone shamefacedly returned to their seats. All the students instinctively bowed their heads sheepishly, unsure yet again what might have provoked the shrew. It seemed like her temper had been foul these past 2 days. Bang! Tian Wenwei strode to the podium with a dark expression and angrily kicked a chair aside. Random leaned against the wall with arms crossed, glaring coldly at the whispering students in the classroom. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow and barked a sharp reprimand. What are you saying? I didn't ask for silence, but can't you idiots learn to shut up on your own? Still talking? Fine. Let's have you speak first, talk all you want. Let's see how long you can keep yapping. As soon as these words were spoken, the classroom instantly grew much quieter. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances and shook their heads in confusion, completely clueless about what was happening. The chemistry teacher had clearly dismissed the class, and the bell had rung. What was with this sudden seriousness during their rare daily long break? Meanwhile, out in the hallway by classroom 5, the corridors echoed with the boisterous sounds of students from other classes leaving after dismissal, everyone chatting and laughing as they exited the teaching building, making plans for where to hang out. Bang! 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 A group of tall boys, surrounded by their peers, dribbled basketballs as they rushed to the court to grab a spot. Without exception, every student passing by Class 5's door couldn't resist peeking curiously through the windows or doorway, wondering why, unlike its usual reputation for being the first to empty, the classroom remained so unnaturally still and quiet. The stark contrast between the lively chaos outside and the deathly silence inside couldn't have been more pronounced. Everyone looked utterly confused. Seeing those joyful figures running outside to enjoy their recess made the restless students in Class 5 practically itch with impatience. A mood of discontent gradually began to brew. In the back row, Wang Chang also scratched his head in bewilderment before cautiously leaning over his desk to whisper curiously to Li Fan beside him. What's up with her these past couple days? Menopause? Going through the change? She's been so irritable lately? Li Fan cast a glance out the window at the cheerful, bustling crowd chatting and laughing, then sighed helplessly and shook his head. Maybe so. As soon as the words left his mouth, a sudden chill ran down his spine. He instinctively looked toward the podium. Sure enough, there stood the terrifying shrew, glaring at them with her head turned in their direction. But Li Fan was also in a foul mood, so he didn't bother avoiding her gaze, staring directly at her instead. He planned to see what mischief she was up to. Tian Wenwei had expected Li Fan to feel guilty and avoid her eyes, never anticipating that his gaze would meet hers so boldly and unabashedly. For a moment, this actually forced back the words she had been preparing to say. He was the first to back down, guiltily glancing at the other quiet students in the class who remained stubbornly silent, hoping to intimidate them with sheer force. However, Li Fan had no intention of letting it go. Even a clay figurine has a trace of temper. Few could endure such blatantly unfair treatment. If you ask about being targeted yesterday, it was because they got caught playing board games during class by the dean. They had a record, a history. Having made a mistake, they naturally bowed their heads and admitted fault. But today was completely about being provoked for no reason at all. And it wasn't just him. The 4 heavenly kings in the back row, he and Wang Chang were just filler. The real troublemakers were already kicking desks in irritation. Bang! Thud! Bang! Before Li Fan could even open his mouth to stand up, a guy with shoulder-length hair parted 3 to 7 already kicked the table impatiently and jumped to his feet. Cursing under his breath, he called his buddies over, giving a couple of guys hearty slaps on the shoulders. Without a second thought for Tian Wenwei's livid expression, the group immediately started laughing and joking, arms around each other's shoulders as they swaggered out the back door. Seeing this scene, the students in the classroom turned their heads curiously, their eyes filled with envy. Tian Wenwei's face instantly turned pale at the sight. Eager to salvage some dignity, she immediately shouted at the boys walking out through the back door. Stop right there! Where are you all going? Come back here right now! Sun Pang! Yet no matter how fiercely she shouted, those who had exited through the back door didn't even turn their heads, completely ignoring her. With such truly defiant and troublesome students, Tian Wenwei's usual bullying tactics were naturally useless. Only those students who were somewhat honest would obediently comply, not daring to resist. Seeing more and more students in the class eagerly turning away and ready to act, the chatter gradually grew louder, and Tian Wenwei immediately began to panic. She hastily slammed the nearby table with force. Bang bang bang! Quiet! Everyone, quiet down! Who told you to mess with things? How dare you disobey? Did I ever say? Crash! Before she could continue slamming the table and cursing, several long-haired girls who had looked impatient couldn't take it anymore. They kicked their chairs open and swaggered past the podium in a group of 7 or 8, heading straight for the front door. The leading long-haired girl glanced at Tian Wenwei as she passed the podium, letting out a disdainful snort. TCH, acting all high and mighty. The moment Tian Wenwei heard this, she was instantly enraged, gnashing her teeth and widening her eyes in fury. What did you just say? Don't you dare, stay right there. I didn't say you could leave, you stop right there. Ignoring her shouts completely, the group of girls rolled their eyes and walked out through the front door without a hint of hesitation. All this time, Tian Wenwei had adopted an attitude of willful negligence, never once considering the idea of actually managing Class 5. So, she had never truly experienced the temper of these laggard students, nor witnessed their arrogant attitude firsthand. In fact, because Tian Wenwei adopted a hands-off approach, these troublemakers usually showed her respect, at least never causing too much trouble. But Tian Wenwei's increasingly overbearing attitude over the past 2 days had thoroughly provoked these rebels. And now, without any clear explanation, she was delaying break time, not letting anyone leave or even speak. So naturally, no one would play with her anymore. Tian Wenwei watched the two groups leave the classroom one after another, her composure completely crumbling. She was immediately trembling with fury. Seeing that no matter how much she screamed, those troublemakers wouldn't pay her any attention, she could only vent all her rage on the quiet, well-behaved students in the class. How dare you defy me? Does nobody here respect my authority anymore? Monitor. Where's our monitor? Sun Shui, you go drag all those people back at once, immediately. Take 2 boys with you and bring back everyone who just walked out. Get them back here now. If even one of them doesn't return, none of you will be dismissed. Whoosh. At these words, Sun Shui, who had long been suffocating, immediately felt reprieved and, dragging along a few close girlfriends, hastily made for the back door. The moment she reached the doorway and spotted Li Fan and Wang Chang, an idea struck her, and she hastily grabbed both bewildered boys to join their escape. With heightened urgency, Sun Shui whispered a hurried warning. Li Fan, give me a hand, come on, let's go. You scared me to death. Chapter 57. Wanna visit the comic convention together this weekend? Behind the teaching building, the square buzzed with a bustling crowd. Students from all grades and classes seized this rare long break between classes to thoroughly relax themselves, chatting and laughing merrily. They chatted about gossip and games, utterly delighted. Yet at this very moment, before the stone bench in the corner flower bed, a few figures huddled together, chattering excitedly. Sun Shui wore a pained expression, clutching her forehead as she sat down. Her short little legs instantly left the ground, swinging restlessly in frustration. Ah, what should I do? I'm really done for this time. Who knows why she suddenly lost her temper again? Oh God, can I even survive until graduation day? Seeing Sun Shui looking so gloomy and irritable, the people around her exchanged helpless glances, unsure of what to do. At that moment, a girl spoke up timidly, carefully pointing a finger toward the school's notorious restroom area where the troublemakers gathered. Class monitor, should we go look for, that one, should we? As soon as these words were spoken, Sun Shui immediately shook her head vigorously, like a rattledrum. No way, absolutely not going. Hey, I'm just the class monitor, not some sacrificial lamb. I'd rather offend the homeroom teacher than anger them. After all, she can't do anything drastic to me. The worst the teacher will do is scold me a little, but if I offend them, that would be truly terrifying. Watching the exaggerated Chinibyo horror expression on Sun Shui's face, the few timid girls who had followed her out also turned deathly pale, as if recalling the legends and methods of those long-haired girls. Instantly, they huddled together like quails, trembling uncontrollably and utterly bewildered. Su Kiki, however, appeared completely unfazed at this moment. Like magic, she pulled an orange from her pocket and began peeling it with practiced ease, plopping down unceremoniously beside the distraught Sun Shui. Then let's just play outside until class starts. Anyway, we've already run out, haven't we? Su Kiki widened her innocent eyes as she spoke, gazing blankly at everyone. Hearing her words, the girls who had been nervous just moments ago suddenly froze, then their eyes lit up as if they'd discovered new land, all eagerly chiming in. Right, we're already out here anyway, what's there to be afraid of? Yeah, at worst, we can just say we couldn't find it. Ha ha ha, Coco's still the clever one. Then it's settled, we'll wait for the class bell before heading back. Let's go. Why are we still hanging around here? Let's head to the playground, saves us from being spotted by the old hag. Nobody's allowed to go back early, alright? We've got to stick together. Amid their excited chattering, they quickly made plans and said their goodbyes. Almost instantly, the large group splintered into several smaller teams, each taking their own circuitous route toward the back playground. Li Fan and Wang Chang watched the girls' antics with mixed amusement and exasperation, but the two of them also managed to slip out by riding on their coattails. For now, they were simply reveling in their freedom. At least they didn't have to stay in the classroom listening to the termagant's inexplicable temper tantrums. Although this temporary respite would only last for one long break between classes. But as the class monitor, Sun Shui still had to face the consequences of being questioned upon returning, so she remained glum and lacked any enthusiasm. Su Kiki, however, didn't seem the least bit nervous. As if completely absorbed in her own world, she hummed a tune with a light laugh and cheerfully divided the peeled orange in her hand into 4 portions, handing one to Sun Shui. Here, Shue, have an orange, my treat. I'll go back with you later and we'll face the scolding together. Hee. With that, she immediately raised her head cheerfully and extended the other 2 oranges from her palm to Li Fan. Here, these are for you both. This counts as our second time sharing hardships together. Brothers in fortune, brothers in adversity. Promise you won't betray each other. Hearing this, Li Fan burst into inexplicable laughter. While agreeing, he reached out to take both oranges from Su Kiki's pink palms. The moment his fingertips touched her palm, both of them instinctively turned to look at each other. The warm, soft sensation instantly made Li Fan take a deep breath, his cheeks involuntarily flushing slightly red. As if shocked by electricity, he awkwardly pulled his hand back in a hurry. Upon handing over the orange segment, its white pith had already been meticulously peeled clean. Cool and smooth, soft and tender. It felt just like touching Sukiki's little hand, utterly captivating and irresistible. Just then, Wang Chang also responded with a silly chuckle. That's right, share the good times and tough times alike, with no betrayal between us. We'll just keep playing outside until the school bell rings before going back. At worst, we'll get punished by standing in the classroom. It's not like I enjoy memorizing vocabulary anyway. As he spoke, he shot a glance at Li Fan, who was inexplicably blushing while clutching orange segments in his hand. He impatiently scooted closer to quietly remind him. Hey, are you trying to squeeze juice out of that orange or what? What's ours from others, and you're being stingy? Hurry up and give me my share. What are you thinking about so deeply? Hearing this, Li Fan snapped back to reality, his slightly guilty and awkward expression quickly stiffening into feigned composure as he shoved a segment of tangerine over. Eat, just eat. It's not like I said I wouldn't give you any. So Coco popped the tangerine in her mouth, overhearing the murmurs between Li Fan and Wang Chang. For some reason, she pursed her lips in a smile, happily swaying closer to Sun Shui as she savored the sweet citrus. Yet between her and Li Fan, their gazes kept accidentally meeting before darting away again in flashes. There seemed to be some inexplicable, tangled threads of emotion weaving between them. I love eating tangerines, so you love them too. To give you some, I wouldn't mind eating less myself, sharing with everyone. Sun Shui bit into the orange as if it were her enemy, the sharp burst of sweetness and tartness flooding her mouth instantly. She mumbled indistinctly. Exactly, it's not like they can do anything to me anyway. At worst, I'll just have to stand in the corner. I'm just so unlucky, stuck having to be the class monitor. Better to just stay invisible. Swoosh. As she spoke, Sun Shui instinctively sipped the orange juice dribbling at the corner of her mouth and let out a long sigh. Forget it, don't think about it. Having fun is what matters most, we'll cross bridges when we come to them. With this determination, even returning to class to face the she-devil didn't seem like such a life or death matter anymore. The four of them paired off 2 by 2, moving one after another. Chatting casually, they walked towards the back playground, making sure to stay as far from the classroom building as possible. They were terrified of being spotted by the vicious teacher through the windows. Slacking off, that would spell real trouble. Sukiki walked ahead with Sun Shui's arm linked in hers, engaging in idle chatter. Shue, it's almost the weekend. We need to prepare early tomorrow so we can set off first thing the day after. We can't leave things to the last minute like last time, everything was such a mess. We should book our train tickets to the city tonight. Sun Shui listened to Sukiki's words and suddenly sighed with a helpless expression. There's so much stuff to bring, just thinking about it makes me feel exhausted. And what's worse, the girl who promised to cosplay together last time stood me up. She can't go this weekend because she has things to do, so I have to cosplay alone. It's so lonely. Going all the way there in full makeup. I really wish I had a few people to do makeup together with. With that, she suddenly flashed a mischievous grin at Sukiki, winking playfully. Kiki, you're so perfect for this, why not cosplay with me? I swear, I'll make you look absolutely, incredibly, stunningly beautiful. Sukiki froze momentarily upon hearing these words. Didn't we agree I'd just accompany you? Now you want me to cosplay too? I've never done this before. Seeing an opportunity, Sun Shui immediately started begging, shaking Sukiki's arm nonstop while whining and acting spoiled. Sure enough, it didn't take long before Sukiki surrendered completely and gave in. But the thought of it being my first time cosplaying a character still made me unbearably nervous. As I hesitated, my gaze suddenly caught Li Fan and Wang Chang chatting and laughing behind me, and a brilliant idea instantly flashed through my mind. Sukiki pulled Sun Shui alone, turning back with a smile. She looked at Li Fan somewhat cautiously. Li Fan, are you free this weekend? Would you like to come with us to the comic convention in the city? We can help you with makeup so you can cosplay a character. Chapter 58, if you go, you'll just end up being manual labor. Ding! Friend Sukiki's social progress 49%. Next stage achievement, close confidant, progress 75%. Ding! Friend Sun Shui's social progress 27%. Next milestone achievement, intimate confidant, progress 12%. Li Fan didn't have time to reply. Suddenly, the social strategy progress bars above both girls' heads appeared simultaneously. What surprised him most was, as Sukiki asked him whether he wanted to brave the comic convention together over the weekend, the progress bars above both girls' heads were actually increasing slowly. Previously, characters' conquest progress bars would only display when there was a significant change, serving as a progress prompt. But now, it was the first time he was seeing a real-time status bar growing incrementally at 1% intervals. Deep down, he vaguely sensed something. It seems that agreeing to attend the comic convention and cosplay together must be an important social favorability event. Whether I agree or not, and whether I actively participate in cosplaying, will undoubtedly be the key factors determining whether the favorability between me and the two girls increases. I must seize this opportunity. If I give a clear positive response right now. As for whether he would join them in cosplaying at the convention, the two girls' expectations had already reached their limit. At best, his role was that of an obedient errand runner, barely noticeable, like decorative trinkets dangling from their school bags, merely filling space. Only in that momentary agreement could he bring a fleeting spark of joy to the girls. But when it came to actually deepening their connection, it did little to help. Only by actively participating in serious discussions about whether to attend the anime convention, researching which characters to cosplay, or considering whether to partner up as a duo rather than passively choosing between simple yes or no options, can we truly strengthen our bonds with each other. Moreover, the higher the anticipation we build, the greater the affection points we'll likely earn when the time comes. Going forward, his relationships with both girls would grow closer, and his role in their lives would become more significant. Thinking this far, Li Fan immediately began to hesitate. So, you're going to the city for the comic convention? I've never been to one before. Are comic conventions fun? By actively asking questions, he smoothly joined in on the convention topic. Both girls' eyes instantly lit up, eagerly leaned in with anticipation, immediately started enthusiastically pitching recommendations to him, putting even more effort into the sales pitch. It's so fun. Of course it's fun. You get to see many incredibly accurate cosplay characters. They're absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, come with us, let's go together. Li Fan noticed the progress bars above the two girls' heads suddenly speeding up, and his heart swelled with joy. It seemed his hunch was indeed correct. Agreeing too readily actually made it harder to deepen the bonds between them. He needed to take a more active role in conversations, even steering them, to make progress. After a brief consideration, he could only frown slightly in resignation, shaking his head with a bitter smile. I don't watch much anime usually, so I have no experience with this. What kind of characters do they typically have? Are there any that would suit me? Should I cooperate with you guys to create some male characters? Hearing these words before the two girls could even react, Wang Chang beside them immediately became so agitated he almost jumped up, his eyes bulging out of their sockets, staring at Li Fan as if he didn't recognize him anymore, his gaze burning with urgency and anger, screaming internally without pause. Big bro, what are you hesitating for? After all this pointless rambling, what if they decide not to invite you anymore? Hurry up and say yes already. You've been single since birth for so many years, and now two such gorgeous girls are actually inviting us to a comic convention event together. This is a golden opportunity. That's practically equivalent to a date. Besides, all kinds of pretty and cute girls will be at the comic convention, a real feast for the eyes. There's no way I could refuse. Thinking this, Wang Chang couldn't wait another second and eagerly blurted out his response first. Go, I'll go. Never mind Li Fan, I'm definitely willing to go with you guys no matter what. Haha, just call me whenever you're going anywhere. Having said that, he scratched his head somewhat sheepishly, grinning foolishly with eyes full of boundless anticipation. He wasn't interested in what activity they'd do or whether he needed to accommodate the girls. As long as he could come along to play, that would make me very happy. Hearing this, Sun Shui immediately cheered with joy. Great, let's go together then. I'll add your contact after school and let you know the weekend plans. With that, she excitedly flashed a V sign at Tsukiki. Yay, that's great. With Wang Chang willing to go, we've got an extra person who can help carry the luggage. In just a few sentences, Wang Chang's fate as the tag-along lackey designated luggage carrier was practically sealed. Li Fan sighed inwardly at this impatient fellow's frantic demeanor. Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world before. Now you've done it, going to be free labor, a nuclear-powered donkey. Still think you can deepen your bond with girls? Looks like there's no chance, zero engagement in the conversation. For a moment, I couldn't help feeling grateful that I'd unlocked the player's perspective. Being able to see the progress bars grow with the shifts in the girls' moods made making friends as easy as pie. Tsukiki heard Wang Chang agree and merely nodded with a light chuckle, displaying polite friendliness. Yet her gaze still held a hint of expectation as she glanced toward Li Fan. After all, she had originally wanted to invite Li Fan, it was just inappropriate to deliberately exclude Wang Chang too obviously. What about Li Fan? The comic convention is really fun. I've been there with Shue several times, it's super lively. If you're willing to go, Shue could even do your makeup for a cosplay. We could pick characters together when the time comes. As she spoke, the anticipation in her gaze grew more evident, desperately wanting Li Fan to understand the joy of this matter. Most importantly, they could get him to agree to join them. Sun Shui also belatedly realized what was being said upon hearing this. With an expression full of excitement and anticipation, she turned to look at Li Fan, who was still hesitating. Yeah, come with us, Li Fan. I promise I'll give you an exceptionally handsome character makeup. Please, I beg you. Going alone with makeup on the train would be so embarrassing. Conquering someone like Wang Chang's utterly unchallenging lackey might bring momentary joy at gaining company, but it offers no real sense of accomplishment, much less any lasting anticipation. Going is fine, we can all hang out together, but not going wouldn't leave much regret either. Yet it was Li Fan who actively started the conversation, making people feel more involved and expectant, unable to resist the urge to recommend and introduce things to him. For a moment, both girls were eagerly waiting for Li Fan to speak. This left Wang Chang simply dumbfounded. He thought if he said too much, the girl might lose patience and he'd miss his chance for nothing. Seeing that the progress bars above the two people's heads had stretched and grown sufficiently, Li Fan let out a quiet chuckle. Alright, hearing you describe it like this has really piqued my curiosity. How about we set a time and place tomorrow to meet up and assign roles together? Do you have all the makeup supplies? As Li Fan continued the conversation, the lively discussion among the four grew increasingly animated. They couldn't help but feel excited about the upcoming weekend, momentarily forgetting the dread of returning to class later. Meanwhile, in another classroom, the feeling of irritation grew ever more intense, with incessant chattering rising and falling around them. More and more people found it unbearable. Tian Wenwei watched the increasingly rowdy classroom, then glanced at the deserted doorway. Instantly, she was so furious she could grind her teeth. Thud! Stamping her foot, she shouted loudly at the class. What's all the noise about? Why don't you take out your textbooks and review? Listen up, if they don't return, none of you will be dismissed from class. Chapter 59, just give me 5 minutes, don't disturb my class when you return. Ding-a-ling, don't like it here? Then get out and stand outside. Currently, Tian Wenwei's face flushed crimson with anger as she stood hysterically on the lecture platform, yelling at a row of students bowing their heads by the doorway. But before she could finish speaking, suddenly, a seemingly listless figure clutching textbooks and a thermos cup pushed open the door and entered. Her reprimanding voice came to an abrupt halt. The contorted expression on her face returned to normal in an instant, even appearing somewhat restrained as she cautiously uttered a greeting. Teacher Zhang. Glancing up at the wall clock, she suddenly realized she'd been frozen in place for too long. She'd completely forgotten that physics class followed the long break. Even when facing the dean of discipline, she dared to furrow her brows, discontent simmering in her heart. But facing a respected veteran teacher like Mr. Zhang, who had been rehired after retirement, no one dared to act recklessly. At the same time, the gaze of everyone in the class instinctively turned toward the door, their hearts silently praying for the arrival of a savior. The next second, under everyone's watchful eyes, the old physics teacher walked into the classroom calmly, holding his thermos cup. Seeing the scene before him, he showed not the slightest hint of surprise. Instead, he simply nodded at Tian Wenwei on the podium with a cheerful smile. Smack! With a casual flick of her wrist, she slapped the textbook against Li Fan's buttocks, letting out a light chuckle as she eyed the silent group. What did you do this time to piss off your homeroom teacher? Oh, Sun Shui and Su Kiki are here too. Seems like you've gotten into serious trouble, better not involve me in this. At the sudden appearance of the physics professor, Li Fan let out a faint sigh and shot him a helpless look, yet didn't dare to utter any words that might fuel the tension at this critical moment. Who could blame them? They'd been so engrossed in their fun that they completely lost track of time. It wasn't until the bell rang that they scrambled back to the classroom in a frantic rush. As for those rebellious troublemakers who'd kicked desks and stormed out earlier, regardless of gender, none had returned. They were probably already off campus by now, likely killing time at internet cafes or pool halls. The outcome was naturally inevitable. Li Fan and his friends once again became the scapegoats, forced to endure Tian Wenwei's tantrums and outbursts. After all, they were just ordinary students, their grades might have been lacking, but they weren't the type of delinquents who openly flouted school rules and discipline. They couldn't skillfully smooth things over to avoid angering the teacher, nor did they have the capability to truly confront the teacher head-on. If problems arise, it'd just mean parents being called in, causing more trouble for the family. Just as Tian Wenwei was at a loss about how to wrap things up, the old physics teacher instead chuckled, raising his hand to place the textbook on the lectern, then naturally turned his gaze toward the flustered young woman teacher. So Teacher Tian, would you like to continue lecturing them first? I'm actually not in a hurry for class. Tian Wenwei was originally hesitant, but upon hearing these words, she immediately felt ashamed and began waving her hands in flustered dismissal. No, Teacher Zhang, your class is important. I'll head back first. With that, he promptly nodded apologetically at old man Zhang with a forced smile, then slunk off the podium to gather his things. Before leaving, he didn't forget to shoot a fierce glare at Li Fan and the others standing there, though he could hardly continue throwing his weight around with the physics teacher present. Bang! As the classroom door closed, everyone in the class instantly let out a collective sigh of relief. Li Fan and Su Kiki exchanged smiles and raised their heads. The atmosphere gradually grew more lively. Old Zhang plopped down onto the lecturer's chair. Seeing this scene, he shook his head with a smile and picked up his thermos. Alright, don't just stand there. Go back to your seats. Everyone take out your test papers and get ready. Before he could finish speaking, Li Fan and the others were granted clemency like prisoners pardoned at the last moment, barely able to scatter back to their seats. Instantly, a student who had been waiting through the entire long break with a face flushed from holding it in raised their hand. "Teacher, I need to use the restroom." As soon as these words were spoken, a dozen people simultaneously stood up in unison throughout the classroom. "I'm going too. Teacher, I also. I can't hold it anymore." The physics teacher took a sip of tea, watching the clamorous scene in the classroom with a wry, amused expression as he furrowed his brows. "Why is it that whenever class starts, you all suddenly need to use the restroom? Where did you go after class? Didn't your homeroom teacher make you stay for the extended break?" His words stirred up resentment. The moment he spoke, the entire class began voicing their grievances in an outpouring of complaints. Although the physics teacher was usually dull in his lectures and lacked the energy to discipline students, but he naturally exuded an approachable warmth. This little old man could remember every student's name, never wore a sour expression in front of them, and never lost his temper either. "Now I can still smile and joke with my students about the homeroom teacher not dismissing class on time, which naturally earns their trust." The elderly physics teacher shook his head with a resigned smile at the chorus of discontent. He waved his hand dismissively at everyone. Go on, you've got 5 minutes, just go to the bathroom and come right back. Li Fan, leave the back door open. Those who come back late later should quietly return to their seats without disturbing my lecture. No need to file a report, just go if you want to." Splash! The moment the words fell, students who'd been holding it in throughout the entire long break instantly burst into commotion, swarming out of the classroom in a mad dash straight to the restrooms. In contrast, barely anyone remained in the classroom now. Old man physics wasn't in any hurry either, sitting calmly at the lectern reviewing test papers through his reading glasses. As promised, the lecture wouldn't begin until 5 minutes after the students returned. Thud! Taking advantage of this quiet moment when no one was speaking, Wang Chang, who had been braving the cold wind throughout the entire long break on the playground, collapsed drowsily onto his desk and instantly fell asleep. Li Fan let out a derisive snort and shook his head helplessly. At least he'd managed to comfortably stretch his arms and legs. "After standing for so long, my legs were genuinely getting sore." Seeing that the physics professor wasn't in any hurry to start the lecture, he eagerly opened the system's pay-to-win panel with a thought, heading straight for the benefits section at the bottom. Today he purchased a political family background card and also splurged on a weekly patron's assistance buff. His spending had already met the threshold to claim rewards. Whoosh! As the lengthy in-game purchase progress bar unfolded, beneath the amount, 80, there was indeed a pulsating gift box icon, utterly irresistible. Li Fan's eyes lit up with excitement as he eagerly rubbed his hands together and clicked to claim it. Ding! Congratulations, player, for successfully claiming the 7-to-1 beginner life skill experience card pack. Would you like to use it immediately? Spotting the use button that appeared before him along with the system prompt, he immediately stopped overthinking. He clicked without hesitation. After all, it was just a random selection among 7 options. He couldn't choose freely anyway. Everything depended on luck now. As the gift pack flickered and the 1 in 7 probability wheel spun, Li Fan silently prayed in his heart. Give me something useful, something useful, something useful. As if hearing his plea, the 7-choice gift pack immediately revealed its result. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have obtained the basic 8 trigram palm martial arts experience card. Upon use, you will achieve beginner level proficiency in this skill. Chapter 60 Address by Title at School. Holy, martial arts? Bajiquan? This skill. Now that's interesting. Li Fan had thought this 7-skill card selection might offer something like singing, dancing, or even driving skills. He'd considered all those possibilities. The last thing he expected was for a martial arts Bajiquan skill experience card to appear. Everything was fine one moment, then suddenly it felt like he'd stumbled into some bizarre alternate reality. Here he was, a complete couch potato with terrible stamina, someone who'd be panting after just half a basketball game. Now suddenly granting him martial arts skills? Who knows if reaching beginner proficiency might incidentally improve his physical shortcomings too. After all, training a martial arts technique to beginner level is extremely arduous, requiring considerable sweat and effort. It's only reasonable that this process would come with some fitness benefits, right? Just as Li Fan was happily fantasizing about whether his skill experience card could incidentally gift him a sculpted 8-pack physique. Bang! The classroom's front door, which had just been shut, was violently flung open again. The class, which had just begun to relax, tensed up instantly. Looking up, everyone's faces immediately darkened, their hearts involuntarily tightening with renewed tension. Instantly, a chorus of murmurs and whispers rose and fell as everyone leaned in to exchange hushed conversations. Their gazes kept flickering nervously toward the doorway. Even the physics teacher froze momentarily, his brows knitting slightly in visible displeasure. Hadn't he just warned them moments ago? Enter through the back door when going to the toilet, don't disturb his lecture. How could someone be so reckless? At that very moment, he turned his head and saw Tian Wenwei standing apologetically at the doorway. Who would have thought it was her coming back after leaving? Frowning immediately, he spoke up in puzzlement. Teacher Tian, is there anything else you need? Tian Wenwei hurried back and opened the door, her face filled with respect and apology for Teacher Zhang. She nodded repeatedly in flustered embarrassment. My apologies, Teacher Zhang. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you for a few more minutes. I've got some matters to arrange and need to leave early this afternoon. Tomorrow's Saturday, and if I don't mention it today, it'll really be too late next week. Hearing her humble request, old Zhang felt a bit impatient but didn't say much. He just nodded lightly and immediately returned to grading the papers by himself. Seeing Teacher Zhang's tacit approval, Tian Wenwei breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously slipped into the classroom. Unlike the fierce demeanor from the earlier assembly break, he now wore a gentle expression, speaking softly to the stunned Sun Shui sitting at her desk. Sun Shui, when the class is all here after the lesson, don't forget to make an announcement. Next week the school is holding its autumn sports tournament. This is the event sign-up sheet. It lists participant requirements and event details. Try to mobilize the class and find students with special skills to participate. Give me the list next Monday. We must fill all the project slots. Whoosh! With that, Tian Wenwei directly placed the sports meet registration form on the desk of the front row students, signaling with her eyes for them to pass it along. Then she let out a long sigh, smiling apologetically as she greeted old Zhang standing at the lectern. He honestly picked up his belongings and exited the classroom once more. Creak! As the front classroom door closed, the sports event sign-up sheet smoothly made its way into Sun Shui's hands. The students, who had barely dared to breathe moments before, instantly erupted into chatter. The sports meet? It was postponed earlier due to bad weather. I thought they'd cancelled it entirely. Yeah, it was supposed to be held before the National Day holiday, and now it's almost the end of October. Wow, so exciting. TCH, she made such a big deal during the morning break just to announce some sports meet stuff. So serious about it, I thought our class had set the school on fire or something. Yay! No more classes, it's time to have fun at the sports meet. The class monitor asked us to sign up for the sports event. Are any of you signing up? I don't know how to do anything and I don't feel like running. Maybe I'll join the tug-of-war just to make up numbers, at least that counts as participating. At the front of the classroom, old Zhang frowned as he listened to the commotion stirred up by this sports event once again. He turned around, picked up the blackboard eraser, and rapped it against the blackboard. Asterisk thud, 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 asterisk. Alright, if you want to discuss it, do so after class. We've wasted enough time already. Class is starting, we're not waiting any longer. Old Zhang might be kind and approachable, but he still commanded respect. The moment he spoke, the entire class instantly fell silent. The students who arrived later had no clue what had happened, so they obediently returned to their seats and quietly listened to the old physics teacher's lecture. Li Fan noticed the mission progress bar appearing above the classroom and immediately focused. He listened more attentively than anyone else. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tian Wenwei emerged from the teaching building and didn't even glance toward the office block. Instead, with an icy expression, she clicked her petite heels. Clip-clop, she marched straight toward the school gates. Just as she told the old physics professor earlier, she had some business to attend to that afternoon and needed to leave ahead of schedule. Just as she was about to reach the main gate, suddenly, a voice called out from far behind. Teacher Tian, wait a moment. At the sudden sound, Tian Wenwei instantly closed her eyes in despair, heaving a heavy sigh filled with resignation and irritation. Sigh. Taking a deep breath, she managed to calm her emotions slightly. Only then did Tian Wenwei turn around with a half-dead expression, pulling a long face while sluggishly holding her bag, bracing herself for the impending scolding. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the balding head teacher approached from the far end of the teaching building with a displeased frown on his face. The distance wasn't particularly short or long, but it left him somewhat breathless from the walk. Phew! Professor Tian, where are you going again? Did you ask for leave? This is work, not a playground. What do you think this school is? Someplace you can come and go as you please. Are you taking responsibility for your students? Are you taking responsibility for your position? Tian Wenwei, upon hearing the dean's words, was just about to explain. However, the bald man wouldn't give her a chance to speak. He urgently pointed toward the teaching building again, his brows deeply furrowed. There's another issue. What's going on with your class, huh? Why do I see other classes already well into their lessons while your students are still making a ruckus with half the class running to the bathroom? What were you all doing during the break? You can't manage this class like this. The reason we made you homeroom teacher is because Tian Wenwei listened to the vice principal's nagging, initially intending to swallow her pride, but suddenly couldn't hold back anymore and completely exploded. Enough! Stop talking, second uncle. At these words, the bald dean instantly widened his eyes, glancing around guiltily before hurriedly warning. What are you saying? I've told you countless times, address me by my official title at school, not uncle. Don't think calling me uncle will get you off the hook. Your mother asked me to pull strings and use my connections to get you in here, not for you to idle your days away. Weren't you the one who didn't want to take that clerical job in logistics? That's why I transferred you to a teaching position. And now you're losing patience after such a short time? Chapter 61, I won't stand for this humiliation. Tian Wenwei watched his second uncle, his shiny bald head gleaming, kept up a constant stream of chatter. He let out a resigned sigh. Clutching his leather briefcase in both hands and holding it in front of him like a misbehaving student, he hung his head and endured the scolding. Every now and then he'd even nod along and murmur in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, got it. I'll try not to bring my emotions into work from now on, alright? As usual, she wasn't in the mood for any lectures right now. She just wanted to brush it off quickly and put an end to this endless preaching. There's still a pile of things waiting for me outside. Yet after all this talking, seeing second uncle show no sign of stopping, Tian Wenwei instantly found it hard to keep up the act, irritably knitting her brows. But she didn't dare openly retort. All she could do was pout and mutter complaints under her breath in resignation. What's the big deal about a bunch of slackers? If they don't even care about their own future, why should I bother taking it so seriously? If you hadn't insisted on criticizing me in the office, I wouldn't have been so strict managing them either. Can't just ignore it, but then you say I've got an attitude when I do care. This damn job, I really don't want to do it anymore. Hearing this, the bald dean instantly felt his blood pressure rise in anger, his eyes bulging as he raised his voice sharply. If you don't want to do it anymore, submit your resignation letter right now. I'll sign it immediately and hand it over to the school administration. You won't need to come in tomorrow. Do you think teaching is just about idling around, collecting a paycheck while enjoying a cushy job? If you're really that strong-willed about staying home full-time to study for civil service exams and certifications, I'll talk to your mom, let her support you financially. I promise we won't force you to get a job. How about that? The bald man's sudden outburst stunned Tian Wenwei, leaving her momentarily speechless. She immediately grew flustered, stammering nervously. Lu Yuejin's stubborn temper flared up at this moment, his face flushed crimson with anger until even his shiny bald head resembled a red-skinned marinated egg. He grabbed hold of Tian Wenwei, who was stammering and hesitating, and began dragging her toward the office building. Come on, didn't you say you wanted to quit? Let's go resign right now. I won't make it hard for you, and you shouldn't suffer in this position either. Don't worry about the favors your second uncle called in to get you this job. I'd actually prefer some peace and quiet myself. Go! Seeing that second uncle was genuinely angry, Tian Wenwei panicked completely. Shrinking back as she tried to free herself, she immediately began pleading with him in a gentle, placating tone. She'd known second uncle's temper since childhood. He was sincerely kind when he treated you well, but his stubbornness was equally real. When his temper flared up, none of their generation of siblings and cousins in the family dared stand up to him. Hey, I was just saying that in anger, uncle. Director Lu, I was wrong. I admit my mistake, alright? I really have something urgent today. I promise I'll change next time. I'll never make this mistake again, okay? Seeing all these formal words falling on deaf ears with second uncle, he kept insisting on dragging her to the office to resign. With no other choice, Tian Wenwei had to play her trump card and begged pleadingly. Come on, second uncle. Class 5 are all senior high students now. Changing homeroom teachers at this critical juncture would seriously disrupt their studies. What if it affects their college entrance exams? When the time comes, which of us is going to take responsibility for this? Wouldn't that just create more trouble for the teachers who come after us? Director Lu Yuejin's stubborn temper had flared up, making him utterly unreceptive to any reasoning at that moment. Yet upon hearing these words and realizing it might genuinely affect the students of Class 5, potentially altering their entire lives, I could only reluctantly drop the matter for now. With a cold snort, I released Tian Wenwei's arm. Humph, so you do remember the class you're teaching consists of high school seniors? Taking leave every other day, lax and undisciplined during lessons. Have you fulfilled even the slightest responsibility as a teacher? Lu Yuejin grew angrier the more he spoke, prodding Tian Wenwei's nearly hunched head with frustration at her failure to meet his expectations. For this niece of his, he was truly exasperated by her lack of progress. Yet constrained by their familial ties, he couldn't speak too harshly and could only repeatedly plead with her in earnest. After saying a few words, he still hadn't vented his anger. He was about to continue his criticism. You, ding ding. Just then, several impatient car honks suddenly sounded outside the school gate, instantly making Lu Yuejin frown with displeasure as he looked over. Who's honking at the school gate? Do you not realize it's class time right now? Tian Wenwei seized the moment of his distraction, immediately grabbed her leather bag, turned around, and bolted away. By the time Lu Yuejin realized what was happening, the person had already run to the school gate. He was so furious he couldn't help slapping his thigh in frustration. Tian Wenwei escaped the clutches of danger and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. All she could do was turn back with a silly grin and force out an awkward laugh. Alright, I understand, Director Lu. I really have something urgent today, let's talk next week. I'll definitely change. Bang! With that, Tian Wenwei immediately jumped into a passing car by the roadside and sped away. Lu Yuejin saw this scene and had only taken 2 steps forward when the car vanished completely from his sight. Furious, he slapped his thigh repeatedly while gritting his teeth in frustration. That Wenwei, just wait till you get home. Let's see how far you can run. After yelling, he could only helplessly glance around before turning away and heading back toward the office building. Fortunately, it was class time, so there were hardly any people around campus. No students saw what happened. Otherwise, who knows what kind of ridiculous scene might have unfolded. On the other side, Tian Wenwei got into the car but still couldn't fully relax, incessantly urging her friend beside her. Hurry up, get off this street quickly. No, get out of this district. Plop. As he spoke, he fastened his seatbelt and began complaining incessantly, like a torrential flood bursting forth. I'm so damn fed up. Being a lousy teacher with such a meager monthly salary, dealing with a bunch of lazy-ass students who don't give a shit about improving themselves, I've really had it. If I'm too strict with my students, they get upset, and parents report me at the drop of a hat. Every time I'm reported, I get criticized and investigated. Then I ignore them, and my uncle gets upset again. The school administrators don't like me either. Everyone says I lack a sense of responsibility. Can't please either side, stuck in the middle, and for what? That measly pay isn't even enough to cover the humiliation-induced medical bills. Listening to her endless complaints, the man driving beside her couldn't help but laugh. Alright, don't be angry. I told you to just stay home and prepare for the civil service exam full-time. Worst case, I'll support you. Why insist on working? What's so great about being a teacher anyway? That era when teachers were praised as diligent gardeners is long gone. It's not like when we were young. Teachers these days are just in the service industry. If you don't provide good service, you'll get complaints left and right. Tian Wenwei felt even more aggrieved upon hearing her boyfriend's comforting words. She bristled like a startled cat, nearly leaping up from her seat. Hey, no, that's not it. Everyone told me teaching would be an easy job before I came. At most 2 classes a day, plus supervising a study session, the rest of the time you could binge shows, snack, do practice questions, or study for certifications, plus 2 paid long vacations every year, with winter and summer breaks to travel. Sounded so perfect. So how'd that work out? As she spoke, Tian Wenwei shook her head disapprovingly with a look of disdain. It was as if she wanted to pour out all the bitterness in her heart. They don't even care about their own future, yet they expect teachers to constantly nag and chase after them? I need to prepare for public exams, get certifications, so what if I take leave? I'm paving my own way, striving for a better future. What's wrong with that? Even if I teach them, they won't listen. Ask them to memorize some vocabulary, and they can't even finish 1 unit in a week. Give them a dictation in class, and out of 40-something students, if even one gets everything right, it's like a godsend. After venting her frustrations, Tian Wenwei let out a cold snort and curled up in the passenger seat with her arms crossed. Anyway, I can't be bothered with them, let them be. Sooner or later, I'll pass the exams and secure that government job. No more putting up with this nonsense. Then I can kick back and enjoy the good life at my cushy new workplace. Chapter 62, Confidant Friends, one of the key events. Ding-a-ling. The school bell announcing the end of Friday afternoon classes rang out, and the entire campus suddenly erupted with bustling energy. A massive tide of students poured out from the classroom building. Whether boarders or day students, everyone treasured this rare moment of relaxation. They walked home in cheerful groups of 2 or 3, chatting and laughing, while many parents waited outside in cars to pick up their children. The only difference was that boarding students all carried luggage, mostly dirty clothes and smelly socks accumulated over days, destined for a refreshing reset at home. Their high school had a 2-week schedule where students got a long break every half month. That meant attending classes for 2 consecutive weeks without any break during the weekend in between, nor any holidays. On Friday afternoon of the second week, boarding students had to return by Sunday evening for night study sessions, while day students had more flexibility and could essentially enjoy a full weekend. Thus, high school students cherished this rare biweekly break all the more. They eagerly debated where to go have their fill of fun before heading home. At the school gate, Li Fan and Wang Chang stood together on the roadside curb, waiting for someone, surprisingly not vanishing without a trace immediately after school for the first time. At this moment, Li Fan was gazing blankly in the direction of the school. Several golden progress bars shimmered brightly above the school grounds, all showing incomplete tasks he had triggered over the past few days. Ding! Diligent study achievement, progress 68%. Ding! Classroom mastery achievement, progress 72%. Ding! Basketball mastery achievement, progress 10%. Ding! Quest progress, knowledge seeker at 68%. Next stage target, distinguished scholar progress at 68%. After these past few days of attentive listening and active seeking of guidance, Li Fan felt immensely fulfilled. It was as if he had wasted his previous 19 years in vain, wishing he could turn back time to start over and truly cherish those wonderful moments. But it's not too late now. He could still seize the present and grab hold of youth's fleeting tale. Just as he stared at the unfinished task progress bar, privately planning his next steps in learning, two figures emerged from the school gate, pushing an electric bike together. Wang Chang, who had been squatting by the curb, immediately clapped his hands and stood up upon seeing them. Full of enthusiasm, he gave Li Fan a playful elbow nudge. Here he comes. This was the first time Wang Chang had arranged to hang out with a girl, and his excitement was beyond words. In the past, he would have vanished before the school bell even finished ringing, never foolishly waiting around to walk home with others like this. What's more, it's not on the way and requires a detour. But the excitement in his heart completely outweighed all his dissatisfaction, leaving him bouncing with joy as he eagerly approached. Seeing this, Li Fan also gave a light chuckle and, with a single thought, completely hid the progress bar of the task before him. Before he could even move, Wang Chang had already rushed over enthusiastically to discuss the itinerary. Hey, class monitor, where are we meeting tomorrow? What time would be best to go? Oh, do we need to do makeup too? Can I choose my character? Oh, I can't do anything that complicated. It's fine, anything goes. I'll wear whatever makeup you want. He. Listening to his impatient antics, Li Fan immediately walked over, draped an arm over his shoulder, and couldn't resist teasing him. Hey, Xiangzi, with your delicate fair skin, it'd be a shame not to try cross-dressing at least once. How about creating a cute little girl character like Paimon or Klee for you? I guarantee your popularity at Comic Cons will skyrocket. Maybe those guys will even chase after you begging for your contact info. Haha. Hearing this, both Sun Shui and Su Kiki couldn't help but giggle quietly. Girls all enjoy the feeling of having male classmates surrounding them with attentiveness. It's not necessarily about liking the guy, but there's a sense of superiority in being valued that naturally lifts one's mood. Wang Chang, however, was thick-skinned enough to feel no embarrassment whatsoever. Instead, he happily agreed with a grin. No problem, get me a pair of white stockings, I'll shave my leg hair. I'll absolutely slay those damn juniors. Who knows, maybe I'll even debut and gain a bunch of fans. One day I might become a famous sensei in the anime cosplay circle. With these two teasing and joking around, the walk home after school for the four classmates was no longer dull. Instead, it became lively with constant chatter. Unconsciously, the distance between them diminished significantly. Sun Shui now clearly stood as the de facto leader of their impromptu little travel group. The moment she spoke, the others immediately fell silent. Alright, stop messing around. Let's plan our itinerary for the next 2 days. Don't wake up too early tomorrow morning. It's finally the weekend, and I really want to sleep in. Listening to Sun Shui arrange the schedule, the other three had no objections. After all, it's rare to get a break, they might as well enjoy themselves to the fullest. Staying cooped up at home would just be depressing. High school classes during the week are already exhausting enough. Therefore, on these bi-weekly weekends off, teachers usually don't assign homework, giving students time to rest and relax. Since school ends in the afternoon, there's still plenty of daylight left. In broad daylight, the streets are bustling with students on break, their laughter, chatter, and playful banter making the entire road much livelier. The intersection where the four of them would go their separate ways home came into view. Su Kiki suddenly felt reluctant and tugged at Sun Shui, who was about to bid farewell. As soon as she spoke, everyone's eyes turned toward her, and she felt a tiny flicker of nervousness before quickly regaining her composure. I was just thinking, it's still early. Why don't we all go to the milk tea shop for a while? After all, there are still many details we haven't discussed yet. As she spoke, she instinctively glanced covertly at Li Fan, but quickly averted her gaze, making it seem less deliberate. Ding! Friend Su Kiki's social progress 50%. Next stage achievement, confidant, progress 84%. Right at that moment, the slowly increasing conquest progress bar reappeared above Su Kiki's head. This made Li Fan, who had been eager to rush home to play games, pause momentarily. He immediately snapped out of it. Whether to go to the milk tea shop or not seemed to be one of the key events that could boost affection points. With the achievement, close confidant, nearly within reach, he knew he had to push a little harder. Thinking of this, Li Fan directly stepped forward to voice his agreement. Sounds good to me. My parents probably aren't home yet anyway. Let's find a milk tea shop to sit for a while. As he spoke, he even took the initiative to look at the visibly delighted Su Kiki. Kiki, which bubble tea shop do you like? Chapter 63. This isn't even the same species anymore. Upon hearing this, Su Kiki's eyes instantly lit up as she beamed sweetly and spoke. Great. Come on, I'll take you there. The mango pomelo sago from that place is absolutely delicious. As she spoke, she immediately took Sun Shui by the hand and started leading the way, chattering and laughing while continuously describing the specialty drinks at that milk tea shop. The progress bar above his head began rapidly increasing as Li Fan agreed. Ding! Friendship progress with Su Kiki at 55%. Next milestone achievement, confidant, progress 89%. Li Fan smiled knowingly when he saw the progress bar change. It seemed he had once again made the right choice, successfully increasing his intimacy with Tsukiki. Without delay, he cheerfully called Wang Chang to join him and followed the two girls to the milk tea shop. When it came to milk tea, Li Fan had never been particularly picky. I'm just not that into overly sweet stuff. Occasionally, I might drink something light like lightly flavored fruit tea, but rarely bubble teas loaded with toppings. They're practically porridge at that point. But what to drink doesn't matter as much as who you drink it with. There was no special topic to talk about. The four of them sat in a bubble tea shop not far from school, each with a drink in hand, chattering away as they earnestly discussed their plans for attending the comic convention in the city over the weekend. This was Sun Shue's first time leading a small team to a comic convention. Among the entire group, she was by far the most excited. She had to borrow makeup tools from others, decide on cosplay characters in advance, and prepare suitable costumes. When talking about a field she loved and excelled in, even the usually aloof and Chuyuni bespectacled girl turned into a chatterbox, babbling endlessly. She kept showing photos on her phone to everyone, displaying the characters she had picked out. How about this one? Let's cosplay this together. Though his wig might be hard to find, I might not be able to get a suitable one last minute. Hey, this one's great too. Friday afternoon brought some liveliness to the otherwise quiet small county town. Mostly high school students released from various schools, some still in uniform, began wandering the streets in groups of 2 or 3, checking out newly opened snack shops, browsing trendy little merchandise. It was nonetheless a rare and joyous leisure time among friends. After discussing for a while, the bubble tea shop became more crowded. The four of them sat around a small round table in the corner, having basically finalized which characters they would cosplay. On the sofa, Sun Shui and Tsukiki huddled together, talking and laughing while occasionally sneaking glances at Li Fan and Wang Chang's reactions. Just then, Sun Shui set down her milk tea, cleared her throat seriously, and straightened her posture. Ahem, it's all settled. All four of us are going to cosplay characters from the same comic. Have you guys watched Scissor 7? As she spoke, beep beep beep, several character photos immediately appeared in the temporary group chat the four had created, 2 males and 2 females, from different angles and panels. While Li Fan and Wang Chang were curiously examining the group photos, Sun Shui chuckled, wrapping her arms around Tsukiki intimately. Kiki and I will cosplay as sisters. I'll be Plum Blossom 13, and she'll be Plum Blossom 11. As for you two, she deliberately kept him in suspense while eyeing Li Fan's suddenly flawless, fair-skinned face with amusement. Li Fan has excellent skin texture and a leaner physique. He's perfect for the role of Achi, the male protagonist Wu Liuqi. By coincidence, I can borrow Wu Liuqi's cosplay outfit from a friend. Given Li Fan's body proportions and facial structure, with just some light makeup and the costume change, he'll look perfectly authentic. Tsukiki sat quietly nearby upon hearing Sun Shue's arrangements, her lips curved in a knowing smile, just stealing glances at Li Fan's reaction, seemingly ready and willing to follow the arrangements. Seeing the character photo of Wu Liuqi posted in the group chat, Li Fan also felt rather novel about cosplaying for the first time, letting out a light, happy chuckle immediately. Sure, I've watched some of Assassin 7 before, I just never finished it. I remember he's supposed to be some super badass assassin, right? That totally matches my style, hee. Right at that moment, Wang Chang stared at the several photos in the group chat while scratching his head in silent confusion. Hey, class monitor, so you two are sisters, Plum Blossom 11 and 13, that makes sense. The male lead goes to Li Fan. I have no objections either. Then, what role should I play? Seems like in the group photos, apart from your 3 human characters, there's only a blue chicken left? As he spoke, Wang Chang looked up at Sun Shui with puzzled apprehension, noticing she was suppressing laughter. Don't tell me, you want me to cosplay that chicken? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Sun Shui and Tsukiki completely lost their composure. They huddled together, shaking with laughter like blossoms trembling in the wind. Ha 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 ha. Brother Chicken's role is perfect for you, no makeup needed, just slip into a costume and you're set, super easy. Exactly. The weather isn't too hot, so cosplaying as Chicken Big Treasure won't be too exhausting. I was going to have you cosplay as Hidachuan, but sorry, I couldn't borrow his outfit last minute, and you don't have those bulging muscles like Hidachuan either. Wang Chang felt disheartened the moment the class monitor confirmed he'd have to cosplay as that ridiculous blue chicken. These creatures are nothing like you all, it's so lacking in engagement. It's like working some part-time job handing out flyers at a milk tea shop, walking around in a mascot costume. Snap. Before Wang Chang could continue his complaints, Li Fan bared his teeth in a grin, reached out to pat his shoulder, and pulled him closer. Chicken Fatso's great, he's such a loyal and righteous character. Plus, Chicken Fatso and Wu Liuqi are sworn brothers, just like us. Wang Chang wasn't having any of it, rolling his eyes with disdain. TSK, since you're saying such nice things, why don't you cosplay as Chicken Big Treasure and let me play the male lead? After all, we're good bros, you definitely wouldn't mind, right? Come on, let's swap. Watching the two boys laugh and bicker over their roles, Sunshue and Tsukiki were also doubled over laughing at the lively scene. Finally, the roles for each were nailed down. Without skipping a beat, Sunshue promptly bought train tickets for all four to head to the city over the weekend on her phone, arranging the itinerary along the way. Sunshue's spirits instantly soared as she saw the successful ticket purchases for all four on her phone. Yes, all set. Everyone, go back and prepare now. According to the plan, we'll meet here at the milk tea shop tomorrow at noon, and I'll take you to try on the costumes. I'll also use this chance to practice on you guys, so you can get familiar with the makeup process in advance. This will help us prepare earlier the day after tomorrow. Now everyone, go home and find your moms. Chapter 64, First Makeup Session. Are these two characters a CP? Just as the four of them were about to leave, Li Fan suddenly grabbed Tsukiki out of curiosity and asked with a puzzled expression. Hey, Kiki. I kind of forgot the storyline. Are the characters we cosplayed Plum Blossom 13 and Wu Liuqi a couple? Ding! Social progress with friend Tsukiki, 58%. Next milestone achievement, confidant, progress 94%. As soon as the voice finished speaking, the progress bar above Tsukiki's head instantly jumped a significant step forward. Li Fan was also taken aback by the sight, and couldn't help wondering to himself, could this be triggered by some kind of keyword? Tsukiki turned red in the face at Li Fan's teasing question. I'm not too familiar with it either. Shue was the one who picked the roles. You can ask her tomorrow when we're doing makeup. Bye. With that, Tsukiki suddenly scurried away from Li Fan like a startled little hamster, her head bowed sheepishly as she ran after Sunshue who had already left the milk tea shop. Leaning close to Sunshue's ear, she whispered something that immediately made her blush with embarrassment. She then hooked her arm through Sunshue's and urged her to walk faster. Sunshue, however, seemed to have heard some juicy gossip. She turned back with playful curiosity to glance at Li Fan, who stood rooted in place with a puzzled expression. She then burst into laughter and began chatting animatedly with Tsukiki as they walked away. She deliberately raised her voice and waved at Li Fan and Wang Chang behind her. Bye, see you tomorrow when we do makeup. We're heading back first. With that, the two promptly hopped onto their e-bikes and rode off into the distance. To attend the comic convention in the city over the weekend, Sun Shueika still needed to borrow some cosplay props and prepare her makeup, so she naturally didn't have time to linger here any longer. As for Tsukiki, she was always her little shadow. Of course, wherever Sun Shui went, she followed, inseparable as shadow and form. Yet the relationship between the four of them hadn't reached that level of intimacy to comfortably spend an entire afternoon together in such a sticky, awkward closeness. But after they traveled together and fully participated in this anime convention event, the intimacy between them should reach a higher level. Li Fan watched Tsukiki walk away with the progress bar for the heart-to-heart confidant quest nearly completed above her head, feeling a pang of regret. Just a little more, I thought we could max it out before going home. Even so, the vague yet intimate fondness between him and Tsukiki still left a sweet tingling in his heart. Having been single for 19 years, it was the first time he felt so confident and at ease in a girl's company. It wasn't as if he'd never had female classmates to hang out with before, but somehow he'd always say the wrong thing or make some misstep at the worst possible moment, turning things awkward until their relationship gradually fizzled out. Never before like today had I been able to clearly see the progress bar of a girl's affection level hovering above her head. Every word said, every action taken, and the reactions they elicited were all instantly visible. In short, as long as I agreed to things that excited girls and made their affection level jump, I could effortlessly deepen our relationship. Conversely, if the progress bar remained flat without any advancement, it meant the girl either had no interest in the matter or even found it somewhat repulsive. However, Li Fan had yet to see anyone's progress bar above their heads regress after making contact. Perhaps it would only happen if one did something utterly loathsome. Just as he lamented missing the chance to instantly unlock the close confidant achievement, Wang Chang, who had witnessed everything, quietly sidled up to him, eyes fixed intently on Li Fan. When Li Fan casually turned his head and saw Wang Chang's resentful gaze, he was startled. Damn, why are you looking at me with such a creepy expression? Hey, don't even think about it, I'm not trading cosplay roles with you. Wang Chang snorted disdainfully and rolled his eyes. Humph, sounds like you've got ulterior motives. I've noticed you and Tsukiki making eyes at each other for days now, all that flirting and cuddly nonsense. Finally couldn't hide it anymore, could you? Just now you were making eyes at each other again, don't tell me you've been using me and the class monitor as wingmen to create opportunities for you too? Though Wang Chang's usual classroom activities were limited to sleeping and bragging, being the person closest to Li Fan, he naturally had front row access to all the battlefield intelligence. The buddy who swore to stay single together had somehow unknowingly started hitting on the prettiest girl in class. It truly left a sour taste in his heart. Li Fan bared his teeth in a cheeky grin when he heard Wang Chang's jealous interrogation. What nonsense is this? What kind of talk is that? I swear to heaven, you're the only wingman I've got. Class monitor certainly isn't. Ha ha ha. At these words, Wang Chang instantly widened his eyes and began to shout curses. Nice try, you little rascal, trying to take more than your share. I'll be watching you, always. Li Fan didn't bother arguing with him further about the matter, simply dragging him away hurriedly from the bubble tea shop entrance. Come on, let's go find a basketball court to play for a while before heading home. It's so rare to have a weekend off, we must become masters of time management and not waste a single minute. Having finally gotten this holiday, naturally the two weren't about to waste it on meaningless quarrels. At the same time, Wang Chang didn't think Li Fan stood any real chance with girls. In the end, the kid would surely remain a single Pringle just like him. Just like that, they made up instantly and went shoulder to shoulder searching for the busiest pickup basketball court near campus. With Friday afternoon classes dismissed and most parents still at work, the kids had no supervision. This was their golden hour of freedom, and they'd naturally milk every last drop of fun outdoors before heading home. Though since students never had much pocket money, high-end hangout spots were out of the question anyway. Mostly it was just wandering the streets, grabbing cheap street eats for 10 or 20 bucks. Only when we miraculously had extra pocket money would we get the rare chance to splurge on KTV nights, belting out songs together. Those fleeting moments of youthful extravagance became unexpected treasures of memory. Li Fan spent the entire afternoon playing his heart out. By evening, he was drenched in exhaustion. Bang! As the final three-pointer sank in, the crowd erupted in cheers and quickly dispersed under the Friday evening sunset, bidding each other farewell before heading home. Ding! Basketball full game mission progress 100%. Next stage achievement basketball mastery progress 20%. Seeing yet another skill achievement progress bar move forward filled him with a deep sense of accomplishment. I immediately greeted Wang Chang, who was also exhausted like a dead dog. Xiangzi, I'm heading home first. See you tomorrow. Wang Chang waved goodbye, then turned and left in another direction. As the sky was just beginning to darken, Li Fan finally returned to his own doorstep. Bang! Pushing the door open casually, he tossed his backpack onto the sofa. Mom, Dad, I'm home. Plop! Li Fan shouted, reaching out to turn on the living room lights, but there was no response from his parents. This immediately made him frown in confusion. Dad, Mom, not home? As he spoke, he grew even more puzzled while checking the master bedroom and kitchen. There was absolutely no one in sight. However, in the kitchen lay several plastic bags filled with fresh ingredients. Upon closer inspection, there was fish, shrimp, pork ribs, hocks, and every kind of vegetable one could need. Li Fan curiously rummaged through the plastic bag, muttering to himself in puzzlement. How strange, is today some special occasion? Bought so much groceries, yet no one seems to be around. Chapter 65, A Sneak Attack from Me. Splash! Li Fan turned the clutter on the living room coffee table upside down, but simply couldn't find any note left by his parents. He glanced back at the various groceries, big and small, in the kitchen, then checked the wall clock. Suddenly, certain things came to mind, and his thoughts gradually cleared. Slowly sinking onto the sofa, he settled in. Out of nowhere, he squinted his eyes like a stereotypical anime detective and started running his deductive reasoning, analyzing the situation with utmost seriousness. It's Friday, when school's let out there are always crowds. By all reasoning, Mom and Dad should be setting up their stall at the school gates as usual. But there was no one at the school entrance today. Honestly, I completely forgotten about that detail. They must have gotten held up by something far more important, something that made them abandon their earnings of over 1,000 yuan per day from the stall. His family had only started selling fried skewers at their roadside stall a few days ago, and he still hadn't fully adjusted to this sudden change in their circumstances. So after school, he was busy chatting and laughing with his female classmates on their way to the milk tea shop, completely oblivious to the fact that his parents' fried skewer stall wasn't at the school gate. For a while, his mindset and awareness were still stuck in the time when his parents worked at the factory. He subconsciously assumed they were working overtime tonight, but now as he calms down and reflects, he realizes something was off. If you've already quit your job to set up a stall, why are you still working overtime? There must be something else going on. At his age, boys inexplicably catch a certain disease, the second-year syndrome of acting grandiose everywhere. They love role-playing by talking to themselves when nobody's around, pretending to be some legendary character. Today, he is Sherlock Fan. Li Fan stroked his chin, his gaze drifting toward the family portrait on the cabinet. With a slight nod, he dissected the truth. In my household, there's only one thing more important than making money. That's just between me and my brother. Since childhood, although the family wasn't well off, when it came to matters concerning their two sons, their parents' consistent attitude was that they'd rather sell the walk-in stove than shortchange their children. Even if academic performance was poor, they'd still find a future path for their kids. Thus, the only thing that could make their parents put aside money-making ventures immediately was absolutely something related to these two brothers. I'm attending school classes myself, so it definitely couldn't be related to him. But my older brother just called saying he'll be coming home from the military next Wednesday, even if he came early, surely not this much earlier? Could it be that the weekly Noble Assistance buff card I purchased in-game actually worked? Though if it were about treating a noble to dinner, they wouldn't go through all this trouble of coming to my place. Cooking at home is exhausting and lacks prestige. It doesn't seem like the proper attitude when asking for favors. You should be dining at a grand restaurant. So, the truth can only be one thing, and that is, rat-a-tat. Just as Li Fan felt his analysis was about to uncover the truth, suddenly, sharp ears detected the sound of the downstairs entrance being swung open, followed immediately by a torrent of footsteps charging up the staircase. Li Fan instinctively launched himself upright from the sofa. A knee-jerk reaction, pure instinct. Enemy spotted. Without a moment's hesitation, as if possessed by some instinct, I ducked into the blind spot by the doorway. My ear pressed against the wall. I listened as footsteps in the hallway drew nearer and nearer, sounding exactly like they were heading straight for our floor. Instantly, Li Fan's heart tensed up once more. The next second, thud, thud. Several noticeably heavier footsteps thudded at the door, followed by indistinct bursts of laughter and the jingling clatter of a keychain being fumbled with. Li Fan took a deep breath, inexplicably excited as he widened his eyes to gaze at the keyhole where the commotion was coming from. Coming. Splash, crash, crack. The lock turned with a click, and the door swung wide open. Li Fan took a deep breath, sucked in his stomach, squared his shoulders, and hid in the narrow gap behind the door. Though the wooden door blocked his view, he couldn't see who had come in, but the excited chatter of his parents had already reached his ears with unmistakable clarity. Hurry up, help our son take his bag off, he's been tired out all the way here. Ha ha ha, look at my eldest son, so handsome, just like me. Ha ha ha. Why are the lights on at home? The school bag's on the sofa. Did that kid come home from school? Li Fan, come out quick, see who's here. Li Jianguo beamed with delight and loudly called out as he walked toward Li Fan's bedroom door, instinctively assuming Li Fan was inside. At the same moment, the front door was slammed shut behind them. Li Fan instinctively held his breath as two figures, one tall and one short, suddenly appeared before him. Su Qiuhong cheerfully helped the tall, erect figure carry luggage into the living room, grinning from ear to ear. She set down the luggage and immediately rolled up her sleeves to head into the kitchen. Xiaofei, don't just stand there, don't you recognize your own home? Ha, go change into something more comfortable. When you suddenly messaged saying you were coming home early, your dad rushed me to close up shop first thing this morning. We bought all your favorite ingredients, mom's going to cook them up for you right now. Baha, go check on your little brother. Who knows what that rascal is up to in his bedroom again. Xiao Fan, come out quick, look who's back. Just as the couple was about to split up, one heading to the bedroom to rouse the boy, the other bustling into the kitchen. The tall figure standing at the door removed his military cap, revealing a neatly trimmed buzz cut that exuded masculine vigor. His broad shoulders stood straight and firm like a steel plate. Leaning against the main door, he gazed into the house as if reviving old memories. As Li Jianguo approached the doorway of the second bedroom, his gaze and attention were irresistibly drawn, his feet instinctively lifting to follow. That was his own flesh and blood, the younger brother he thought of day and night. How many years had it been? Li Jianguo, suspecting nothing, cheerfully raised his hand to push open the door to the secondary bedroom. Xiao Fan, how could this child be deaf? Why hasn't he heard anything? Still not coming out. Click. He had just turned the doorknob to the second bedroom. Suddenly, Li Fan, suppressing his excitement and holding his breath, suddenly dashed out from his hiding spot near the doorway, charging straight toward the tall, upright figure. He had already guessed that it was his elder brother, Li Fei, returning early from military service. In a spur-of-the-moment decision, he resolved to give his beloved brother one hell of a surprise. At that moment, he let out a loud cry and pounced on his older brother's back like a starving tiger. Ambush! Ha ha ha, hey! Don't! Just as he was about to lunge forward like a hungry tiger, the excitement had already bubbled up from his throat in laughter. The next second, the tall figure in military uniform heard the sound of a sneak attack from behind. Subconsciously executing a grappling technique with a shoulder throw, he precisely clamped down like iron tongs on the wrist and belt of the scoundrel behind him. Who goes there? By the time Li Fan realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Whoosh! I was suddenly lifted into the air, as if some rapidly spinning mixer had violently grabbed me by the wrist and waistband, sending the world spinning wildly around me. The laughter in her throat turned into a scream of terror. Bro, it's me! Whoosh! Bang! With a deafening crash, Li Fei finally saw the person he had just body slammed onto the ground, his eyes widening in shock. Holy shit! Little bro! At the same moment, Su Qiuhong and Li Jianguo, standing by the kitchen and secondary bedroom door, also turned their heads in terror, gaping in shock. Holy shit! Quick, pull him up now. Chapter 66, this toast is for our whole family. The whole family was startled by Li Fan's sudden brain flash ambush. They hastily rushed over in a flurry of hands and feet to pull him up. Thwack! 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 Su Qiuhong couldn't hold back her laughter while patting and straightening his crumpled school uniform, scolding through giggles. look how mighty you think you are. What are you doing behind the door instead of sitting properly in the living room? Trying to ambush your big brother, are you? I must not have beaten you enough before, serves you right for showing off. Li Jianguo found his youngest son's disheveled state both exasperating and amusing. Smack! She raised her hand and slapped him on the head. Don't mess around. Your brother held back, or did you forget how he earned that second-class merit? Second place in the military district competition. That silly child. Looking at their two children, one standing obediently with a guilty expression, hesitating to speak, and the other grimacing in pain as he limped up from the ground, the couple could only exchange helpless, bitter smiles. Li Fan stumbled while pulling himself up by his elder brother's military uniform, grimacing in pain as he touched the bruised forehead that had turned black and blue from the fall, shooting a fierce glare at the older brother beside him. Where's the vaunted army-civilian fish-water friendship? Is this how you treat civilians? Look at this. My face is ruined. Afraid I'll take half your money, are you? He simply had a momentary lapse of judgment earlier, suddenly recalling those childhood scenes where he and his elder brother often played pranks amidst laughter. The event featured a nostalgic trip down memory lane, aiming to rekindle the brotherly bond that had faded over the years apart. But never in a million years would I have guessed. The older brother, who had served in the military for several years, had warning signs all over him. Approaching from behind was practically a minefield. Having lived 19 years, it was the first time he experienced the weightless sensation of being flung like a sandbag. For that dizzying moment, he genuinely thought his number was up. Thankfully, at the critical last instant, he cried out brother, immediately feeling his elder brother's grip tighten like steel, yanking his arm to prevent a full-face collision with the floor. His forehead still took a glancing blow. Even that left him dazed, his skull ringing like a gong. Li Fei's eyes lit up when he saw his younger brother, now nearly as tall as himself. A familiar warmth surged instinctively, yet intertwined with a vague sense of unfamiliarity. Who would have thought that after years apart, their first reunion nearly left him an only child? What a colossal misunderstanding. He wondered if they could still exchange those teasing, brotherly jibes like before. For a moment, unexpected awkwardness settled between them. He hastily patted his crumpled school uniform, as if comforting a child, and gently reassured him. Oh, there, does it still hurt? Let big brother take a look. Whoosh! At these words, Li Fan hurriedly widened his eyes and broke free from his brother's grip, staring at him in horror. Damn it, bro, what are you doing? You think I'm some 7 or 8-year-old girl? And you're still going oh? Why don't you sing a lullaby? Wow, how come after serving in the army for years, you've become even more disgusting? As soon as he blurted out these nonsensical words, Li Fei was momentarily stunned. But the very next second, he burst into uproarious laughter, yelling and cursing. You little rascal, come here, let me have a look at you. Ha, you've really grown up. When I left, you just had the beginnings of a mustache on your lips. I still thought you were a kid. Little brat, still acting so childish. With that, she pulled Li Fan close in one swift motion, locking her arm around his neck playfully. Amid giggles, she raised her other hand and began tousling his hair with cheerful roughness. Li Fan's yelps of pain had the whole family roaring with laughter. Yet this farce unexpectedly bridged the distance that had grown between the brothers after years apart. It felt like returning to the old days when the two brothers used to frequently bicker at home. Li Jianguo and Su Qiuhong were undoubtedly moved when they first saw their eldest son returning home in military uniform, embracing him tearfully at the station. Yet they couldn't shake off a subtle sense of awkwardness, an inexplicable distance in their reunion. Looking at his eldest son returning from years of military service, sharp-edged and angular, he almost seemed like a stranger. After the emotional outburst of tears, conversation became unexpectedly difficult to find. So they walked home together in slightly awkward silence. But now, watching the two brothers roughhouse, the military sharpness and rigidity in the eldest slowly melted away in the family atmosphere, and he became lively again. The couple could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The atmosphere among the family warmed considerably. After the bustle died down, the family of four settled in, sorting vegetables while chatting. Li Fei gradually opened up, enthusiastically sharing amusing stories from his time in the military, though they discussed these matters during their usual phone calls. But right at this moment, the warmth of sitting together face to face as a family still entertained them endlessly. Li Fan had long since recovered, and hearing his brother share those amusing military anecdotes equally piqued his curiosity. For a while, he couldn't even feel the pain of the bruise on his forehead. He urged his elder brother to tell more stories about his time in the army. Men of all ages can hardly resist discussions about military equipment and army gossip, they just can't get enough of it. In no time, the father and his two sons had gone from chatting about military life to weapons and equipment, then expanded the conversation to national strength and regional conflicts. In the time it took Su Qiuhong to wash some vegetables, the three men were already vigorously discussing international affairs, their words flying thick and fast. It's like we're about to aim for the moon, donating money to take on America. Watching her, one couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry as she shook her head repeatedly. Ding ding dong. In the kitchen, pots and pans clattered away in a flurry of activity. Before long, the pork knuckle was stewing in the pressure cooker, the ribs were braised in soy sauce, and the saltwater prawns were steamed to perfection. A few stir-fried vegetable dishes were Li Jiangwo's specialty. In the flurry of activity, the sky outside the window quickly darkened, and the streetlights below turned on. In the warm little home illuminated by the orange glow of the lights, the dining table was laden with a generous spread of home-cooked dishes. Pop! The sound of a cork being pulled from a wine bottle came from Li Jiangwo's hands. With a cheerful smile, he lifted the prized liquor he had treasured for years and personally poured a drink for his two sons. Li Fan and Li Fei were also overwhelmed by the favor. He hurriedly raised his wine cup with both hands and stood up to receive it. Though their daily interactions at home were relaxed and informal, when it came to drinking, it became a conversation strictly between men. Li Jiangwo watched his two grown sons and beamed with joy so wide his mouth could hardly close. Come on, sit down, sit down. Today is truly a joyous occasion for our family. Let me pour you all some wine everyone should drink up. Right now, none of you are married yet, so I don't ask for anything from you. But in the future, when you've started your own families, come back with your wives and bring fine wine to honor me. Ha ha ha. Su Qiuhong rolled her eyes at her husband's drunken ramblings but couldn't help bursting into laughter. You're already talking drunk without even drinking yet. Xiaofan's still in school, and you're letting him drink? You've spoiled him rotten. With that, she pushed her glass straight toward them. Here, pour the rest for me. At these words, the father and two sons exchanged glances before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. At their house, Mom's drinking capacity is truly bottomless. The bottle made its round among the four joyful family members, who raised their glasses in unison to toast before a table full of delicious dishes. This toast is for our family, to better and better days. As soon as the words fell, a dazzling golden progress bar suddenly appeared on the dining table. Ding! Initial white liquor drinking task 20%. Next stage achievement tipsy progress 20%. Li Fan was just about to eagerly try Baijiu for the first time when he suddenly noticed the progress bar appearing on the dining table, instantly lighting up his eyes. Oh, is this also an achievement in life? Without another thought, I immediately joined my brother and parents in merry drinking. I must see for myself what this tipsy business is all about. Let the drinking begin. Chapter 67, Who's this noble patron? Already preparing for official career? The dinner was thoroughly enjoyable, and so was the drinking. Both Li Fan and Li Fei, the brothers, were trying hard liquor at home for the first time. After downing one glass containing 2.5 ounces, they were basically talking nonsense already. Under the influence of alcohol, the brothers' appetite soared. In fact, more than half the dishes on the table were also devoured by these three reinforcements. What had initially seemed like a reunion requiring time to rekindle old bonds was completely transformed over the course of a single meal. Memories from their childhood, down to stealing eggs from the chicken coop and split pans, came flooding back with crystal clarity. With arms slung over each other's shoulders, the brothers instantly became as inseparable as one person. He kept chattering non-stop, but it was mostly Li Fan doing the talking, while Li Fei listened with a smile, nodding from time to time and occasionally eating the dishes their doting parents kept putting in his bowl. Having been away from home for many years, he deeply enjoyed this warm feeling of being surrounded by familial love. Su Qiuhong and Li Jiangwo had both drunk quite a bit themselves, though only enough to get slightly tipsy, with no flush visible on their faces. After the meal, they cheerfully got up to clear the table, still chuckling. Seeing how inseparable the two brothers were brought them both great comfort. Once the table was cleared, Li Jiangwo first went to open the cabin door and took a quick glance inside, then coughed awkwardly twice before closing the door and stepping back out. From a distance, he shook his head at his wife Su Qiuhong standing by the kitchen door. The small room used to be Li Fan's bedroom. Later, when his older brother Li Fei left to join the military, Li Fan moved into Li Fei's more spacious secondary bedroom. Originally, Li Fei had called to say he wouldn't be back until next Wednesday, and with the couple busy running their stall, they never found time to tidy up. Now Li Fei's return was so abrupt that the small cottage was still cluttered with all sorts of odds and ends, clearly making it impossible to stay there. Su Qiuhong understood and gave a helpless smile before immediately returning to the bedroom to fetch a blanket. With arms draped over each other's shoulders, the two brothers smiled as they started talking. Hey, Xiaofei, I'll get you a blanket. You and your little brother can make do in the guest bedroom tonight. You're back early, the little room hasn't been tidied up yet. Wait until tomorrow when I've cleaned the room and changed the bedding for you, then you can move in. With that, Su Qiuhong carried the bedding into Li Fan's spare bedroom and began tidying up. No sooner had those words been spoken than Li Fan immediately spoke up, his voice thick with drunkenness. No one can tear me apart from my brother. Tonight my brother is sleeping with me, we're going to have a man-to-man talk, chatting all night long. As he looked up, the golden progress bar on the wine table before me was nearing its end. Ding! First time liquor drinking mission 100% complete. Next stage achievement tipsy progress 100%. Not only that. Just as dinner concluded, another achievement progress bar appeared simultaneously in the sky above. Ding! Congratulations, player, for successfully achieving the primary family harmony accomplishment, family reunion. Please proceed to the achievement interface to claim your reward. Seeing both achievements completed, Li Fan felt incomparably joyful in his heart. Under the influence of alcohol, this euphoria was magnified infinitely, making him laugh uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ecstasy. The family members, seeing his sudden silly grin, thought he was acting drunk and immediately found themselves torn between tears and laughter. Li Fei didn't seem to mind either, cheerfully responding to his mom. Alright mom, no need for you to fuss. I'll clean up myself when I wake up tomorrow. That kid Li Fan snatched my bedroom, but I won't make a big deal out of it. Anyway, my workplace will arrange a bachelor apartment once I start working. I'll probably move there in a few days, more convenient for commuting. After all, he had spent several years in the military. Although there were strict prohibitions against drinking, comrades still occasionally gathered for small get-togethers. This had trained him to handle alcohol moderately well. So at this moment, he was clearly more sober than Li Fan. Moreover, being a few years older than Li Fan, he longed for an independent life and had never planned to continue living at home after leaving the army. Since work is local anyway, living on my own offers more freedom, and I can even drop by home occasionally to mooch a meal. He was already quite pleased. Li Fan sobered up a bit upon hearing his buddy's words at this moment. Only now did he recall the matter of the noble assistance, weekly buff. His buddy's early return was most likely connected to that noble who could help arrange employment. Originally, he had merely wanted the noble to discreetly secure him a good position. He never expected the noble weekly card's power to be so formidable. It actually forcibly brought his buddy home several days ahead of schedule. It turned out to be a pleasant surprise. After all the commotion, the two brothers supported each other as they made their way to the second bedroom. Their mother had already prepared the double bedding on the bed in advance. Fortunately, the double bed was large enough that sleeping together wouldn't feel cramped. Blood brothers though they were, they might still find each other annoying when sober. But now in this tipsy state, they wished they could merge into one person, naturally paying no mind to anything else. This was also Li Jiangwo's first time drinking with his sons, and he couldn't help feeling concerned. Following them into the secondary bedroom, he helped them both take off their outer clothes. Half exasperated and half amused, he patted the still rowdy Li Fan and helped him onto the bed. Watching the two brothers lie quietly in bed together, the couple finally felt at ease. They helped turn off the light, withdrew from the secondary bedroom, and reserved the time for the brothers to chat all night long. The secondary bedroom darkened as the light went out, pitch black. The two brothers lay on their backs, gazing at the moonlight streaming through the window, serene and peaceful. Every now and then, a car would pass by on the main road outside the residential area. Alas! The sound, paradoxically, had a hypnotic effect, gradually lulling one's mind into relaxation. Under the influence of alcohol, both of them were feeling pleasantly lightheaded. The bed felt as comfortable as a cloud, as if they might sink into it completely at any moment. Relying on their last shreds of consciousness, they exchanged snippets of conversation. Bro, now that you're back, you're staying, right? I'm not leaving. In a few days, I'll be reporting to my new workplace, staying to work in my hometown. What department? Is the compensation good? The Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Before I left, my old commander in the army was reluctant to let me go, but seeing how determined I was, he didn't stop me. He even took the initiative to call his old comrade in the local department to help arrange this job for me. I still need to find time in the next couple days to visit my old commander's comrade. I heard he's a senior official in the county now. Huff huff huff. Although Li Fan was a bit more drunk, he hadn't endured the fatigue of his brother's long journey home. After just a few words of conversation, his brother Li Fei's speech had already become slurred, and soon he began snoring, falling fast asleep. Hearing those heavy snores, the drunken Li Fan let out a foolish chuckle. Bro, you can't even hold your liquor as well as I can. The Industry and Commerce Bureau, my old boss, the bureau is good, very good. Hearing that his elder brother had secured a decent position after retiring from the military, he felt even more delighted in his heart. Drowsily, she still wanted to open the system achievement screen to claim her rewards. But I was in a daze, my vision blurring with double images. My eyelids began to grow heavy, and my arms felt as if they were weighed down with lead, too heavy to lift. I could only watch helplessly as the translucent player system panel drifted farther and farther away, growing increasingly blurred. Still unwilling to accept it, muttering under his breath, I have the basic Baji Quan experience card. Once I use it, I'll instantly become an entry-level Baji Quan master. Again, letting you do another shoulder throw is impossible. Plop. Before he could claim his reward or use the experience card, a heavy drowsiness instantly washed over him, enveloping him in warmth. In no time, the room soon echoed with the alternating rhythm of 2 loud snores. Ding! A golden progress bar for the sleep task appeared above Li Fan, slowly filling to completion. Chapter 68, Learning Changes Lives. Ah! It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. When Li Fan opened his eyes at dawn, he immediately felt his nose was clogged, his brain swollen, and his mouth stinking. Every muscle in his body ached with exhaustion. The hangover from his first drinking experience truly showed him the harshness of the adult world. He struggled to get out of bed and sat dazedly on the edge, lost in thought. Perhaps it was the effect of the alcohol. I woke up in the early hours of dawn, even earlier than my usual school mornings. Strangely enough, despite craving sleep-ins on weekends, the cozy bed that usually refuses to release me on weekdays now seems to push me out on weekends. I can't even fall back asleep if I try. Ding! Early to bed and early to rise task completion 100%. Next stage achievement, sleep mastery progress 30%. The golden sleep progress bar hovering above his head was so blinding he could barely keep his eyes open. He instinctively frowned and mumbled under his breath, turn it off. Whoosh! With a thought, the task progress bar instantly disappeared before my eyes. But the achievement progress was already securely in my grasp. After a few days of adjusting, the life mission progress bar had seamlessly blended into the rhythm of his days, losing all the abruptness he'd felt when it first bound to him. On the contrary, nowadays he feels somewhat unaccustomed whenever he encounters something without a progress bar. Li Fan shook his head. The cool air in the room gradually helped him regain clarity of mind. He turned to look out the window. The sky was still a pitch-black curtain, just torn open by a streak of white light on the horizon, which slowly expanded. Yet the world remained cloaked in a hazy gray. There's a wondrous feeling of profound silence right before spring returns to awaken the earth. Hearing the breathing sounds coming from the bed, Li Fan instinctively turned his head in haste toward that shadowy figure lying across the mattress. Only after staring blankly for quite some time did he fully grasp the situation. There was someone new in the house now. Thinking about how his older brother, whom he hadn't seen in years, actually came home last night, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Starting from this day, their family could finally be considered reunited. Moving forward, his brother, entering politics, and their parents, running businesses, would advance simultaneously. Their family was already on the path to skyrocketing success. Li Fan shook his head and pulled himself together. Without disturbing my older brother, I got up alone in my slippers and left the bedroom, ready to wash away the drowsiness clouding my mind. After all, I had already made plans with Su Kiki and the class president to meet up today and prepare cosplay makeup and costumes together, though there's no need to set out so early. But with something weighing on my mind, sleep was impossible, so I had no choice but to get up and freshen up. Plop! The bathroom light flicked on, and Li Fan was instantly startled by his own reflection in the mirror. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes were bloodshot. Then he couldn't help cursing as he turned on the faucet, scooping up a handful of refreshing cool water to wash his face and clear his nose. Put! This damn weather is getting drier and drier. Every morning I wake up with my nose completely stuffed. Whoosh! Li Fan wiped his face and let out a long, heavy sigh. He sucked in a sharp breath. 2 icy currents surged through his nostrils straight into his chest. The icy rush flooded his nasal passages with exhilarating clarity. That split second when the frigid air hit felt like heaven exploding through his crown, electrifying every nerve. Frigid water truly is the ultimate salvation for parched nasal passages. Splash! Li Fan started brushing his teeth and washing up with ice-cold water. Having gone to bed drunk last night without brushing his teeth, his mouth now felt disgustingly foul and uncomfortable. As the toothbrush thoroughly cleaned his mouth, he rinsed with water and spat out all the filth. His entire body instantly felt thoroughly invigorated from head to toe. Slap! Slap! Li Fan splashed some cool water on his face with both hands, and only then did his throbbing head begin to show signs of cooling down. Tap tap tap. Wearing slippers, Li Fan walked to the living room sofa and plopped down onto it. Seeing that no one else in the house had gotten up yet, he immediately opened the player system panel and began sorting through yesterday's gains. Ding! Tipsy achievement unlocked, reward system coins *4. Ding! Primary achievement unlocked, family harmony, reunion accomplished. Reward, system coins *4. Clink clatter. As the coins tumbled, the balance in the upper right corner once again broke into double digits. Li Fan gazed at the achievement interface now illuminated by sparks of progress, feeling deeply gratified and fulfilled. His previously unremarkable life seemed to be gradually gaining brilliance at this moment. After claiming the system achievement rewards, he checked several tasks with the highest current progress to determine his next direction of effort. Ding! Achievement, diligent study and hard practice, progress 68%. Ding! Classroom mastery achievement, progress 72%. Ding! Quest progress Fort Curiosity and Inquiry at 68%. Next stage quest exemplary inquirer progress at 68%. Ding! Friend Tsukiki social progress 58%. Next milestone achievement, confidant, progress 94%. Li Fan carefully scanned the task list and nodded to himself. These 3 tasks, diligent studying, classroom mastery, and learning exemplar, are interconnected. Logically speaking, as long as I complete the easiest to achieve curious learner mission, the other 2 achievements should follow naturally. When that happens, I'm absolutely going to rake in a huge pile of system coins rewards. All these years, the underachiever who never felt any sense of accomplishment in studying has experienced the joy of learning diligently from a player's perspective in just 3 short days. In the past, studying felt aimless even after graduation. The best outcome might have been becoming a housekeeper. But now he's studying seriously, investing in his life like a gamer spending in-game currency. This truly can change one's destiny. After ticking off the most completed tasks on his progress bar, Li Fan felt a surge of energy, stretching his body with excitement. His shoulder, bruised from last night's fall, got bumped by accident. The sudden pain made him hiss through gritted teeth. Rubbing his shoulder, he glanced at the guest room and mumbled complaints under his breath. So what if you've practiced martial arts and wrestling in the military? Big deal. What kind of skill is bullying your own little brother? One day, right. I have the beginner's experience card for Baji Quan. Last night, as he drifted off to sleep, in his hazy consciousness he wanted to use that 8 Extremities Fist beginner experience card, obtained from premium benefits. But at the last moment, I still couldn't resist the invasion of drowsiness and lost consciousness a step too soon. Now is the time. Li Fan chuckled mischievously and immediately opened the system backpack. A bluish-green beginner experience card was silently rotating in the backpack slot, awaiting use. Ding! 8 Extremes Fist Beginner Experience Card. Upon use, gain entry-level proficiency in 8 Extremes Fist. Use immediately? Yes, or no. Yes. Whoosh! The moment his fingertips touched the 8 Extremities Fist Beginner Experience Card, the entire card instantly shattered and disintegrated, transforming into over a dozen tiny blue figures performing martial arts movements. They scampered up his arm like lively sprites, making a beeline straight for his brain. Witnessing this scene, Li Fan's eyes widened in terror. Damn it! Instinctively, he tried to shake his arms to fling off those blue figures, ready to perform an impromptu electric shock dance. But before the figures could be thrown off, in the next instant, they melted into Li Fan's arm skin and vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterward, Li Fan's body stiffened as a set of well-practiced muscle memory instinctively integrated into his mind. Ha! Without thinking, Li Fan felt his entire body grow scorching hot, every muscle twitching with energy. Without needing conscious thought, his body moved spontaneously, unleashing a set of bold and vigorous fist techniques toward the empty space ahead. Thud! With a sudden stomp, a signature Bajiquan thrusting elbow struck fiercely at the air, accompanied by a series of crisp cracking sounds as his entire skeletal frame stretched to its limit. A decade-neglected body seemed to have all its bones and tendons unlocked in an instant. Ding! Achievement unlocked, Bajiquan skill initiated. Please claim your reward. Chapter 69, a decade of Tai Chi keeps you indoors, but a year of Baji can kill a man. Snap! Li Fan stretched his neck, retracted his fists and feet from his stance, and let out a lone, comfortable exhale. Eyes gleaming with brilliance, full of vigor and vitality. I can't believe my own body could execute such a perfectly rigid, textbook move. It feels as real as watching a martial arts movie from the last century. Instantly, I felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief as I lowered my gaze to my hands, feeling the explosive tension coiling through every muscle in my body. It feels as if I have genuinely spent a whole year diligently practicing martial arts. Full of energy from head to toe. Is practicing martial arts really this amazing? Did I just master the basics of Baji Quan? With that, he relied on muscle memory to demonstrate 2 more moves, King of Hell's Triple Strike and Fierce Tiger Climbs the Mountain. Although the moves appeared somewhat rigid and lacked practical combat potency, they were indeed signature techniques of Baji Quan, meeting the standard for introductory proficiency. Instantly filled with renewed confidence, Li Fan grinned from ear to ear. Who's the toughest in Foshan? Of course it's me. Who do you think it is, Ip Man? Ha ha ha. With that said, he gazed at the dazzling golden achievement notification before him and without hesitation opened the achievement interface to claim his reward. Ding! Beginner's achievement in Baji Quan unlocked. Reward, System Coins *6. Splash! The coins tumbled, and the balance soared to 18. Li Fan was pleasantly surprised to see the tremendous rewards for merely getting started with Baji Quan. 6 coins as a reward. This is a far greater reward than being named Shuttlecock Champion. Both skills are at the beginner level, how can there be such a difference? After pondering for a moment, he gradually grasped the underlying principle. I couldn't help but ponder to myself. It seems the more challenging the achievement, the greater the reward. Then if I casually learn army grappling and Sanda from my brother and reach the beginner level, wouldn't I be able to reap just as many system rewards? If you learn from just any ordinary conscript, you might not even scratch the surface. But old brother Li Fei's second-place prize in the military district martial arts competition wasn't just for show, it was earned through sheer grit and countless hours of sweat-soaked training. Absolutely the real deal. It's just that times have changed differently now. Judged by the standards of last century's elite military units, they were unequivocally the planet's ultimate individual warriors, can legitimately be called human-shaped weapons. After all, those elite soldiers from last century trained exclusively in lethal combat techniques. Each one was pure muscle with weather-beaten complexion, truly capable of scaling mountains and crossing seas, masters of every conceivable battlefield. At this thought, his heart immediately stirred with excitement. For this entire month, he carries the Athletic Champion monthly buff. All sports proficiencies automatically doubled, with talent maxed out. Add to that his freshly unlocked basic proficiency in the traditional martial art Baji Quan, taking his physical coordination to another level. When it comes to learning new sports skills and martial arts techniques, he's guaranteed twice the result with half the effort. Li Fan's curiosity piqued, and he immediately glanced at the small door of the second bedroom with reckless abandon. He tiptoed to push it open, then scurried back inside. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On the bed, his still drunk older brother was fast asleep, completely unaware of the impending danger. Li Fan had already suffered the consequences of being ambushed just yesterday. Nature has a way of remembering. I won't make the same mistake twice. In just 1 second, the perfect revenge plan came to mind. Quietly reaching for the bedside, I found the phone under the pillow. Suppressing my laughter, I hid nearby, making sure I was outside my older brother's subconscious attack range, while furiously typing to find an audio clip of military wake-up calls. Ha ha ha. Without hesitation, click play immediately. Volume cranked to max. Beep, 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 whoosh. At the first sound of the reveille, Li Fei, who had been snoring soundly in bed, suddenly rolled over and sprang up. While struggling to fold his blanket into a neat square, he kept muttering unconsciously under his breath. Wake up, hurry up. But the moment I shouted, Li Fan's infuriating burst of laughter immediately filled the room. Ha 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 ha, oh my god, I'm dying of laughter. Emergency assembly. Ha 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 ha. Li Fei heard his little brother's smug chuckle, and the confusion in his brain instantly vanished. Blinking at the gray haze outside the window, then turning to the familiar yet strange bedroom of my own home, I suddenly realized I'd been tricked by that damned kid. He was instantly so enraged that laughter burst out uncontrollably. Gritting his teeth, he flung the bedsheet he'd been straightening back onto the mattress. Glancing at Li Fan, who had long since retreated to the corner of the room, clutching his phone and laughing uncontrollably, I immediately cracked my knuckles with a menacing grin and strode toward him. Damn brat, you trying to mess with me? Using reveille to scare me now, are you? Li Fan saw his big brother charging toward him and immediately began waving his hands frantically in retreat, laughing until tears streamed down his face, completely unable to stop. Ha ha ha, no, not. Bro, just joking. Ouch. What are you doing? Awa. Don't come any closer. I know martial arts, and I'm afraid you'll get hurt if we really start fighting. Ah, bang. Before he could even resist, Li Fei immediately went for a grappling takedown, flipping the 1.8-meter tall youngster onto the bed as effortlessly as tossing a chick. The mattress thumped loudly as the springs creaked and swayed. Li Fan nearly laughed himself breathless. The fall actually helped him regain some composure. After coughing twice, he slowly got back up. The springy mattress hadn't hurt him at all. Instead, it gave him the absurd illusion that the storm has passed, the rain has cleared, and I feel awake again. With a direct bounce, he landed steadily by the bedside. Taking a deep breath to stifle his laughter, he proudly glanced at Li Fei, who was clenching his fists and still ready to teach him a lesson, and swiftly assumed the starting posture of Baji Quan. Humph! Ha! Thud! The moment he pulled this stunt, it truly startled Li Fei for a second. He immediately furrowed his brows and shot a puzzled look at his reckless little brother. He couldn't help but scoff. After all these years, you've grown quite bold. Looking for a beating and even striking a pose? Watching Li Fan strike those flashy martial arts poses, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that his parents signed him up for some dance performance tutoring class? Li Fan snorted coldly, brimming with confidence. After all, he was now a fledgling grandmaster of Baji Quan. Cut the crap. Among warriors of the Jianghu, fists and feet have no eyes. You had your chance just now, but you didn't take it. Now we settle old scores and new grudges together. Kung Fu is the art of killing. We settle not only who's superior, but also who lives or dies. Watch my fierce tiger climbs the mountain. As soon as the words fell, Li Fan immediately charged at his elder brother Li Fei with slightly awkward yet textbook-perfect traditional martial arts moves. Seeing his brother's meticulously executed techniques, Li Fei was genuinely startled for a moment. He instinctively retreated 2 steps, but the next second, when she saw Li Fan's stiff movements and mechanical stance, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Completely inflexible. This kid's just putting on a beginner's flashy show. Idiot. Unable to restrain herself, she spat out the insult and immediately went at him with a flurry of blows. Crack. Thud. Bang. Before Li Fan, this fierce tiger, could even begin scaling the mountain, his own elder brother twisted him into a pretzel with a single bone-locking grapple move, straight out of the riot police manual for subduing criminals, knee planted on his head, pressing him face down into the mattress with relentless force. Chuckling darkly, he gradually increased the crushing pressure. Humph, what do you say now, Junior Master? Convinced? What kind of martial artist are you? Little brat, you'll always be beneath me. Li Fan never expected that he, a renowned novice master of Baji Quan, would be defeated in a single move. With head tilted and pinned to the bed, pleading for mercy. Ow, ouch ouch ouch. Wrong, brother, bro. Ambush, that's an ambush. No martial virtues at all. 10 years of Tai Chi won't take you out the door, but 1 year of Baji can kill a man. I'm using lethal techniques. It hurts. Spare me. Chapter 70, 3 punches shatter the master's dream. Big bro, I'm your little brother. Grandmaster, huh? I was wrong, bro. But Jiquin can kill people in a year, right? Ouch ouch ouch. Playing Reveille for me, are you? Mom, help, MMMPH. Before Li Fan could yell for his mom's help, his elder brother clamped a hand over his mouth, pressing him onto the bed and delivering a whirlwind of light punches that left him utterly crushed. He completely surrendered and begged for mercy, swearing he'd never act so absurd again. Having been away from home for years, Li Fei initially felt somewhat distant even after returning from military service. There remained an inexplicable formality between him and his family. But after last night's father-son drinking session, topped off with this morning's antics from my mentally challenged little brother, it was as if all the unfamiliarity and distance between us had suddenly vanished. Turns out family is still the same familiar family after all. Though my brother has grown a bit, he remains just as goofy and absurd, still very much a child at heart. In that fleeting moment, Li Fei genuinely felt he had come home. A pleased smile couldn't help but spread across my face. Looking at the brat pressed against the bed desperately pleading for mercy, he chuckled and immediately slapped him on the head before letting go of the restraint. Rising to his feet, he gave him another kick for good measure. Enough with the act. Mom and Dad left for the morning market ages ago to stock up on goods. They're not even home. Change your clothes. You're coming with me for morning drills. And no slacking off, I'll beat you to death if you do. As he spoke, Li Fei took off his pajamas and turned to walk towards the bathroom. He had developed the habit of morning exercises to keep fit during his military service. Now that he was suddenly discharged, although he had enjoyed sleeping in for a few days and savoring life, after settling down, he still somewhat missed the routine he had followed in the army. If he didn't run for a day, he felt itchy in every joint, he simply had to stretch and exercise to feel right again. Li Fan got beaten up early in the morning for causing trouble, and now the lofty dream of being a martial arts master has completely vanished. Gritting his teeth and muttering curses, he struggled out of bed. But when he turned his head and saw his brother stripping off his pajamas, revealing a muscular back with sharply defined muscles, he instantly shut up and could only whisper under his breath. Got muscles and think you're hot stuff? Once I master my Bajiquan skills to the Grandmaster level, I'll hit you with a lightning-fast 5-strike combo and make you beg for mercy on your knees. If that doesn't work, I'll splurge on hiring you a county socialite to properly drain all that excessive energy of yours. Damn, that almost ripped my arm off. Li Fanchai got up with a grunt, unable to resist stretching his joints that had just been twisted and restrained, grumbling and scheming to turn the tables. Raising my hand absent-mindedly to touch the bruise on my forehead from yesterday's bump, I suddenly felt an unexpected surge of emotion, as if stumbling upon some unforeseen delight. He urgently pressed his forehead a few more times, unable to resist expressing his confusion. How, does my forehead not hurt anymore? Thud, thud, thud. I hurriedly rushed to the mirror hanging on the bedroom wall and carefully examined the forehead I'd bumped yesterday. The once clearly swollen and red bruise had now completely vanished without a trace. Li Fan reached out in disbelief, touching his smooth and glossy forehead, then burst into delighted laughter. Holy cow, it healed overnight. Could it be because of the 8 Extremes Fist Beginner skill card? Is my body unusually tough now, even automatically repairing some injuries? Since even scars can be healed, doesn't that mean my body has been enhanced? Wonder if my physique. With this thought, he hastily took off his autumn sweater and began inspecting his muscles in the mirror. At the sight, his excitement immediately made him jump up and down right there in the bedroom. Aha, I knew it. Holy crap, these muscles. I've actually got definition now. The reflection in the mirror now showed Li Fan's body completely transformed. Gone was the flabby belly of his former couch potato self. Instead, his chest and abdomen clearly displayed newly tightened muscles with visible definition, though lacking exaggerated pectorals or a defined six-pack. But the faint outline of muscles was visible, giving him a somewhat muscular vibe. You can clearly see the bulging biceps and triceps when flexing your arms. Though not as exaggerated or defined as my brother's, it's still way beyond what your average couch potato could dream of. Li Fan stands there showing off in front of the mirror wearing nothing but long johns, grinning from ear to ear with his big teeth on full display. Copying a bodybuilder's posing routine, he keeps shifting angles to admire his own physique, this beginner level 8 extremes fists practitioner's muscular foundation. No wonder I felt this surge of power throughout my body after using that experience card. These muscles, wowza. Thump thump thump. Patting his tightly contracted biceps, Li Fan couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. If I get injured in the future, does that mean I can just buy a martial arts skill experience card and instantly recover with a quick pay-to-win boost? Is this some game bug I've discovered? This discovery was no less exciting than gaining an invincibility buff, naturally making him giddy with excitement. Just then, the sound of rushing water came from the bathroom, accompanied by his brother's warning. Change your clothes, quick. Wait for me to finish washing up, then I'll go downstairs for a run. Li Fan heard his elder brother's warning, but instead of growing impatient, he even seemed eager, starting warm-up exercises right away. Hey, got it. I'll definitely leave you in the dust. Hurry up and wash. Why so slow? Let me show you what your little brother's really made of. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Li Fan's taunts, Li Fei, who was brushing his teeth in the bathroom, paused for a moment before shaking his head with a chuckle. That bratty little brother of mine, still as stubborn with his words as ever. Without hesitation, she immediately quickened her pace of getting ready. Soon after, the two brothers, all set to go, eagerly put on their clothes and headed downstairs. Li Fan didn't have any sportswear either, so he could only wear his school uniform for the workout downstairs. But at this moment, his eyes gleamed with intensity. He kept shaking his head and stretching his wrists and ankles, letting out a disdainful snort at his older brother. Come on, don't say I'm bullying an old man. Let me show you what the younger generation's physical fitness is all about. A mere champion soldier? Piece of cake. Smack. Li Fei couldn't be bothered with arguing. He simply slapped the guy on the back of his head. Too chatty. Run. Whoosh. The words barely left his lips when he darted out like a leopard, his movements astonishingly agile. Li Fan lagged half a beat behind, then let out a playful curse as he immediately gave chase. Perfect timing to test out just how much explosive power this newly enhanced body, now at the 8 extremities fist beginner level, actually possesses. 4 minutes later. After running 4 laps around the apartment building, Li Fan was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Tongue lolling, he clumsily chased after his energetic elder brother, who showed no signs of fatigue. One hand resting on the waist, the other waving in summons. Slow down, bro. I can't fucking take it anymore. After running 4 laps, over 1,000 meters, Li Fan completely let go of his identity as a junior master of Bajiquan. This thing has explosive power, but it's really lacking in endurance. Cardiopulmonary function urgently needs improvement. Downstairs by the janitor's tricycle, old son puffed away on his pipe, grinning from ear to ear. Li family's second son, can't you even run anymore? Lack of exercise, huh? Look how energetically your brother runs, that's what military training does for you. Ha ha. Li Fan rolled his eyes at old son, too exhausted to speak. He was just about to stop and give up on his morning workout, when suddenly, a dazzling golden progress bar appeared right above his head. Ding! Morning jog training progress at 40%. Next stage, morning jog mastery progress at 14%. The moment Li Fan saw his life progress bar appear, he immediately clenched his teeth. Arg! Let's go! Chapter 71. I'm a pay-to-win player, no need to grind. Li Fei watched his younger brother staggering ahead, already lapped twice by him. He couldn't help but snicker at the sight. Catching up effortlessly, he slapped him on the shoulder. Hurry up! Dragging your feet like this, what kind of young man can't even run 3 kilometers? How about after you graduate high school, we toss you into the military to toughen you up a bit too? Ha ha ha. As soon as the words fell, Li Fei effortlessly overtook and successfully lapped them by 3 rounds. Li Fan watched his old buddy's still spry figure and silently gritted his teeth before flipping him the bird. Show off and I'll make you sore. He wouldn't have been able to hold on for this long under normal circumstances, but the progress bar of life hangs right above your head. With every step you take, it inches forward just a bit, enough to make it unbearably hard to quit, impossibly addictive to keep going. At the same time, as I ran, golden barrage comments continuously floated past before my eyes. Ding! Cardiopulmonary function enhanced by 0.4%. Ding! Calf muscles strengthened by 0.2%. Ding! Morning jog task progress 100%. Next stage achievement morning run mastery progress 20%. Plop! The moment he saw the progress bar fill completely, Li Fan finally couldn't hold on any longer. With trembling legs, he plopped down on the edge of the flower bed, gasping for air heavily. This was far more exhausting than the usual morning runs at school, but the rewards were also much greater. He could clearly feel that his body, now enhanced by the fundamentals of Baji Quan, had gained recovery abilities boosted by more than just one level. He only stopped to rest for a few seconds. Immediately, he felt a renewed surge of energy flowing through his body, as if he could keep running a little longer. But mentally, he had already grown lazy. All he wanted was to sit and rest. Why grind when you can pay to win? At most, we'll just complete a few more missions and splurge on some physical enhancement buffs and skills later, leveling up even while lying down. But before he could rest for long, Li Fei, who had just finished another lap, saw him sitting on the cold flowerbed edge and immediately came over swearing, pulling him up roughly. Get up! You can't sit down right after running. The flowerbed edge is chilly, let's get up and walk around. Honestly, I don't know what you've been doing at home these past few years. Your body's deteriorated to this state? You clearly haven't been exercising at all, have you? Though his words were stern and nagging, Li Fei did not stop working with his hands. Supporting Li Fan as he struggled to stand up, he gently patted his muscles to relax them, guiding him in slow circles beneath the apartment building to ease the strain on his heart and lungs. Li Fan originally had no intention of moving at all, but his older brother's hands clamped onto him like iron pliers, making it impossible to break free. All he could do was mutter and grumble in protest. How can we be compared? You're a pure grind king, while I'm a naturally gifted pay-to-win player. I don't need to grind this hard. Damn it, I really can't run anymore. Fine, you can be our parents' only child, I won't compete with you anymore. Li Fei could only laugh and curse while giving his rascal of a younger brother 2 playful slaps for spouting such nonsense. Seeing that he had recovered enough, he finally exchanged greetings with old son, who had just finished smoking and was heading out to work, before going upstairs. Back home, the two of them took turns showering. By the time Li Fan finished blow-drying his hair and stepped out of the bathroom, his elder brother had already briskly gone downstairs to buy breakfast outside their residential compound, fried dough sticks, soy milk, and steamed buns all included, and brought them back. They were all strong young men with naturally astonishing appetites. The brothers devoured 2 steamer baskets of baozi, for fried dough sticks, 4 eggs, 2 large bowls of soy milk, and an assortment of pickles. Even this feast wasn't enough to satisfy them fully. They slumped in their chairs with bloated stomachs. Li Fan glanced at the time. It was only 7 o'clock in the morning. They had agreed yesterday to meet at the milk tea shop at noon sharp, plenty of time to spare. He could even squeeze in a morning nap. Nothing beats the perfect weekend routine, waking up early, freshening up, enjoying breakfast, scrolling through the phone contentedly, then drifting back to sleep when drowsiness hits. Absolutely perfect. But before he could speak, his elder brother Li Fei had already cleared the trash from the dining table. Instead, he picked out a relatively formal outfit and straightened his clothes before the mirror. I won't be home for lunch. If mom and dad come back, let them know. The senior officer that my old regimental commander connected me with, I'm going to visit him today. He might have some advice about my work situation. Hearing this, Li Fan suddenly felt more alert, shaking off some of the drowsiness from his meal. Nodding slightly. Alright, but I probably won't be home for lunch either. Meeting at the bubble tea shop at noon meant they definitely couldn't just exchange a few words and go home for lunch. This was essentially agreeing to eat out together. Since my parents are busy with their stall business these days, so busy they can barely keep their heads on straight, they probably won't be coming home. By then, there won't be any need for someone to stay home and explain things. Li Fei adjusted his clothes and let out a light chuckle upon hearing this, walking teasingly to the table. What's the matter? Got a date with some girl at noon? You're terrible at studying, but quite skilled at wooing girls, aren't you? I didn't get a good look when I just got back yesterday, but now I notice your face has become so fair and smooth. I remember you used to have acne that left quite a few scars. Even I have a few pockmarks on my face, but yours is smoother than mine. That's just not fair. Hearing this, Li Fan grinned and stroked his smooth, fair-skinned face. I'm just born gifted, a genetic mutation. Unlike you, who's tan like a goddamn coal monster come to life. Unless you smile at night, people won't even see you. Hey, bro. Just kidding, bro. Before his older brother could come over to beat him up, he quickly called out with a cry of brotherly affection, appealing to his siblings' humanity. Only then did he escape being thoroughly disciplined. Li Fei scoffed lightly, not bothered to argue with him. He casually pulled out his phone and tapped away. Ding! I've transferred you $1,000, consider it pocket money. Use it wisely. Don't spend it all on the girls. Upon hearing this, Li Fan's eyes widened in surprise, and he scrambled to his feet, stumbling and crawling toward the bedroom to grab his phone. Holy cow, for real, bro? Ha, we're rich, Plop. He leapt onto the bed in one swift motion, pulled out his phone, and sure enough saw the 1,000 yuan transfer message initiated by his elder brother. He happily pocketed the money without hesitation. With his own brother, there really was no need to stand on ceremony. After all, the buffs he'd spent on microtransactions in realms unseen by them far exceeded this amount. Li Fei scoffed and shook his head at the eerie wails coming from the bedroom. He then rose and headed for the door. Alright, go have fun with your classmates. I still need to prepare gifts for visiting my old superior. I'm heading out first. We'll talk more when you're home tonight. No sooner had the words been spoken than Li Fan came running out of the bedroom, clutching his phone and grinning like a fool. Go get him, bro. Don't worry, you're definitely going to skyrocket up the official ladder, that's my final say on the matter. As he spoke, he confidently patted his chest for emphasis. He was absolutely confident about this, those densely packed life buffs in the premium shop, along with the overwhelming power, achievement title, or blatant progress bars for life itself. Li Fei couldn't help but laugh bitterly at these words. Without even turning his head, he waved a dismissive hand and pushed the door open to leave. Bang! As soon as the door closed, he recalled Li Fan's confident sleep-talking earlier and couldn't help chuckling to himself. You can talk all you want, but it amounts to nothing. I can only promise to work hard, so in the future mom and dad won't have as much pressure, and I can help you out too. If you don't like studying, we'll have to figure out some other path for your future. With that, he smiled helplessly and headed downstairs to leave. Chapter 72, The Bubble Tea Shop That Got Me Through 800 Sleepless Nights. Whoosh! I'm coming out. Li Fan walked out onto the street with a cool demeanor, 1,000 yuan tucked in his pocket. After Big Brother left, he comfortably caught up on some more sleep at home, snoozing until 11 o'clock before finally getting up, changing clothes, and heading out. The midday sun in early autumn was just right, casting a warm glow over his body. Walking along the main road with a gentle breeze, his mood noticeably lifted. In recent days, the family had undergone significant transformations with backgrounds in business and politics. Though it was only the very beginning, the scent of future happiness was already in the air. The most noticeable change was in Li Fan's pocket money. In the past, his parents would give him 5 or 10 yuan at a time, making him, a 19-year-old young man, live like an elementary school student. Now, the standard was 50 yuan thrown at him every morning to solve his own food problem. When his older brother returned from military service, he became even more generous, transferring 1,000 yuan directly. In the past, this would have been unthinkable. Of course, Li Fan was absolutely delighted, humming a tune as he wandered through the streets on his way to the milk tea shop. The small town wasn't very big. Every narrow alley was practically engraved into the memories of students like them, so familiar they could navigate them blindfolded without taking a wrong turn. Because there really aren't any decent places left in this small town for hanging out or shopping together anymore. I'd often just head to a milk tea shop I'd been to countless times and spend half a day sitting there. Or else, they'd just wander aimlessly around the county's only shopping mall, browsing the Miniso stores full of Iwu merchandise, looking but never buying. The youth of small-town students may be wild, but it's also genuinely boring. Ding ding! Li Fan was humming a tune when, just as he stepped out of the alley, a crisp electric bike horn sounded from the milk tea shop in the distance. Then came a burst of cheerful shouts from ahead. Li Fan! Over here, hurry up and run! Just waiting for you! Looking up, 2 electric scooters were parked outside the milk tea shop, one belonging to class monitor Sun Shui, the other to that flashy Wang Chang. The two were currently locked in a battle of wills with their scooters, neither yielding. Su Kiki sat alone on a chair by the milk tea shop entrance, cradling her drink and waving at him with a smile, turning a blind eye to the childish antics of the 2 fools beside him. Li Fan bared his teeth in a grin and beckoned to the trio, still sauntering over at his usual leisurely pace. He'd just been dragged out for a 3,000-meter morning run by his older brother earlier that day. Right now, he couldn't be bothered to take even one extra step. Even if the bus he needed to take pulled in just 10 meters ahead and opened its doors, he wouldn't run to catch it. He'd rather watch it drive away and wait for the next one instead. So lazy. Li Fan walked up to the milk tea shop entrance, his legs already sore and trembling uncontrollably from exhaustion. Without saying anything, I plopped down into the chair across from Su Kiki. Couldn't help but mutter under my breath. Wasn't it agreed we'd gather at 12? It's only 11:58. Next time I won't allow you all to arrive early. As soon as these words were spoken, the 2 who had just been intensely vying for the electric scooter's handlebars simultaneously snorted in disdain. Lazy dog. Last-minute rusher. Su Kiki simply chuckled softly and quietly, casually pushing the milk tea in front of her towards them. Here, I got you a mango pomelo sago. You're the last one to arrive. The other 2 have already finished theirs, only I'll be drinking with you now. Li Fan grinned at Su Kiki and reached for the mango pomelo sago on the table. Thanks, I'll treat you to something delicious later. Without hesitation, she tore open the straw wrapper and forcefully stabbed it through the seal. Gulp gulp. Taking a deep breath in, my mouth instantly felt like it was stuffed with a mouthful of treasure porridge packed with all kinds of toppings, steeped in an overwhelmingly sweet flavor. But with just a glance at Su Kiki's deliberately unfinished cup and her smiling face waiting for him, he naturally didn't want to spoil the fun. Satisfied, he let out a burp. Burp so sweet. It's just that this stuff isn't filling enough. Where should we go to eat? Did you all come here already full from eating at home beforehand? Su Kiki blinked at these words but said nothing, merely turning her gaze toward the other 2 childish fools wrestling on their electric scooters. Feeling the gaze of the pair, Wang Chang was the first to speak. I'm fine with anything, you guys decide. Sun Shui rested her chin in her hand, contemplating seriously for a moment. I heard a new conveyor belt hot pot place just opened on Victory Street, how about we go try that? As soon as the words were spoken, Sukik's eyes immediately lit up, and she eagerly raised her hand. Agree. Li Fan also agreed immediately. +1. As for Wang Chang, who simply went along with the crowd, he didn't have much say in the matter. Whatever the other three wanted to eat, he was happy to tag along like a shadow. The plan was settled in an instant, and we immediately hopped onto the electric scooter, rushing toward Victory Street. Sun Shui and Wang Chang were driving, while Sukiki and Li Fan sat leisurely in the backseat sipping milk tea. The four of them chatted and laughed as they moved through the crisp autumn day. Their cheerful banter lifted both spirits and hearts. While waiting at a red light, Li Fan, feeling playful, raised his milk teacup toward Sukiki in a mock toast across the distance. Come on, cheers to this. Sukiki couldn't help but burst into laughter when she saw his earnest yet hilarious expression. She joyfully raised her milk tea. Cheers. Ding. Friends Sukik's social progress 60%. Next achievement stage, confidant, progress 100%. As soon as the light turned green, Sun Shui took the lead, grabbing Sukiki and darting forward. Hoo-hoo! First place. Li Fan's eyes lit up as he watched Sukiki sprint away with a golden progress bar glowing at 100% above her head. So it worked just like that? With a progress bar, interacting with girls has become incredibly straightforward, zero pressure whatsoever. What surprised him even more? In the development of intimate relationships between genders, women always seem to progress much faster than men, being the first to develop close feelings. Moreover, once a woman develops affection, it grows rapidly. In just a few days, they've already reached the level of being heart-to-heart confidants. The next second, Wang Chang sharply twisted the electric bike's throttle to accelerate. Stop right there, you bastard. Whoosh! The modified old electric bike reared up with a sudden start, nearly throwing Li Fan off entirely. Terrified, he couldn't help but unleash a torrent of curses. Wang Chang, you motherfucker! The sudden jolt sent him lurching forward, instinctively grabbing Wang Chang's sturdy waist for balance. In that moment, all thoughts of his newly achieved heart-to-heart confidant status with Sukiki vanished from his mind, only able to experience the lightning speed of the electric bike. All four were young locals from the county town, so naturally they knew the roads like the back of their hands. After a few exhilarating traffic lights, they soon arrived at the dazzling rotating hot pot restaurant with its eye-catching new signboard. The cheerful auntie inside warmly welcomed them and specially arranged 4 adjacent seats near the food-serving area for them. 118 yuan pot base per person was brought out, set to high heat power, and left to boil. Sun Shui then pulled out her phone covered in colorful gems on the back from her pocket, excitedly reminding everyone, come on, let's book our round-trip bus tickets to the city for tomorrow first. After dinner, I'll take you to my friend's makeup studio to pick out some gear and finalize your looks. We'll meet at the high-speed rail station early tomorrow morning, and I'll do your makeup for you. While speaking, he didn't forget to glance at Wang Chang, who was standing dumbfounded while waiting for the small hot pot to boil. No need for you to wear makeup, just put on the Chicken de Bao mascot costume. So you've got the most free time, you'll help us with the luggage. Alright, give me your ID numbers, I'll buy all our tickets together. As soon as the words fell, Sukiki suddenly spoke up, hesitatingly saying, Shua, you help Wang Chang buy, and I'll help Li Fan buy. Anyway, the four of us can't arrange a consecutive rehearsal. I still want the window seat. Her allocation was quite natural, and neither Sun Shui nor Wang Chang raised any objections. They immediately gathered together, chattering away as they discussed buying tickets. Seeing this fleeting glimmer of anticipation in Sukko's eyes, she immediately turned towards Li Fan and handed her phone directly to him without hesitation. A faint smile lingered at the corner of their lips, deliberately restrained yet audible in their hushed tone. Here, add your traveler information to my phone. I'll buy it together with you. I don't like sitting with strangers on the bus, so let's grab that 2-seater by the window. Chapter 73 Dinner Invitation. The boss is generous. Absolutely, I actually think the window seat doesn't leave much legroom either. Help me snag a D-numbered seat. Li Fan smiled as he took the pink phone case-clad device from Sukiki, deftly entering his personal information into the ticket purchasing app. As his fingers danced across the keyboard, the pink phone case swayed with each movement. Ding-a-ling. The decorative little bells and dolls hanging above swayed like they were on swings, emitting crisp, tinkling sounds with each collision. Done. What time should we buy tickets for tomorrow? Having filled out the information, Li Fan deliberately acted composed as he handed the phone back. When Sukiki took the phone, her cool, soft fingers brushed against his burning palm, sending subtle electric currents rippling through them. She hastily hugged her phone, pulling it close to her chest. Her eyes pretended to be calm and serious as she stared at the screen, browsing for high-speed train tickets. Buy the one at 8 o'clock. Tomorrow, can you go and help me with my luggage? There's quite a lot. As she spoke, her gaze drifted away from those beautiful eyes, subtly observing Li Fan's reaction. Gurgle. At the same time, the small hot pot before them came to a boil. Sukiki's tomato broth formed a layer of ruby-red froth, with even the steam carrying a hint of sweet and sour fragrance. Li Fan's spicy beef tallow broth bubbled vigorously, with chili peppers constantly surfacing in the roiling liquid. The pungent and sweet-sour vapors clashed in the air. Unconsciously, both their faces were tinged with a faint blush. Li Fan straightened his posture, cleared his throat strategically, and stared intently at the tripe slowly approaching him on the rotating conveyor belt. Sounds good. I'll take a taxi to your neighborhood to pick you up tomorrow morning. Later, send me your address on my phone. Holding the tripe firmly with chopsticks, he casually yet deliberately dunked it 7 times in the spicy broth before turning slightly to glance at Sukiki. Ah, would you like some tripe? Sukiki pursed her lips with a slight smile and nodded gently, pushing her plate forward a little as she did so. At this very moment. On the other side, Sun Shui and Wang Chang simultaneously locked eyes on the last 2 skewers of fish balls traveling along the rotating green belt. Mine. Hee, I'm 1 step ahead of you. Fuck. You dare steal from my pot? Listening to the childish argument between those 2 over fish balls, Li Fan and Sukiki both let out a sigh of relief and exchanged a knowing smile. While chatting casually, they picked dishes from the endless stream flowing by on the conveyor belt. The rotating hot pot was incredibly affordable. After stuffing themselves to the brim, all 4 of them had spent barely a few dozen yuan. Just as the other 3 were about to pull out their phones to scan the code for payment, Li Fan swaggeringly waved his hand and was the first to scan the QR code. Ding! I'm coming. I promise to treat you to something delicious. Consider it a treat for the 2 e-bike drivers, and for Coco, who treated us to bubble tea. My phone balance had just topped up by over 1,000 yuan, the first time in my student days I'd ever felt so flush. She casually transferred a few dozen yuan over. Though it wasn't much money spent, this was one of the rare occasions in so many years when he could hold his head high. Back when his family wasn't as well off, he seldom went out with classmates on weekends and hardly ever had the chance to dine out. What he did have were necessary early returns home. Watching others go for group meals, a tinge of disappointment he couldn't help but feel. Even on the rare occasions he splurged, it was cautious AA payments, strictly paying his own share. Now that the family's circumstances have gradually improved, he's grown more confident as a person. It's not about being a snob or worshipping wealth, it's just that lacking money truly robs you of those fleeting moments of youthful dignity and attentive gazes in so many situations. Who doesn't long to be the center of attention among their peers? At this moment, it felt as though everything had been made up for. Sure enough, when they saw his treat, the group broke into exclamations of surprise and immediately burst into lively chatter. Sun Shui grinned until her eyes turned to crescents, happily tucking her phone away. Wow, thank you, Boss Lee. You're so generous. I promise I'll do my best with your makeup later, making you the most dazzling guy at the Comic-Con, attracting a bunch of cute anime girls for photo ops. Of course, I can't guarantee all those cute girls are actually female, though. Ha ha ha. Ding. Friend Sun Shui's social progress 32%. Next milestone achievement. Heartfelt confidant, progress 24%. Sukiki lifted the half-finished milk tea from the table with a sweet smile. Thanks. Li Fan listened to the 2 girls' gratitude and flattery, feeling his dopamine levels surge double-fold as he beamed from ear to ear. Ha ha ha, don't mention it. I've always been this generous. Yet at this moment, Wang Chang let out a soft snort, eyeing him up and down with undisguised suspicion. I couldn't help but mutter under my breath, not wanting to ruin his moment of triumph. Damn that Li Fan. Whenever we go out, he even mooches a 2 yuan bottle of water off me. You're being unusually generous today. Just wait till tomorrow, I'll squeeze another meal out of you for sure. Love to show off? Then let me send you flying. Facing his childhood friend's sudden fortune, he couldn't help but feel that sour twinge of envy in his heart. I don't mind my bro doing well, I just hate when my bro does better than me. I wanted you to live comfortably, but not this damn comfortably. But grumbling in my heart was just grumbling. When a girl's around, you still don't undermine your bro. Having eaten and drunk their fill, the 4 of them left the hot pot restaurant laughing and chatting. Following Sun Shui's human GPS navigation, the 2 electric scooters raced like the wind, arriving at the entrance of a long-established shopping mall apartment building in the county town. Taking the elevator with practiced ease, he headed straight to the 17th floor of Building B. A beauty and nail salon operating here served as Sun Shui's regular base for indulging in her anime cosplay hobby. Bang bang bang. Sis, we're here. The moment Sun Shui knocked, a tall, fashionable woman in her 20s with a trendy hairstyle immediately came out to greet them. Seeing the 4 people at the door, he immediately greeted them with a smile. You're here, come on in. Oh, you've brought 2 handsome lads along. The striking beauty speaking was none other than Sun Shui's cousin from the same clan, who also happened to be the gorgeous proprietor of this hair salon. She wore a draped asymmetrical knitted top paired with figure-hugging wide-leg light blue jeans, completing the look with pristine white sneakers and ensemble radiating youthful vibes. The way her knitwear and skinny jeans accentuated her voluptuous curves was particularly arresting, making the 2 male students avert their gaze in awkward admiration. After all, such sophisticated styling was a rare sight on campus, save perhaps for the art department's female teachers during their shuttlecock-kicking breaks. Sook obviously looked like she'd been here many times before. She sweetly smiled and linked arms with Sun Shui, walking inside together. "Hello, Sister Jia." Li Fan and Wang Chang blushed slightly and politely followed suit in greeting her as sister. They swarmed in through the door after her. Sun Jia was just fiddling with her hair rollers when she heard these cheerful greetings of "Hello, sister." The delighted grin never left her face. Closed the door casually. As he walked over to the barber's mirror to help a permed customer adjust their hair, he never forgot to remind them. "I have guests here, go play upstairs by yourselves. There are drinks in the fridge, help yourselves. Yesterday's cosplay outfits you asked for are all ready and placed on the sofa. I'll come help you with the final touches as soon as I'm done here." Sun Shui listened to her sister's reminder, smiling as she took Su Kik's hand and dashed upstairs together. "Got it." As she spoke, she didn't forget to turn back and beckon to the somewhat hesitant Li Fan and Wang Chang. "Li Fan, you two hurry up and come try on the clothes. I'm going to give both of you a complete makeover." Chapter 74, What a great figure, let's check out those abs. Take it off, what are you waiting for? Now, right here. We've all stripped already, what are you two being shy about? Sun Shui had barely reached the upper floor when she unceremoniously shed her heavy coat and tossed it carelessly onto the sofa. Showing not a trace of embarrassment, she grinned boldly at the two young men. "Make yourselves at home, I'll go get you something to drink. At my sister's place, there's no need to feel restrained." As she spoke, she slipped into a long blue-gray fitted sweatshirt, humming a tune and skipping over to the fridge to grab a drink. Although the class monitor is a bit short, she has an alluring figure with curves in all the right places. Twin tails, glasses-wearing girl, with a Lolita face. It's like having all the cosplay attributes maximized. Yet her figure is that of a perfectly proportioned 160 centimeters bombshell physique. Those stats are off the charts. Her voluptuous curves made the two boys avert their gaze awkwardly, feeling thoroughly unsettled. It's just that the people involved didn't feel anything was amiss yet. Having spent several years in the cosplay circle, I'd long grown accustomed to others' admiring gazes. There was no need for shyness when confidently displaying one's charms. At the actual convention, I'll still welcome fans to collect stamps with me. By the other side of the sofa, Tsukiki watched the two tall boys who were visiting for the first time and still acting a bit shy. She couldn't help but chuckle. Yet she very naturally took off her pure white coat, revealing the white lace-collared shirt underneath, and composedly found a place to sit down by herself. Not forgetting to smile as she reminded Li Fan and Wang Chang, "Isn't it so warm inside? Aren't you hot? You'll have to try on the cosplay outfits later. Wearing jackets would be so inconvenient." Although Li Fan and Wang Chang usually could talk a good game and spin the wildest tales, but when it really came to hanging out with a female classmate like this, he became unexpectedly awkward, especially in the beautiful older sister's shop, where he felt even more restrained. However, the air conditioning had been running constantly for the customers' comfort, and the temperature inside was indeed quite high. Hesitant to take off their jackets, the two soon ended up flushed bright red from the heat. Li Fan glanced left and right, then took the lead in breaking the awkward silence. Clearing his throat unabashedly, he directly removed his outer coat, revealing the white short-sleeved shirt he wore beneath. "Strip it is, it's not like I'm embarrassed. Just feeling a bit hot anyway." He had just used the 8 Extremes Fist Beginner Experience card that morning, causing his physique to undergo a complete transformation. Not that he'd turned into one of those exaggerated muscle-bound bodybuilders, but his muscle definition was now perfectly streamlined, the ideal clothes hanger. The ordinary white shirt was now completely stretched by his broad shoulders, his arm muscles naturally curving with visible definition, while his back faintly suggested the makings of an inverted triangle. His toned abdomen tightened, faintly outlined beneath the white shirt, hinting at lean, muscular contours. But having already admired himself enough in the mirror that morning, he was now immune, completely unaware of how impressive his physique currently looked. With his draped jacket in hand, he cheerfully stepped forward and bumped playfully into Wang Chang, who stood there awkwardly, his face flushed red. "You can't strip down alone, gotta drag your bros into it to break the awkwardness. What's the matter, Jiangzi? Too shy to take your clothes off in front of the girls? Chill, we're all family here. And isn't your cosplay outfit right over there, that big blue chicken?" Wang Chang rolled his eyes at Li Fan's teasing, visibly annoyed as he turned his head away, still feeling indecisive deep down. As if there was something hidden beneath the coat he didn't want to reveal. He looked utterly torn. Li Fan didn't notice anything unusual about Jiangzi either, simply thinking he might be shy, so he decided not to tease him further. He walked over to the sofa by himself, draping his jacket over the backrest, but hesitated to sit down immediately. Instead, he curiously eyed the secret little space on the second floor of this hair salon. The area where they were standing was a small living room with floor-to-ceiling windows, featuring a sofa set arranged against the western wall. The space wasn't large, and directly opposite was the bathroom. The south-facing cubicle contained a bedroom with its door slightly ajar, likely where Sister Sun Shui usually rested. By the window was a tatami mat area, strewn with cosplay costumes and makeup tools, while in the corner sat the solitary blue chicken de Bayo mascot costume. Near the northern wall at the stair landing stood a retro two-door mini fridge with simple functionality, freezer compartment above, refrigerator below. The entire second floor exuded a pink-hued ambience of a little girl's secret hideout. The arrival of the two boys did seem rather out of place. Sun Shui was squatting on the ground, carefully selecting drinks while holding the door open. Shue and I are having juice. What about you two, Li Fan? Is Sprite okay? Li Fan heard the voice, his attention jerked back, and he immediately nodded with a smile. Sure, I'm fine with whatever. Plain water is just fine with me. No sooner had the words been spoken than Sun Shui was already closing the refrigerator door with 4 cans of drinks in her arms, turning around with a playful grin as she walked back. She casually placed the drinks on the coffee table. Up to you all, help yourselves to whatever you'd like. Sun Shui spoke while directly inserting straws into 2 juice boxes. She handed one to Tsukiki and held the other between her teeth as she looked up to examine the 2 boys. Her eyes immediately landed on Li Fan, who was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt that revealed his well-defined muscles. Her eyes instantly lit up. Instantly, she seemed to have discovered some treasure, her face bursting with excitement as she moved closer and reached out her mischievous hands directly toward his broad, double-door-like pectoral muscles. Wow, Kiki, come quick and look. Li Fan actually has muscles. The lines are still so smooth. Born to be a cosplay genius, with skills like these, why didn't you join me sooner? Come on, lift your shirt and show us those abs. Li Fan was startled when Sun Shui suddenly pounced on him like a starved wolf. He hastily grabbed the hem of his white t-shirt in panic, shrinking back against the sofa. Stop. Class monitor, what are you trying to do? Poison me? I don't have abs. This is my first time coming to your house, and you're already getting handsy. I'm not that kind of boy. The more he dodged and struggled, the more excited Sun Shui became. Girls during puberty often mature much earlier than boys, not to mention Sun Shui, who's always been obsessed with otome art books and cosplay. At this moment, she naturally abandoned all restraint, flashing a Chinibu-style smirk as she playfully tussled with Li Fan. Come on, kid, let me see. I've only ever seen you in school uniform before. Who knew you were into fitness? Even this ordinary white shirt looks stretched tight across you. Wow, it's my first time seeing such a great physique in person. Let me take a closer look. Seeing that she was no match for Li Fan, Sun Shui quickly turned to Tsukiki, who was watching the battle while laughing uncontrollably, for help. Kiki, stop spectating, and come help me hold him down. Ha ha ha, if I'd known you had such a great figure, I should have picked a cosplay character that shows it off. Wu Liuqi's outfit is way too conservative, what a waste. As she spoke, Sun Shui kept mischievously stretching out her sinful little hands towards Li Fan, attacking the ticklish spots on his belly. Li Fan couldn't hold back and immediately began rolling itchily on the couch, laughing until tears streamed from his eyes. Stop, keep this up, and I'll fight back. Xianzi, save me, the class president has gone crazy.